It was an ordinary sunny day. Liu Feng did not suspect that he would be hit by a truck with such fury and cruelty on such a beautiful, sunny, magical day. Liu Feng was working as an ordinary food delivery man. During his next outing, he was talking on the phone with his younger sister Liu Xintong. As a result, as he thought, immediately because he was distracted while talking on the phone with his younger sister, he was hit by a truck. Already lying on the asphalt, he could not understand what was wrong with this driver, since he could so easily hit an innocent person. He was in great pain. He already thought that he was dying, but he could not die, since he had great difficulty raising money for the operation. His younger sister suffered from a disease, black blood in the common people Melanie. In order to cure her of this deadly disease, he dropped out of school and worked as a delivery man for 3 years. He borrowed several million and was able to pay for an operation to insert a special chip. After a successful operation, her condition improved. He realized that if he died on this asphalt, no one would be able to take care of his little sister. He did not understand how he would be able to look his parents in the eyes after this in the next world. And another reason not to die was that he had never slept with a girl. Meanwhile, he received a notification on his phone that a large-scale spread of a genetic virus had been discovered in the city. The possibility of the extinction of humanity, 99.8%, carriers near death, linking to the bunker protective application. While he was passed out, it seemed to him that someone had assigned him the status of a low-level commoner by launching a Plan B state of life support, provided him with a minimum number of rights called a doomsday refugee. But when he opened his eyes, he saw the gorgeous legs on which his head lay, which he had not previously. I just didn't see it, but I couldn't even imagine it. His head was indeed lying on the legs of the most gorgeous, busty beauty, who at that very moment was talking to the ambulance in order to help him. After Liu Feng woke up, the girl happily said that she found him by the road, and it seems that he had an accident. Having recovered a little from his shock, Liu Feng said that he was a courier for company number 9527, and yes, it seems that he was hit by some kind of truck. What a coincidence, said the girl, since she was from the same company as him. This girl was Kelly Fox, the president of the corporate headquarters, and are you full? She introduced herself, telling Liu Feng not to worry, because she had already called an ambulance, and now she was finding out what kind of car hit him. At this moment, the bleeding Liu Feng reached for his phone to call his little sister. Taking the phone in his hands, he saw a notification on the screen on which it was written that life is equal to 9%. The owner will die in 3 minutes. This was a notification from the chip that was built into his sister's brain. Literally, a few seconds later, he looked at the phone screen again and saw a notification that the owner would die in 2 minutes and 50 seconds. It was recommended to use the nearest source of energy to restore life, and he realized that this was not about his sister. He heard this voice appearing. In his head right before he lost consciousness, he said that he could die. Liu Feng couldn't give up, so he decided to listen to his phone, and when he got to the car, he touched it as it was a good source of energy. Turning around, Kelly Fox saw only an exploded telephone on the asphalt, from which smoke was emanating. She could not understand where the boy had gone. Meanwhile, Liu Feng ran, saying that thank God, because he doesn't have the money to ride an ambulance. Liu Feng could not understand what had just happened to Kill. He touched the car and fed its energy, thanks to which he was healed. He knew only one superhero who could do this. It was unlikely that it was a Flash. He became a Flash, Liu Feng thought. That energy must have been converted into points. Those points from the app cured him. It turns out his life is now digitized. He couldn't understand it. As far as he recalled, the app was already installed on his phone when he bought it at a flea market. Before he had time to think carefully and figure everything out, the phone suddenly rang, and the voice of his girlfriend came from the receiver, who asked him if they were dead. Had he been there for an hour? She was very angry because she called him more than once. But he still didn't pick up the phone. She already thought that he had forgotten about his beloved. Liu Feng told Shen Qing that he was going to visit his sister now, and he would not have free time, and would not be able to come to her today. After which his girlfriend said that again, it's her sick sister. That's enough. She can't stand it anymore, so they break up. He asked Shen Qing to wait, saying that his sister had just finished her surgery, and he should go there. But she didn't want to listen to anything, saying that he would rather go into debt for his half-dead sister to pay for her operation to insert a chip than buy his girlfriend a Louis Vuitton handbag. She didn't want any relationship with him because she understood that he would still have to pay off his debts for that same chip for several years. Moreover, she already had a completely new boyfriend. Said about it, she simply hung up with the words that Liu Feng was a rogue. Literally for 1 minute, Liu Feng became depressed. I understand that he went into debt to save his sister, and now he just has a lot of them. The moped on which he delivered food also broke down. The girl left and was also covered in wounds. At that moment, He wanted the end of the world to happen, because thanks to this, he would not have to repay any debts. Having gathered his thoughts, he understood that this would not work. After all, now he has a system, and he will definitely pay off all his debts and become a very big man in society. After which his phone rang sharply, a notification was displayed on which it was written that his younger sister had entered Hivat. When he picked up the phone, he heard his sister calling for help, saying that she was in trouble. He immediately asked her what happened. Shintong replied that there were a lot of strange people in the hospital. They are everywhere, they bite other people, and she is very afraid of it. The elder brother told her to hide, and he would be waiting for him soon. Liu Feng couldn't understand why he was so unlucky today, because the moped was broken. He didn't understand how he could get to his younger sister, when suddenly another notification came to his phone, in which it was written to spend the accumulated points on repairs moped. But the problem was that he didn't have any glasses, and he understood it. But the phone told him that an energy block had been discovered 500 meters away, which could be converted into glasses. The radio broadcast the evening news, an emergency message. A series of brutal attacks by people on the network have just taken place, and the police are already investigating. News portals asked not to panic, not to believe rumors, and not to spread them. Meanwhile, in this very van, Shen Qing, Liu Feng's ex-girlfriend. She told her old boyfriend that she left her beggar boyfriend. He never realized that she had been together with this old rich man for a long time. She also told her old boyfriend that Liu Feng helped his sister pay for the operation to implant the chip. To which the old man replied, laughing, that it's easy in our time, because now an artificial intelligence chip is a symbol of wealth. In the new era, over 125 years, there has been a major breakthrough in the development of science and technology. The historical name is the beginning of this era, the era of artificial intelligence. Every country in the world, every capital is developing the gene with all its might. And artificial intelligence chips are one of the crystals that appeared thanks to the development of science. This is why the cost of chips is so expensive that only the rich and middle class can afford these things. Thanks to the artificial intelligence chip, Chiang could turn on sensory vision and see what was under Shen Qing's clothes, saying that artificial chips would help humanity enter the virtual space of internet technologies. That's how things are, he finished his story. Chiang told her that if she wanted the same chip, she should take good care of it. Before she had time to please him, suddenly the silhouette of some ghost appeared in the window. It was Liu Feng who absorbed the energy of that black car, after which his motorcycle was subdued. The speed increased by 30%, and he still had 300 points left. He was pleasantly surprised to see that not only the appearance had changed, but also the speed had increased. It also seemed to him that in the machine from which he took the energy, there was some voice that was familiar to him. He just absorbed the car's energy to convert it into points. It seems like an equal exchange. It turned out that this program also knows that he is in a hurry and modify his motorcycle to increase speed. At that moment, he realized that he had just gotten the coolest system. He pressed the gas to the maximum in order to get to his sister Shintong as quickly as possible and help her. An hour later, arriving at the main entrance of the Blue Bird Hospital, Liu Feng could not understand what happened here, because he did not even see the guard, Uncle Liu. There were broken windows, boarded-up doors, and blood everywhere. He asked himself the question, was it really a terrorist attack? After which, he decided to go and find his younger sister, Shintong. Seeing just a sea of blood, he understood that something was strange here, since there could not be so much blood from one person. The further he went into the depths of the hospital, the more he did not understand what really happened. After walking several hospital flights, he saw a man who was banging his head against the wall, after which on his way he met a man who was looking for his dog in him. Liu Feng looked at the dog owner for whom he constantly delivered dog food, and therefore decided to help him by asking if he was okay. After Liu Feng asked if the dog walker needed help, he quickly stood up and started growling at the boy. This was no longer the dog walker that Liu Feng was thinking about. It was a monster that wanted to devour him. He immediately attacked the boy, jumped in his direction, trying to grab him in order to turn him into a monster like himself, but the young man managed to dodge. Immediately after this, the silhouette of Shintong's treating doctor, Dr. Li, appeared next to him. He extended his hand to her, asking her to look at this man who had just tried to attack him. But the attending doctor, whom he knew had not existed for a long time. Now it was a zombie, a monster that, just like the previous one, wanted to devour him. He was in a frightened state from what he saw. Asking Dr. Li not to approach him, he noticed that 10 more angry zombies were approaching him from the side. He was shocked and didn't understand where so many of them came from at one moment, so he jumped into the office behind him. With all the strength he held the doors so that these creatures would not break into his room. Holding the door with his back, he understood that if they got inside, it would definitely be the end for him. Turning around, he saw that this room was a video surveillance room. One of the CCTV camera monitors showed that his younger sister was standing on the second basement floor. The red blood vessels on her face and body meant great danger. The girl was already at the stage of mutations. During the era of scientific discoveries, great scientific and technological breakthroughs occurred in the fields of genetic engineering and aviation, and full-fledged artificial intelligence was created. Humanity has entered the era of the future. Artificial intelligence has gradually entered the lives of ordinary people. Power in the world was divided between an educational alliance of 3 East Asian states, a European alliance centered in Rome, and an alliance of North and South America centered in the Celestial Harbor. All 3 alliances are fighting for power in the world, so wars constantly occur. The abuse of genetic engineering has led to the development of diseases, and the most terrible representative is black blood. A person who is sick with this gradually has numb limbs. The blood turns black, which leads to death. Only with the help of a very expensive chip can one be cured of this disease. Liu Feng is an ordinary guy whose parents died. He lived with his little sister, and they relied on each other, and at that moment he could not even imagine that he would be in such a desperate situation. Liu Feng saw that his sister was sad, and he asked her what happened to her. She replied that she had heard that he had gone into great debt to cure her. The brother said that all this was nothing, because every day he delivers a lot of things for which he is paid money, so somehow he will cope. Younger sister Shin asked not to deceive her, because she knew that she was sick with black blood, and only a super expensive chip could save her. She knew that because of her and her brother, they gave up their dreams, dropped out of school, and now work as a delivery driver. She said that if it weren't for her, everything would be fine. With tears in her eyes, she asked her brother why he pulled her out of the river, because she wanted to commit suicide. If she had died, everything would have been much better. Seeing his younger sister on the CCTV screen, Liu Feng said that he was grateful to her, since he only has one relative in this world, and he will definitely save her. Liu Feng knew that he would not last long. After analyzing what he saw, he realized that these people were like zombies from movies. It was impossible for them to bite him. After a second, he remembered that he had a system that could help him. He took out his phone and asked the system what solutions it could offer him, to which the system offered 2 solutions to choose from. The first thing is to hide in the video surveillance room and try to survive. At the same time, the survival rate was 95%. The second decision is to get to the sister, who is in the basement of the Hospital Research Institute, and if he wants to save his sister, he must successfully get to the basement floor with successful survival. The reward is 1,000 bonuses. The survival rate is 5%. Liu Feng had no choice because he wanted to save his sister. He saw 2 mops. Breaking off the handle of one, he stuck it between the door handles so that the monsters could not enter the room and move the chest of drawers. After searching the room, he found another brush handle, a knife, electrical tape, a gasoline can, and a box. Thanks to the reconstruction, he decided to transform all this into a weapon and protection from monsters. While Liu Feng was busy reconstructing the items he found in the CCTV room, the same Dr. Li who treated his little sister burst through the door, but at that moment she wanted to eat him by attacking him from behind. That very moment, he sensed danger, turned around and delivered a precise blow with his new weapon directly to her head, first piercing her, and then, thanks to a gasoline can, setting her on fire. He spent 100 points to reconstruct the mop, knife, and machine oil into a weapon called the D-rank flame spear. A lighter is attached to the handle of the knife. At high temperature, it can easily cut the flesh of enemy creatures. He also spent another 100 points to transform the food box into a durable plastic armor that should be able to handle the teeth of a zombie. Seeing that his weapon worked, he knew he could handle all those zombies that were crowded at the door. 2 minutes later, he found himself in that room. The path in which the system seemed to him, he saw a hole for dirty things. In an angry voice, he asked the system, "What is it?" To which the system answered him that this is a tunnel. Hospital items are sent from here to the laundry room on the ground floor. There is no other way. Only through this tunnel system. Since he had no choice, and he definitely had to save his sister, covering his nose, he jumped into this tunnel passage, flying down. He lost all his protective armor, landing with a crash in dirty clothes. Having recovered from the fall and raised his head, he saw 2 military men who were taking his sister somewhere. He picked up the trail of his sister. These were Death Squad soldiers who conveyed to headquarters that the evacuation of targets under guard had begun. One of the soldiers reported to headquarters that this task was quite simple. The target did not offer any resistance. He did not even expect that the legendary mutant would turn out to be an ordinary teenage girl. At that moment, a lieutenant appeared and told the soldiers to beware of shufflers and also ordered to immediately contact headquarters, since something was definitely wrong here. Liu Feng ran out of the room and shouted his sister's name. The soldiers stopped at the same moment. Someone pulled him back into the room. He was terrified because he did not understand who was holding him. He believed that it was a dead man, and his life was about to end. Hearing Liu Feng scream, the lieutenant immediately ordered her soldiers to search this room, as this could be another threat to their missions. Xin Tong, who heard her brother's voice and realized that the soldiers were coming to kill him, became enraged and began to destroy all the soldiers in her path. The government special operations team knew they had no choice but to destroy her, so they opened fire on her with all their guns. Much to their disappointment, they didn't succeed as she escaped through the air duct, but because they didn't open fire, they attracted a lot of zombies. The lieutenant tried to fight off the zombies using all her skills and the weapons she had with her, but she understood that it was unlikely that her soldiers would be able to get out of there alive if they came into contact with the zombies, so she ordered them to leave immediately, but it was too late. Liu Feng, who was standing behind the wall at that moment, thought that it was all over. Because there was a zombie behind him, and some other beast in addition grabbed him, he already wanted to say goodbye to life. That beast turned out to be his acquaintance Chan, who laughed very loudly because he could not restrain himself because of Liu Feng's frightened face. The boy was shocked, but asked him what the devil was near his sister's operating room. What he replied was that I don't know for sure, but the news said that their heavenly blessing union was at war. Someone detonated a bioweapon and now all the people outside have become zombies. Chang also said that Liu Feng's sister is in a rather strange situation since he took her to the basement and then those soldiers outside took her away. It seems that they came specifically for her. Liu Feng said that they need to get out of here immediately as there are more zombies and they are getting closer. But Chang was not going to go anywhere because he was bitten. Chang said that he knows how well Liu Feng has taken care of his sister these past few months, so he decided to hold the door and told him to go out the backyard straight to his sister and move on with his life. Chang understood that he was on the verge of death, and even at that moment, he admired the guy who returned to the hospital to visit his sister. He gave him food, for which his boss scolded him. But it is precisely in such turbulent times that you need to be quick-tempered and decisive. Before Liu Feng could reach the backyard, the system on his mobile phone started talking again. She discovered black blood serum in the vicinity of the exit and invited him to choose a solution. Option A. Escape down the stairs from the staff room to leave the underground institute. Survival rate is 90%. Option B. Go to the laboratory and find the serum to save your sister. Survival rate is 15%. Completing mission A gives you a combat suit. Upon completion of the mission, B gives a drawing of the shelter. 3 zombies are found within the radius of passage B. The advantages of the area disappear. The owner's battle card becomes inaccessible. It is recommended to refuse to complete the task. Liu Feng, without thinking for a long time, chose option B since he had to save his sister, and no zombies could stop him from doing this. The fight was tough. His weapon reached its breaking point, but it worked. He destroyed 3 zombies in this passage. Thanks to which he reached his destination, the serum was in the laboratory. It was black blood inhibitory serum. Before he could reach the black blood inhibitory serum, his sister jumped out of the ventilation shaft in front of him. Much to his disappointment, she showed up not to reunite with him, but to attack him. But Liu Feng was confident that his sister would not harm him, so he did not run away from her, but grabbed her, hugging her very tightly, and asked her to wake up. After Xin Tong heard her brother's voice, something incomprehensible began to happen to her. Holding her head, she began to scream very loudly. A bright red light poured out of her eyes. Liu Feng could not understand what was happening to his sister. He turned to the system for help, to which it told him that an error had been detected in the algorithm that could not be eliminated. Suggestion for the user to use the serum under pressure. He immediately grabbed the serum under pressure when suddenly the security system from the speakers began to sound. A warning began to sound that the main sample had been stolen. The institute would self-destruct in 10 minutes. Liu Feng injected the serum directly into his sister's neck, and it helped. She turned back into the same sister he remembered before. The task to save his sister was completed. The sister's mutation was suspended for completing the task. The user was awarded 1,000 points. Before he could rejoice over the salvation of his sister, the system asked him to choose the next quest. First, abandon his sister and run through the entrance to the laundry back to the first floor. The survival rate is 100%. Second, get to the utility room of the Underground Research Institute. Use the blueprints and reconstruct the blast-proof shelter for rescue. The survival rate is 40%. Of course, Liu Feng chose the second option in the hope that the modified doors would be able to withstand the explosion. He took his sister in his arms and ran towards the exit, when suddenly someone's silhouette appeared in the doorway. He froze and saw that the same woman was standing in the doorway, the commander of the squad that was chasing his sister. He suggested that she stop their feud for now. Since the laboratory was about to explode, they both needed to escape. But the squad leader did not seem to hear him and began to tear his clothes. The boy's phone system sounded a warning as she noticed an evolved mutant zombie that had been discovered nearby. She could not determine its location, so she recommended immediate evacuation. Liu Feng said that it is very dangerous here. There are only zombies around. If she wants to squeeze it out, then they must leave here together. When suddenly that same woman, the commander, tore her clothes and showed that she was the very evolved zombie mutant who was about to devour the boy. Liu Feng locked his little sister in the closet and tried to do something to not only save himself, but also protect his little sister. To do this, he decided to use his points to build some kind of weapon and resist this zombie. But the system said that no materials for synthesis were found nearby, and the boy realized that his time had come. That very moment of despair, when he thought that he was about to die, his younger sister came to his aid, and with one movement of her hand, cut off part of the tentacles of the zombie mutant. Liu Feng was very surprised by the appearance of his sister, because he could not even imagine that he had such incredible power. Sun Tong wanted to deal with this zombie once and for all, but her brother stopped her, saying that they should run away because the building would explode in just 2 minutes. He took his sister in his arms and ran as fast as he could towards the exit. There was a minute left before the explosion. They managed to run out, but they had to hold the door because the zombie was chasing them and wanted to destroy them. Liu Feng knew that they couldn't hold this door for long as the building was about to explode, so he decided to use his points to create a blast-proof shelter. A second after the brother created a blast-proof shelter, the hospital building exploded. Many of the walking dead on this floor were destroyed. Although the hospital building exploded, many zombies had already managed to get out and infect the city residents. After the cloud of dust and ash cleared, Liu Feng realized that he had not died yet and was still alive. The system congratulated Liu Feng for opening a level 1 shelter. The grocery store was converted into a blast shelter. Post-apocalyptic shelter is open. Liu Feng asked the system why his shelter was so shabby and nothing worked in it, to which the system responded that his shelter was on the first level, and in order for everything to work and be more powerful, he needed to increase the level of the shelter, thereby expanding it. Looking at his sister, he realized that she was in a deplorable state, and he must do whatever it took to heal her. After exploring the shelter for 10 minutes, he decided to fix the computer, spending 50 points on it in order to see what was going on in the world. The system upgraded the computer and connected it to the network. But Liu Feng was most concerned about his sister's condition, so he asked the system what position his sister occupied in the system, to which I received the answer that the new serum temporarily slowed down the hybridization of the black blood virus and the microchip gene. If there is such a serum that will help kill zombies, is there a solution? He asked the system. After analyzing all the available information, the system concluded that this serum is ineffective against ordinary people infected with the microchip virus. It is capable of inhibiting the process of mixed mutations infected with black blood. After completing the mutations, they become stronger and scarier than ordinary zombies. They are called mutants. Black blood mutants are a completely different species, at the top of the food chain of their very creation. Liu Feng realized that the serum would only temporarily delay his sister's mutation, and he must not allow her to turn into a monster. Since he now had a network, he decided to call the police. The government should be able to solve the virus problem. But when he went online, he saw a lot of headlines with the title that this viral war, started by the Alliance of Heavenly Blessings, led to the extinction of humanity in the Golden Sphere. Mass mourning was declared throughout the city. The government fell. The number of people infected with a microchip in the city reached 30 million. The military was defeated and retreated to the banks of the river. The real post-apocalypse has begun. Liu Feng didn't know what to do. Should he just watch his sister turn into a monster? He decided to ask the system how he could save Xintong. The system responded that the only way to save his sister was to build the shelter to level 5 in order to unlock and build a vaccine research center. To do this, you need to build a shelter with a capacity of 10,000 people. Liu Feng realized that in order to upgrade the shelter to level 5, he needed to repair everything possible in the area while using the least amount of points, saving them for more important upgrades. First of all, he decided to modernize and restore the ventilation ducts, and if they are not repaired, then in 5 hours, those who are in the shelter will experience a lack of oxygen. The ventilation repair was successful. Completing the mission earned him a +2 to his reputation. He was glad because he was right. Modifying something that can be subdued can also complete the system quest. This meant that he could find the same items in reality to complete all the quests quickly and accumulate a lot of points to buy all the blueprints to complete his ascent through the stages of high technology. I realized that he decided to modify and restore everything he could get his hands on, modifying the smoothness of toilet paper, modification of lubricant. After several modifications to the items he found, he decided to ask the system what was wrong with his sister, since it seemed to him that she had memory lapses. Unfortunately, the system did not have enough data to give an accurate result, as some of her intelligence and memory had dropped to the level of a 7-year-old child. But she still remembered Liu Feng as her brother. Angry, Liu Feng crushed the bottle of gel, saying that it didn't matter. As long as he lived, he would find a way to cure Xin Tong and turn her back into the wonderful girl he knew. At that very moment, his sister woke up and was very surprised to see that there was some kind of mucus on her brother's hand. She said that he was a pervert, and she was disappointed in him. Liu Feng understood that the ideal image of his brother, which had been developing for so many years, was destroyed so absurdly, since he could not even explain himself to his sister because she did not want to listen to him. The next day, a new death squad arrived to search for Commander Li's missing crew. They were very surprised that there was no command signal, but the target signal was still active, and they decided to go down to the hospital. His sister fell asleep again, but Liu Feng was haunted by the thought that his reputation as a decent brother was ruined. He didn't understand how he could look into her eyes now. He understood that she was a child now, no matter how old she was. Suddenly, the system notified him that thanks to his survival of one day, he had a chance to play in the beginner's lottery. The system also suggested that he find a drawing of the energy room, and if he built it, he would receive a reward of 100 points. But Liu Feng first decided to play the lottery and see if he could win the drawings there. Moments later, he won the vaccine. He asked the system if this vaccine could cure zombies. If released in batches, would he be able to save time? To which I received the answer that the vaccine is designed to suppress the microchip virus and strengthen the body's resistance. It does not heal zombies or turn them back into humans. It can only be obtained at the National Institute or in Level 5 shelters. After hearing the system's response, Liu Feng decided to use the vaccine on himself, since his life is very important now. Then he asked the system if he could repair the generator in the Underground Institute to provide the shelter with energy. She answered everyone that it was possible. But the generator's energy core is destroyed, but there is a spare energy core in the dean's office on the 16th floor of the hospital's research department. After which, the system prompted him to choose a quest. First, find a blueprint for an energy generator and build it. Reward: 100 points, 100% survival rate. Second, repair the generator in the Underground Research Institute and go up to the 16th floor of the research department to find the energy block. Reward 900 points plus 10 reputation points, 1,000 experience points, 10% survival rate. Of course, he chose the second task. After which he thought about it, because if the shelter he created was filled with people, then he would be its director, and decided that he needed to come up with a name for it. After which a brilliant idea came to his mind, to recruit a bunch of surviving beauties and become their sultan and their beloved savior. After a minute of thought, he nevertheless decided that he must use all his strength to save humanity and become the great creator of a new world. But first he needs to solve the food problem. But despite all his thoughts about who he was and how he wanted to achieve it, he still could not escape the thought that his sister still considered him a pervert. The next morning, he decided to complete the task and set off. This time, he needed to find the energy unit of the hospital's inpatient outdoor research department. Liu Feng understood that this hospital had everything because it was the largest research center in the country. After he saw that the zombies had left, he realized that this was a great opportunity to move on. Getting out of the sewer hatch, he extended his hand to his sister, Xin Tong, in order to help her get up faster. At first, he wanted to do everything alone, but he could not leave his younger sister because she was afraid of loneliness. He understood that no matter how much she changed, she was still the same gentle Xin Tong. Rising to the surface, they saw zombies eating innocent, helpless citizens of their side. Liu Feng realized that the apocalypse had already arrived. He could not help these poor fellows since he had to save his sister. The only ones they could rely on at a time like this were themselves. He promised himself that no matter what, he would protect the people dear to him. Suddenly on his way, he met his old friend Old Man Chang, who helped him survive and saved his life. He could not allow the viruses to continue to defile the body of Old Man Chang, so he decided to free him from this filth. Meanwhile, on the other side, on the roof of the hospital building, an incredible battle was going on between the Death Squad and the Walking Dead. This is the 8th captain of the government special forces, Li Xin, call sign Death. Seeing that her fighters couldn't cope well with zombies, she decided to teach them a lesson and show them how to fight these evil spirits. She smashed zombies left and right and ordered all her soldiers to cease fire. One of the soldiers told the newcomer to stop, because since the captain herself took up the matter, it means that they will no longer need to do anything. Enjoy the battle because the crushing dance, lady, death is beautiful. Since it came into play, we just have to watch it, he told his partner. Literally 5 minutes later, Lady Death dealt with all the zombies in this area, leaving them no chance of survival. The soldiers admired her, because she was very cool. It was not for nothing that she was nicknamed the goddess of death among the soldiers. Indestructible. But the soldiers could not help but notice that she had some shortcomings. For example, her eyesight was not the best. The soldiers knew that if they were in a team with the goddess of death Li Xin, then they could die in peace. A moment later, one of the soldiers noticed that the target began to move, and Li Xin ordered everyone to go forward, because they must complete this mission. Meanwhile, Liu Feng was about to destroy his old friend Chang. From his arsenal, he had a blade that he had assembled this morning. In the pantry, he found 1 box of instant noodles, 3 bottles of water, and 2 canned goods, barely enough food for a week. Well, there wasn't enough water, so he still had to go outside to find food. He understood that there was no point in going outside without weapons. At first, he decided to rest and come up with something tomorrow. But as soon as he saw that his younger sister Xin Tong was emptying 1 bottle of water after another at incredible speed, he realized that he had no time to rest. Literally a moment later, the system asked him to choose and distribute his talents. Having looked at all the talents that were available to him, he understood that shooting skills were very good, but in his situation, it was difficult to get something like that. So he decided to add more power to himself. After which I decided to remake the knife and choose the Kung Fu Master Skill Level 1, as well as the Superpower Level 1. He understood that if there are no weapons or ammunition in such a terrible time, then welcome to Juggernaut's Doomsday Valley. The Kung Fu Master Chip was successfully downloaded and the powers were increased to C+ level. In his hands was a C-rank fire blade. The blade was attached to a flammable device. The weapon was effective in hitting a target in close combat. With just 1 blow of his fiery blade, he cut off Lao Zhang's head from his shoulders. In addition to everything, his body was also watered, freeing him from the virus. He did this without a drop of regret, because he promised himself that he would protect his sister by any means, no matter what. After he freed his friend, he realized that with the Kung Fu Master Chip, he could improve all his melee skills, since the system chip was really cool. In addition, due to the skill of superpowers, his physical strength also increased significantly. He understood that he should not linger on the street with his younger sister Xin Tong. Moreover, their goal was the heart of the research center on the 16th floor. Meanwhile, in the corridor on the 7th floor, Xiaoguang and her friend Lixiang ran very quickly to the stairs that were ahead in order to hide from the zombies that were chasing them. Xiaoguang couldn't believe that the most beautiful girl Lixiang would ask him to help. He decided that when they got out, they would get married right away. But to his disappointment, because he was distracted, the zombie attacked him and bit him right on the neck. He asked his girlfriend to save him, but she snatched her dress from his hand, saying that he was a disgusting loser. That it was stupid to think in his place that if the end of the world came, then she, the most beautiful girl in the school, would look at someone like him. But a moment later she was bitten and then eaten by monsters. Meanwhile, the president of the company, Li Zong, who was not chipped with his colleagues and the remaining survivors, was developing a plan to get out of the hospital alive. Seeing what was happening in the corridor, he suggested that the little guy go to the right side of the corridor and find out how the circumstances were there. But his sister Zhaojia came to the boy's defense, asking why her brother should do this, seeing as he is still very young. To which Litsong replied that even unnecessary, useless people, and no one would feel sorry for him. Sarah, the secretary of the research department, also supported the girl, saying that she knows everything here. There are also a lot of zombies on the right side of the corridor. If he goes there, he will definitely die. Lizong said that if she wanted to protect the boy, then she should go in his place, and everyone in the area supported him. Having said that if she did not agree, she still could not refuse, since this was the decision of the majority. While Sarah was wondering what to do, Lizong's assistant, Xiao Wang, threw the boy out of the room into a corridor filled with zombies. The boy shouted for help to his sister, thereby attracting the attention of the zombies. The sister wanted to save him, screaming at him to run back, but they closed her mouth, saying that she was stupid, because her scream could all die. The zombie attacked the boy, and it seemed that he was about to bite him, when at the seemingly last moment of his life, Liu Feng appeared and pierced the zombie's head with his sword, thereby saving the boy from inevitable death. It was a spectacular appearance. Sarah fell to her knees in front of Liu Feng, thinking that God heard her prayers and sent a warrior to save her. Turning around, Liu Feng counted how many zombies were behind him. Having counted 5 zombies behind him who were moving towards them, he ordered everyone to run. He understood that he was the only one who could cope with these 5 zombies. The main thing was to believe in himself. He loaded his kung fu skills and rushed to the attack. Using kung fu techniques and his awesome flaming sword, he made his way through the zombies, killing them one by one, without even giving them a chance to touch him. Thanks to his confidence and the strength that he pumped up, not so long ago, he killed one zombie after another, cutting off and piercing their heads with his sword. Sarah, who watched Liu Feng fight the monsters from around the corner, was very surprised, because she could not even believe that he was even a human since he was very strong. She couldn't believe her eyes, because it wasn't even a fight, it was like a dance. Liu Feng was so skillful in his sword technique that it seemed as if he was not fighting, but as if he was dancing, performing some kind of number with a fiery sword. Sarah, along with the boy's sister, simply could not take their eyes off the fact that they saw Liu Feng dealing with zombies. They even forgot that they needed to run away. At the moment of the fight, Sarah noticed a very murderous aura and the fact that he looked like a brutal warrior, thereby making her fall in love with him from the first minutes of the fight. But not everyone watched how Liu Feng destroyed the Walking Dead. Mr. Li's assistant ran, without looking back, screaming so that the creatures would not approach him because he still wanted to live. After a while, he could no longer run and stopped. Turning back, he noticed that no one was following him. Having caught his breath a little, he noticed that some strange fog was approaching him. He saw that a very sexy and beautiful girl emerged from this fog. He could not resist, because he had never seen such a beautiful girl before. She opened her dress in front of him, showing her bare breasts and asking him to protect her. Blinded by her beauty, he came closer, and at that very moment she pierced him with her poisonous tentacles, because she was not just a beauty, she was a walking mutant monster. After Liu Feng destroyed all the zombies, he said that he had not seen other people for a long time and was a little nervous. He greeted everyone and introduced himself, saying that his name was Liu Feng, and next to him was his younger sister, Liu Xintong. Everyone admired him. They saw that he destroyed all the monsters and understood that he was a master. After which everyone rushed to ask him how the situation was now. Did the government come to their aid or not? He replied that the government had collapsed. There are only zombies around the hospital. After which he asked them if they knew where the stairs were, because he wanted to go up to the 16th floor. Li Zong intervened in the conversation, saying that no one should listen to him. After all, the state army is incredibly strong. Does he really want to say that the end of the world has come? He also urged no one not to trust him, since he wants to deceive them into going upstairs with him to die. Liu Feng said that he had not been able to reach anyone. More than 24 hours had passed since the zombies appeared, and there was still no sign of the army or government. After which he said that if someone does not want to go with him, he does not force anyone. At the moment when Liu Feng was accepting gratitude from Zhao Jiang for saving her brother, Li Zong grabbed him by the cover on his shoulders so that Liu Feng would turn his attention to him. In response to this action, Liu Feng roundhouse punched him in the face with all his might. Li Zong was shocked because he is a respected director of the company, a high-ranking official, whom previously it was not enough to hit him. Even no one could touch him with a finger without his permission. Liu Feng said that he knows and has seen how he treated people who were in the same position as him, so he dare not tell him what to do. Suddenly, his subordinate, Mr. Li, appeared behind Li Zong. He grabbed Li Zong's head with one hand, and he told him that he had previously insulted him and treated him like a dog. After which he bit him on the shoulder because he was no longer the same assistant. Seeing this, Liu Feng charged again to protect his sister and all those he had saved recently. This time he was unlucky because an unknown mutant appeared, and it seems that things are very bad for Liu Fen. The system detected a high level of danger among mutants. Due to the mutants' counterattack, Liu Feng fell to the ground. He understood that going against a mutant zombie was dangerous, but he was also surprised by the strange fog around this zombie. Getting up from the floor and turning back, he saw some zombie girl behind him. He decided to attack her with a sword, but his sword got stuck in her hand without cutting it. At that moment, he realized that he was not in a very good position. Gathering his strength and will into a fist, he swung his sword once more and cut the mutant woman in half. But before he had time to defeat this zombie woman, another creature appeared from the fog and wanted to grab him by the neck with its tongue. But at that very moment, his younger sister appeared in front of him and grabbed this creature by the tongue. At this very moment of despair, windows on the floor began to break, and military death squads burst into the building. Led by their leader, using firearms, they destroyed one zombie after another, blowing off their heads and leaving no chance of victory. Lady Death skillfully used not only firearms, but also everything that cuts and stabs, which is why she was nicknamed Lady Death, because she destroyed everything that moved and threatened her life. Liu Feng was shocked by what he saw. After all, he couldn't even manage to destroy monsters so quickly, furiously, and accurately. After the death squad destroyed all the zombies, the squad leader ordered no one to move and remain in their places. After she saw Liu Feng with her sister, She said that they had been looking for them for a very long time, and she decided to introduce herself, saying that her name is Li Xin and she is the captain of the God of Death squad. Then she asked Liu Feng for forgiveness, saying that the girl behind his back was their target. A second later, the same fat man whom Liu Feng hit came out from behind the wall. He said he needed help because he was bitten, and he was bitten because the soldiers took too long to come to his aid. He is a friend of the mayor and a level 2 VIP user of government protection. After he saw Liu Feng, he said that he had just hit him, and also wanted to force him to go out to the zombies so that they could eat him. Liu Feng, in his defense, said that this bastard was blaming everything on him on purpose, after which he asked the soldiers to shoot him, because he was insulted, and he is a person of the second VIP level of protection. The captain of the squad of the God of Death, Lixin, without thinking twice, put a gun to his head, saying that if he said anything again, she would shoot him in the head. Suddenly, one of the soldiers intervened in their dialogue, saying that the zombies had started moving again, which was strange because they did not die from a shot to the head. Before he could say this, the zombies began to attack with their long, dangerous tongues, killing the soldiers one by one. Liu Feng realized that this was a great chance to escape. He took his younger sister and Sarah by the hand, telling her to show the way to go up to the 16th floor. Meanwhile, Li Xin saw the same zombies, mutants from the research institute that she had been told about earlier. Liu Feng was constantly apologizing to everyone for getting them into this whole mess, because the soldiers had come to capture his sister, and he was supposed to protect her, and now he was putting the others in danger as well. The girls said that there was nothing wrong with this, since they believed him because soldiers only save people with VIP status. Liu Feng was happy with what he heard, and thought that it was good that he had met such good people. He wanted to let them enter his hideout. Suddenly he stopped and froze because he saw that Zhao Hua had been bitten by a zombie in her hands. He didn't know what to say to his sister because he didn't want to disappoint or upset her. Suddenly behind him, he noticed the approaching fog, and the system said that a zombie mutant of a high level of danger had been detected. Raising his head up, he saw on the ceiling a terrifying, scary mutant zombie whom he had never seen before. The system recommended that he flee. At this moment, the terrifying monster stared at all the people below in anticipation of their death. Meanwhile, Liu Feng accidentally touched Miss Sarah's hand. Her eyes and thoughts were clouded by love for him. She couldn't believe that he felt something for her. She leaned towards him to kiss him, but he stopped her, saying that now was not the right time for kissing. Then he took her by the waist and pulled her closer to him, thereby saving her from the zombie attack on the ceiling. He ordered her to go to his little sister and stand aside while he dealt with this monster. After which he took out his sword from behind his back and, thanks to the fiery flame, cut off the heartburn tongue of this mutant zombie. After he cut off the tongue of this mutant zombie, he saw that behind him, 2 zombies had broken through the wall and were trying to attack him from behind. Using his sharp sword, he turned around and pierced the head of one of the zombies, after which he pierced the head of the other. But the zombies kept getting bigger and bigger, and before he could kill 2, he noticed that 2 more were approaching them. Kara wanted to run away, but seeing Liu Feng's sister's big eyes and the fact that she was scared to death, Sarah decided to hug her and at least protect her this time. "Don't just run away." Kara closed her eyes, preparing to die, when suddenly the Death Squad commander, Li Xin, burst onto their floor, and she saved them by shooting off a couple of stupid zombie heads. But this did not help them at all, because the zombies kept rising and rising. All they could do was run. Liu Feng asked the military commander where her people were, to which she replied that everyone had died, and she managed to survive thanks to the invisibility cloak. Liu Feng could not understand why they encountered so many mutant zombies on their way, because the system said that only 1 mutant zombie could appear in a building per 100,000 people, but only 5 have already appeared here. Besides, these zombies always feel if something is wrong. At that moment, a mutant zombie broke through the wall, grabbed Zhao Hua, and began to devour him, leaving not the slightest hope of saving him. His sister was very worried about him and didn't want to leave him, so she wanted to help him. But Liu Feng held her hand tightly and did not want to let her go, saying that her brother had already been bitten and could not be saved. Then with tears in her eyes, she turned to Liu Feng and asked him what he would do if it were his sister. At that moment, he began to think, and Zhao Jia let go of his hand and rushed to save her brother. At that very moment, Liu Feng felt helpless for the first time, because he could not protect her brother and could not stop her. Li Xin told him not to worry. It was better to think about how to save the others, because she was already running out of ammunition. The kid got an idea in his head. He grabbed his sword, lit it, and lit up the room, and oh my god, he saw that that mutant zombie that was hanging on the ceiling was actually a puppet. He told Li Xin that the mutant on the ceiling was behind all the action. This zombie is like a deep-sea anglerfish. It controls the zombies with its tentacles, and they do not die. That's why it seemed like there were so many mutant zombies. She realized that in order to defeat all the zombies, they need to destroy only one, the one who controls them. Liu Feng's younger sister also did not stand aside. She took and threw against the wall the zombie who wanted to eat her and Sarah. What made Sarah simply horrified by what she saw? Liu Feng, without thinking for a long time, threw his sharpest sword into the tentacles of this zombie, thereby cutting them off completely and destroying it. Notified him that he had committed the first murder of a mutant zombie, and the system awarded him 100 points. He was pleased that there was at least some kind of reward for this. After which, he thanked Li Xin for his help. Li Xin was happy to help, but pointed a machine gun at Liu Feng and a pistol at his sister, saying that his sister is not an ordinary person. She has such power because she is a mutant. And although they work together, she is very sorry, since her task was to take his sister. Liu Feng wanted to tell Li Xin that she was targeting the wrong person, but she told him not to move because she would shoot him before he did. He just pointed his finger at Sarah, wanting to say that she had nothing to do with it, when Li Xin shot and killed her. At that moment, she realized that it was awkward and her vision was failing her again, thereby giving Liu Feng a chance to attack her, which he did using the Kung Fu Master Chip. She tried in every possible way to dodge and counterattack, but after a moment she realized that he fought well in close combat and mastered Kung Fu. Liu Feng grabbed her neck with his hand and began to interrogate her. Why did she want to take his sister? Li Xin replied that she was just a soldier and was only following orders. Li Xin threw Liu Feng over her shoulder and then straddled him. At that moment, Sarah came to her senses. She was not killed because the bullet missed her temple, only turning her off. Rubbing her eyes, she saw that Li Xin wanted to kill Liu Feng with his dagger, and without thinking for a long time, she realized that she needed to block the blow. Therefore, she had no choice but to kiss Li Xin to confuse her. After it prevented the fight with her kiss, she stood up and said that it was enough to fight. She didn't understand anything, since now this was all completely out of place, and asked them to follow her to Office 16F. Entering Office 16F, they found the director of the hospital in it, who, like all the other people, had turned into a zombie. Without thinking for a long time, Liu Feng pierced his head with his sword so that he would not pose any threat to them. Sarah went to the computer and said that she was the director's secretary and had heard something about a military research project codenamed Son of God. She also said that the Minister of Health, Cheng Ting-hung, ordered their hospital to conduct research on simultaneously injecting the virus and serum into patients with black blood to create mutants. Hundreds of people died during the experiment. Today it was supposed to be Liu Feng's sister's turn. She also said that the survival rate in this experiment was less than 0.1%. Therefore, Xin Tong mutated into a special mutant, and this is what brought the death squad to Zhongtianxiang City. Liu Feng could not believe that his sister was a mutant, but remembering what happened just 10 minutes ago, when, after he killed the mutant, she approached him and took out the so-called mutant chip from his body. After looking at it literally a few seconds later, she simply took it and ate it. He wondered if she could be read by a human after what she had done. The system interrupted his thoughts, saying something, why they came, and this energy core is in the safe behind him. Thanks to the fact that Sarah was with him, who knew the code to her boss's safe, they opened it and received the energy core. He also received 900 bonus points for completing this task. Sarah asked Liu Feng, what kind of cube is this? To which he replied that this is an energy core. He thought about it and decided that she deserved to know about his hideout. He told her that he had a shelter where it was safe. Since Sarah and Li Xin had nowhere to go, he invited them to join him. Having said that, why go back to this zombie world? Why don't they both join him? Then they can survive this apocalypse together. Sarah happily accepted the offer, since she had nowhere else to go anyway. Liu Feng admired himself, thinking that very soon they would be praying to him like a god. Before he could rejoice, Li Xin's rude voice came from behind him, saying that she was refusing. After which she said that, to be honest, she needs to be sure of everything first, and if so, then she will apologize to Liu Feng. But this does not mean that she will join them. Besides, even if the government collapses with her abilities, she will be able to survive in this world on her own. Sarah and Liu Feng were shocked and didn't know what to answer her, but after a second he said that she was right. He was just a boy. But he has enough reasons to force her to join them, the renowned goddess of death Li Xin. Li Xin said with a grin on her face that she was interested and he had 5 seconds, for which he should try to convince her, but if he dared to play with her, then he is a dead man. He looked into it and saw a playboy there. He got very tense and thought again, until he realized that she was a military man, and in order to force her to do anything or for her to stay with them, he must be older than her by rank. He decided to use the bullion to make an ID out of it, after which he said that he no longer needed to hide. In reality, he is a special government agent and also the person in charge of the fire starting project. He said he was in charge of building a doomsday shelter called Kindling the Fire, the fruit of humanity's last hope. Li Xin was furious, saying that if he decided to make fun of her, she would kill him. Liu Feng then took out his ID and asked her to scan it. Li Xin scanned the ID, confirming that he was indeed a level 5 authorized person whose status was classified. But she didn't care, because she understood that inventing a new identity for herself during the end of the world is easy to do, so she cannot be sure of this document. Angry, Liu Feng said that the end of the world had come. Therefore, she cannot even think that she can drag out her miserable existence alone. As a soldier, she must bravely stand up and go forward, saving humanity and trying to restore peace in these troubled times. To sum it up, he said that she was not worthy of wearing the title of a good soldier with her evasive behavior. After everything she heard about herself, and not only, she took Liu Feng by the shoulder and thanked him for the words he had just spoken. She said that yes, she is a soldier and really has to do something for humanity. Moreover, he dared to invite the goddess of death Li Xin to join him, and this greatly touched her. The system notified him that 2 people had joined his hideout, authority plus 10, 200 points added for unlocking 2 comrades. Li Xin said that her fellow soldiers did not live long, and he not only dared to become her like-minded person, but also dared to invite her to the team. She really hoped that he would stay with her much longer. Since Sarah joined Liu Feng's team, she decided to make some contribution, which is why she was brought to the cafeteria on the 16th floor of the Research Institute, to which she had the keys. Since the cook went home because he was going to get married, he gave the keys to her. After logging into the system on his mobile phone, Liu Feng looked at the data on his girlfriends, whom he had recently accepted into his bunker. He saw a line called Relationship. The system answered him that when the relationship is shown in green, it means that the object is well disposed towards the shelter. If the relationship is shown in red, it means that the object is hostile towards the shelter. Seeing his younger sister drinking milk, he realized that habits don't just go away, and he remembered that as a child, she very much loved the milk of that same charming neighbor. After which he decided to look at his sister's card in the system. Seeing the card of his sister, the system, he was dumbfounded, because there were no skills there. They were not shown and were not unlocked. The relation to the shelter was unknown. Just as he wanted to look at his profile in the system, Sarah ran up to him and said that she had found the fittings and film that he needed. And the fact that she understood that he wanted to build a greenhouse for vegetables. Li Xin then approached him and said that as soon as she heard that he was going to build a greenhouse, she immediately went around and found several types of vegetable seeds to help him seed the greenhouse. Li Xin said that she would go and see his hideouts and would return soon. Liu Feng actually just wanted to make a bed for his little sister. He couldn't get enough of how they could be so smart and think of everything for him. When Liu Feng led them to his hideout, naturally back through the sewer, Sarah and Li Xin were shocked to say the least. Liu Feng defended himself by saying that this was just an emergency exit, since the main gate was blocked by a rock. On the way in the tunnel, Li Xin asked Liu Feng what kind of shelter it was. She hoped it wasn't an ordinary tool storage room. Looking at her beautiful butt, he replied that it was a big shelter, not ordinary and round. Having reached the shelter, the girls realized that it was very good. They thought it was a huge big basement, but that wasn't the case. They even liked the idea of waiting out this collapse in a bunker. Liu Feng was in shock because he didn't understand what was happening, and how could this happen? The shelter didn't even last a day, but come on, twice as long. And besides, 2 additional doors appeared. The system answered him that while he was outside the shelter, it automatically implemented plans for the construction of a dining room, pumping station, and restroom, and this required expanding the area and shelter. Liu Feng calmed down and began to show the girls his mansions. He said that his shelter is being built by an AI manager. There is a restroom on the left, a pump room in the center, and a kitchen on the right. And now they are in the cafeteria, where various edible substances are transferred by artificial intelligence for processing into the desired dish or compressed food. The next room is the pump room, one of the main vital facilities of the entire shelter. Water can be stored here as soon as electricity appears. The next room, he showed the restroom, which has its own bathroom, hot water, available 24 hours a day with electricity, currently can accommodate 10 people. Next, Liu Feng put his hand on the control panel to open the main gate. After the gate opened, they entered and saw a huge pile of stone blocks. This is the main entrance building, but the lieutenant blew it up due to the self-destruct trigger, Liu Feng said. Li Xin carefully examined these stone blocks, took out an explosive device from her pocket, said that she could easily clear this area, and asked everyone to move away. There was a powerful explosion, and a doorway appeared in the rubble. Li Xin said that it was a special bomb for breaking doors. After passing through the rubble, they found themselves in a room with a generator. There were dead zombies lying around. Liu Xin said that at this level the area should be safe, but Liu Feng asked her to guard the entrance to the bunker while he repaired the generator, just in case. After Liu Feng deposited the element of energy that he found for the power plant, the system said that all the elements of his shelter had reached the final stage. The shelter can be upgraded to the second level. After some time inside the bathroom, the girls were talking about how hot water is one of the main elements of power in a post-apocalyptic world. Liu Feng returned to the main computer to begin upgrading the shelter to the second level. The system announced the start of the upgrade and said that it would take 6 days and 5 hours. Meanwhile, the energy source would run out 4 months after upgrading the shelter and asked Liu Feng to find a new energy source. Liu Feng was also happy that he now had access to 4 new blueprints: a teleportation room, a medical room, a combat suit laboratory, and a firearms laboratory. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Secretary Sarah told Li Xin that hers were very large, and she was even envious, to which Li Xin replied that she was also very small, and she did not even think that she could take a hot bath at such times. Afterwards, the girls decided to go to Liu Feng, since he had probably been waiting for them for a long time. After taking a hot bath, the girls decided to wear the uniforms they found in the shelter, but they did not expect this from Liu Feng. Telling him that he is a common pervert, this uniform is specially designed to make them look very erotic. Liu Feng was shocked because he didn't even know about the existence of the uniform. He asked the system why they have such uniforms. The system told him that this uniform was created from the imagination of his brain. Li Xin slapped him and said that this time she forgives him, but next time she will make him regret his actions very bitterly. After all these misunderstandings, Liu Feng decided to start a discussion and make plans for the future. He asked Sarah to explain to them everything, how much of what they had left. Sarah said that the vegetables brought would last for 4 weeks, and 65 cans of various products and 2 bags of rice, if saved, would last a month. The water supply is not a concern, so the first priority is to find more food. The second priority task is the search for new energy sources. Li Xin complimented Sarah, saying that you can find food and energy a few kilometers away, and you don't have to worry about medicine because they can just collect it at the hospital. After which, the girls asked if Liu Feng had anything to add. Meanwhile, Liu Feng was thinking about how smart he was and managed to foresee everything. Then she said that, of course, everything is good, but they cannot collect food forever. After which he asked the girls to follow him. Just recently, he was telling them about the greenhouse. He brought them to the boiler room and said that he was going to install a greenhouse in the water pumping room, where there was a lot of space. After he finished speaking, the girls asked with admiration in their eyes if he needed their help. He said that you shouldn't look at him like that and that you don't need their help in the matter of construction. He asked the system what was needed to build a greenhouse. The system responded that the missing materials were needed, namely, nutrient solution, truth bell hydroponic plant, and also needed 100 points to buy everything. Liu Feng confirmed the purchase and spent 100 points, after which robotic arms appeared from the floor and began building a greenhouse. Sistema said the greenhouse will be completed in 2 days. Li Xin was dumbfounded that it was possible to build a greenhouse so quickly. After a moment, she realized that this artificial intelligence seemed to match Liu Feng's personality. Meanwhile, behind the alley, not far from the hospital, a black-haired girl with her bandits asked the zombies if they had seen the woman from the photograph. The same rich man who was hit by Liu Feng in the hospital replied that he had not seen this girl. He asked me to save him because he has a lot of money. If she saves him, he will give her everything. When she heard that he had offered her money, she immediately became furious. Having borrowed a bat with barbed wire from her partner, she immediately struck the rich man in the head. She beat him with this bat, saying how should they know? The rich, how the poor survive. It made her very angry that money could decide something in their lives. She said that the oppressed, exploited poor were only able to survive by hiding in the subway, and the rich people despicably call them subway dogs. After the deadly virus spread, the chipless iron dogs from the subway, on the contrary, were able to hide, she said. After which, with a hard blow of the bat, she broke his head. After what they saw, her assistants asked her if she really offered a large reward for finding that girl. Zheng Tianxiang replied that it was true, but he was not a good person. Since times have changed, the end of the world has come. Their underground clan will exterminate all the rich dogs, and they will rise to the top in the doomsday hierarchy. Meanwhile, it was already midnight in the shelter, and Liu Feng could not sleep as it was his first night sleeping in the shelter, and he was very nervous, due to facing the biggest disaster in human history. He was also haunted by the thought that this was the first time he slept in the same room with girls. Although he had a girlfriend before, he had never even held her hand, so that he decides to think about something else and asked the system to show him the drawings of a new second-level shelter. The system showed that the shelter was automatically expanded after upgrading to the second level. All first-level buildings are automatically upgraded. The system began to tell him that the factory for the production of combat clothing creates combat uniforms. The factory for the production of small arms requires authority and procurement talent in times of the end of the world. In the treatment room, you can use various medicinal ointments. As long as there are resources, it is possible to produce goods every day. Also, transformation skills have been improved to the second level. Explosive abilities have been improved. Paralysis has been improved. Overall speed has been increased, and 5 magical effects have been fixed. Meanwhile, Sarah, having undressed, slowly creeps up to him. Just a few seconds later, a scantily clad Sarah in her underwear was standing next to his bed. He was in a panic because he didn't know what to do. The system said that the better the relationship with a person, the more likely it is that something will happen. At that moment, he was still thinking that if they woke up Li Xin, she would definitely think that he was a pervert. Sarah climbed under his blanket, hugged him from behind, and pressed herself against him. Liu Feng, of course, was not against intercourse, but he told his secretary Sarah that they had only known each other for one day, and they could not do anything like that today. After he realized that Sarah was not answering him, he turned around and saw that she was sleeping. He realized that she was just walking in her sleep. He didn't even think that Sarah was a sleepwalker. And he decided not to wake her up. Otherwise, because of the noise, Li Xin might also wake up after being very angry. He decided not to sleep, but to go for a walk around the shelter. And the next morning, I decided that the girls should under no circumstances find out about what happened last night. After which, he turned to the system, saying that he wanted to try out new magical transformation abilities. And he decided to try to convert the ammunition that Li Xin found in the ruins after the explosion. The bullet converted successfully, 2 points were spent, and the bullet gained an explosive effect. Liu Feng understood that he did not have any non-antique weapons, and he asked the system if he could transform this cartridge into any kind of small arms. The system replied that it couldn't, but he had access to unallocated talent points. Liu Feng really liked the news and decided to distribute it as follows. He asked the system to increase the sensation talent by 1 point, add 3 points to the Kung Fu Master talent, and spend all the attribute points on increasing strength. The system increased all of Liu Feng's characteristics and said that he had the ability to improve his Kung Fu skill to the level of a Kung Fu Master glove. But he must know that if he fails to rise, all his points will be lost. He has a 5% chance that everything will work out. Liu Feng nevertheless decided to take a risk and chose to transform the Kung Fu level to improve the Kung Fu Master's glove. The system began to improve, and at some point he even began to feel pain. Fortunately for him, the improvement of Kung Fu was successful, and he received the gloves of a Kung Fu Master. Also, 3 connectors in the first connector stored power, which, thanks to the gloves, increased by +1 indicator. He also had a magnetic force of attracting metal, and there was 1 more empty connector left. But before he had time to rejoice in his gloves, he suddenly had a new order for delivery, and the number 9527 appeared on his phone. It was Kelly. She was somewhere several kilometers from the shelter, and she only now had the opportunity to contact Liu Feng. She asked him to come to her because she needed his help. Without thinking for a long time, Liu Feng and Li Xin moved to help Kelly. Li Xin was very surprised to see that there were still eagles in the city. Liu Feng went on a mission with Li Xin, not because he wanted it so much, but because his younger sister Xin Tong was in a deplorable state. A few days ago, Sarah found his little sister in such a deplorable state. The system said that his sister's mutation was progressing again, and he needed to upgrade the shelter to level 5 as soon as possible. Li Xin said that as far as she knows, the Kelly who called him holds the status of president of the Beautiful Sky Corporation, and she was previously engaged to Zheng Tianshun, but most likely it was a political marriage. She offered to find her, because this way, they can dig up more information about Zheng Tianxiong. Sarah looked at the maps and said that Kelly was in a large shopping center, a few kilometers away. They could go and rescue her, and at the same time find the substances they needed. As usual, the system offered to choose a mission until they got there. The first option was to find the substance. The survival rate was 92%. Bonus points for completing missions were 1,000 points. The second option is to find materials and add them to the shelter. Survival rate, 30%, bonus points, 5,200 points. Of course, they chose the second option and began to make their way through densely populated zombie areas toward the shopping center where Kelly was. Suddenly, they decided to stop, because there were a lot of zombies ahead, and they realized that they needed to move quietly. Liu Feng suggested that Li Xin use her battle invisibility cloak, to which she replied that it had a government tracking chip on it, and she put it in a protective shelter. When the signal disappears, the government will assume she died in service. After listening to her, Liu Feng said that he modified the bullet for her. Now this bullet has an explosive effect. He just asked him to use it carefully. Li Shin thanked him and put the clip into her pocket. Liu Feng also said that in addition to the deadly fire blade, he now also has explosive darts, as well as magnetic gloves, an explosive flying knife that can also explode at the end. Magnetic gloves can support and move approximately 40 kilograms of metal. After which he thought that he needed a little more energy to increase the number of points and improve his weapon. Li Shin interrupted him by saying that they were leaving in 2 minutes. Just as they were about to leave, Li Shin noticed that Liu Feng was looking at her feet. Of course, she understood that her captain was still very young. Therefore, I decided to joke with him, saying that maybe he was fond of silk stockings. After all, she sees no other reason why he cannot take his eyes off her feet. In response, he asked not to make fun of him, since, by the way, he had figured out a way to quickly get to Kelly. Pointing his finger at the military vehicle, he said that they should steal it and drive it to the shopping center. They ran to the car. Li Shin said that if they broke the car window, there would be a lot of noise and it would attract a lot of zombies. But Liu Feng hurried to calm her down because he had a plan. Using his kung fu glove, he used magnets and took a pager from the dead man's pocket that could be used to open the car. Really cool gloves, Li Shin said. After they opened the car, Li Shin killed the zombie with a sword blow to the head and threw him out of the car. The car was driven by Li Shin, who did not let more than one walking dead pass on her way, knocking them all down with particular cruelty. Liu Shin had a lot of fun shooting down the walking dead, but Liu Feng was very worried and asked her to drive more carefully. Then he said that after joining the shelter, she became much more cheerful. Li Shin said that the triad specialists, she had to do dirty things every day, and now that she left there, she feels much better. It was largely thanks to Liu Feng that she became happier, so she promised him that he would live longer than her subordinates in the past. Arriving at the shopping center, they saw not an ordinary zombie. They realized that the zombies had begun to evolve, since this zombie already had tentacles instead of arms, and one of the legs turned into tentacles like a body. Meanwhile, Kelly was sitting on the floor in the shopping center. She did not know what to do, since the windows and doors were about to collapse from the onslaught of zombies. Liu Feng and Li Shin also understood that the doors and windows could not be blocked. Kelly was in danger. While they were thinking about how they could save Kelly, she was about to say goodbye to her life, as one of the walking dead broke through her barriers and came closer and closer to eat her. Suddenly, 4 unknown guys burst into the room. They dealt with the walking dead. Thanks to their weapons and fearlessness, they destroyed all the zombies that were in the room at that moment. But no matter how much they killed the zombies, they still continued to walk, because they broke the glass and threw a whole bunch into this room. So one of the strangers asked if Kelly was okay, and asked her to leave the room. I had no choice but to accept strangers' offers. After they successfully left the room, they locked the doors and stuck a bat between the door handles to prevent the zombies from opening it. Afterwards, Kelly asked them who they really were and thanked them for saving her. Her rescuers were Keung and San, supermarket security guards, a college student, and a police officer. They said that they were hiding in this supermarket from zombies and asked how she ended up in it. Kelly introduced herself, expressing her gratitude for saving her. She also said that she knew there would be someone in the supermarket, and she was not mistaken. She said that when the epidemic happened, the electricity in her car suddenly went out, and she looked for shelter for a long time until she came here. The entrance to the supermarket was blocked, there were barriers around, there were few zombies. It looked like someone was regularly cleaning them out. She looked out the window and saw that security doors were installed in each section, blocking the passage. It was clear that the room was occupied by someone. After listening to Kelly, the policeman said that they should return to the gathering place, since those comrades who could not go hunting with them were waiting for them there. Arriving at the gathering place, Kelly saw an old woman, a pregnant woman, a policeman, and young people. They seemed to be a good team, she thought. Seeing Kelly Xiao, the police officer's friend named Roy asked him who this woman was. At this moment, Xiao Zhao said in a surprised voice that he remembered. She tops the Forbes list of 10 richest women. Kelly did not remain silent for long and said that she was the president of the Lithia group and thanked the guys for saving her. After that, everyone started saying, turning their nose up at her, what a forest she is and how she even dares to stay alive. At this time, someone entered the room. It was Zhang San, a prisoner, who escaped from prison along with his henchmen. Before he could enter the room, he immediately asked how they were doing with finding food. But when he saw Kelly, he immediately forgot about everything. He immediately took out the most expensive canned food he had from his travel bag and ran to Kelly with the desire to make a deal with her. Running up to her, he grabbed her by the waist and said that he would give her canned food and in return she would have to sleep with him for one night. Kelly didn't like being treated this way, so she slapped him as hard as she could and told him to get his paws off her. And if he wants to do it again, she will definitely break something for him. After recovering from the slap, Jang-san called Kelly a bitch. But before he could utter this word, a police officer pointed a gun at his face. He told Jang-san that he remains a policeman even during the apocalypse, and so that they don't think that he doesn't know that they are escaped prisoners from a neighboring prison. Jang-san hurriedly apologized to Officer Roy, saying that he was just joking, to which the officer said that they should put food and those who want to eat should come with him to kill zombies. Seeing them scolding, Kelly realized that there were still hidden dangers in the team, and none of them could be relied on. Apparently, she would have to rely only on herself. So she said that she knew a thing or two about logistics and could take care of the food. Jong-san sees that the policeman and the rest of the group decided to support Kelly and decided to take revenge on them for this at all costs. Meanwhile, not far from the Ao shopping center, one of the survivors and his friends were running away from zombies, who for some reason had evolved and began to move very quickly. He already thought that they would die here. But then I remembered that they had predicted a completely different fate for him. One monk said that when he and his friends get into trouble, a nobleman with red hair will save them. Oh thought about it, and was almost eaten by a zombie. If not for his red-haired friend along the way, his life would have ended. But the dead surrounded them on all sides and out of nowhere. At the most seemingly hopeless moment, Liu Feng appears, and with just one blow of his sword, cuts the zombies in half. It was a very impressive appearance. Even Liu Feng himself understood it. Seeing Liu Feng, everyone realized that the monk was not talking about a man with red hair, but about a man in red. But Liu Feng realized that there was no time for posing. Since zombies were advancing from right and left, he took his explosive knife and launched it straight at the zombie's head. Due to the explosive effect of Liu Feng's knife, the zombie's head was torn off. Unfortunately, while he was saving one, zombies attacked all the others and began to tear them to pieces. The zombies were merciless. They killed their friends one after another, both, leaving them no chance of survival. Liu Feng couldn't leave both of his friends behind, so he rushed to the attack, cutting the rest of the zombies with his sword. But he knew that he couldn't do it alone, so he was looking forward to Li Xin coming to their aid. Literally a minute later, she appeared with her fiery support, protecting the rear from zombies. Even though they used different types of weapons, they were a great team that helped each other at every stage of the battle. While cutting one of the zombies in half, Liu Feng broke his sword on its bone tissue. He couldn't understand what was wrong with them, because they were evolving quickly. Even his regular metal knife couldn't resist the zombie's upgraded bone blade. Poor shooting attracted even more zombies. After thinking for just 1 minute, Liu Feng decided to hide in the workshop opposite. But first, they decided to check if there were zombies there, and to do this, they decided to start from the second floor. They quietly and carefully decided to climb to the second floor using the emergency staircase. Approaching the door, they opened it, and a zombie flew out at them. Liu Feng immediately pierced her head with the rest of his sword, after which I realized that I needed to create a new weapon. Li Xin checked the remaining rooms and said that it was the last zombie on the second floor, and since it's safe here, she offered to stay the night in the workshop. At night, Li Xin went out to the canopy of the second floor of the workshop and saw that they were surrounded on all sides by zombies. Liu Feng hurried to reassure Li Xin, saying that everything was fine, because when he created a new weapon, the crowd of zombies would not be a hindrance for them. Meanwhile, a thought flashed through Li Xin's mind that if he has a transformation ability that glows blue, is it possible that he could also be a legendary mutant? The boy they rescued intervened in their conversation, saying that his name was Ob and he was an electrician, after which he warmly thanked them for saving him. He also said that he and his friends went out in search of food, and if it weren't for them, they would definitely have become one of the zombies. Hearing that he was an electrician, Liu Feng immediately invited him to join them, because he had a shelter that lacked an electrician. He said that there would be food and a place where you could sleep peacefully. But Ob did not immediately agree, saying that he must first discuss this with his comrades. Liu Feng realized that he was hungry and told Brother Ob that he had medicine, water, and food. If he agreed to join them, they would immediately help his comrade, and it was guaranteed that they would not need anything. In his mind, Ob knew that he was hungry, but he thought that he would rather feed the zombies with his body than take something from Liu Feng. But these were just thoughts. In fact, Ob took the food from Liu Feng. After eating a little, he said that these days are such that anyone can die at any moment. And as sad as that was, what made him sad was that he was still a virgin. Liu Feng told him not to worry because he was a loner just like him. Therefore, they need to stick together to survive. When Li Xin suddenly attacked him after saying that what he said was so impressive, and of course they would all live together. And she asked him if she heard him correctly when he said that he didn't have a girlfriend. An hour later, on the first floor, Liu Feng was walking around looking for material to create a new weapon, since he needed it before dawn. Enough parts, he decided to start creating a new weapon. The next day in the morning, going out onto the balcony of the second floor of the workshop, they were shocked by the number of zombies that were roaming under the workshop. He was terrified and didn't know what to do. Li Xin understood that they would have to find another way, but since they had one wounded, they would not be able to move quickly. Suddenly, a military Hummer appeared on the horizon with some thugs inside, who shot down all the zombies that got in their way. Thanks to their spectacular appearance, the people in the jeep led away the entire crowd of zombies. He was glad about this because now they could safely leave. But Li Xin didn't think so. She knew that she had to leave quickly. Therefore, she immediately ordered Obu and his wounded comrade to leave the room as quickly as possible. But before she could finish speaking, bandits burst into the room. Li Xin immediately destroyed 2 attackers thanks to accurate shooting from a machine gun. She stabbed another bandit with her retractable knife. Suddenly, a stranger in black appeared in the room and entered into battle with Li Xin. Li Xin quickly beat from the attack and took aim at the black lady, but it was already too late, because her friends had already been captured, and they presented them with a machete at their throats. The girl in black laughed, saying that the pistol was a rather dangerous weapon and also very valuable. Then she warned Li Xin that if she dared to shoot, she would kill her friends. After which she decided to introduce herself, saying that her name was Virus, the captain of the underground team, and asked who they were. After which Virus turned to Li Xin and said that she was a government dog. After taking out the photo, Kelly asked her if she had seen this woman. Li Xin replied that she had never seen her. Oba's friend intervened in their conversation, saying that he had heard on the radio that a group of survivors in a nearby store had been joined by a woman named Kelly. Virus thanked the guy, saying that she would give him life. After listening to the guy, she turned back to Li Xin, inviting her to fight one-on-one with the condition that if she wins, the virus will allow her to leave. If not, then she will forever be a military mongrel who will serve her. Virus took out 2 half-bent swords and rushed to the attack, saying that she hoped this would be a good battle. At this moment, Liu Feng appeared behind Li Xin and told her to step aside, after which he took on the attack of the virus. This was very unexpected and very unusual, since he had a horse's head on his head, and in his hands he was holding a chainsaw with 3 blades. Having repelled all the attacks of Lady Virus, Liu Feng said that his name is the savior of the weak, the holy horse. On his head was a fire-breathing D-class horse's head, and in his hands he was holding a grade C happy chainsaw. Meanwhile, on the other side of the street, in the shopping center, Kelly felt more than protected and very relaxed. The prison inmates, led by their red-haired leader, were still trying to please her. Saying that she would be lonely alone, they persuaded her to go play with them. They touched her calves and bare shoulders, trying to somehow turn her on, saying that they wanted to have fun with her. But just a couple of minutes later, their leader said that, however, it made no difference whether she agreed or not. Realizing that she wouldn't go with them so easily, he said that he even liked it when such rich bitches fought with all their might. They decided not to wait any longer and take her by force. One of the offenders took out his tongue in order to lick her gorgeous body, to which in response he received juice from a glass right in the face. Seeing this, the leader decided to forcefully take her by the chest, saying that if she did not want good things, then bad things would happen. But Officer Lowe arrived in time and pointed his gun at him again. Officer Law, along with his fellow guards, subdued the gang leader and his associates, saying that Kelly told him they wanted to attack her. But at first he did not believe her, but now he was convinced of it personally. The head of the prisoners told the officer that if he suddenly decided to plot intrigues against him with this mischievous bitch, he would regret it. When suddenly, Kelly put her foot on his face. Putting her foot on his face, she said that a scumbag like him should rot in prison all his life, and that she, Kelly, would never allow a time bomb like him to explode next to her. Meanwhile, not far from the shopping center, the battle continued between the Lady Virus and what Liu Feng called himself, a fire-breathing horse. Virus was confused because she could not understand who was under the horse mask, and who even thought of wearing a horse mask after all. A person with a horse's head is not considered a hero, she thought. Liu Feng once again used fiery horse breath, but the virus managed to evade. At that moment, Liu Feng realized that she needed to show her something new, something that she had not seen before and would not expect to see. He used the magnetic power of his kung fu glove to stop her flying blade and send it back to her, thereby knocking her not only off her feet, but also off her feet. Since Liu Feng didn't want to kill her, he grabbed her by the neck and, taking off his horse's head, said that I think she said if he wins, she will let his friends go. Is it true that he asked her? She acknowledged the fact that Liu Feng was good-looking and his strength was not bad, but she couldn't understand whether he was really together with that Kelly. Then she asked him to wait a little because soon they would go to the shopping center and he would grab her. Liu Feng asked why they need Kelly. Virus replied with a smile on her face that Health Minister Zheng Tianxiong announced a huge monetary reward for this girl. These officials are always so merciful, so she decided that she would kill this dog sooner or later. Liu Feng realized that this time there would be blood. If he didn't strangle her now, she would kill Kelly. So he apologized to her and began to squeeze her neck tighter. The virus liked this feeling of suffocation. It was so pleasant. Suddenly there was an explosion on the street and diverted everyone's attention to himself. Literally a second later, the system warned Liu Feng that mutants of unprecedented power were appearing, and she advised him to leave this place for the safety of the owner. This explosion meant that Commander Virus's convoy was attacked by a zombie monster, who easily took the car and lifting it threw it straight into the building, after which he took another car and threw it straight into the building where Liu Feng and his friends and the virus commander and his comrades were. Taking advantage of the moment, Liu Feng, together with Li Xin, made a unanimous decision that they should not continue the battle, but rather run away slowly. Seeing them running away, Commander Virus ordered her subordinates not to pursue them. First, deal with these zombies. Then go to the shopping center and grab Kelly. After all, she was sure that they would all go there together, and when the time came, she would destroy them all. Meanwhile, at the mall, Kelly was making a list of her remaining items. After compiling the list, she said that food restrictions should be introduced today, since these products will only last for 5 days, and they also need to start patrolling the entire area. The team with Ellie will go on patrol, and tomorrow he will go with another team in search of food. And he thanked Kelly for helping them. A girl with red hair named Ling Lao was unhappy that Kelly had decided to reduce the amount of food given out per person. Ling Lao asked Kelly in an angry voice why she was restricting food. But Kelly was currently interested in another question. She asked her grandmother how pregnant the girl was. Granny replied that, to be honest, it's strange because when they came to the mall, Li Hua's belly was small, but over the past few days it suddenly became so huge as if she was about to give birth. Kelly realized that something was fishy here and invited her granny to help her deliver some food for the pregnant woman in order to check if everything was fine with them. After which, she remembered that the pregnant woman had wounds on her wrist that looked like a zombie bite. Ling Lao again told Kelly that she never answered her question, to which Kelly said that she would not answer, since she had nothing to say. She made such a decision that she herself would go with the squad to kill zombies and search for food. Then she asked Ling Lao whether she would go with them or not. Officer Luo interrupted the girls and told Ling Lao to stop being capricious. Kelly reported her concerns to Officer Luo about the pregnant Li Hua. Having said that, she took a look at her wound, and it didn't look like a simple scratch. In addition, it does not happen that the belly grows to such a huge size in just 3 days. Ling Lao was very angry with the officer and Kelly because she was the reason Luo scolded her for the first time. She was just about to leave in upset feelings, when suddenly, Zhang San called her from his cell, saying that he had a way to return her man to her and kill that chick she hated. Meanwhile, in one of the rooms on the other side of the shopping center, that pregnant woman felt very uncomfortable. She was in a lot of pain, because her stomach felt like it was going to burst. She asks her husband, who was next to her, if everything is fine with their child. Is he healthy? But when the man saw what came out of her stomach, he froze in shock. He couldn't believe that this monster he saw was really his child. Suddenly, he noticed that Granny came to them and brought them food. Seeing what happened to the pregnant woman, the food fell out of the granny's hands. She grabbed her face with both hands and started screaming that she was a zombie. But the husband did not want to believe it and said that it was not so. Everything was fine with her. But before he could finish speaking, his wife, whom he loved so much and was expecting, from whom he had a child, pierced him right through with her tentacles. Because she was no longer the one he loved, she became a mutant zombie. At that moment, Kelly told the officer that Li Hua had been bitten by a zombie, and that the child in her stomach was probably no longer a child. Perhaps there was a parasite in her. Before she had time to finish speaking, the same Li Hua jumped out of the room, but in the form of a zombie, and began to eat her grandmother. The officer, without thinking for a long time, took out his service pistol and fired 2 shots at Li Hua, one of which hit her directly in the head, but she did not die. The officer immediately realized that she was now a mutant zombie and ordered Da Qiang to flee with Xiao Sun in order to protect the supplies. Kelly understood that her plan had failed again. She did not understand what kind of end of the world this was, but this was definitely beyond her capabilities. She knew that she could only count on 9527. Seeing that someone had dragged Xiao Li out the door, Officer Luo wanted to take out a gun, but Ling Lao, who had conspired with the bandits, pointed the gun at him and told him not to move. She told the officer that this all happened because of the seductress Kelly and asked him to move away so that she could kill her. Zhang San understood that they had quarreled and this was not very good, but now they are one team. Ling Lao told Zhang San to kill this bitch and not stand there like idols. We didn't have to wait long because one of Zhang San's accomplices walked around Kelly from behind and grabbed her. She miscalculated the psyche of people in the world of the apocalypse. Now her hope for salvation was only 9527. He tore her dress, saying that he had long wanted to taste her, told her how juicy she was. While they are confident that they are rich, they have no idea what kind of life ordinary people live. Zhang San was fed up with Officer Luo's threats and reproaches, so he pointed a gun at him. After which, without thinking for a long time, he shot him straight in the head, after which he approached his partner, who was holding Kelly, and began to help him tear her dress, saying that they would not stand on ceremony anymore. He told her that he and his brothers were imprisoned for killing a rich mayor, but before her death they tried for 5 whole hours. At the very end, she prayed to get to heaven as soon as possible. They tore her dress into shreds, holding her by the hair and hands, saying that they loved watching the rich people struggle with all their might, but they still couldn't do anything. Kelly recalled how she struggled for many years to establish her business, but in recent days, everything fell apart in one moment. Even her ostentatious fiancé, Zheng Tianxiong, is not even going to come to save her, so she can only rely on Liu Feng. What can we say about an ordinary courier if even Officer Luo was killed so easily by these people? But she was not going to give up because she could take revenge. She just needed to survive for this. Before she had time to think about all this, a horseman burst into the room with a chainsaw in his hands, with which he cut into pieces the zombie mutant who had attacked them. Of course, it was Liu Feng. Taking off the horse's head, he said that he had been looking for President Kelly for a very long time and finally found him. Seeing Liu Feng, all the robbers, along with the leader, were dumbfounded because they thought that he had died a long time ago. But he not only survived, but also scattered all these scoundrels who allowed themselves to offend President Kelly. After he dealt with all the offenders, he asked President Kelly if she was okay. In turn, she replied that she was fine and was very grateful to him for saving her. Seeing that President Kelly was standing half naked, he immediately took off his red sports jacket and threw it over her shoulders. Kelly said she never thought he would actually come to save her. In response, Liu Feng said that he could not help but come because he promised her that he would come. Afterwards, he saw that she was sniffing his sports jacket and apologized to her, saying that he ran here and all his clothes smelled of sweat. Kelly reassured him by saying that his clothes did not stink, but on the contrary, calmed him down and thanked him again for saving him. Zhang San, having recovered from Liu Feng's blow, stood up and pointed the revolver at him, asking him why he serves this rich woman and why does he save her if he himself is a poor man. Liu Feng, thanks to his kung fu magnetic glove, disarmed Zhang San, after which he took his chainsaw and pierced him through it. While killing him, he answered his question, saying that although he is poor, he believes that he can realize his dreams through his own efforts, and he is not exactly like the others. Before he could finish his story, a mutant monster suddenly appeared from behind the wall and grabbed Zhang San by the head. It was an incredible mutant zombie of strength and power. The system immediately warned Liu Feng that this mutant was a high threat and he was advised to flee. Liu Feng said that he was the one who brought this zombie mutant with him as he chased them all the way to the entrance of the shopping mall, and Liu Feng had no choice but to distract him with himself. Before Liu Feng could finish his story, the mutant zombie released 4 tentacles from his hand, 2 of which pierced the bodies of people standing nearby. Kelly suggested that he run away from this mutant zombie, but Liu Feng knew that he couldn't just run away from him, so he didn't even try. He put on his fire-breathing horse mask. After which, with one movement of his hand, he started his chainsaw and said that everyone simply underestimates him. He rushed to the attack and began to chop off one tentacle after another, preventing the mutant zombie from attacking himself. After he chopped all the tentacles of the mutant zombie into small pieces, he decided to use his chainsaw to cut the zombie itself. In response, the mutant zombie counterattacked, hitting Liu Feng with his powerful left fist. Seeing how Liu Feng suffered from the mutant zombie, Kelly asked him if everything was okay. Liu Feng replied that everything was fine. But this zombie mutant is very strong. It's good that if he managed to close himself with a saw, he would have broken all his ribs. But he noticed that his fire show still injured the zombies. Having dusted himself off, Liu Feng stood up and again decided to fight the mutant zombie, when suddenly, out of nowhere, the wall broke, and the mercenary with whom he had fought just half an hour earlier flew into the mutant zombie in a car. Of course, it was the virus lady and her thugs. Liu Feng didn't expect to see her so soon. One of the mercenaries pointed his finger at Kelly, saying that this was the same girl they were looking for. Kelly asked them where they knew her from, to which the lady virus replied that her fiancé, Zheng Tianxiong, ordered them to save her and offered to go with her. Liu Feng knew that if Kelly left, Zheng Tianxiong's mystery would not be solved and the mission would fail. He had to find a way to make her stay here. At this moment, Lady Virus said that in the world of Doomsday, there were still suitors who had lost their heads with love, and she must immediately deliver Kelly into his arms. Liu Feng asked her to listen to him and said that he needed a plan first. Then he grabbed her chest. Literally after 1 minute, he realized that he took Kelly by the chest because he wanted to take her by the shoulder. Therefore, he asked her for forgiveness, to which she replied that there was nothing wrong with it, but asked how long would he keep his hand on her chest. Liu Feng immediately removed his hand and told her to forgive him. Lady Virus, seeing this, told Kelly that she was just a prostitute who was cuckolding her fiancé. In response to such insults, Kelly asked Lady Virus to apologize for her words, since she and Liu Feng simply had a mutually beneficial cooperation, and besides, she was only engaged. Liu Feng took off his horse's head and told everyone to stop. After all, Kelly's fiancé is actually not a good person at all. Hearing this, Kelly couldn't understand what Liu Feng was talking about. He told her that her fiancé, Zheng Tianxiong, built a dungeon in the Bluebird Hospital. He secretly researched the zombie virus and also captured his little sister and turned her into a monster. Kelly began to wonder if Bluebird Hospital was one of her businesses. And why did Zheng Tianxiong also dominate there, and even conduct experiments on people? And where is he after all now? Was it really just before the end of the world that he destroyed the assets of her medical industry? Should Liu Feng be trusted? After weighing the pros and cons, she realized that Liu Feng risked his life and rushed to look for her in the zombie city. A lying person would not take such a risk. To sum it up, she said that out of the two, she believed Liu Feng the most to save her. And until Zheng Tianxiong himself personally comes to look for her, she and the Lady Virus will not go anywhere. Lady Virus didn't like Kelly's answer. She understood that this damn Liu Feng was to blame for everything, who always ruins everything for her. And besides, because of him, she developed a strange addiction to suffocation. Before they had time to start a battle for Kelly, suddenly the zombie they had hit with a car woke up and stood up. Lady Virus screamed that Liu Feng had set her up again as he dragged her straight to the zombies, to which he replied that she herself ran into him, and he had nothing to do with it. Liu Feng noticed that the tentacles he had cut off from the zombie monster were restored again. He couldn't believe his eyes. The system said that the level of zombie danger continues to grow, and she asked Liu Feng to run away as quickly as possible. This time he listened to the system. Grabbing Kelly's hand, he ran away. Unfortunately, they had no choice but to run away, leaving Lady Virus by her team without help. Fleeing from a zombie mutant of unprecedented power, he called his partner Li Xin to find out where she was. Li Xin said that they are on the second floor of the shopping center, eliminating zombies there. Liu Feng told her that he saved Kelly, but now a huge zombie was chasing them, and asked Li Xin to help finish him off. Li Xin agreed. Li Xin said that she had come up with a plan, but to carry it out, they urgently needed to go to the second floor. Taking the elevator to the second floor after the doors opened, they saw that a crowd of zombies, numbering in the dozens, was standing in front of them, which shocked them. Liu Feng was a little scared, because he had seen so many zombies for the first time, and his limit was a maximum of 5 zombies at a time. But here there were at least several dozen of them. He did not understand what to do. He just wanted to give up and surrender to the zombies. But then he remembered that he did all this only for the sake of his sister Xin Tong, who was waiting for him in the bunker, seeing such a crowd of Kelly zombies that they better go back. But Liu Feng knew that he had no way back, because his sister's life and her health were on him. He took a shopping cart and sat President Kelly inside the cart, asking her forgiveness in advance and telling her to hold on tight. Liu Feng wanted to break through this crowd of zombies thanks to the shopping cart. At the end of the world, apart from evil human behavior, the worst thing is a few zombies and not a single case of mutant zombies. With such a large army of zombies, humanity simply has no chance of survival unless we start exterminating them piece by piece. Therefore, the army requested permission for the tank division to open fire and clear the city. They received permission and opened fire, destroyed all the zombies in this quarter, after which they reported the destruction and clearing of the quarter. All zombies were killed. There were no military casualties. The signalman reported that the operation was completed and their army entered the building, after which the senior officer reported to the commander that the mission was completed. A military meeting was taking place at a secret underground base. The general reported that the crowd of zombies had been destroyed. His army had taken the oil refinery and military research center, but most of the ammunition had been wasted, and in the near future, they would not be able to resume their operations. Great. One of those present said that they had recaptured the oil refinery, which means the plan can be implemented in the near future. The Ministry of Food will soon be operational. Another of his comrades said that, as expected, the general is Major Li Chung-dong. He is the most famous general who is not afraid to fight to the death even in the most difficult battles. One of the meeting participants asked the general, what kind of research center was this, and why did they need to waste ammunition to recapture it? To which the general replied that they should ask the Minister of Health Zheng Tianxiong this question. But the Minister of Health did not want to answer their questions, saying that they should leave this for later, and forbade him to ask such questions now. Meanwhile, Liu Feng was trying to build something out of the cart and his saws in order to break through this crowd of zombies. In just a few minutes, he was able to convert an ordinary cart into a 3,000 cart, specially designed to transport VIPs, he told Kelly. With the help of this cart, he was going to break through the crowd of zombies. Liu Feng trembled a little and Kelly noticed it. He told her that if they couldn't get through this crowd of zombies, then yes, they would die right here today. At that moment, she realized that, it turns out, he could also be afraid. But such a fool still decided to cross the zombie city just to save her. After thinking for a second, she told him that he saved her life. If she were to die, then only next to him, so he should not worry about anything. After which, she took his wrist and realized that he was in his early 20s, so she decided to encourage him a little. Kelly kissed Liu Feng on the forehead, saying that she didn't like to be in debt. Then she bent his head over her gorgeous, voluminous breasts and said that if they did not die this time, then, to thank him, she would fulfill any of his wishes. And even if they die, she continued, then they will go to hell together. Inspired by her speech, Liu Feng asked her to sit in the cart and put on clothes. Liu Feng put her horse mask back on and said that they should go. He also said that there is a roll gate at the end. Once they break through the crowd of zombies and close this gate, they will be able to survive. And he ran forward, cutting all the zombies on his way that fell under his saws. It was a real bloodbath as the zombies died not one at a time, but in whole packs. There were only a few meters left before the exit when the cartwheel got stuck with pieces of zombies and their flesh and made it difficult to move to the exit. Since movement was difficult, Liu Feng thought of a solution to this problem, when suddenly one of the zombies wounded him with its tentacles right in the shoulder. Fortunately, he has already been vaccinated against the virus, and now he is immune to the virus, but zombies can still tear him to pieces. Looking around, he saw a huge lamp on the ceiling held by a metal shield. Liu Feng realized that this was a good opportunity if he used his magnetic glove to throw this metal shield down, thereby killing the zombies. Using his magnetic glove, he still managed to tear off this metal shield from the wall, thereby crushing a large number of zombies in front of him, but it is also important that he made a path for himself straight to the exit. I know that this is his last chance for survival. He rushed at incredible speed towards the exit. After which, he lowered the switch handle of the metal gate in order to close it and protect himself from all the zombies. After the gate closed, Kelly got out from under Liu Feng's jacket and asked if he was okay, because he looked very uneasy. Liu Feng said that not only was everything okay with him, but he was also calm because he was able to save them from this crowd of zombies. And by absorbing the electricity, he earned an additional 150 points. After which he jumped out onto the flight of stairs and asked Kelly to move faster because they needed to get back to the team as soon as possible. Seeing Kelly, Li Xin told her to listen to her carefully because she knew what kind of an ordinary person Kelly was and warned her that if she dared to do anything bad, Li Xin would shoot her on the spot. But Kelly said that she was not afraid of her threats and herself. Kelly immediately realized that Li Xin was from the government and was afraid that she would sell out Liu Feng, thinking that she really is a difficult person. Li Xin, in turn, saw that Kelly understood that they wanted to intimidate her. After all, she really has seen a lot of things. Li Xin was scared when she saw Liu Feng being scratched by a zombie, but Liu Feng hastened to reassure Li Xin by saying that he had been vaccinated against the virus. Li Xin calmed down, saying that he was very good, that he was just like a government secret agent, but at the same time he scared her to death. Kelly also exhaled, realizing that her next savior would not die. Liu Feng, with the kiss mark on his forehead that Kelly left him, told Li Xin that as long as he had a great teammate like her, he couldn't die. Li Xin was furious when she saw the mark of Kelly's kiss on his forehead and ordered him to wipe the lipstick mark from his forehead. One of the team members who was setting the trap asked them to stop, flirt, and get ready as they were about to start soon as he had completed setting the trap. Before they had time to prepare, the doors were knocked down with a roar by a zombie mutant, from whom the ladies' mercenaries were running away. A virus. They ran begging for help because they didn't want to be eaten. Liu Feng told Kelly and Li Xin to run away, while he stayed behind to help these guys to protect them from this zombie mutant. He rushed at him with his saws to protect these boys, but his attack was repelled because the zombie was very strong. The zombie got into a good position for the electrician to drop this huge gnome on him, but he couldn't do it because his hand got tangled in the wires. And now, it would seem that the well-planned plan was about to fail, since the zombie was already very close to killing the electrician. But Liu Feng woke up in time and ran to save the electrician, telling him that he must start executing the plan this very second, otherwise they would all die. The electrician freed his hands from the wiring and connected the two ends, thereby closing the electrical circuit of the device and blowing up this huge gnome. There was a huge explosion, but for some reason their plan didn't work. Based on their plan, after the explosion, this huge concrete gnome was supposed to collapse straight onto the zombie mutant, thereby not only immobilizing him, but also destroying him. Realizing that they had no other choice, Da Qiang, Xiaosong, and Kelly tried to push this concrete gnome statue so that it would fall on the zombies. Meanwhile, Li Xin tried to protect Liu Feng from a mutant zombie attack. Having fired dozens of explosive cartridges at the zombie mutant, Li Xin realized that his defense was too strong, since the bullets had practically no effect. Meanwhile, Kelly shouted at Liu Feng to move away because they managed to throw the statue onto the monster. When the dust cleared, everyone saw that the statue had not been crushed by the monster, and he easily took her on his shoulder with both hands and threw her aside. Everyone was shocked and did not understand how he survived, because they knew that this statue weighed at least several tons. At this moment, Liu Feng noticed that the zombie's severed arm had begun to develop again. Liu Feng immediately turned to Li Xin with a request that she use the magazine with the cartridges that he gave her this morning, because ordinary explosive bullets are useless. Liu Feng's situation was very dire as his magnetic glove had not yet charged and his chainsaw was damaged. And the mutant zombie was already striking again. It seemed that all his death had come as the mutant zombie caught him by surprise, and already his hand was flying straight into his eye. But fortunately for him, a lady virus appeared on the battlefield. And she asked Liu Feng where her foe lost the powerful force that he used in the duel with her. Why is he so indecisive now? She decided to help him only because the zombie killed her brothers. She also told him to remember that only she can kill him, and no one else has any right to do so. This made Li Xin smile. Meanwhile, Li Xin loaded her machine gun with a magazine of live explosive cartridges that Liu Feng had given her in the morning. She understood that if the explosion from the bullet was very powerful, then the recoil would be even more powerful. But she still decided to try. She fired several accurate shots right at the zombie mutants. Thanks to what pierced his body, these bullets were indeed very powerful. But the recoil after the shot was great, which even shattered Li Xin's shoulder. Liu Feng, seeing that he had a chance, picked up his chainsaw and cut the mutant zombie in the tracks from the bullets that wounded him and pierced his defense. After Liu Feng killed a mutant zombie, the system said that he had killed a zombie with enhanced combat characteristics. For this, he is rewarded with 100 points. Also, the essence of such mutant zombies can help his younger sister wake up, so the system asked him to collect them from the carriers. Kelly and Li Xin were very worried about the life and health of Liu Feng, which is why they asked if he was okay. Liu Feng replied that he was fine. Survivors from Policeman Lowe's camp asked Kelly who survived from the camp, to which she replied that only she managed to get out alive. Lady Virus spoke to Liu Feng, saying that this time was fortunate for him. Zombies killed many of her brothers, and now he killed a mutant zombie to avenge her, thanks to which she will let him get away this time. Li Xin pointed her machine gun at her and asked the virus not to create problems for them. Lady Virus turned around and leaving said that his life was now hers, and he should not die first. She also said that they would see each other next time. Liu Feng waved his hand to Lady Virus, after which he received a call from Kara, who was in the shelter. She told him that he should go back and see the shelter because it had become much bigger. Liu Feng saw through the system that in his absence, artificial intelligence would help him expand his shelter by building a greenhouse, developing combat uniforms, building a factory for the production of combat uniforms, as well as a first aid station and a portal. After that, Liu Feng turned to Kelly and asked her if she remembered what she promised him before. Then he said that his inner child wanted her to thank him. Kelly got nervous but asked what he wanted. Liu Feng invited her to join his hideout. After thinking a little, she accepted his offer and joined the shelter, thereby bringing him 5,200 bonus points. Kelly had a pseudonym, Sly Fox, and her mood towards the shelter was friendly. 10 minutes later in the mall, the remaining survivors were wondering what to do next, because their former comrades were already all dead, and they could not stay in the mall for long. They knew that somewhere there was a place where they could go next. Liu Feng interrupted them, saying that he was actually the person in charge of the Fireseed project, and several of them had proven themselves very well recently. So now, as the director of the shelter, he officially invites them all to join his shelter. After hearing what they heard, everyone was very worried. I say that they know this program. It was said that they were first recruited into members of the organization and then left in a small dark room for 996 days. But one of the men said that at first glance this is a lie and this is not the organization they all thought about. At first he got angry because this bunch of freaks didn't believe him. Then he said that in the name of Li Xin, the captain of the Special Forces Squad, he assures them that the shelter is real. Seeing Li Xin, they all unanimously said that she is cool and they believe in her and join the shelter. After which he said that everyone should look for useful materials. Later they would return to the base. Kelly asked him to come to her because she wanted to tell him something. She asked him if he was lying when he talked about the Fire Seed project. And what is his ability related to electricity? After which she picked up the stun gun that she found in this room and asked him if he had sucked the electricity out of her car. Suddenly, a mutant zombie jumped out at them from behind the closet and wanted to grab Kelly. Thanks to her good reaction, she managed to jump straight into the arms of Liu Feng. Hearing some strange noise and rumbling, Li Xin decided to check what was happening there to make sure there were no zombies there. Opening the door to the room, she saw Liu Feng lying on the floor and sexy Kelly on top of him holding his hands. She was immediately upset, thinking that they had decided to make love in such a dangerous place. But when she turned her head to the right, she saw a walking dead man who wanted to eat them and calm down. Liu Feng wanted to use his chainsaw to destroy this zombie, but he failed because the chainsaw ran out of energy. But not far from the bits, he saw a battery and decided to build a new weapon in order to protect himself and Kelly. In just a few seconds, he built a new deadly weapon and, bending Kelly in front of him, put the bat directly into the zombie's mouth and released an electric discharge. To their general happiness, the critical moment of the synthesis of the new weapon was successful. Seeing once again what Liu Feng was capable of, Kelly understood that his ability really impressed her. She was wondering what other abilities and many useful skills he possessed. Li Xin, who was standing outside the door, tried to eavesdrop on the conversation. But due to the fact that there was a lot of noise and interference around, I decided to look into the room again and saw that Liu Feng was now on top of President Kelly. Li Xin couldn't understand whether Liu Feng was really so good that Kelly allowed him to climb on top of her. Kelly once again thanked him for saving her, after which she asked him again how he stole electricity from her car. But Liu Feng was in no hurry to answer her this question, saying that his house was already very close and he would like to show her his patron first. Kelly realized at that very moment that Liu Feng was hiding many more secrets. Meanwhile, a huge number of zombies were wandering near Liu Feng's house. Liu Feng did everything possible to get into the house as quickly as possible and, of course, be unnoticed by the zombies. Making his way to his house in one of the alleys, he saw a dog that loved its owner very much, even after his death. Observing the situation on the street from around the corner, he could not even think that someone would start shooting at him. The first shot hit the horse directly in the head, thereby breaking it. It was the commander of the 6th team who recognized Liu Feng as a new ghoul with a horse's head and decided to improve his appearance. But she didn't succeed. She immediately called headquarters and said that a suspicious mutant zombie had been found near the target and asked to indicate if the target was unknown. From headquarters, they told her that she must find a target, and everyone who stands in her way must be destroyed. Liu Feng could not understand where the sniper was, so he asked the system to analyze the trajectory of the projectile. After analyzing the trajectory of the projectile, the system responded that the sniper was on the roof of a high-rise building southeast of Liu Feng. Liu Feng was returning home to save Auntie Yi Yi, and he was sure that she would be fine. He would definitely get to her and save her. Auntie Li Hanyan was actually Liu Feng's neighbor and constantly prepared breakfast for him and his sister. This kind auntie constantly helped him and his younger sister. He must definitely save her. Meanwhile, while he was running away, the system prompted him to choose a task, since mutant energy was detected ahead. The first option is to turn around and run away. The chance of survival is 100%. The second option is to investigate this case. Reward, 1,000 points, chance of survival, 10%. Before Liu Feng could say that he was choosing the second option, a man in a metal exosuit flew out of a neighboring house through a destroyed wall in his direction. He immediately decided to attack Liu Feng, striking him with his powerful metal fist, at the same time, of course, using the effect of surprise. But Liu Feng not only fell, he also stopped the blow of this mechanical brute. He understood that if he had not increased his strength, this mechanical thug would have crushed him long ago. Seeing that the enemy's suit was powered by a powerful energy generator, Liu Feng decided to try a new technique called energy absorption. The man in the suit could not understand what the lion had done and why his suit had malfunctioned. Liu Feng was very happy because the system actually absorbed the energy, and he realized that it was a very useful thing. Liu Feng realized that now he is the most sworn enemy of robots. It's just a pity that they are not very useful in such and such a world. The system detected updates to the glove parts and recommended that he obtain them. Liu Feng understood that the upgrade was related to this soldier suit. He told the soldier to speak into the frequency who they were and what they were doing here. Otherwise, he would take away his gloves. The soldier did not answer, so Liu Feng took his gloves away in order to upgrade his combat gloves to the second level. After being upgraded, His gloves received upgrades and new powers. By wearing gloves, the power of a left-hand strike will be doubled, as well as a technique called the steel strike. Liu Feng decided to try out the new gloves. Zixiao reported to the captain that the Iron Bear had already gone to catch this boy, and reassured her, saying that everything would be fine since he was well protected from mutant zombies. Then she saw something approaching her. Taking a closer look at the scope, she saw a flying metal fist, but there was no time to run away. There was a powerful explosion. This glove was launched by Liu Feng in order to test it in action and thereby get rid of the sniper on the roof. After that, he decided to return as soon as possible. Because there was a government army nearby, he always felt if something was wrong. 10 minutes later, he reached the apartment complex where his Aunt Lee lived. But to his disappointment, government troops were already there. He also noticed that the savior of his youth, Aunt Lee Hanyan, was captured by government forces along with her daughter, Li Yuxuan. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the shopping center, Li Xin was eating ice cream while enjoying the hot weather. And I remembered that Liu Feng had disappeared somewhere. She remembered that he said that he was going to return home to save someone, but he did not take her with him, and she thought that this was very strange. Li Xin was also surprised by Kelly and her ability to easily meet people, but most of all, she was tormented by thoughts about what they were doing with the hairdryer in the room. And she decided to approach him when they met and ask him directly. Aunt Lee asked the military, "They came to save them. If this is so, then why did they put handcuffs on?" Her daughter asked her not to say anything so as not to anger the military. One of the soldiers could not stand it, and, saying, "Close your mouth," hit Aunt Lee's face with the butt of his gun as hard as he could. Seeing that Aunt Lee was in a helpless state, one of the soldiers decided to joke, saying that she really had a good figure, and how it was a pity for him that her husband died. But there was nothing wrong with that, because they could console her instead of him. By this time, Liu Feng was already behind him. With just one blow of his bat, he knocked down and knocked out one of the soldiers. The second, seeing what happened to his comrade, pointed his weapon at Aunt Lee's daughter. But Liu Feng did not hesitate this time, and used a quick blow from his new glove to defeat the enemy, thereby making a hole in his body and saving Aunt Lee's daughter. He picked up Aunt Lee Hanyan from the ground and asked if she and her daughter were okay. The aunt thanked him for saving her, said that she knew that he would not put her in trouble, and would come for her. Her daughter asked Liu Feng why he only came now, and where was his younger sister Xin Tong. To which he replied that she was also alive. When the time came, they could continue a quiet life together. The aunt's daughter told Liu Feng that her mother was sick. She was very weak after the start of the apocalypse. She only got worse. After the military grabbed them, they gave her mother some unknown medicine. Before she had time to finish her story, new soldiers appeared. The military, after seeing their dead comrades, decided to open fire on Liu Feng and his aunt and sister. While escaping, he received a warning from the system that vibrations of a mutated species had been detected nearby. Suddenly, he saw a light on the roof of the building. It was a sniper who hit him in the leg with a precise shot, thereby knocking him to the ground along with his aunt. This sniper was the same woman whom he thought he had destroyed thanks to his improved glove, but he was mistaken, and she did not die. But this time she came to kill him for sure and fired the control shot. But she failed to kill Liu Feng because Aunt Li Hantan exposed her body to the shot, throwing Liu Feng aside in order to save him, because she understood that she would not survive anyway. There was black blood on Liu Wen's hands, the same as what was contained inside his sister. His auntie only asked him one thing before she died. She asked him to take care of her daughter and not let her be offended. Liu Feng could not understand why he could never save his loved ones. At that moment, the military began to surround him along with his sister and aunt, but then he only thought that he was to blame for everything that happened, since he was too weak. Meanwhile, the sniper reported to headquarters that Minister Cheng's target had been accidentally killed and was already dead. Liu Feng was very angry, and he understood that in this harsh world of the apocalypse, only people are truly evil. The military pointed their weapons at them and ordered them not to move, raising their hands up. At the same moment, the system turned red and warned Liu Feng that powerful vibrations had been detected, the energies of a mutated species, the level of which was unknown. The system also warned that a new mutated species had appeared behind them and asked the owner to duck down immediately. Turning around, Liu Feng saw a huge tentacle flying towards him. He had no choice but to grab his sister and take cover, falling down onto the asphalt. When the monster grabbed almost all the soldiers in the area and put them on its tentacles, Liu Feng raised his head and saw that this monster was his Aunt Li. The system began to warn him that the mutant was evolving and asked him to leave the area as soon as possible. Well, no matter how much they wanted to get out, they would not have succeeded, because crowds of zombies began to surround them from all sides. The system said that it appears to lack the nutrients to fully evolve, and is therefore actively attracting large numbers of zombies. The system began to determine to what level it would determine according to the fluctuations in the mutant's energy. Her mutation surpasses all other infected people. Her energy even surpassed the elite level and lord level. The system was updated, and the energy level was recalculated, and it was not possible to determine the first time to which level Liu Feng's aunt belongs. After rebooting and 1 minute of calculation, the system determined that Liu Feng's aunt belonged to the disaster level. A whole system of vein tentacles extended from Aunt Li, but Liu Feng did not understand why they did not touch him and his sister. Even though the tentacles didn't touch them, they were so scared that they couldn't even move. After all, what kind of energy level is this? Liu Feng asked the system, because it looked too terrible. The system responded that the evolution of ordinary zombies is probably at the infection level. Mutant zombies are at the mutation level, and this mutated species with many deviations has a natural disaster level of energy. Perhaps this is the world's first natural disaster level mutant. Suddenly I saw that something began to crawl out of this heart in the middle. The system began to go crazy, saying that a mutated species with large deviations had been discovered. There were errors in the calculations. There was no way to determine its energy level. The chance of survival was 0. The system warned Liu Fen that the target's energy level was too high. Liu Feng might have wanted to run away, but he stood there in horror, looking into her eyes, and could not move. He felt as if he had been caught by a predator at the top of the food chain. The system realized that the reason it didn't destroy them was because it seemed to have reacted to Li Xuan's blood, her daughter's blood. Liu Feng understood why the veins did not pierce them then either. It was all because they had one blood from Yuxuan. Sima said that she has lost her emotions and memories. Now she is a completely new species. She can instantly suck the blood of living beings of an entire area and destroy everything in existence. She is worthy of her name. Li Hanyan is now the Scarlet Queen. Level: natural disaster. From special abilities to control blood and decompose all things into molecules. The sniper immediately decided to report to Minister Chen that she saw that a supernova mutant had appeared. How in that very second all the blood was sucked out of her. Minister of Health. Chen began to worry very much about what was happening. Liu Feng asked the system, "Is it still possible to save Aunt Li?" The system replied that if he increases the level of the shelter to the 5th level and follows the vaccine, or finds a new one similar to the one he gave to his sister, then he will have a chance to return his aunt to human form. System notified that the Scarlet Queen was about to leave and was heading to the city center to build her nest there and would continue to evolve. After 1 day, filled with supplies, the trucks all began to return to the shelter. Upon arrival, the newcomers were simply shocked. Everyone was amazed and delighted when they saw Liu Feng's hideout. Sarah greeted everyone and introduced herself as his personal secretary. What Kelly was thinking was that the hospital she invested in suddenly turned out to be such an interesting shelter. While Li Xin was showing Kelly the bunker, Liu Feng was thinking that after all, she had gone to the city center, and without a vaccine, he would not be able to save her, so it seemed that the best option would be to go back and think about it carefully. Meanwhile, Sarah introduced the newcomers to their hideout. Telling that the shelter is controlled by artificial intelligence, this is the state of the place at the time of the last update, she said. Now to the previously existing 5 main building, after upgrading to the 2nd level, premises such as a clothing workshop, a teleport, a medical office, and a greenhouse have also been added. Do clothing workshops use materials or points to make gear? Currently, it can produce clothing, shoes, gloves, lightweight body armor, and gas masks with helmets. Level 1 medical office uses materials or glasses to make simple medicines, alcohol, anti-inflammatory drugs, antibiotics. Simple surgical care may be provided. A room with a teleport, which contains a simple teleport that uses teleportation points to move things. A prerequisite is the presence of a transmitting device on the other side. At this level, use is possible only once a day. Can move up to 2 tons at a time. Next, Sarah showed the newcomers a level 2 greenhouse, where seeds can be grown using an improved system. They grow quickly and ripen quickly. This shelter already has enough vegetables to feed 10 people. Bedrooms, kitchen, and pumping room. At the other end there is a shelter. Please do what you want, Sarah said, and released the new ones. While Li Xin told Liu Feng that she had only been gone for 2 days, and the shelter had changed beyond recognition, when Kelly suddenly appeared in her outfit from the shelter and said that she had a proposal about the need to build a command post for general planning. Seeing that the drawings were hidden in the base and simply could not be found, Liu Feng immediately ordered the system to immediately build a command post. Later, in the evening in the bathroom, he could not believe that he could have some hidden drawings. After upgrading to the 2nd level, the bathroom is upgraded to a public baths refuge. Liu Feng decided that he would have to ask each person in his free time. This trip was very useful, apart from the loss of Aunt Li Hanyan. Tomorrow he will find out what is hidden behind the secret drawings, and did Li Xin bring these drawings? Before he could plunge into his thoughts, his younger sister Xin Tong suddenly appeared in the public bathhouse along with Yuxuan. He was simply dumbfounded by their presence. Liu Feng asked Yuxuan why they came. She replied that Xin Tong woke up when she ate a mutant with Mtor Si and Yu. Her memory was restored a little, and she remembered Yuxuan. Therefore, if you are Liu Feng's brother, then she will happily take a bath with him. Liu Feng was shocked and asked them to stop, but Yuxuan told him not to be shy. Let us remind you that in childhood, the three of them didn't swim all the time. He realized that he couldn't just get rid of them, and he decided to find a way to distract them. After thinking for a while, he told Yuxuan that he asked her forgiveness for Aunt Li because he failed to save her. Yuxuan slapped him, telling him to calm down and listen to her. She said that if it weren't for him, she would have died long ago. The fact that her mother turned into a monster was the mistake of the military freaks. In response, Liu Feng held her head and said that he thanked her very much for comforting him and promised that he would definitely save her mother. The next morning, Liu Feng, walking along one of the corridors of his hideout, came across a command center that he did not expect to see so soon. The girls greeted Liu Feng at the command post, after which Kelly said that she did not expect that he would actually build a command post. Then she told him that in addition to the command post, in this building, there is also a dormitory in which he and several girls will temporarily live, and the head's room is his personal room. Kelly also said that she used the command post to seize a satellite that the government had lost contact with. After the collapse of the government, this satellite lost contact with the Earth. The command post's artificial intelligence decrypted the password and captured it. She also said that the satellite will allow contact with the squad at any time during missions, and also provides remote control and support. Li Xin agreed with Kelly, saying that she was right, because the teams performing special operations had very effective satellite support. Not only did it show the way, but it also made it easier to hide from the crowd of zombies. Moreover, Kelly continued, various data is displayed in the command post. There are points called resources. When making various items, resources are spent that can be obtained by collecting iron, wood, oil, and other energy resources. It's like gold coins in a game. Every time you want to produce something, you only need to send a request and the shelter will automatically deduct the required amount of resources. Kelly also told Liu Feng that she wanted to discuss the regime at the shelter with him. Is democracy or dictatorship in refuge at the moment? At that moment, Liu Feng realized that his idea of creating grief had failed even before it began to be realized. Liu Feng thought about this, realizing that now is the end of the world, and his dictatorship even contributes to survival. And if there is democracy, then they will simply waste all their resources. But he was afraid that either Xin or Kelly would not agree to live in such conditions. Before he had time to think and answer the question, Li Xin said that there was no need to complicate things, because if Liu Feng was an authoritarian leader, it would be much better. Then she asked that in their world of the apocalypse, wouldn't democracy lead to death? Moreover, the base belongs to him. Kelly said that she agrees with Li Xin because at the end of the world, centralized power and dictatorship are much more effective. She also said that everyone agreed to make him their leader. At this moment, Liu Feng mentally imagined that his dream of saving humanity and creating his own harem was about to come true, after which he said that since everyone agreed, then he would be the leader, and now he wants to distribute personnel. He appointed Kelly as chief manager of the shelter, Li Xin as head of security, and Sarah as senior secretary. After which he invited the girls to work hard together to revive humanity. Kelly told Liu Feng that he had given her the high position of chief executive and asked him if he was afraid that her ambitions would become inflated and she would remove him from the throne. Liu Feng replied that if you work with someone, you shouldn't doubt him. He believed in Kelly's human qualities. Liu Feng understood that as long as Kelly's mood was green, she would definitely not betray him. By then, she will no longer be such a seductress and will behave calmly. Kelly liked the technique of distributing responsibilities that Liu Feng used, and she began to distribute responsibilities among the other participants in the shelter. She appointed Ta Qiang and Xiao Sun to report to Li Xin, who said that they were not responsible for the security of the shelter. He and his friend were appointed chief electricians, who were responsible for the maintenance and repair of the power supply room. After Kelly assigned and distributed responsibilities to all available shelter members, she returned back to the control center and said that she could later design the routine of each person who would have to work to get food. With the help of the satellite, they will be able to recruit more people to form resource search teams. Liu Feng asked how many free beds were there in the shelter, to which Sarah replied that the shelter still had a lot of free beds. In the morning, she had already sent information via satellite to people nearby. All survivors who had radio equipment would receive it. Before she had time to finish, the system gave a signal that new people had appeared at the gates of the shelter. 3 people, 2 girls, and 1 guy. The 3 survivors greeted the shelter guards and said that they were survivors in the area, and asked who they were waiting for. To which one of the guards replied that there is no need to ask. If they are not asked, their leader will come soon. Liu Feng, Li Xin, and Kelly came out of the shelter to meet the 3 survivors in order to look at them and evaluate whether they were worthy of being in the shelter or not. Seeing them, one of the survivors immediately began to praise the leader, saying that he was incredible, a real leader, and they were survivors, and came here when they heard the news on the radio. Liu Feng was pleasantly surprised, thinking that his domineering spirit made ordinary people bow to him. He then extended his hand to greet the survivor. But the survivor said all these words not to him, but to Kelly, thinking that she is the leader. Kelly apologized for misleading them with her air of authority, but immediately said that the head of the shelter was Liu Feng. The survivor was shocked and immediately said the same thing that Kelly had said before. But Liu Feng was no longer interested in this. He asked the survivors if they were sure they wanted to join the shelter, since they did not need idle people. Thanks to the system, Liu Feng looked at what talents these survivors had. One of them turned out to have a talent for growing vegetables. It was very good. The second was also not bad, but the third was very hostile towards the shelter. Liu Feng suspected that he was a spy. Liu Feng took all the survivors into his hideout, even the spy, to see what kind of idiot decided to rush at him. The next morning, Liu Feng woke up in his bed, but not alone, not understanding what had happened, and not understanding what Sister Xin Tong was doing in his bed. Did she really sleep with him? He understood that this was most likely a habit, since childhood his younger sister had been clinging to him. But he also understood that he had to urgently wake her up, because if other people saw it, it would be very bad. When suddenly the head of the security, Li Xin, burst into the room in order to wake up the head of the shelter, opening the door with the words, "Good morning." She was stunned by what she saw. Literally in a second, her smile changed to sadness, and the idea that Liu Feng was a pervert arose in her thoughts. But without saying a word, she simply closed the door and left. Coming out of his room, he saw Li Xin and Kara whispering to each other, saying that he was a real magnet for girls. At that moment, the guards approached him saying that they were going on duty. Thanks to the resources of the shelter, body armor, first stage, engineering suits, and police shields were made for them. They thanked Liu Feng for the uniform, saying that he was the real leader, and with this equipment, they guarantee that the headquarters will be safe. Liu Feng proudly agreed with their words, and said that it was a pity that there were no pistols, but they could use his modified electric rollers. Before he could finish speaking, he was urgently called to headquarters. Sarah reported that the 3 survivors who had recently come to them told her that the government had built camps for survivors in the northern part of the city, and that right now everyone was moving there. Kelly also added that Zheng Tianxiang was there too. Liu Feng said that he would go and look for him, after which he immediately asked Kelly to plan his route. He also asked you to help him come up with the perfect name for their hideout. Kelly drew up a map of the route, saying that the main goal was to make sure that there was a camp for survivors in the northern part of the city and to find the Minister of Health, Zheng Tianshun, there. But first, they needed to get weapons. There is a prison along the way that she once invested in. There must be a whole arsenal there. Kelly suggested trying their luck since the shelter now needs weapons. The system was updated. The task offered 3 options. First, get to the survivors' camp. The second option is to go to prison to get a firearm. And the third option, save Aunt Li Hanyan. Liu Feng said that they would call themselves Shelter L, and he would personally lead the squad to the prison. Kelly said that she would form 2 more squads with Ta Chiang and Xiao Sun and personally lead them to clear the area around the gas station shopping center and the hospital, as this would save the resources of their base. Liu Feng asked her if she wanted him to leave Li Xin for her, but Kelly replied that his task is to find weapons. This is much more important. With these weapons, they will be able to reach the steel mill in the northern part of the city and the gasoline warehouse before the onset of winter in order to capture more resources. Otherwise, they will not survive this winter. She is not some kind of pampered girl. Sarah will be more than enough to hand over command of the base. Liu Feng said that in order for him not to worry, he would still leave Li Xin at the base. Then he said that he had a task for Kelly. There is a spy among the 3 survivors. Her task will be to find him. In the meantime, he will grab the weapon and return through the portal, and then they will figure out who is behind the spy and destroy them in one fell swoop. Kelly knew that with her technician, she would need at least a week to see if there was a problem with this man. Moreover, Liu Feng's hideout is terribly huge. After the meeting, sitting on the sofa in his room, the head of the shelter, Liu Feng, understood that this time he must significantly increase the levels of not only strength, but also skills. Liu Feng knew that he had to become stronger to avoid that situation again. This time he increased all his stats by 3 levels. He knew that he had a lot of points, and decided to exchange them for 2 vaccines for Li Xin and Kelly, since this way he would not worry about them when they left the shelter. After which he decided to upgrade his abilities, increasing his strength to the 9th level and pumping up his gift as a scientist. After which a lot of information began to appear in his head, which was related to the talents of a kung fu master and a scientist. Military cyber art became available to him, and with it such techniques as nuclear fist, palm, flamethrower, mantis knife, endless attack, hot knife, laser, mechanical full strike palm, radiation lightning knife, art, knife, plasma burst, and jet cloud. Liu Feng really felt that these skills were very cool. But he realized that while martial arts were very cool, most of them would not be very practical in close combat. After 1 minute of thought, Liu Feng decided to modify the gloves in such a way that their range would increase, and 1 special combat element would be added. This time it's brother and sister who will go on the attack. The goal is a prison and a survivors camp in the northern part of the city. The prison was located almost in the very center of the city of N. The prison guards were running away from something in a hurry. One of the guards asked Boss Zixuan what are they doing, and why still chase after them. She told him to keep moving. The prisoners had rebelled and they had to get their weapons. They were chased by mutated police dogs, pushing the police zombies, mutants. Without waiting for an invitation, the mutant police dogs decided to attack them in order to feast on their flesh. She ordered her subordinates to open fire on the dogs, but the dogs were very fast and immediately began to attack the officers who fired at them. Well, zombies' dogs were not their only danger, because behind on the wall there was a zombie, a mutant who pierced Li Fan's head with its tentacles. The mutant zombie on the ceiling released his tongue to eat Zixuan, but he failed as he was attacked by metal arrows, which cut off his tongue and tore his head apart. It was Liu Feng who arrived with his younger sister in prison in order to get hold of weapons. Seeing Zixuan in danger, Liu Feng told his younger sister that each of them would have 1 dog, and he would take care of the rest. Seeing them, the zombie dogs immediately rushed towards them in order to attack first. But the younger sister Shun Tong, not the least bit afraid of them, also ran towards them, grabbing one dog by the mouth with her hands. After she grabbed his jaw, she hit him against the wall with all her might. After that, she again took him by the muzzle. Without even using all her strength, Lufa's younger sister easily tore the mutant police dog into 2 halves. Liu Feng, in order to destroy his dog, a mutant zombie, used an explosive crossbow arrow. Explosive throwing knives are not very practical, so he converted them into explosive crossbow arrows. Having destroyed the zombie dog, he already thought that everything was over, but a new zombie, a mutant, was about to pounce on him from above. Liu Feng was not at a loss and decided to use his military cyber arts and the detonating palm technique. Taking the zombie's head by the mechanical glove, he simply blew it up. Meanwhile, inside the prison, the prisoners rebelled and hung one of the guards on a chain, intending to burn him. He begged them to let him go, but they didn't care. They said that now he decided to ask for mercy, although he forgot that just a few days ago he beat them. That's why they set it on fire. At the end of the prison room, the head of the prisoners, Johnson, nicknamed Iron Tongs, sat on a throne and watched everything. He ordered his henchmen to divide the meat of the dead man among his subordinates because he knew that the food was about to run out, and there were a lot of these pigs, so if there wasn't enough, they had to kill 2 more. Literally a minute later, one of the prisoners came to him with a report that something irreparable had happened. Zixuan had escaped. He was very angry because she had the keys to the weapons warehouse. Iron Tongs told them that if they didn't find Zixuan within 1 day, he would fry and eat them. Afterwards, he immediately turned to the purple eagle named Long Zhuan, which he kept locked in a cage. Iron Tongs invited him to obey, and then he would let him go. But the sniper of the small government army detachment, Major Purple Eagle Long Zhuan, did not want to obey. On the other side of the prison, the survivor Zixuan could not understand how 3 people could not cope with these zombies. They were in just a few blows, and even this little girl tore apart a police dog, a zombie, with her hands. Meanwhile, Liu Feng wiped the hands of his younger sister Xin Tong, telling her that it was impossible to tear apart enemies so harshly with one's own hands. Xin Tong saw Zixuan's gorgeous breasts and said that she wanted milk. Her brother asked her where he would find milk for her now, after which she pointed her hand at Zixuan's chest. At that moment she was thinking, does she mean normal milk or the kind that children drink? Seeing the misunderstanding in Zixuan's eyes, Liu Feng extended his hand to her and asked if she was okay. In response, she handcuffed his hand, saying that the end of the world is not a reason to become an animal. In their country, there are a number of criminal articles for seducing minors. Liu Feng was shocked by what was happening. He told the officer it was his little sister and they saved her, but instead of thanking her, she decided to handcuff him. This is not order. Officer Zi Xuan immediately released him, saying that she was asking for forgiveness. It was the costs of her profession that were making themselves felt. After which she asked what was going on outside now. After all, she hasn't left since the end of the world began and the prisoners rebelled. Liu Feng replied that there was devastation everywhere, and he came to the prison to find weapons. And he asked her if she knew where the weapons room was in the prison. Having learned that he also came for weapons, she decided to offer him a deal, saying that she has the key to the weapons room and he is very strong, and if he agrees to help her calm down the criminals and shepherd her colleagues, she will immediately give him the weapon, and he can take as many as he wants. Liu Feng agreed with Zixuan's proposal and said that she would have to fulfill the promise she had just made. She said that she was ready to answer for her words, and he would be able to take as many weapons as he could carry. Zixuan said that these prisoners drove her to the point where she had to constantly beat them with a whip. After all, 5 days ago, one of the prisoners partially cut off the electricity in the prison, and prisoner Johnson escaped from his cell with iron tongs and illegally released all the prisoners from the prison, which is about 100 people who seized the prison warden's office on the 8th floor and the weapons room on the 4th. They went up to the 4th floor and were already not far from the weapons room when suddenly Liu Feng heard that there was someone in the corridor. These were prisoners who guarded the cell with weapons, while perverting themselves on some girl guard, filming everything that happened on the phone. One of the prisoners filmed everything that was happening on his phone, drooling, while the second one tore her clothes, telling her to please him. Otherwise, they threatened that they would boil her in a cauldron like her comrade. They laughed and laughed. I think that now they will fuck this beauty, when suddenly a crossbow arrow flew into the neck of one of them. It was Liu Fen who, seeing what was happening, simply could not stand aside. And he attacked these freaks with the words that he was a cannibal who killed 10 people and came to feast on them. He used the explosive fist technique. The students took the fight. Liu Feng dealt him a fatal blow, after which he activated the Kung Fu Master and with a lightning-fast kick destroyed another enemy prisoner. There was still one more who asked for mercy so that he would not be killed, because he was just a butcher. But Liu Feng knew that they deserved no mercy, as there was nothing sacred about them. At this moment, Guard Chen, who was about to be raped, said that she herself wanted to kill him. She approached the prisoner, picked up the knife that was lying next to him, and began to cut him into pieces. Officer Zixuan wanted to stop Chen, but Liu Feng prevented her from doing so, saying that she had to let off steam. She cut up this prisoner with particular cruelty, and all because her boyfriend was killed, boiled, and eaten right before her eyes. After avenging her boyfriend, she cut her throat, saying that she wanted to be with him forever, and died. Meanwhile, one of the prisoners who managed to escape reported to his boss, Johnson, iron tongs that 2 cannibals who were guarding the weapons chamber were killed. Thanks to his tongs, Johnson, in complete desperation, tore the informer in half. He then told his second assistant that they had reached the weapon and ordered him to go to the control room and open the door to the 5th floor. "Let the zombies come inside," he said. Literally a couple of seconds later, another prisoner burst into the room with a denunciation that a girl from the monotheists there wanted to see the boss, and they could not stop her. Before he had time to report, a woman and her 2 servants immediately followed him into the room. She told them not to worry because she just wanted to talk. The leader of the robbers was very angry because he could not understand what right she had to cause disturbances on his territory, and in general, who she was, he asked her. She replied that her name was Sethria, and she was a priest of the faith of monotheism who had come to invite them to join them. After which she opened the box and invited them to eat what was in it, saying that they would gain even greater power thanks to this. The leader of the bandits, as well as his subordinates, did not understand what kind of nonsense was in the box. Meanwhile, the purple halo understood that there was something unclean here. Therefore, I prepared myself and hid a spoon behind my back for self-defense. Meanwhile, after Liu Feng buried a policewoman named Chen who committed suicide, he entered the weapons warehouse and saw a lot of guns and ammunition there. Meanwhile, when the boss was standing and thinking about eating this nonsense, which was offered to him or not understanding what it was, another of his assistants came running to him, saying that Ziying had escaped. Running up to his cell, Ti Qian saw that he had dug a tunnel and escaped. It didn't immediately dawn on him that he was playing sports to cover up the hole in the wall. And he understood that this fugitive was very dangerous, because he alone could kill all his people. Satria again invited him to eat it and gain incredible strength. Ti Qian almost agreed, but he was wondering what price he would pay for possessing enormous power. Meanwhile, in the armory, Liu Feng's eyes were simply running wild from such a huge number of weapons. Zixuan told him that that was all. He could take whatever he wanted and in whatever quantity he wanted. At that moment, Zixuan was sad thinking that Chen had committed suicide. She asked Liu Feng, "Will they die here too?" But he told her not to take it to heart, since he also went through this, and also watched his loved ones die, and, unfortunately, could not do anything. After which he said that now his only desire is to protect his little sister. Putting his hand on his shoulder, he invited Zixuan to join them, because together they could survive the end of the world. This was very unexpected for her, since they had known each other only recently. While the guys were having a nice conversation, the younger sister Xin Tong heard a strange voice nearby, calling to save him, and she decided to take a walk to check what was there. Zixuan told Liu Feng that his sister is very strong. She wondered if all his people were that strong. He replied that not everyone, but in high school he had one very cool friend. Then he was recruited into the army. Before he could finish his story, he suddenly saw a suspicious light in the air duct and immediately pulled Zixuan towards him, saving her from the bullet. He immediately fired 3 return shots at the air duct mesh. As a result, Zi Ying's purple eye jumped out of the air duct. Seeing Liu Feng, he immediately rushed to attack him. Just one jump and a spin nearly knocked him off his feet. Liu Feng realized that his opponent was a skilled fighter and immediately activated the skills of a kung fu master. Liu Feng understood that the fight could drag on for a very long time, since the two of them were very good at kung fu techniques. Therefore, Liu Feng asked the enemy who he was, to which he received the answer that his name is Headman Longshuan. Liu Feng asked Longshuan if he remembered him, saying that they went to high school together and that he didn't expect to find him in prison. El Feng said that when Longshuan was drafted into the army, he became a role model in their school, and for Liu Fen himself, an idol. Liu Feng, in order not to waste time, said that he had shelter, food, and water, and that he would like them to join him. Zixuan said that if he helps her save her colleague, then she will definitely join. But Liu Xuan, leaving in a hurry, said that he refused. Liu Xuan turned around and said that since Liu Feng was his former classmate, he would advise him to stay away from him, because now he is a demon with blood on his hands. Liu Feng could not understand what had happened to his classmate over the years that he had not seen him. 10 minutes later, in the weapons warehouse, Liu Feng and Zi Xuan built a very simple transmission device, so that Liu Feng could transfer weapons and ammunition to the shelter. In literally 1 minute, thanks to teleportation, all the weapons and ammunition from the weapons room were teleported directly to the shelter. Zi Xuan, holding her head with both hands, could not understand what happened because all the weapons and ammunition disappeared in just 1 minute. She screamed and began to ask Liu Feng where he had gone, all the weapons, because there were a lot of them, to which he replied that she herself said that he could take whatever he wanted. Suddenly, Li Xin teleported into their room, saying that they had not seen each other for just a few days, and Liu Feng already had a new lover. He immediately said that she didn't understand everything correctly and asked what she was doing here. Li Xin said that she had almost completed the tasks in the main area, received weapons, and came to their aid. Liu Feng introduced Officer Zi Xuan, saying that she helped find the weapon. After Li Xin listened to him, she asked him where his sister was. Xin Tong? Liu Feng was horrified because until now he believed that she was standing behind him. But before he had time to panic, he suddenly heard someone's laughter from the speakers, which was followed by information for Officer Zi Xuan. Someone said that they already knew that they had found a weapon, and that this was not the end, because he had already opened the front door, and soon a crowd of zombies would come to them. Hearing this, Liu Feng knew that they had to leave the 4th floor as soon as possible in order to escape and avoid the zombies. But before they could leave the weapons room, Liu Feng received a warning from the system that a new type of zombie mutation had been discovered. Meanwhile, on the other side of the 4th floor, Liu Xuan was thinking about the words Liu Feng said, and saw a little girl who stretched out her hand and wanted to give him a golden rose. He understood that this was again, most likely, one of his hallucinations that wanted to lure him into a crowd of zombies, and he decided not to fall for it. He was about to leave when suddenly his head started to hurt very badly and his nose began to bleed. Raising his head, he saw a girl killed against the wall, and blood dripping in her hands from what had once been a broken flower. He understood that this was just a hallucination, and did not want to believe it. He stood up and rushed to the exit when suddenly a living person walked past him, a girl with a flower in her hair. He understood that this was not a hallucination. Holding onto the wall with one hand, he watched this girl, and seeing that she went towards the zombies, he realized that trouble might happen. If he doesn't do anything, she will die. He talked himself out of it, saying that he shouldn't interfere because he was a known sniper and wouldn't put himself in danger. But literally 1 second later, his good side overcame the evil one, which doubted, and he fired a shot, thanks to which he scattered most of the zombies in the area. after which he threw away the sniper rifle and took out a pistol in order to scatter the remaining zombies in close combat. He used not only his pistol to shoot off the heads of hungry zombies, but also his kung fu skills to keep them away from him. Having finished with all the zombies, Liu Xuan killed the last three with just one shot from his sniper rifle. Liu Xuan grabbed Shin Tong's hand and said that they should run because the sound of gunfire easily attracted zombies. But it was already too late, because a very large number of zombies surrounded them from all sides. A crowd of zombies grabbed him. He resisted as best he could, but he understood that again he had killed a little girl, and at the same time himself. Is this really his fate? He thought. After which he came to terms with what was happening, thinking that in this way he would pay for his sins, when suddenly he saw how Shin Tong simply began to tear apart the zombies one after another, leaving them no hope that they could eat her or him. Red laser threads emanated from her fingers, with which she easily cut zombies into pieces. Liu Xuan, seeing this, was simply speechless and frozen in horror. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fourth floor, Liu Feng, dodging a zombie monster, jumped on the girls to save them from being hit. Falling to the ground, he grabbed Li Xin by the chest and Zi Xuan by the butt. Feeling very awkward, he immediately asked them for forgiveness for this misunderstanding. Standing up and shaking off the dust, Liu Feng ordered Li Xin to attack this mutant zombie together. But something went wrong, and the mutant zombie attacked Liu Feng, thereby knocking him to the ground. Li Xin hurried to help Liu Feng along the way, loading explosive cartridges of a new type that she had left over from the last battle. But thanks to the newly learned cyber combat technique, Liu Feng killed this zombie with just one blow. Having said that the cyber combat technique is the best thing he has studied recently. After that, Li Xin screamed and said that he would not take such risks again, and asked if he understood her. Liu Feng thought that she seemed to be worried about him. Li Xin said that she simply did not want her partner to die too quickly and leave her alone. To which Liu Feng told her not to worry, because he definitely would not die. They will live on. Before they could exchange pleasantries, Sethria contacted them on the radio, complimenting them that they were in great shape. After which she offered to join the teachings of monotheism, saying that if they join, she will forgive them all their sins, and they will also receive such miraculous power as she awarded to Tietjian. But they asked her to tell Tietjian that they had already taken the weapons and he could surrender, otherwise they would come and kill him. In response, Sethria laughed, saying that they would not even think that she had sent weak opponents to them. At this moment, the mutant zombie that Liu Feng had torn in half somehow miraculously came to life again and was approaching them. The mutant zombie released 3 intestinal tentacles from its remaining half of its abdomen. Seeing this, Liu Feng took the shotgun from Zi Xun. Li Xin chopped these tentacles into small pieces thanks to her sharp hand blade, which had never failed her before. Li Xin said that if anyone wants to touch her partner, they must go through her first. Liu Feng thanked Li Xin for her excellent work, and he fired a shotgun shot right into the mutant zombie's head. Meanwhile, as Liu Feng was emptying the entire clip of his shotgun at the mutant zombie, another one appeared behind him. Zi Xun, seeing the threat, quickly took out her service pistol and unloaded the clip into this zombie mutant. Seeing that Zi Xun was shooting a little hesitantly, Liu Feng told her to shoot without hesitation, because this is the end of the world. They are no longer human. Suddenly, the system said that it had discovered a mutation of newly converted zombies in huge numbers that were approaching. Zombies and mutant zombies began to crawl out from all corners, from ventilation shafts, from all passages that had been opened before, and even began to break into those doors that were closed. There were simply an unprecedented number of them. Liu Feng understood that they had to run away and as soon as possible. As he ran, he thought, where could so many mutants come from? Do these cultists really have the ability to create new zombies? On the 4th floor in the direction they were running, technical work was being carried out to replace the floor even before the apocalypse. Not noticing the warning sign, they failed. While falling, Liu Feng asked the girls to group as best they could so as not to break anything. After landing, Liu Feng immediately asked Li Xin and Zi Xuan if they were okay. Li Xin replied that she was fine, but it seemed like they were now on the 3rd floor. Li Xin also told Liu Feng that she did not expect him to soften her fall with his body, calling him very tenacious. Liu Feng told her that she didn't have to thank him because they were one team, and then asked where Zi Xuan was. She lost consciousness, Li Xin said, pointing his finger at her, after which Li Xin attacked Liu Feng, saying that now it was just the two of them, and she asked how she could thank him for saving her. Liu Feng asked her to stop and said that she really wanted to do this right here. Li Xin replied that there was nothing to be afraid of because she had checked. These zombies are not very intelligent from the others. After losing the target, they will disperse. And Zi Xuan is unconscious. Li Xin asked him that he didn't feel anything. Liu Feng replied that he had feelings for her, but he did not understand why she chose him. She replied that everything was quite simple. The first is that he saved her several times, and the second is that he is the only guy she has with her who did not die. She was tired of listening to him talk and told this virgin to shut up, kissing him passionately, after which she unzipped her pants. Pulling the belt out of his pants, she told him to calm down and leave everything to her. Liu Feng immediately transferred everything in his mind to Jinshan Temple, the temple of his dreams, in which he saw himself as the monk Fahai and Li Xin in the form of his opponent, Amitabh. She grabbed him with her green snake ring move. Then she asked how he liked her reception. He replied that it was very narrow, she just curbed him. Afterwards, we used a technique called water washes the golden mountain, and Fahai felt how wet it became. At that very moment, Fahai realized that he had lost the first round in just 2 strikes, after which he gathered his strength and told her not to underestimate him, because he had already become much stronger. After all, an epiphany descended on him. He knew that this was all nothing, and some little snake couldn't just break him. Amitabha understood that she couldn't stand it anymore. One more blow and she will die. In the end, barely breathing, Li Xin said that Liu Feng was great and she gave up. Meanwhile, Sethria asked her assistants if they were theirs, to which they replied that it seemed they were in a blind spot on the camera, so they had not found them yet. Cetria ordered the search not to stop until they were found. A little later, she noticed that the transformation would soon end, and the tentacle's arms would soon become a full-fledged zombie mutant. Therefore, she ordered to gather as many people as possible, find and bring them to the arena, after which she asked how the situation was with the order that she gave at the very beginning. The assistant asked the high priestess not to worry, because this thing had already been imported and placed on the 5th floor. Meanwhile, Shintong and the sniper reached the 5th floor and found themselves in front of some incomprehensible living wall of many veins. The sniper looked at this wall with caution, when suddenly Shintong simply took it and cut a passage through these bloody veins with one hand. Looking at her, he understood that it was the girl who saved him, but he could not understand who she was. She didn't look like a zombie, but it looked very strange. How suddenly he got a headache again. He couldn't understand why he always had these hallucinations. Eternal, he imagined some girl holding a flower in her hand and saying, wasn't he ashamed when he killed her? Meanwhile, behind him, a zombie wearing headphones tried to bite him. He turned around sharply, and seeing a zombie sticking out from the many bloody ones of the day, couldn't understand what it really was. But Shintong didn't think for long, and when she saw this zombie, she immediately decapitated him thanks to her laser-sharp threads coming from her fingers. After looking around and assessing the situation, the sniper realized that there were people in these bloody dolls on the wall. Suddenly, he got a headache again, seeing this by. Shintong picked up the zombie's head from the floor, took off his headphones, and gave them to the sniper. He put the headphones on his head, and the headache disappeared. After this, he realized that some sounds were causing him headaches and hallucinations, after which they saw a door from which a bright red light emanated, and they decided that the answer to their question was in this room. Entering the room, they saw a huge bloody vessel, under the name of monotheism, Mother of God lesson, which had bloody veins coming from all sides. 8 hours later, Zixuan finally woke up and heard Liu Feng talking to Li Xin. She asked him to do something even stronger, and something that was very cool to her. And he said that he was already doing this with almost all his strength. And why was she still not feeling well? Hearing this, Zixuan jumped up and said, "Come on, stop." Having said that, they are shameless. They got it into their heads to do this in front of other people. But when she came closer, she apologized when she saw that Liu Feng was simply massaging Li Xin's feet. But she still couldn't understand why her face was wet. Liu Feng wanted to say that this slime belongs to Li Xin, but she told him to keep quiet about it. In order to somehow calm down Zixuan, Li Xin took out various canned food from her backpack. Zixuan was very happy about the canned food because she had not eaten meat for a long time. Li Xin said that after a good battle, you need to eat well. With tears in her eyes, she attacked the canned food and began to eat it all greedily. Liu Feng told her not to rush because no one would take her food away. Meanwhile, the system notified that he was suddenly given a new rank of women, because he, like an idiot, mistakenly awakened strange hobbies in women. The system also told him that a new area had opened up, due to the fact that Li Xin loves to do daring things in exciting places. The system also warned him and advised him to be careful, since he is very popular with women. You can die because of this. After he learned everything about Li Xin, he asked the system to show him Kelly's card. It said that Kelly's mood towards Liu Feng was friendly, and his passion was sexual fetishism. Since she has suffered psychological trauma, one critical moment calms down. Now she is only wearing pervert clothes. At this moment, Li Xin approached Liu Feng and whispered in his ear that even though she could not show that she was a virgin, her first man was definitely only him. And she hit him with her hand on the bells. Zixuan heard Liu Feng squeak and asked what they were doing, But they replied that it was okay, everything was fine, we could move on to the 5th floor. Having risen to the 5th floor, being in the middle, they saw a shadow on the balcony, which said that she had finally waited for their arrival. She said she welcomed them to the arena and asked if they had defeated her followers. Liu Feng asked her who she was. She replied that she was the high priestess of the 8th doctrine of monotheism and was very pleased to meet them. The high priestess said she had a welcome gift for them. Then she put both hands to her head and began to emit kinetic waves. Suddenly, many zombies appeared in all the cells, and it was difficult not to notice them. Liu Feng realized that the priestess could control them. Liu Feng couldn't figure out if she was really churning out zombies. After all, the system told him that this was a pseudo-zombie. Something is unclean here. Li Xin noticed that the zombies were starting to come out. Before Li Xin had time to tell Liu Feng that the zombies had begun to move, a bunch of zombies began to climb out of all the cells and run straight towards them. Seeing this, Li Xin immediately began shooting at the zombies, killing them in batches. Liu Feng, using his kung fu, pulled out the metal cage with his hand and threw it at the zombies, thereby destroying a huge number of them. Liu Feng understood that there were a lot of zombies, and no matter how much they destroyed them, there were more and more of them, so he ordered the girls to move back and look for cover, after which he realized that it was time to apply the doctrine of cyber warfare, use a new weapon, a two-pole gun. Taking out a new weapon, Liu Feng chopped all the zombies attacking him into small pieces, cutting off everyone's arms and legs and blowing off their heads. Seeing that Liu Feng was mercilessly cutting her mutant zombies into small pieces, the high priestess even shed tears. She felt sorry for her zombies because they died like that. Therefore, she ordered her faithful zombie servants, a mutant of which she herself created, to attack Liu Feng in order to teach him a lesson. Liu Feng was a little shocked to see two of her minions, zombies, mutants whom he had never met before. For a long time, he was no longer that boy who could not do anything and was afraid of everything. So he took his weapon and stuck it into the ground in front of him with all his might. He did this in order to use a super new technique of a two-pole gun, the electric discharge of Zeus. Seeing how Liu Feng fought, Li Xin and Zi Shuyan realized how strong he was and that every time he became stronger and stronger. Thanks to his technique, he destroyed one of the zombies. A serious battle broke out between Liu Feng and the zombies. No matter how much he beat the zombies, he didn't care. Realizing that even the new gun could not penetrate the skin of this zombie, Liu Feng decided to use his kung fu glove. Liu Feng used the cyber warfare exercise, the explosive fist technique, to test how tough this zombie's skin was. Thanks to his mega cool glove, he was able to defeat the second assistant of the high priestess. She understood that Liu Feng was a strong opponent, and she was also saddened by the losses. But despite everything, she said she still has followers. Immediately after her words, the head of the prisoners, nicknamed the Tong Hands, Ti Qian, appeared in the battle arena. But not in the guise as everyone is used to seeing him, but in the mutated form of a zombie. Compared to an ordinary zombie, Tai Qian was simply a giant. He belonged to the elite class, but it was still immature, since its cultivation had not yet been completed. Looking at this overgrown zombie mutant, Liu Feng knew that his double-pole cannon would definitely not cope with him. The high priestess did not want to wait, so using her telepathic ability to control the zombie, she ordered him to attack everyone. Having received the signal, the mutant zombie obeyed and immediately attacked Liu Feng. But he easily dodged his attack and regrouped, charging his mechanical fist to strike back. He used the explosive fist technique to counterattack the zombies. Well, zombies, mutants, didn't hurt at all, didn't even leave a scratch. Meanwhile, the high priestess cried out to the Lord, asking him to see what power he had bestowed on her creation. At that moment, Li Xin flew over Zhao, striking the mutant zombie with crushing fire from her machine gun. Getting a little closer, she showed him her martial arts skills, deadly kicks. After which she jumped to the side with the realization that it would not be easy for them to defeat him. After which she replaced the magazine of her machine gun with an improved one with explosive cartridges, because she understood that such a monster could only be fought with explosive bullets. After the giant mutant zombie fought off all the attacks, he counterattacked, and if not for Liu Feng's reaction, he would have managed to injure Li Xin with his huge clawed hand. Seeing that Liu Feng, even with the help of Li Xin, cannot cope with the giant mutant zombie, the high priestess began shouting that everyone should see this because it was a miracle. After all, in this world, they will be able to evolve again. She called on everyone to lay down their weapons and invited everyone to become one. But Liu Feng didn't think so, and you understand that she controls all the zombies in this building? He decided to destroy her. Using his cyber hand, he shot at her. The high priestess realized that Liu Feng realized that she was controlling that big guy and the other zombies on the floor. So she exposed one of the zombies to his flying fist of death. Then she said that he was a fool if he thought that he could get rid of her so easily. After all, she is the only one who can control the zombies in this world. God himself gave her this gift. Liu Feng was upset that he could not kill her, but he learned that while they were fighting, she called zombies for protection. Meanwhile, she continued to praise herself, saying that she was the will of heaven. After which, she again ordered her huge zombie, a mutant with pincers instead of a hand, to attack Liu Feng. At that moment, Liu Feng knew that he only had one last blow left, and a technique he hadn't used yet. He understood that he could not give up, because somewhere in this prison there was also his sister Shintun, who was also fighting somewhere. Meanwhile, on the other side of the prison, Shintong and the sniper were in the room where the heart of all these bloody veins was. It was a monster that looked like a heart, but at the same time had a head and a mouth that made sound signals, thanks to which she transmitted hallucinations to people's heads. After which, this creature enveloped Shintong with its long tongue. Seeing that this creature had wrapped its long tongue around Shintong and was trying to devour her, the sniper, without thinking for a long time, shot off her tongue. To save Liu Feng's younger sister. Freed from the tongue of this monster, Shintong was very upset, because she was covered in monster slime. Literally, a moment after that, she became furious. Shaking herself off the slime of this monster, she ran in a rage to tear it to shreds. Shintong mercilessly vomited and cut off the treasured vein, making her way to this monster. Realizing that his end was about to come, the monster decided to shed his bloody eggs. Smoothly touched the ground, the eggs broke, and small jellyfish with teeth began to crawl out of them. These bloody creatures crawled towards the zombies, which were hanging in cocoons on the walls, crawling into them, thereby awakening them. It seemed that Shintong would now destroy this heart monster, and everything would stop because of the defensive reactions of this monster. The room was filled with dozens of zombies, thereby complicating the elimination of the heart monster. The sniper could not understand what was happening, and where Shintong had gone, since the number of zombies was growing every moment, and he did not even have time to kill them. Before starting this ill-fated mission 3 days ago at L's hideout, Liu Feng decided to redesign and improve his weapon by making it a 2-pole cannon. A Class B double-pole cannon. Its first function was the ability to convert force into a lightning bolt. The second function was that the tip was covered in flames and gave a +1 to the ability to cut living creatures. And not only, there was also a third function. This was a forced mode of combining lightning with fire. The High Priestess did not believe in Liu Feng's victory, so she asked him not to resist, since no person has the power to resist God. Liu Feng ignited his weapon, and with all the strength he had, jumped into the air to fly as high as possible for his final blow. He stuck his double-pole cannon right between the ribs of the zombie, a giant. The zombie counter-giant attacked and hit Liu Feng with all his might, causing him to fly very far back. The girls were worried about him, asking if everything was fine with him, to which he answered with a smile that his plan was a success. His plan actually worked thanks to the fact that he exposed himself to attack. He was able to stick his weapon into the body of a mutant zombie, after which he activated a force strike from a distance. Thanks to this technique, the mutant zombie was torn into small pieces. The High Priestess was very saddened by what happened, because she never expected this, being completely sure that her mutant zombie could not be defeated. While the High Priestess was in a state of panic and horror, Li Xin and Zixuan shot all the zombie guards, and pointing their guns straight at her face, ordered her to raise her hands and kneel down. Kneeling down with tears in her eyes, the High Priestess accused them of being simply blasphemers, because they dare not insult the High Priestess of monotheism. Liu Feng, seeing her in this state, said what a cultist she was, and whether she believes him or not, he will kill her right now. The High Priestess got angry, saying that she has the vicious Mother of God 7, which is the strongest source of infection, and it is right behind the wall. A little more and the entire area will be contaminated with it, after which, after a couple of minutes, the entire building will be filled with zombies. And soon, they will become food for her zombies. Suddenly, after what she said, the wall behind her began to crumble. The wall collapsed due to a creature that broke through this wall with its body. This creature was the same vicious Mother of God 7 that the High Priestess spoke about. Suddenly, a moment later, Shintong, Liu Feng's younger sister, appeared in this passage holding the bloody head of the vicious Mother of God 7 in her hand. After the High Priestess saw Shintong, she immediately mistook her for a goddess. Shintong was worried that the baked goods would ruin the dress her brother gave her. But after she saw her brother, she immediately rushed to him, throwing her arms around him. After 1 minute of caressing and hugging, Liu Feng turned to the High Priestess, saying that now it was her turn. Shintong was up to something at that moment. Her eyes glowed bright red, and at the speed of light she jumped at the High Priestess with thoughts of how she would kill her. At least that's what it seemed at first glance. But Shintong saddled the High Priestess, saying that she was bad and should quickly apologize. after which she will be her horse. The high priestess immediately asked for forgiveness and said that she agreed to be the goddess's horse. Liu Feng was shocked to see his younger sister subdue the high priestess. When suddenly his phone rang, it was Kelly. She called him, informing him that the rats he had assigned her to catch were caught in a trap. Liu Feng asked who she discovered. Kelly said she found the spies and unearthed the group behind them. It was a community in the metro. They are already in the hospital and will soon descend into the underground city, she said. She also prepared a powerful blow for them. Liu Feng said that Kelly should not do anything until he returns. Meanwhile, Shintong was punishing the high priestess for everything she had done and the trouble she had brought upon her brother. Liu Feng decided to look through the system to look at the high priestess's file, and I learned that her name was Cetria. Thanks to her mutation, she can control zombies, currently the only one discovered with the ability to brainwash. Liu Feng understood that she had excellent skills, but he did not dare trust her yet. While the younger sister was having fun with Cetria, Liu Feng absorbed T-Con's tentacles, thereby gaining a new technique called a cyborg robot combo strike. While Liu Feng was considering the possibilities of his new technique, a combined strike from a cyborg robot, a sniper came out of the destroyed walls, and when he saw Liu Feng, he was surprised. Just like Liu Feng, Li Xin was amazed to see him because he was the purple falcon Lun Xuan, and Shintong said that it was he who helped her defeat the Mother of God. Lun Xuan also recognized Li Xin as the goddess of death, asking her if she had joined them or was still working for the government. Li Xin said that he killed 10 civilians in Yaksu and was nicknamed Yaksu, the executioner. He didn't even spare children. Then he was court-martialed, which is why he ended up in this prison. Lun Xuan turned around and was about to leave when suddenly Liu Feng called him. No matter what Li Xin said, Liu Feng remembered Lun Xuan saying that he was entering Varna for only one reason, because a man must fall on the battlefield and give his life for his homeland. Lun Xuan left with the thoughts that he must find out what happened then, what controlled him in that village. Suddenly, Liu Feng said that he trusted him and asked him to join his hideout. Despite the fact that Li Xin said that he could not be trusted, Liu Feng was willing to bet that if he agreed to join, he would know the whole truth. Because Liu Feng did not believe that the person who said that phrase at school back then could have done something bad. Lun Xuan agreed to join, but only for a while, after which he asked them to follow him to show where the partially surviving police were located. Liu Feng then asked the system to evaluate Long Xuan. After analyzing all the data, the system answered that he is a silent fighter of the highest class, victim of a fabricated case. Every day he lives in remorse. Li Xin was not happy with Liu Feng's decision, but he asked her to believe him, because he guessed that Long Xuan had some secrets and circumstances. After which they set out to rescue Zixuan's colleagues. At the same time, the Metro community, the small military community of the Azure Seabay, reached the gate of the Shelter L that their spy spoke about. After they were able to easily open the main entrance and saw that there was no guard there, they decided not to wait or think, but to simply enter and kill everyone who was in the bunker, and get all the food and weapon supplies. They didn't even have time to take one step beyond the gate when suddenly one of them had his head torn open with just one well-aimed shot. It was an accurate sniper shot, and all thanks to the fact that Liu Feng returned to the base and immediately surrounded the people of the Metro community. In response to this, a detachment of the Metro community opened fire with all their guns. Liu Feng immediately offered to surrender, since his people were around and everywhere. But as one of the raiders said with a grin on her face, the Metro community does not give up. But literally, after a couple of minutes, they said that they were surrendering and asked for a ceasefire. Liu Feng asked them why on earth they would do this and why they weren't going to give up before. Then he asked if their community even knew that they had decided to act alone, to which they replied that they themselves, the active detachment, the main headquarters, do not know about this. Liu Feng thought and decided to first take them prisoner and ask for information, generalization, and then forced to work for a shelter as atonement for his guilt. Meanwhile, Zixuan pointed her gun at the high priestess, saying that this bitch, along with her monstrous ones, had killed so many of her colleagues. She really wanted to kill her. Speaking of which, the Mother of God alone ate more than 10 guards. Only 4 are left alive. Bursting into tears, the high priestess said that this was all in order from the teachings of monotheism, and she simply carried it out. If she had not carried out the instructions, she would have been killed, just like the others. But Zixuan already wanted to kill her anyway. But Liu Feng grabbed her hand, saying that he understands that she wants to kill her and why, but they must leave her alive now, in order to find out all the information and find their main headquarters. And then, finish off all these eating people creatures? After which he again invited her to join his shelter, saying that then the priestesses would be under her control. Zixuan agreed to join, but asked him to promise that they would destroy this sect, and that they will build a prison in the shelter for people like the High Priestess. Thanks to Zixuan entering the hideout, Liu Feng received the blueprints to build a prison. Now he could take prisoners of war with the probability that 20% of them would become residents of the underground city. The system rated Zixuan as a very reliable jailer, with excellent interrogation skills and attracting opponents to his side. Before Liu Feng had time to study Zixuan's personal file, one of the shelter guards approached him with a proposal to create a security room, and best of all, build very strong doors. This way, they could prevent the shelter from being invaded. Li Xin also proposed building a shooting range, thereby increasing the accuracy of shots. Liu Feng understood that before building the prison site and security room, it was necessary to upgrade all buildings to the second level. The system, having studied all the subtleties and nuances, replied that the required time to build a prison, a shooting range, and a security room is 4 days. The next day, Liu Feng returned to prison again, but with Kelly and Lun Xuan. He couldn't even think that Kelly would come to him in the evening. She came, saying that the base was now in perfect order, and she was not needed there yet. And she asked me to take her with me tomorrow. After all, she wanted to interrogate Zheng Tianxiong on her own. He understood that Kelly was very worried about her property. He also understood that Li Xin needed to rest, and the underground cities needed control. Younger sister needs to sleep after taking the quintessence, and Zixuan needs to look after the priests. Therefore, he could only take Longzhuan and Kelly with him to the northern camp. The high priestess said that her number 6 apostle was already on his way to the northern camp. This meant that the guys had a new task, to go to the northern camp to prevent infection. Liu Feng understood that even though his camp had not improved much, we had still risen to a higher level, and now had an excellent first-class sniper Long Xuan in his hideout. He also received a combined blow and a firearm. They can go on missions with peace of mind. After which he went down to the prison garage and saw 3 luxurious post-apocalyptic cars there, protected on all sides from zombies. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, the military fought off a crowd of zombies. Chu Shanhei, the commander of the rescue squad of the refugee camp in the northern part of the city of SZ, ordered all his subordinates to protect the civilians, who at that moment were trying to climb into the truck in order to evacuate from the dangerous territory at the cost of their own lives. But no matter how hard they try, protect themselves from zombies and save civilians, the zombies were still able to break through their blockade. Although the soldiers of the detachment laid them out in packs, there were a lot of them. The commander of the rescue squad was already ready to face the inevitable death of his squad and the failure of the mission, when suddenly a savior appeared out of nowhere. The soldiers, with horror in their eyes, told the commander that the front line had been broken. At that very moment, Liu Feng appeared with his team. Liu Feng was glad that there were a lot of zombies in the area, because last night he had transformed a new electromagnetic sword, and it was time to test it. Thanks to his new electric sword, Liu Feng easily defeated a crowd of zombies with almost one movement of his sword. The soldiers did not understand how he was able to kill a whole bunch of zombies with one blow of his sword. One of the soldiers suggested that he is a master of sword art since he has a red robe. After Liu Feng and his team finished dealing with a bunch of zombies, the captain of the military squad immediately thanked him for his help, calling them heroes. Then he asked what their names were. In response, Liu Feng said that there was no need for gratitude because he simply did not want to watch zombies eat ordinary people. Li Xin told Liu Feng that he hated the government troops, but those who harmed his sister and Auntie Li were the Special Operations Squad. They had nothing to do with the real government troops. Although this was true, he still didn't like the government troops subconsciously, and at the moment, there was nothing he could do about it. Meanwhile, panic occurred in the crowd of civilians because each of them wanted to quickly understand the truck. Seeing this, the military commander ordered him to immediately shut up and stand in line to be loaded into vehicles. Big Breasts, the girl in the green dress, saw Liu Feng, recognized him, and shouted his name. Meanwhile, sitting in another car, Kelly remembered last night spent with Liu Feng. Although he agreed to take her with him, Kelly began to suspect that he didn't seem to know how to say no to women. So I asked if he had a girlfriend before. Liu Feng replied that of course he had a girlfriend, but he never touched her. Although, on the other hand, recently his business has gone uphill. The girl in the green dress with gorgeous breasts was Liu Feng's ex-girlfriend. When he saw her, he simply froze and was speechless. Seeing this situation, Kelly realized that she had to train Liu Feng because he shouldn't freeze like that every time he meets a woman. Seeing Liu Feng, his ex Shen Qing immediately began to insult him, saying that her ex was a weakling and a loser. And in general, she doesn't understand how she could date him. After which he began to praise his new boyfriend, saying that he was strong and tough, and 100 times more handsome than Liu Feng. At this moment, Kelly approached Liu Feng and asked him what he was doing. All the men were immediately speechless when they saw such a gorgeous, busty, attractive Kelly. Shenqing said that her former fat friend turned into a zombie and almost killed her, so she had to give herself to Wang Jian in order to survive. Seeing the girl near Liu Feng, she asked who it was, to which Kelly replied that it doesn't matter because she should thank Shenqing. Looking into Liu Feng's eyes, she said that he torments her every day until dawn, because he is so indomitable. She thanked her for leaving such a wonderful and strong man for her. Liu Feng was embarrassed and wanted to say that this was all not true, when suddenly Kelly pinched him on the back and told him to shut up because she was creating authority for him, having said that sooner or later he will know her power. Seeing this, the sniper realized that Kelly had leadership talent. She would be able to unite even the most arrogant people into one team. Tired of being ridiculed, his ex-girlfriend's current boyfriend grabbed his chest and wanted to hit Liu Feng, saying that he didn't dare to mock them. But Liu Feng was no longer that weak boy, so he grabbed that bull by the face and told him to watch his tongue. Seeing the strength and ferocity in Liu Feng's eyes, Shenqing immediately apologized for her boyfriend. At that moment, she couldn't believe it was the one she knew. It was outrageous. She wanted to be close to him. Seeing Liu Feng's gaze, the sniper realized that he had experienced something interesting. At this moment or dialogue, the commander of the military unit interrupted, saying that they should stop their internecine strife because a wave of zombies was approaching the front line, and they had to hurry. Everyone understood perfectly well that meeting a wave of zombies was the worst thing at the end of the world. After all, a wave of zombies in the city can destroy even the defense of an army. For an ordinary person, this is 100% death, because it's almost impossible to fight off a wave of zombies, let alone escape. The military unit commander thanked Liu Feng for saving them, but now, since a wave of zombies was coming, he decided to postpone their conversation until next time. I asked him and his team to follow into the car behind, and he and the military would clear the way for them. After this, the commander ordered his military and civilians to quickly get into the car if they did not want to die here. Hearing this, civilians began to pile onto the bus in panic. Everyone was crowding and jostling, trying to get on the bus, but unfortunately, there were a lot of people, and everyone simply physically could not fit on the bus. In the end, 3 civilians were simply thrown out of the bus because there was no more room. Seeing this sad picture, Liu Feng could not leave these people to be eaten by zombies, so he quickly climbed into his car. After which, Li Xin told her to keep up with the military. The column moved, and the military commander radioed for the vehicles behind to stay closer to them. They will use 3 machine guns to open the road. He also warned everyone to be careful as some zombies will try to jump in. To prevent this, they must watch the windows and doors and keep up with the convoy. After which, he said that the government would not abandon a single civilian. Their destination is a refugee camp north of the city. After he voiced important information, he ordered his subordinates to open full fire on the zombies and begin moving the column. Thanks to 2 military vehicles at the beginning of the column and a machine gunner who were on the roof and mercilessly destroyed packs of zombies, they were able to slowly move through this wave of zombies. Although the car in which Liu Feng and his team were was very strong, he understood that if this continued, sooner or later, this crowd of zombies would overturn the car. Looking into Liu Feng's eyes, Kelly said that judging by his face, he wanted to use his transformation abilities again. He asked her how she understood this, to which she replied that she was not stupid like his ex. Liu Feng put his hand on the fender of the car and said that he had almost forgotten about this ability of his. But now is the time to remember her. Thanks to his power during formation, Liu Feng created cars, a blade that protruded from the car 2 meters long, which prevented zombies from getting very close to the car. Seeing him use the transformation ability, the sniper thought that he was a legendary mutant since only they had such abilities. Although Liu Feng secured the car from all sides thanks to the blades, he still did not take care of the roof, which the zombies were able to climb onto. So he decided to go out onto the roof himself to destroy them. Seeing a man on the roof of a car, people started saying that he is an idiot because he is trying to show off, because he will definitely die. Meanwhile, while on the roof, he remembered what Kelly told him. In order to earn a reputation, simply put, he just needs to show off. So he decided to do it right now and launched the Kung Fu Master skill. Standing on the roof of the car as if on a surfboard, he destroyed one zombie after another, doing it with such ease and precision as if he was born for this. Everyone who watched him was shocked, because he alone, being on the roof of a car, was able to defeat a whole crowd of zombies. When suddenly they heard someone walking on the roof of the bus. Realizing that they could not capture Liu Feng's car, the zombies transferred all their forces to the bus with civilians. A real meat grinder began on the bus. Zombies were not only on the roof, but also penetrated through the windows. The military tried to fire back while protecting civilians, but they failed. They ended up being eaten by zombies. Liu Feng understood that he could not leave ordinary people in trouble. So he activated his claw mode. The robotic arm transformed into a claw. He fired his claw at the bus in order to latch onto it and penetrate it in this way. He flew into the bus through the window, immediately destroying one of the zombies that stood in his way with his sword. The civilian girls and boys were very happy to see Liu Feng because they considered him their savior, and the female half was also a handsome man. And only the guy Shen Qing was not happy about Liu Feng's appearance. Meanwhile, while Beek En was dealing with the zombies at the other end of the bus, Shen Qing and her boyfriend were surrounded by zombies. In order to escape and survive, her boyfriend pushed her towards the zombies. Finding herself on the edge of life, Shen Qing could not understand why everyone was giving it to her. After all, she just wanted a better life. She just wanted to live. She couldn't understand why she got such a bad man. And why was she so wrong with her choice of men in her life? It would seem that that's all. Her life has come to an end. But it is at the very last second that Liu Feng appears and with his sword cuts the heads of the zombies attacking her. Climbing onto the roof of the car, the sniper decided to help defeat all these zombies who were on the bus. Liu Feng was destroying zombies one after another, when suddenly the commander radioed that the third car had been attacked and was out of order and ordered the entire convoy to leave the cars as quickly as possible. Behind the guy Shen Qing, at that moment some strange zombie with unusual eyes appeared. The column stopped abruptly, and the commander of the military group ordered everyone to leave their vehicles immediately. Liu Feng completed the task of protecting the civilians on the bus by killing all the zombies, and I received 1,100 points from the system for this. Due to the sudden breaking of the bus, Liu Feng fell to the floor. He was immediately surrounded by girls and let them say that if it weren't for him, they would have died. And they asked me to gladly accept their gratitude. At this time, he was thinking about the mysterious zombie he had seen on the bus because he had completely unusual eyes, not like those of all the other infected. They still managed to break through this wave of zombies, and by nightfall, they were in the forest and celebrating their victory. The commander of the military unit said that tomorrow they would reach the refugee camp. And if it weren't for Liu Feng's help, this time the consequences could have been unpredictable. He introduced himself saying that his name was Chu Shanhei, and it was heroes like Liu Feng that he admired most. Chu Shanhei told Liu Feng that, unfortunately, they did not have enough food, so tonight they could only survive on the leftovers. It's good that tomorrow they will be able to return to base. Hearing this, Kelly said that if possible, they could sell the army canned goods made in their shelters. After which Liu Feng gave a dozen of his canned goods and asked him to heat up food for everyone. I tried canned food from the shelter. Liu Feng, the commander with a sparkle in his eyes, said that this is the currency of the future. The girls could not restrain their emotions from how delicious it was to them. Midnight and decided to see, thanks to the satellite system, what other institutions her ex-fiancé had appropriated. Seeing that she had lost contact with all 4 research institutes, as well as Li Tian's 14 research institutes, Kelly suspected that he was looking for the same thing as her. A little later, she remembered that she told Liu Feng to improve relations with the army. She thought that with his character, it would probably be very awkward for him to make new acquaintances. Meanwhile, by the fire, Liu Feng was spending time in the pleasant company of 2 gorgeous ladies, and also the commander, who praised him and raised his glass to the red-robed master. Uncle Fu, while eating the canned food that Liu Feng nobly gave them, noticed that it had a very pleasant smell. Therefore, he told Liu Feng not to sell too many of these canned goods in the city, otherwise something bad would happen. Liu Feng asked him why he thought so. Uncle Fu answered him and said that there is no need to look for brotherhood and wealth. He heard that they have a lot of money. If people find out about this, the shelter will most likely become a target. The old man only suggested that it would be better for the shelter to conclude an exchange deal with the military. Jia Shueli took Liu Feng's arm and decided to take him to the tent, saying that if he drinks one more mug, he will become completely drunk. She took him to her tent, saying that she would show him something interesting. She laid him on the bed and climbed on top of him, asking him if he understood what she wanted to do. Liu Feng didn't understand what she wanted to do to him. Jia Shueli told him to keep quiet and just make her happy. Liu Feng said that she did not have to do this and pushed her away. Jia Shueli grabbed her face and said that she had been hungry for so many days and was exhausted, and she almost died from zombies. He not only saved her, but also fed her. She just wanted to thank him. Liu Feng couldn't watch the tears welling up in her eyes. Therefore, he asked to forgive him and said that she could thank him as she wanted. Suddenly, at that moment, 2 more girls came into the tent and said that they also wanted to thank him for saving their lives. They asked him to close his eyes and feel their care. At this moment, Liu Feng felt as if he was a teenager again, and the three women left him for special additional tasks. Cicadas in the hot summer, mathematical equations of English speech and reading ancient poems. All this put so much pressure on his young body and mind. After all, he was saddled by three gorgeous girls. Sometimes even he fell from fatigue. Three beautiful ladies gave him 60 points for the exam, which is a bad result, and they asked him how he was going to become a good student. But Liu Feng was not going to give up. The basis of success is repetition, and his main capital is youth. He satisfied one of the ladies with his answers and performance, passing the exam with 100 points. After which he took up the English language and spoke it so well in his own language that the English teacher could not resist and gave him 100 points too. After which he began to solve mathematical problems, and he was so good at solving them that he also received 100 marks in mathematics. He really enjoyed this kind of study, and the girls worked so hard to make sure he finally became educated. He had to study well, because he didn't want to be like that cow from the Manhwa. Meanwhile, in another place, on a tree branch, the sniper decided to commit suicide. After loading the revolver's clip and taking one bullet out of it, he decided to play Russian roulette. After turning the revolver drum several times, he pulled the trigger. But the shot was a blank, and he realized that it seemed that heaven did not want him to die this way. At this moment, he thought of Liu Feng again. I think this guy has first-class skills and has conquered so many masters. It is truly full of secrets. When suddenly he heard a branch on the ground break, and he decided to see who was there through the scope of his sniper rifle. Through the sight of his sniper rifle, he saw the same guy from the bus, but he couldn't understand why he was staring at the car. It was Shen Qing's ex-boyfriend who turned into a zombie. It's unclear how, but he was able to track them. The sniper was about to shoot at him, but he disappeared like the wind. He was very fast. 1 hour after everyone had rested, the military commander ordered everyone to line up. Everyone was extremely unhappy about this, because they thought that waking people up in the middle of the night was not good. But Chu Shanhei said that they had just learned that there was an infected person among them, after which Liu Feng pointed his sword at Wang Jian and ordered him to come forward. Liu Feng's ex-girlfriend said that this was some kind of joke and asked the soldiers not to let him do whatever he wanted. The soldiers raised their machine guns and ordered no one to move, otherwise they would open fire. Chu Shanhei said that of course they believed Liu Feng, but hoped that he had evidence, otherwise he would go to a military tribunal. Sniper Xiao Liu said that there was definitely something wrong with this Wang Jian, and if he had not noticed him, he would have killed Kelly. Shen Qing couldn't believe it and asked her to stop because she thought it was some kind of mistake. Xiao Liu had already pointed his gun at her and told her to shut her mouth, after which he told Liu Feng not to worry about her and just kill Wang Jian already. Wang Jian walked out from the crowd, laughing and saying that Liu Feng thought he could kill him. After all, he himself is a murderer. Without thinking for a long time, Liu Feng took his sword and cut his head in half, saying that this is the apocalypse and he kills whoever he wants. After which he added that everyone who dares to go against him will die. Shen Qing started screaming with tears in his eyes that he was a damn murderer, and Liu Feng realized that he was very blind that he had loved her once. After which her lover Wang Jian attacked her from behind, and she tasted the fruits of her actions. The military opened fire on him in an attempt to save the girl, but Liu Feng turned around, putting his sword behind his back, thinking that now he had definitely said goodbye to his past. Kelly, standing next to him, told him that his impulse was not bad at all. He replied that if she believed he was trying to clear his reputation, she was wrong. It's just that no one dares to threaten him. Kelly noticed something blue in Liu Feng's pocket as he was leaving and asked what it was. These items turned out to be Jia Shuili's mathematician's panties. Liu Feng could not understand when she managed to put them in his pocket. The sniper couldn't understand how they were still together after this. After all, this is not Liu Feng's first puncture. The next morning, they set off again on the road to the northern survivors' camp. The situation was calm, and Liu Feng, with a blade of grass in his teeth, sat on the roof of his own car and thought about why they were going to the northern camp. He wondered why the survivors refused to seek refuge. Although, of course, if the choice was between the northern refugee camps and the search for another refuge with unknown prospects, anyone would choose the camp. Uncle Fu and his granddaughter, who wanted to play with Liu Feng, came up to his roof. It seemed to him that Uncle Fu understood a lot of things, and he asked what he had been doing before. Uncle Fu said that he was a researcher from a government program, a forestry project, a project specialized in studying the profound effects of male hormones on the cerebral cortex. Liu Feng didn't expect that Uncle Fu was such an expert in the field of science. Well, his granddaughter interrupted and said that grandfather was expressing himself very pompously because he was just simply, the leading specialist in a project on hair growth in bald men. Suddenly, the grandfather and his granddaughter jumped up and unanimously said that they were almost there, pointing their finger at the northern camp. Seeing the northern base, which was in the process of being built, Liu Feng opened his mouth and his eyes widened. It was a northern refugee camp. Meanwhile, the same strange zombie that Liu Feng had seen on the bus came to the parking lot in the forest. His head split in two, and some kind of worm crawled out of it and entered the body of Liu Feng's ex-girlfriend. Shen Qing has risen from the dead, becoming a mutant zombie. It was under the control of this worm, which appeared to the apostles who came to faith number 6, which the high priestess spoke about. Meanwhile, the survivors were already passing through the northern gate of the base. Liu Feng noticed the walls, which were truly grandiose. Chu Shanhei turned to Liu Feng, saying that he and his team must first go through all the formalities to enter the city. In the meantime, he will take care of the resettlement of refugees. Uncle Fu and his granddaughter said goodbye to Liu Feng, waving his hand, and said that if he had the opportunity, then let him come for tea. Liu Feng said goodbye to them, and decided to go further to explore the camp, when suddenly he was stopped by a man in a suit. He introduced himself as Refugee Quarantine Director Huang, and he said that their car and weapons had been requisitioned as compensation. They would give them 10 kilograms of grain. Then he said that they would soon go into quarantine. Liu Feng and his team did not like this, and he greeted the director and said that he was a friend of Commander Chu. And since they do not need grain, he asked to return their car. In response, Juan called him a son of a bitch, having said that he is from a research institute, therefore he does not obey the military. Liu Feng immediately realized that if there is a scientific research institute in this city and the military is present, it means that it is not so calm there. At the same moment, Juan was attacked by a disgruntled survivor who said that he would not exchange his car and asked his boss to call him. All. With a smile on his face and a cigarette in his mouth, Juan ordered the man to be shot, which the military did in front of everyone else. Liu Feng immediately took up his sword when he noticed that these people's equipment was the same as those who took his sister. At this time, Juan said that he suspected the man of being infected, and so that no one else makes mistakes, he said that the base exercises military control and obediently follows orders, otherwise they will all be shot. Kelly got out of the car and asked Liu Feng to wait because he shouldn't be so impulsive. When Juan saw Kelly, he was speechless and almost swallowed his cigarette. Kelly apologized to the director for offending him and said that she had several packs of cigarettes. Hearing about cigarettes, Juan said that in the post-apocalypse, this is the new currency and asked to see them. After which, Juan said that she understood the rules, and if so, she could sleep with him because he wanted to try out that elastic ass. Liu Feng could not tolerate such impudent behavior from Huang, and with one movement of the ball, he cut off his wrist. A nearby boy in roller skates playing with a coin heard Juan yelling. I realized that apparently someone had caught prey. At this moment, the military were at a loss and did not know what to do. Liu Feng told Kelly that her beauty in this apocalypse world causes bad thoughts in some people. In such cases, the use of force is the only way out. She apologized to Liu Feng, saying that she had underestimated the power of her attractiveness. She understood that her behavior had not changed at all, and fortunately Liu Feng was there this time. Otherwise there would have been trouble. Having recovered a little and come to his senses, Juan immediately ordered the military to kill them. Everyone panicked and didn't know what to do, while the confident Liu Feng, holding a sword in his hand, told Kelly to go back to the car in order to protect her and figure everything out here himself. When suddenly the same boy on roller skates from 2 appeared, but hit Juan in the face. He called this technique the ideomotor flying blow. Unfortunately, he then tripped and fell right in front of the military. Juan started screaming for them to kill him. Seeing that the situation was heating up, Liu Feng could not allow the boy to die, so he used the electromagnetic glove technique and took the weapon away from the military, thereby knocking him down. Seeing Liu Feng, the boy pointed his finger at him and said that he saw him as a mutant, saying that he could not be mistaken because he also has telekinesis. Hearing this, the military was horrified, and the crippled, beaten, and armless Juan asked him who he was. Rising from the ground, the boy replied that he was Huang Bingbing, a member of the F-level Mutant Association of one of the 4 forces of the northern base, and he ordered the military to let their mutant brother in quickly. Hearing this, Liu Feng realized that this small northern base was truly interesting. After all, there is no military research institute and an association of mutants with some other fourths. The military could not understand what kind of mutant association it was and how the boy was a member of it. Huang Bingbing said that he was here to welcome the new members of the association and asked to let them through again. Juan understood that if he didn't let them pass, he would provoke an association, and he still needed to heal his hand. So he raised his crippled hand up and ordered the military to let them through. The military men let them in joyfully, and the boy said that he would take them on an excursion to the Luo region. Meanwhile, the vindictive Juan could not leave all this without a trace, so he called a gang of light-bringing dragons on the radio and asked them to help teach one mutant a lesson. Liu Feng thanked the boy for helping them out and asked his name again. Laughing, the kid replied that his name was Huang Bingbing and said that he could just say Huang Bing, since the two words sounded too feminine. After which, he asked Liu Feng if it was true that his power was telekinesis. Liu Feng replied that there are no magnetic gloves, they attract metal, that's the ability. Then he asked if the boy had strong telekinesis. Huang Bing replied that he can only move small objects, which is why he has an F level. A moment later, they arrived at the northern base itself. Huang Bin said that this is the Northern Refugee Base, which is under construction. It was founded on the base of the Northern Military Industrial Zone. Taking into account the newly built city wall, the base began to have the appropriate military production potential. The population is 1,340,000 people. He further said that the base is divided into 3 areas. The industrial area is central and is home to the military, as well as workers and their families. Ordinary people with a regular pass can enter it. Elite officials, generals, as well as foreign friends live in this area. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter here. And the outer area is where the refugees live. Everyone who just came to the city and did not contribute anything is stationed here to see if they are infected. After his story, Huang Bing told Liu Feng that if he joined their associations, he would receive many advantages. Liu Feng replied that he would come tomorrow. Huang Bin asked him to write that it was he who invited him. Thanks to this, he will be given stew as a reward, after which he invited Liu Feng to get into the car so that he could take him and the team to their place of residence. Liu Feng decided to introduce Huang Bing to his team and said that his girlfriend Kelly was sitting on his right and his sniper Long Xuan was driving. Seeing Kelly's gorgeous breasts, Huang Bing said that he wasn't surprised why Liu Feng was constantly sticking to her breasts. Driving past the settlement, Liu Feng saw poor people, poor and hungry, who had nothing to eat and even somewhere to live. He also noticed that food prostitution was thriving in the settlement, because one of the women standing near the club offered him some fun for just 1 bun. And one man sold his wife to another for just 1 sausage, saying that he did this because he had not eaten anything for 4 days. It was a terrible sight. Liu Feng Po. I realized that it was not in vain that Uncle Fu warned him not to bring food here, because if he did, robbery would definitely start here. Kelly put her arm around his shoulder and whispered in his ear that he had already done a lot of good things. After all, if you hadn't saved her then, her end would have been the same as that of those who are now standing on the street. Liu Feng's imagination ran wild. Liu Feng asked Huang Bing with particular concern that the government would not give him such a bad house. Huang Bin replied that of course not, and asked him to look out the other window. Liu Feng was shocked when he saw a tent city for survivors from the window, which looked even worse than the ones he had seen before. Liu Feng couldn't help but feel emotional, saying that the way people live here, even the shack he passed before, was better. Huang Bin said that this area is the center of the outer district, and it is not bad here yet. After which he said that if he wants good conditions and a quality home, then he simply must join the Mutant Association and get a level higher than B. Liu Feng thanked Huang Bing for his help. He said that there is no need to thank him, since this is his responsibility. But Liu Feng was very grateful to him because he had helped them a lot at the border, so he handed him 1 tin can, saying that this would be his payment for helping him. Before Huang Bing had time to leave, Shu Ju, the second head of the gang of light-bringing dragons, appeared in front of Liu Feng. Level D mutant. He told Liu Feng that they needed to talk about something. Liu Feng asked him what he wanted from him. Shu Ju replied that they were here to teach him a lesson because he had insulted an important person. Long Xuan immediately insisted on his sniper rifle. But Shu Ju waved his finger in front of him and said that he couldn't shoot inside the city. If he started shooting, the military would immediately shoot him. Seeing what was happening, Huang Bing returned and said that the light-bringing dragons have no right to touch the mutants from the association. Shu Ju said that he was not afraid of the association and hit the boy with his hand, and after he fell to the ground, he put his foot on his head, saying that others should be afraid, not him. Huang Bing used the power of his telekinesis and threw the wheel from his rollers to his side. This made Shu Ju even more angry. He cut this wheel with his sword, saying that Huang Bing was trash and should not be called a mutant with such a worthless F-tier power. He also said that other people are afraid of Huang Bing because they don't know what his level really is. After which Shu Ju said that he is the 247th on the list of level D mutants. A mechanical body, his body does not react at all to mechanical transformation. And according to the rules of the base, communication between mutants is not under the control of the base, so he is not afraid of anyone. After that, he turned around and was about to leave when suddenly Liu Feng called him and told him to take out his axe and show him a couple of tricks. Shu Ju heard this and turned around and said that he knows that Liu Feng has armor and speed that are very good and strong, so he invites him to make a bet. Shuju also said that if he lost, he would have to give him his armor and mechanical arm. Liu Feng said that if he wins, he will take away his left hand. Shuju agreed to the terms of the deal and accepted the bet. Liu Feng responded by extending his hand to him, saying that in order to make a bet, they must shake hands. Thanks to this handshake, Liu Feng was able to scan Shuju's body and realized that it was almost completely mechanical, upgraded, and he could change the control. He could transform it. By that time, a crowd of onlookers had gathered around them and began shouting for the old man to finish him off with one blow. Kelly was worried about Liu Feng, but he told her that he had everything under control. And Shuju struck the first blow with his axe. And for the first time in my life, I missed my enemy. Liu Feng didn't even move. The crowd cheered, saying that Shuju was already a little old, so he could be forgiven for it. Shuju said that he concedes the first blow to Liu Feng, when suddenly he realizes that his stomach hurts very badly. He couldn't believe it because it was impossible, because his whole body had been modernized. He couldn't just have a stomach ache. He felt as if he had a man or even two wrestlers fisting him inside his stomach. Seeing that the old man was simply severely twisted by the jubilant fans, they could not believe that they were about to see the secret technique of the second head. Titled, Fierce Tiger Descends from the Mountain. Shuju, meanwhile, realized that this was the work of Liu Feng. He never thought that the boy would be able to transform his mechanical body. Liu Feng, knowing that he was paralyzed, simply punched him in the face. Shuju was enraged by such impudence and took out his mantis blade to demonstrate his strength and fury to Liu Feng. Liu Feng easily repelled his attack. Shuju shrank even more and with wide eyes looked at Liu Feng and trembled. Then he farted very loudly. Well, the fans believed that Shuju would win, saying that this is the secret family martial art of the second chapter, called the ferocious tiger descends from the mountain. Legend said that when the art was released, the muscles of the entire body would make a sound similar to a fart. This is a manifestation of the highest power of this martial art. He has killed several sea-level mutants with this technique, but Shuju understood that he could not stand it any longer. His eyes began to darken. He realized that his poop container was already full. He couldn't stand the pressure on his rear valve any longer, so he jumped to the side. He jumped to the side. He fell to the ground. Tears flowed from his eyes, and foam came from his mouth. He could no longer endure this hellish pain that was in his stomach. His fans were horrified. Even Huang Bin did not expect such a shame from the old man. Liu Feng approached him and took his trophy in the form of his left hand. Late at night after Huang Bin left, Liu Feng and his team decided to discuss the next tasks. Kelly said that they completed their first task, infiltrating the northern base. Now their main goal is to find Zheng Tianxiang. An additional goal is to take in refugees to increase the shelter population. But you definitely can't look for it openly. Also, all the gates were guarded by his people, which confirms the strength of the research institute. They understood that they simply could not break in, because their mascara would be enough. Kelly found out that Zheng Tianxiang was looking for her institute, and it seems to her that he is also looking for what she is looking for. Liu Feng immediately asked what she was looking for. Kelly replied that these are nanotechnologies, micro-robots with artificial intelligence. This is a flagship research project developed jointly with the New Rome Alliance. This technology can be used in military, medical energy, and space fields. Until the end of the world, its manager was promoting this project, and only he knows where the samples of this technology are located. Therefore, they must get ahead of Zheng Tianxiang and get the samples first. The next day, somewhere in a suburban black market, Kelly took Liu Feng's arm, saying that she would pretend that Eve was also the forbidden fruit. Otherwise, they will attract unnecessary attention. Liu Feng smiled and told her, how can they not attract attention with her power of charm? Kelly told Liu Feng that her family has a secret code, usually located in inconspicuous places. That's why they came here to find him. While they were looking for the key, Liu Feng was accosted by some one-eyed devil who offered him one tin can for frolicking with Kelly, which is why Liu Feng hid him, protecting his beautiful partner. After walking a few more meters through the market, Kelly noticed a bar called the Mare, and she said that they need to go there. Liu Feng felt that this bar was quite abnormal. Suddenly, a man came out of the shadows behind them. It was Grandpa who called Kelly by name and said that he was very glad that he had finally found her. Kelly recognized him immediately because it was Grandpa Kane. She was glad that he was okay. Grandpa Kane got down on one knee and began to kiss Kelly's hands, saying that he had wandered for so long, and now that she had found him, he could die in peace. After which, Kelly introduced Liu Feng to Grandpa Kane, saying that he saved her, and now she works for him. Grandpa again, with tears in his eyes, bowed his head in front of her, asking her for forgiveness because he was useless to her, and she had to bend under such a fool. Afterwards, they sat down at the table, and Kelly asked Grandpa Kane what was wrong with her father. Was the transfer successful? Kane replied that he lost contact with his master when the apocalypse began, and he went to the family refuge. Next, Kelly asked him which institute he took the nano-robot samples to, saying that she should find them before Jen Tianshun. Grandpa Kane asked her, "Isn't she also Jen Tianshun's fiancée?" To which Kelly replied that most likely he betrayed them. Grandpa Kane said that at the moment of the end of the world, he took the experimental samples to the K3 Research Institute, and then went to the northern base to wait for Miss Kelly. Liu Feng asked him where this K3 Institute is located. At this moment, Grandpa remembered that he had a photo of his location and handed the photo card to Liu Feng. Liu Feng was shocked because the photo showed a prostitute in the shape of a rabbit with very revealing curves working in the same bar. Looking at Liu Feng's face, Grandpa Kane realized that he had given the wrong photo card. So after rummaging through his jacket, he found the right one, which showed a bell tower with a tower, and gave it to Liu Feng. After which, Grandpa Kane said that the K3 Research Institute was hidden on the ground floors of the bell tower in the small city of Shinan, 10 kilometers from here. Suddenly, Liu Feng, with his peripheral vision, saw two men arm in arm trying to take a woman in a white robe out of the bar. She asked to let her go, saying that she still needed a drink. A bald guy with a long beard licking his lips said that everything was fine. He wanted to take her for a drink at his house. Hearing this, she slapped him with her hand, and she kicked his partner right in the groin. She said that they had just argued with her about whether she could drink 3 glasses in one gulp and lost, but they never gave her the money. The bald guy got angry and said that she was a stupid bitch, after which he raised his right hand to hit her and teach her a lesson. But he was stopped in time by Liu Feng. Grabbing his hand, he said that you should not raise your hand to a woman. Seeing Liu Feng, the bald guy and his friend told him that he shouldn't be so impudent and decided to beat him up, feeling their numerical superiority. But that was not the case. Liu Feng took one by the hand and hit him in the head with his elbow, thereby defeating him outright. After which, without hesitation, I took up the second one. From a roundhouse, he carried out a powerful kick with his right leg straight into the red-haired guy's chest. The impact was so strong that he flew out of the bar through the window. Liu Feng did not want to kill them, so he offered to leave in peace. At this moment, Kelly noticed that Liu Feng had changed a lot since their first meeting. Meanwhile, the girl he defended so fiercely fell to the floor and passed out. He couldn't leave her unconscious on the floor of the bar, so he decided to take her to his tent. Sitting in his tent, having thought about everything that Grandpa Kane had told him, Liu Feng realized that it was time to go to the K3 Underground Institute. The system said that this mission belongs to the Orange Task level. Upon receipt of nanotechnologies, the shelter will receive a new technology tree. Plus, Liu Feng will receive 2,000 points. Suddenly, quite unexpectedly for Liu Feng, the same girl he took from the bar attacked him because she was drunk and even unconscious, after which she threw Lucian to the floor and, climbing on top of him, said that she wanted to thank him for saving her, saying that he is a very handsome young man, and she happily thanks him. When suddenly Kelly and Grandpa Kane heard screams coming from the tent. "Do not do this!" They immediately went into the tent to see what was happening there, and they saw the same girl who was rescued vomiting right on Liu Feng. A few hours later, the girl sobered up and decided to drink hot tea to warm up. She thanked Liu Feng and the others for taking her drunk to their tent instead of leaving her in the bar. Then she introduced herself, saying that her name was Qin Mu and she was a doctor at the clinic, in an outer district clinic. She's a professor of medicine. Upon learning that she was a doctor, Kelly asked, should they have enough funds? Qin Mu tried the hot drink and was surprised because she didn't think that there would actually be coffee in it, since only the rich could afford coffee. She said that most of the people living in the outer area are very poor, so there is no question of earning anything. Afterwards, she said that, in addition, the central region does not care about the other regions at all. Crime multiplies here, which leads to the formation of new banthas and the oppression of ordinary people. However, people from the outer area do not want to leave it because of the zombies. How ironic. The elite and officials lead an aimless existence. The workers are exploited in the central region, and the outer region is hell on earth. Outside the city, zombies are everywhere, and this is a city of sin in the middle of a storm. Everyone who lives here is unworthy of salvation. Liu Feng understood before that this city is not simple, but now his understanding of this city has become even clearer. Kelly whispered that this woman doctor has value. Qin Mu finished her coffee and said that it was time for her to go. Approaching Liu Feng, she said that he had recently spent a lot of energy, because when she fell on top of him, she noticed that he was devastated, and she told him not to forget to restore his strength. When leaving, she took one canned food with her, saying that this canned food would be payment for the reception. Qin Mu also left her business card, saying that if they needed it, they could find it at the clinic. Taking her business card, Beacon saw that she was indeed Qin Mu's doctor at the clinic. Her specialty was the treatment of bruises and wounds, as well as the rampage of a mutated gene. In the evening, Liu Feng went out for a walk around the area. He saw so many girls there who offered him the whole night for just one bun, saying that they were once stars. And children who were always running around and begging for anything edible. Liu Feng would like to help them, but he knew that at the moment he could not afford to give some of the food to others. It was disgusting and cruel to him. He was sending this post-apocalypse world to hell. This world was too vile. He also saw people who wore robes with crosses on their shoulders, arms, and other parts of their clothing. She distributed food to those who asked, saying that God said, and God loves people. They said that you need to believe in the light, but one of the beggars urged the others not to believe them, since those who went with them never returned. Liu Feng knew that none of this mattered. He needed to focus on the task at hand. First, you need to go to the Mutant Association, and then go to the slave market and buy Luda. But he remembered that Kelly had said that if they bought Lude, their food supplies would not last long and they would need to find more supplies. With each new mission, Liu Feng realized that being in charge was not easy, when suddenly Huang Bin noticed him and called him over. Huang Bin took Liu Feng to the Mutant Association, saying that today there is a vice president here and she will be his inspector. Entering the building, Liu Feng saw a huge map on the wall, which showed the places of zombie infestation, as well as the zombie leaders. There were many people with weapons in the building, and they all possessed some kind of power. Huang Bin said that the vice president was waiting for them on the second floor. Passing by the tables, Liu Feng felt danger when he saw one of the men burn the table in half with just one touch of his hand. Liu Feng was shocked to see how that boy turned into some kind of red, angry mutant. Huang Bin was scared because he knew that this was a problem, because it was a mutant with a rampant gene. To their general happiness, a girl in a samurai hat appeared and with just one blow knocked the red mutant to the ground and neutralized him. Seeing her, Liu Feng realized that this woman was not at all simple. She asked Liu Feng who he was and what he was doing in the Mutant Association. This girl's name was Kawase Suena. She was the vice president of the Mutant Association. She was level S secret mutation level. She ordered Liu Feng to take his sword and asked who he was again. Huang Bing ran out from behind Liu Feng and told the vice president that it was him. Didn't she recognize him? Then he said that he had brought the new mutant that he had told her about and pointed to Liu Feng. Recognizing Huang Bingbin, Kawase Suena told them to go up to the second floor for testing and follow her. While going to the test, Liu Feng asked Huang Bing what just happened to that person. After all, he seemed to have gone mad. Huang Bing replied that some mutants have little control over their own powers. They can easily go on a rampage. In this state, they become insensitive, driven only by the thirst for destruction. In severe cases, they can even mutate completely. That's why the association needs a high-level mutant manager to be present. Liu Feng realized that these symptoms were similar to those of his sister. Kawase Suen said that they had already arrived. Arriving at the testing hall, Kawase Suen asked Liu Feng to demonstrate his abilities. He agreed, but decided to show only part of his abilities and hide the main power. Approaching the weapon table, he picked up the sword and said that his strength was mainly directed at the weapon. He could repair it or strengthen it. After which, he decided to show by example what he could do and began transforming the sword. After the transformation, he said that there were some changes in the shape, as well as the addition of ignition. The sharpness has also increased. The fire will make it easier to cut flesh. It can be said that this is a special bloody attack. Huang Bin couldn't contain his emotions and said that this is very cool. Kawase Suen was also very surprised, because she had not seen anyone who could apply buffs to weapons for a long time. Kawase Suen said that this is an amazing ability to improve weapons, because it is very rare and in high demand everywhere. Rumor has it that the military has several people with this ability in its research institutes. After which she knelt down and took out her sword, asking Liu Feng to restore it. Having said that, this is her favorite sword named Zhelinwan. This is her family's sword. It has been with her since childhood. But unfortunately it broke while she was cutting down a mutant zombie. She would really appreciate it if he could subdue it for her. Liu Fen asked the vice president to get up from his knees and said that he was also a ball lover, and he said that he would be happy to fulfill this small favor. Then he began transforming her sword. Literally a moment later, he restored her sword and sharpened it a little more, thanks to which this sword became capable of cutting through gold and crushing steel. Kawase Suen bowed to Liu Feng, saying that he is the best swordsmith, because she can now hear the joyful sound of her sword, Shuelunwan. Kawase Suen also said that his rating is a level A mutant, and he can become a full member of the association if he completes one more task. After he completes the task, she will give him a gift. Huang Bin said that Liu Feng is very cool, strong. He has just started and is already level A. He also said that, in addition, Liu Feng has won the favor of the vice president. Now no one will dare to lay a finger on him, and he asked that he take him under his wing. Huang Bin also said that in this city there are only 3 SS-level mutants. This is the president and one each from the Military and Research Institute. In addition, including the vice president of the academy, there are 2 S-tier mutants. After which he told Liu Feng that he had just joined and had already achieved level A, he would have unlimited opportunities in the future. Liu Feng understood that by using only part of his strength, he was able to achieve level A. The forging ability would bring him even more points. It seemed like his powers were actually close to SS level. Meanwhile, the vice president brought Liu Feng to the reception and asked him to go through a couple of formalities here to receive the task. The people in the room at that moment could not believe their eyes and wondered who he was and why the vice president herself was accompanying him. Liu Feng was greeted by the girl at the reception saying that he had passed the tests, and now he only had one task left to complete, and he would become a full member of the association. He took a tablet on which 3 tasks were written. The first task of level A, to find Dr. Li, was given a house in the central region as a reward. The second task was level D, to explore Xinyanzhen. For completing this task, the reward was 2 magazines, 10 canned goods, and 5 kilograms of rice. Liu Feng said that he chooses the second option. But he chose this option not for the rewards, but for the fact that the K3 Institute Kane was talking about was located in Xinanzhen, and Liu Feng wanted to find it. Huang Bin began to dissuade him, asking him to choose another task, saying that he is in the rear, and why even leave the city and expose yourself to such danger? Meanwhile, the vice president asked the girl at the reception, "Why not here?" To which she replied that Dr. Chin was a little late. Just a couple of minutes later, Dr. Chin appeared at the door and hurriedly asked where the patient was now. After listening to the heartbeat and measuring the pulse, she selected the medicine and injected it directly into the vein of the unstable patient. Literally a couple of seconds after this, the patient fell asleep, and the doctor realized that he had stabilized. Seeing such a quick effect, Liu Feng realized that Dr. Chin had a serum that suppressed the mutated gene. Seeing the vice president, Dr. Chin immediately billed her for saving her life, medicine, travel, work, overtime, and mental suffering. Liu Feng thought it was very expensive, and he had no time for it now. After all, he wanted to know about the serum. Liu Feng approached Dr. Chin and told her that his sister had similar symptoms. Could the serum help her? She answered him that if he was talking about rampant mutant fever, then he should come to her clinic, and there they would talk about it. Of course, he will have to pay for the reception. First, they went to the market. Dr. Chin decided to stock up on groceries. She even managed to quarrel with the seller, saying that his canned goods seemed to be made of gold. To which he answered her that where had she seen canned food cheaper, because in modern times everything is only becoming more expensive. After walking several blocks, they finally came to the hospital, although in appearance it resembled a strip club. Dr. Chin made herself comfortable in her favorite chair and told Liu Feng to tell him what was bothering him. Liu Feng began to talk about how his sister had a special situation. Her process of turning into a mutant zombie was interrupted, and now he is not in the best condition. "Will your vaccine be effective for her?" he asked Dr. Chin. Hearing about the interrupted transformation process, Dr. Chin asked him to quickly show his sister. But Liu Feng said that his sister was out of town now, and he would bring her next time. Dr. Chin said that her serum was most likely useless for his sister. She could develop inhibitors for her. But for this, you need to see your sister. Liu Feng said that he had an assignment from the Mutant Association. Tomorrow he needs to go explore Xinyanzhen, and the day after tomorrow he will take her to his sister. Having heard about this city, Dr. Chin said that they might see each other even sooner. Dr. Chin also told him that if he gave her 5 canned foods, she would go with him. Liu Feng thought that she was a very greedy woman. Suddenly, hungry and homeless children came into the room with empty plates for food. Seeing Liu Feng, they apologized to Dr. Chin and said that they were very hungry, so they couldn't wait. Dr. Chin said that there was nothing wrong with it, and began to distribute food to the children, giving each one a loaf of bread and a loaf of bread for now, saying that she had earned enough food today. After that, she sent the children home with the words that they should eat themselves and share with their parents. Liu Feng couldn't believe it, and he didn't understand why she was so greedy for the sake of the orphans. Dr. Chin saw the question in Liu Feng's eyes and decided to tell him why she was doing this. She said that shortly after the construction of the northern base, she betrayed one person and was severely beaten. Her body was dumped in an outer area dump. Ordinary people would have taken her clothes and sold her body to a black market butcher shop. But these children saved her. They had very little food, but they gave it to her so she could survive. At that moment, Dr. Chin realized that for their sake, she would continue to live and would not give up so easily. After finishing her story, she said that these children are a ray of light in this gloomy city. Meanwhile, outside the clinic, the children were having fun and rejoicing, thanking Dr. Chin that they would have food today. Suddenly, someone bad appeared and trampled their canned food. These were robbers who wanted to extract debts from Dr. Chin. She looked out the window and realized that things were bad. Apparently, one of their pawns saw her buying groceries. Liu Feng asked Dr. Chin if he could help her. She answered that no, even if he couldn't handle them, and she didn't want to harm him because they were the largest of the local gangs. She said that they were controlled by the second leader of the gang of light-bringing dragons, the invincible D-level mutant, Shuju, which, if she does not repay the debt, will kill these children one by one. Hearing about Shuju, Liu Feng felt happy and funny because just a day ago he defeated him and took his hand from him. The Fierce Tiger Martial Arts School had many high-level masters even before the end of the world. All the men of this school are as brave as tigers. About a real match, you always face setbacks along the way. By that time, Shuju had already recovered from that dam burst. Of course, there were many who remembered him the moment when he shit himself during the fight, but Shuju shut everyone's mouths, saying that it was just a mistake. He was very angry because Liu Feng not only made him a laughingstock, but also stole his hand. Shuju promised himself that if he met him again, he would shove his head into his ass. Liu Feng left the hospital and approached Shuju, saying that they had met again. Shuju saw Liu Feng opposite him and was simply shocked. He immediately fell to his knees and began to ask for forgiveness in a trembling voice. But literally a second later, I realized that he was doing something wrong. He then jumped up and swung his mechanical hammer over Liu Feng's head, shouting that this was outrageous, and no one had any right to mock him. Seeing this picture, Dr. Chin ran out of the hospital screaming for him to stop because she had left. But Liu Feng expected an attack from Xu Jue and launched a counterattack, striking him powerfully in the chest, thereby breaking his mechanical defense. Holding Xu Jue above his head with one hand, Liu Feng told his henchmen to go back and tell the boss that there was a level A mutant here named Liu Feng, and that if anyone dares to cause trouble for Dr. Chin, he will kill everyone. Dr. Chin saw that Liu Feng was very strong, and she thought that maybe he could help her take revenge. Liu Feng never thought that he would stay with Dr. Chin for so long. The slave market was already closed as night fell. He knew that he would have to come again, because he did not know that the slave market closed at 5 o'clock in the evening. Dr. Chin said that the head of the market is grateful to her for saving his life, and she can introduce him to him next time. Thinking about tomorrow's task, Liu Feng realized that he, Kelly, and Li Xin would be in charge of completing it, while Long Xuan would guard the house. Their main goal is to search for samples of nanotechnology. But before that, I decided to log in and upgrade myself. Lately, he has accumulated a lot of quality and skill points, so he decided to upgrade his Kung Fu Master skill, which increases combat intuition at long distances and can allow him to avoid the use of weapons. Therefore, he decided to immediately raise it 8 levels to the 16th power level and go to the bank. He immediately received a new ability called Two Things at Once. He could now use 2 melee weapons with both hands at the same time. Thanks to this, the damage it inflicts on opponents is doubled. Liu Feng immediately remembered that he had a mechanical left arm, Shuju, and it could be used thanks to this new ability, and he immediately began to transform it. Upon completion of his education, he discovered a new Kung Fu, a level 3 technique called Combined Strikes, and also received a Praying Mantis sword. 2 things at once, the art of wielding 2 swords, and a Praying Mantis sword to boot. His evening was a success. Liu Feng still had 3,000 points left, so he decided to buy a weapon for Li Xin, since the old one was no longer suitable for her, and he bought her an MHI machine gun for 1,500 points. Suddenly, Li Xin entered the room. Liu Feng told her that she had come on time and asked her to look at the weapon he had made for her. Li Xin was pleasantly surprised, saying that she had just arrived and had already received such a wonderful gift. As a thank you, she squeezed his head between her breasts. But Liu Feng asked her to stop because Kelly was outside. Li Xin said that if not now, she would definitely thank him in the evening. Liu Feng understood that he could no longer escape because he had provoked her wild nature. Suddenly, Kelly entered the tent. Hearing that Liu Feng was communicating with someone, she decided to check and find out with whom. The next day, a collection point was located 1 kilometer from the city of Zinanzhen. The soldiers reported to Commander Chu Shanhei that the gathering was successfully completed. Liu Feng, heading to the city of Shinanzhen with his team, met Commander Chu Shanhei on the way and asked him what he was doing here. Commander Chu was happy to see Liu Feng, but he didn't think that the Mutant Association would send him to help. Suddenly, unexpectedly for Liu Feng, someone called him. Turning around, he saw Dr. Chin and asked her what she was doing here. The doctor replied that she was accompanying the military as a doctor and at the same time she would look for pharmacies in the city. Walking closer to Liu Feng, she said that judging by his expression his body was empty again, and she doesn't like it. Li Xin approached Liu Feng and said that they had not seen each other for only a few days, but he had already managed to make a new girlfriend. After which she approached Dr. Qin and said that her name was Li Xin, and she was Liu Feng's first partner. Dr. Qin said that she was pleased to meet you, and she seemed to understand that Li Xin was the reason why Liu Feng's body was exhausted so often, and she said that she should control herself. Kelly noticed that Li Xin was wearing yesterday's latex clothes, but before she had time to say anything, Commander Chu appeared and asked everyone to go into the tent because it was time for the pre-battle meeting. At that moment, the tent was very noisy due to the fact that everyone was discussing the future offensive. But Commander Chu went to the microphone and asked for silence in order to briefly describe their combat mission. He said their mission was to explore the city as the garrison in the city suddenly stopped communicating 2 days ago. Their goal is to investigate the cause of the sudden loss of contact with the garrison. Liu Feng remembered that the K3 Research Institute was located under the bell tower and decided that he also needed to get supplies if possible. Commander Chu asked all the bounty hunters to participate in their mission, saying that the military would provide 3 of its soldiers as support, after which he said that they could perform. Upon arrival in the city, Commander Chu stopped the convoy and ordered everyone to leave their vehicles. The city was too quiet and there were not a single zombie, which was very strange. There were traces of blood on the ground, but there were no traces of zombies. Liu Feng and his team decided that they needed to check everything first. They carefully walked into the nearest building and saw a mug of coffee on the table. The coffee turned out to be cold. Following them, a gang of thugs entered the building and shoved them in the shoulder or shin. One of them said that the mutants should not get in the way under their feet. Liu Feng and his team can wait outside. The mercenaries quickly explored the room, not understanding where all the people had fled to. Suddenly, infused zombie, a mutant, came out from around the corner to meet them. He immediately grabbed one of the mercenaries and began to eat her. The mercenary with the cowboy hat, without thinking for a long time, opened fire on him with a double-barreled shotgun in order to save his partner Li Ping. Well, the zombie couldn't do anything. The mutants completely ate his partner, and her head became part of the body of this monster. Li Xin said that they had already met a similar monster, but Liu Feng didn't think so. The cowboy came closer to the zombie monster and put his shotgun to his girlfriend's head in order to kill Li Ping once and for all and prevent the zombie monster from taking over a piece of her. But he was immediately grabbed by zombie tentacles and was on the verge of death. The cowboy was lucky that Liu Feng was nearby and came to his aid. After Liu Feng cut off the mutant zombie's head, he thought it was all over. On zombies, the mutant did not die by losing his head. Seeing such a large number of heads on the body of this zombie mutant, Liu Feng realized that they had eaten all the people in the city, and it turns out that how many heads he has, that's how many he killed. While Liu Feng stood and pondered over the heads of the zombies, Li Xin intervened in the duel, and thanks to her new machine gun, she simply tore this mutant zombie to shreds. Having fired all guns at the zombie mutant and shot off all his limbs and heads, they thought that they had dealt with him. But that's not how it turned out, and the body of a mutant zombie torn in half attacked one of the thugs and ate him. Hearing Dr. Qin's cry, Liu Feng looked outside and saw 5 more exactly the same, but much larger zombies and realized that they were surrounded. Commander Chu said that conventional weapons were useless and ordered everyone to head towards the barracks, because there were heavy weapons. Liu Feng could not understand what happened in this city, and why are all the zombies so strange? Liu Feng said that they should not linger in this place and ordered Li Xin to use his invisibility cloak to protect Dr. Qin. He also said that if she found any supplies, she should send him a message as he and Kelly were heading to the K3 shelter. Seeing these monsters, Kelly began to worry that they would eat her. But Liu Feng told her not to worry, as he would not let those monsters touch her. And he began to chop off the heads of the monster that stood in their way with his sword. Using the Kung Fu fire glove technique, Liu Feng fired a powerful blow at the monster, thereby tearing it into small pieces. Seeing this strength, the mercenaries decided to go alongside Liu Feng. Meanwhile, while Liu Feng was dealing with a huge mutant zombie, Kelly was kidnapped by a 2-headed flying zombie. Liu Feng could not believe his eyes, because before that he had never met such flying zombie mutants. The mercenaries were also shocked by the sight of flying mutant zombies. One of the flyers cut off the head of one mercenary and flew away with it. Their general disappointment was that the flying zombies were a lot, and they were ready to tear people apart. The cowboy ordered his men to open fire on these flyers. But the flying zombies were not so easy to kill because it was very difficult to hit them in the head, so the mercenary had to flee. Liu Feng, without thinking about anything, rushed in pursuit of the zombie who stole Kelly along the way, killing all the flying zombies that came his way. Liu Feng knew that he couldn't catch the flying zombie with his feet, so he decided to shoot the crossbow straight at its head, hoping that it would die. The flying zombie did not die because it had 2 heads. It survived and, becoming even more angry, flew faster. Kelly knew she was doing badly because she thought the flying zombie was taking her to a nest of zombie walkers. She remembered that she had a revolver hidden in her bra. Taking it out, she shot at the second head of the flying zombie, thereby killing it. Seeing that Kelly was falling from a great height, Liu Feng took the mechanical claws and shot a cable in order to catch her. Kelly was falling from a great height, and she knew that it looked like this was the end for her, but she considered it quite good, knowing that she would not die from a zombie bite. She also understood that without her, Liu Feng would be free and would be able to do whatever he wanted without worrying about her safety. But Liu Feng still managed to catch her, after which he asked her why she acted so recklessly. They looked into each other's eyes, and it seemed that this was the most romantic and sweet moment in their lives. Suddenly, with great speed, they broke through the wall in the clock tower and found themselves inside. A second after the dust cleared, Liu Feng saw that Kelly had attacked him and was holding his hand so that he could not resist. Before Liu Feng had time to ask Kelly to get off him, he noticed that something strange was happening with the bell above them. After swaying slightly to the right and left, the bell suddenly collapsed and covered Liu Feng and Kelly. He immediately realized that they were stuck under the bell and asked Kelly to wait a little because he would pick it up. Kelly asked him if he knew what she was thinking when the zombie grabbed her, and she answered that she thought she was going to die, but he saved her life again. Liu Feng asked her, could she be afraid too? Kelly replied that she too is a person, although outwardly she remains calm. But at night she can only sleep peacefully if she covers herself with clothes saturated with the smell of Liu Feng. No matter how strong she may seem, she cannot calmly face death, and in fact, she fears death more than anyone. And all because she has not yet achieved her revenge, and this end of the world has taken everything from her. Liu Feng realized that he had to comfort her, so he told her to calm down since he was by her side. Kelly responded by telling him that he was so gentle, she thought they could discuss some other issues. Kelly took off her dress, exposing her breasts, and said that she wanted to talk to him about what he was afraid of. Liu Feng was terrified because he was afraid he wouldn't be able to cope. In his fantasies, he was the ideal military pilot. But seeing Kelly, he was afraid because he knew that she was an enemy pilot, AC, and she noticed him. He realized that the enemy had noticed him. That's why I tried to call Mayday. Mayday, the enemy is coming. Liu Feng said that he needed to evacuate. The enemy pilot warned that his ship was about to be shot down and asked him to eject. But Liu Feng, looking at the photo of his brother, knew that men were only going forward bravely, and he could not give up. Pilot Kelly didn't even notice when suddenly Liu Feng took a dominant position, using a strike from the rear. After such a tough and unpredictable dominant blow from the rear, Kelly realized that she had lost and happily accepted the defeat. Meanwhile, Li Xin decided to ask Dr. Qin who she thinks is ringing the bell. It has been ringing for several hours. Aren't they afraid of attracting zombies? Dr. Qin rummaged through her things and found 2 green caps, saying that one of them was Li Xin. She put it on her head, and the second one for herself. Li Xin began to worry a little about Liu Feng and Kelly because they didn't even know where they were. In fact, Liu Feng and Kelly were just nearby and were ringing the bell all night. The next day, Liu Feng woke up quite tired. Since they were ringing the bell all night, it was more difficult with Kelly than with Li Xin. He felt that it was 100% worth it. Defeating Kelly for the first time in aerial combat using an attack from the rear, Liu Feng never thought that he would not have time to return home. Suddenly on the way back, his hold was broken and Kelly entered his ship, saying that he really wanted to get rid of her so quickly he definitely wouldn't be able to do it. Seeing that Liu Feng got up before her, she said that he seemed to be full of strength today, and immediately hijacked his fighter, pulling the handles with incredible speed. After such a morning release, Liu Feng prepared breakfast for Kelly, after which he approached her and asked why she chose him. Why did she like him? She answered him that he should not humiliate himself. After all, he saved so many people, and many women are crazy about him. Even though he stole her electricity, he also braved several kilometers of zombie infestations to save her. For this reason alone, her ex-fiancé Zheng Tianxiong is not worth even one of Liu Feng's fingers. Looking at Kelly, Liu Feng knew that this was the first woman besides his sister that he wanted to protect day and night. He realized that he had to make a protective suit for her because the world of the apocalypse was too dangerous. At that moment, Li Xin called him with a report that she had found the granary and completed a side quest. He thanked Li Xin for her good work and sent her the coordinates of the bell tower, asking her to find him. At that moment, Kelly asked him who he was with last night in the tent? Not with Li Xin by any chance? Liu Feng asked Kelly to wait, because he was ready to explain everything to her. Kelly understood that men, even before the end of the world, will remain unchanged. Therefore, she pinched his back with all her strength, causing him incredible pain. 10 minutes later, on the first floor of the bell tower, Liu Feng was already fighting zombies and mutants at full speed. Fortunately for them, the local zombies did not have time to merge with people and did not become super mutants, absorbers of human flesh. Meanwhile, she searched the entire first floor and found a secret retinal reader in the statue. The statue scanned Kelly's retina and recognized her as the head of the Fox family, Kelly Fox, and opened access to the K3 laboratory. Meanwhile, the cowboy was shooting back at the mutant zombies, but realizing that there were too many of them, he decided to run away from them. While running away, he saw a door in utility rooms and decided to go there to hide from mutant zombies. Entering inside, he saw an incredible beauty with torn tights, who asked him if he wanted to have some fun. The cowboy buried his face in her lush, chic breasts, not believing that this could really happen, in fact because she was very beautiful. And unfortunately for him, he was right. In fact, the beauty was a zombie, a mutant who used the female body to attract living people and eat them. Meanwhile, inside the granary, Li Xin fought back from a crowd of zombies while protecting Dr. Chin. Li Xin blamed Dr. Chin for the fact that, because she was looking for the first aid kit, they had attracted too much attention from the zombies. To which Dr. Chin replied that the children needed antibiotics, and she could not leave without them. Li Xin asked the doctor to hurry up, because she could no longer hold back the flow of zombies. Being on the brink of death, Dr. Chin still managed to get a first aid kit. I understand that they can no longer defend themselves, since there were a lot of zombies. Li Xin and the doctor decided to escape. Seeing a narrow gap between two walls along the way, they decided to jump into it. While in the gap, Dr. Chin asked Li Xin what she was and why her breasts grew so big. Meanwhile, Liu Feng and Kelly went down to the K3 underground laboratory. In the laboratory, they discovered a very large number of zombie mutants and of a wide variety of samples. Liu Feng understood that there were a lot of zombies and they couldn't just pass them by. Then I saw a fire extinguisher and a generator standing nearby and decided to convert them into something else. Thanks to his ability to assemble useful military gadgets from all sorts of things, Liu Feng assembled a lightning fire extinguisher. Thanks to a lightning-fast fire extinguisher, he destroyed part of the zombies and filled the rest with foam from the fire extinguisher, preventing them from finding their way around. I understand that they don't have much time. They immediately ran to the internal laboratory to pick up the nanotechnology. But upon entering, they unexpectedly came across a three-headed, one-eyed zombie, a mutant who absolutely should not have been there. Kelly and Liu Feng could not understand how this monster could end up in the internal nanotechnology laboratory. It was an elite-level fused zombie, one-eyed. As a reward for killing him, the system offered Liu Feng 1,000 points. Seeing Kelly and Liu Feng in front of him, the one-eyed zombie immediately began to attack them, slamming his two powerful hands onto the ground, thereby splitting the floor in front of them. Liu Feng took Kelly in his arms to save her from the attack of the one-eyed zombie at the same moment he realized that it seems that the zombie's strength is somewhere on the level from A to S. He asked to stand aside and hide without stopping him from dealing with this one-eyed zombie, since he understood that this was the first time he had met such an elite zombie, and he needed to be careful with him. The one-eyed zombie, thanks to its huge eye, did something to Liu Feng that made him drop his sword from his hands. Liu Feng didn't understand what was happening because his hands didn't obey him at all. The system warned him that an elite-level zombie had temporarily paralyzed his arms. The elite mutant zombie, without thinking for a long time, decided to attack again. Thanks to the fact that the hairdryer, fortunately, did not have paralyzed legs, he was able to dodge this blow by just ducking. Things were bad because Liu Feng did not expect that the elite zombie would have special abilities. In the blink of an eye, it took away his ability to fight in close combat. Liu Feng could not understand whether his abilities were controlled by 3 heads or a huge eye, when suddenly a zombie mutant spit acid with the head of a dog that was on his body. At the same time, next to the grain storage, Li Xin and Dr. Chin were still in this narrow passage in which they were very cramped. Li Xin asked Dr. Chin to shrink a little so that she could reach her hand from behind her back and take the weapon, when suddenly one of the zombies grabbed them with his long tongue, enveloping their bodies with his tongue all over their body. The mutant zombie grabbed their bodies with his tongue and tried to pull them out of this passage in order to eat them, but Li Xin regrouped and grabbed the mutant zombie by its tongues with one hand, and with the other hand, she took out her machine gun. First, she fired a machine gun burst at the heads of the mutant zombie, and then dealt him a crushing blow with her right foot. Having dealt with these long-tongued mutant zombies, Li Xin told Dr. Chin that everything was fine and they needed to get out of here. They finished off another zombie, a mutant that Li Xin had forgotten about, after which they successfully got out. Dr. Chin thanked Li Xin for saving her, saying that she used the terrain to kill the zombies, which was truly wonderful and professional. Hearing such praise from Chin, Li Xin said that she could give her a small kiss for this, pointing her hand to her cheek. At this moment, Dr. Chin noticed a wound on Li Xin's arm and said that she needed an urgent amputation. Otherwise, she will be infected. But Li Xin hastened to reassure the doctor, saying that everything is fine because she has been vaccinated. Li Xin told the doctor that their safe shelter not only had a lot of food, but also a vaccine. Dr. Chin couldn't understand how they were able to develop a vaccine because she heard that the Northern Base Research Institute was still in the process of developing it. Moreover, she couldn't believe that Liu Feng was the manager of the shelter, because from the looks of it, one couldn't say that he was capable of such a thing. Dr. Chin realized at that moment that if she joined them, she could help many children. Suddenly at that moment, some girl came out from behind the bags of wheat. Appearing in front, the girl invited them to have fun together, unbuttoning her blouse and throwing out her breasts. Li Xin immediately pointed her gun at her and told her to stand still and not move. Dr. Chin asked Li Xin to lower the machine gun, thinking that there was a living person in front of them. But Li Xin did not listen to Dr. Chin and shot this girl directly in the forehead with her machine gun. Seeing this, the doctor was shocked because she could not understand why the Xin had just killed a man. Dr. Chin stood with her back to the seemingly dead girl, when suddenly a zombie, a mutant who had previously absorbed the cowboy, emerged from her body and grabbed her by the arms. Kelly was very worried about Liu Feng. But thanks to the Kung Fu chip, Liu Feng was able to activate his mechanical arm and protect himself from the acid spit. Kelly was pleasantly surprised to see that Liu Feng was able to use his mechanical arm. He told her that although he couldn't lift his hands with, well, a Kung Fu glove, he could control with the chip and give instructions through the system. After which, he commanded the system to prepare a strike with a steel fist and capture the target. As soon as the system completed this, he fired a shot and destroyed one of the mutant zombie heads with his mechanical fist. After that, Liu Feng immediately rushed to attack using a crossbow. He decided to attack the central head. But the mutant zombie protected it with his hands, and Liu Feng realized that if he was protecting the central head, then it was the main one, and in order to use his hands again, he needed to destroy it. The mutant zombie launched another attack on Liu Feng using his huge arm, but Liu Feng was able to dodge this time too, after which he used his Fist of Fury to counterattack. He hit the mutant zombie on his left arm, thereby tearing it off at the elbow. Feeling threatened, the one-eyed mutant zombie decided to attack Liu Feng with his tongue. It was a lousy move, and Liu Feng had to retreat. Moreover, he understood that his glove would soon run out. Kelly called Liu Feng, saying that she could move her arms, after which she attracted the attention of a huge eye and again could no longer move her hands. Kelly asked him if he could kill a mutant zombie if he moved both hands. Liu Feng replied that if he used a two-handed sword, he would most likely be able to kill this mutant zombie. After which she said that he should trust her, because she is able to deal with the loss of control over his hands, and she asked him to wait for her signal near the sword. Liu Feng rushed into battle, diverting all the attention of the zombies, mutants, to himself in order to give Kelly a chance to resolve the issue of losing control of her hands. The mutant zombie grabbed his mechanical arm with its tongue, but Liu Feng was not going to give up and use the mantis sword to cut off the tongue of the zombie monster. After which, running up, he hit the one-eyed mutant monster right in his good eye with all his might. Suddenly, after that, Kelly was immediately able to move her hands, and she realized that she really just needed to divert the attention of his eyes. She took out her favorite revolver from her chest and aimed at the eye of the mutant zombie. Realizing that his eye was only capable of observing a small area, she realized that an animal was an animal. Having said that this mutant zombie has an IQ like a piece of bread, she fired a precise shot right into his huge eye. Liu Feng immediately felt that he could move his hands again, and realized that the source of the problem was still the eye. He picked up his second sword from the ground, he jumped on the mutant zombie, and used the double strike technique with his swords to deliver a crushing blow. Meanwhile, in the granary, Dr. Chin recognized one of the zombie heads, seeing that it was the bounty hunter who went with his team after Liu Feng. But this was no longer the cowboy she knew earlier. This was a disgusting zombie, a mutant who just wanted to eat her. Li Xin couldn't let Dr. Chin die, so she grabbed her chest with one hand, and with her other hand she took the machine gun and started shooting at the mutant zombie. Thanks to her professional training and accurate shooting, Li Xin destroyed all two heads that the mutant zombie had, but he was still alive. Li Xin immediately realized that somewhere inside her body there was another head, when suddenly they heard crying from her stomach, and a moment later a small child fell out of it. It was a disgusting, vile, even premature, already zombie child. Dr. Chin could barely hold back the tears in her eyes, realizing that he had not even been born, but had already become a terrible monster. Li Xin, unlike the doctor, did not feel sorry for this baby, because she understood that if she did not kill him, he would kill them, because this is the world of the apocalypse. After which, outside the warehouse, Dr. Chin buried this baby, wishing him to be reborn as an ordinary child in his next life. She understood that such a fate awaited all children in the post-apocalypse. Seeing her sad look, Li Xin said that she was very sentimental. Turning around, Dr. Chin said that she wanted to go to Liu Feng's hideout, but Li Xin told her that she couldn't just join their shelter. The doctor asked to take her to Liu Feng, saying that he would definitely agree. Just when Li Xin decided to call and find out where Liu Feng was, she suddenly saw something scary on the roof of the building, so she immediately grabbed Dr. Chin and ordered her to immediately lie down on the ground. As soon as they fell to the ground, Li Xin immediately covered them with her invisibility battle cloak, saying that it looks like this person on the roof is the one Liu Feng told her about. So if they want to survive, they need to be quiet and below the grass. They were shocked because this woman came very unexpectedly. Meanwhile, in the K3 secret laboratory, Liu Feng, using his two swords simultaneously, was able to cut two mutant zombie heads in half with one blow. Kelly couldn't believe her eyes, but he actually managed to cut off two heads with just one blow. Well, this was not the end, because from the body of the deceased, according to Kelly and Liu Feng, a zombie mutant, a worm crawled out, on the head of which was the same huge eye that Kelly shot. Suddenly, the system warned Liu Feng that a natural disaster-level energy had been detected nearby, and asked him to urgently evacuate because this is a red-level danger. This threat was Empress Li Hanyang, also known as the Scarlet Empress, whose ability is to control blood and decompose all living things. The system again warned Liu Feng about the red danger level. Having said that the disaster-level mutant has become stronger, according to the system, she has just woken up and is looking for food. When Kelly saw her, she immediately realized that she was Liu Feng's neighbor, Li Hanyang. Just her look made me feel like a bubble rising in the water. It felt as if God himself was looking at her. She grabbed the one-eyed mutant zombie by his tentacle with one hand and turned her other hand into sharp claws and pierced his huge eye right through. After she pierced him with her hand, she immediately began to suck all the life juices out of him. Liu Feng was very amazed to see this, as she had defeated the elite-level zombies that were so difficult for him in one fell swoop. Kelly was very scared and asked Liu Feng what should they do. He knew that they could not escape, and they could not move. They could only hope that the Bloody Empress still remembered Liu Feng. They stood frozen in one place, hoping that Empress Li Hanyang would recognize Liu Feng and let them go. But something went wrong, and the Empress grabbed Liu Feng and dragged him to her. At this moment, Liu Feng knew that his situation was very bad. He prayed that his aunt would remember him. Suddenly, Empress Li Hanyang turned her gaze to Kelly and decided to kill her by releasing her sharp vein in her direction. Liu Feng could not understand what was happening and asked the system to give him an analysis of what was happening, to which the system replied that the Empress remembers him a little, but Kelly doesn't know and decided to kill her. He couldn't think of anything better than to kiss his beloved Aunt Li passionately, in order to save Kelly because he couldn't lose her. Empress Li Hanyang was dumbfounded by Liu Feng's action and left Kelly alone, after which, after thinking for a moment, she scratched his cheek with her sharp nails, after which she licked his blood from his cheek with her long tongue. The system immediately warned Liu Feng that his blood had been absorbed by the Scarlet Empress, and she would now remember his scent forever, and would be able to track his location in the future. Kelly suddenly had a desire to win, because she didn't want to let Liu Feng go for anything. Kelly, before the apocalypse, was an unstoppable capitalist elite. Therefore, she could not allow other women to take her man away from her. Empress Li Hanyang looked into Liu Feng's eyes as she left. He, seeing this meaningful look, realized that it seemed that Aunt Li had not forgotten him, and she still had a chance to be cured. Meanwhile, at the Northern Base Research Institute, Director Zheng was informed that a complication had arisen. Having said that a huge amount of energy appeared in Shenanzen, and they began to analyze it. The director asked his subordinates if these were the founders of the religion, but it wasn't them. After conducting a full scan, he was told that this is the #1 mutant, the Scarlet Empress. She awakened and came to the city. The director was disappointed because their Scarlet Empress immediately after awakening destroyed the zombies in the entire area and also exterminated the troops of their institute. And the worst thing was that she was created by a scientific research institute and at the same time vehemently hates them. Zheng Tianxiang, Minister of Health, Director of the Northern Base Research Institute, believed that all this was not important because he felt that someone was sabotaging their affairs. Realizing this, he immediately ordered his assistant T1 to continue sending people in search of the Kelly Research Institute because it was necessary to find it and the nanotechnology that was in it. At the same time, with all this, he also ordered to avoid the nest of the Bloody Empress and take supplies with him, and asked the Metro clan for help, after which he turned to his assistant Umian and asked her to find someone who was constantly hindering him. She answered with confidence that the task would be completed. One of the assistants asked the professor if they would intervene in the situation in Shenanjiang City, to which he replied that they would not. Since there is Scarlet for the Empress, she herself will tear everyone to pieces. After all, according to his information, samples of nanotechnology were successfully removed from this city. Meanwhile, at the secret research laboratory K3, Kelly became very angry when she learned that the nanotechnology project was urgently transported to the city center 3 days ago. Kelly knew that things were bad because 3 days ago, nanotechnology was delivered by subway to a research institute in the center of the city. Liu Feng didn't understand which other metro he was on. Nanotechnologies are gone. Kelly told him that all of her research institutes are connected by an underground system, and as soon as a problem arises with one of the institutes, the system immediately transports secret projects to the nearest safe institute. Then, looking at the map, she said, the map shows that nanotechnology was transported to the Freyer Institute. Lufa was very upset because he understood that they had come all this way in vain, risking their lives. Suddenly, Kelly discovered a leak of a fusion virus that was eliminated from the laboratory. At that very moment, Li Xin and Dr. Qin appeared in the laboratory, who immediately noticed that it was this virus that led to the fact that there were a bunch of different zombies in the city. She was interested in this virus. Liu Feng was very happy to see Li Xin and Dr. Qin, saying that he was worried about them. Dr. Qin thanked him for sending Li Xin with her, who saved her. After which, Dr. Qin suggested we talk about the virus. She could not even think that there was such a laboratory in this city, and that they were still studying the virus, and decided to take a closer look at it. After which she learned that a byproduct of studying nanotechnology makes it possible to combine nanorobots and a virus. This is powerful technology. The initiator of the project was the Fox family. Seeing this, Dr. Qin turned to Kelly and said that she was the famous Kelly, and this underground institute worked under her leadership. She also said that she believes that she would not do something like this, because she has always been a white knight in this area. Kelly replied that she knew nothing about the initiation of this project. Dr. Qin believed Kelly, but asked her what would happen if someone in her family colluded with outsiders, such as Zhen Tianshun. After which, Dr. Qin added that the Fox Corporation has nothing but money, they invest it in quality assets around the world. After which they behave like white knights, or rather, it is better to say that they are a scientific and technical company and not an investment corporation. The doctor said that she used to work at a research institute that Kelly's company had invested in, and there she saw how a person appointed by her family colluded with Zhen Tianshun. Li Xin hugged Kelly with a grin on her face, saying that she didn't think she would ever see a fox like Kelly be humiliated in public. Dr. Qin noticed that the fusion virus was still active, and she thought that perhaps she could use it to restart the development of a serum that would remove the mutation virus, telling Liu Feng that this could probably ease his little sister's symptoms. Hearing this, Liu Feng immediately invited Dr. Qin to join his shelter, saying that now his little sister and Aunt Li would have hope of salvation. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Captain Chu and his subordinates were fighting a wave of zombies. He ordered his military to hold their position as they needed to drive away these zombies to prevent them from going to the northern camp. One after another, his soldiers died from zombie bites. He understood that the local zombies were not like the ones he had met before. These ones, no matter how much you shot at them, still did not die. In order to hold back the onslaught of zombie waves, Captain Chu, together with his soldiers, used all the weapons available to him, even grenades. But even the grenades did not save them, since they were blocked by a bone shield, which could not be penetrated not by cartridges, not even by a grenade. Captain Chu couldn't believe his eyes, because everything was so bad. In a couple of months, they evolved into impenetrable bone shields. The military's defenses were broken through. Lying on the ground, Captain Chu thought that humanity most likely would no longer be able to defeat them. Before he even had time to think about what Liu Feng would have done in his place, a red salvation cloak appeared out of nowhere and pierced the head of the zombie who wanted to kill Commander Chu with his sword. After which, he immediately asked old Chu if he was okay. In response, the commander thanked him for saving his life again. Before they could talk, the zombie with the bone shield decided to attack them again. At that moment, Liu Feng pushed Commander Chu aside and dealt a crushing blow to the zombie's bone shield. But he didn't destroy it, and in addition to everything, he broke his sword on this bone shield. Seeing his broken sword, Liu Feng was not upset because 10 minutes ago when he was in the grain storage, he had prepared for such an eventuality. While in the granary, he contacted his assistant Sarah and asked her to send all this grain to their base. Then he said that tomorrow, he would bring even more people to the base. Dr. Qin was very surprised to see such technology, and she asked Liu Feng, "What kind of technology is this that can teleport things?" He replied that it was just a small piece of equipment from his hideout. Meanwhile, Li Xin approached them and said that they had cooler things in their shelter, after which she pressed Liu Feng's head to her chest and took him to another room, saying that she said this in order to interest Dr. Qin in their shelter. At that moment, Kelly called Liu Feng over, saying that she had found another byproduct of nanotechnology development at the institute and asked him to look at it in case he needed it. Opening the suitcase inside, Liu Feng discovered a Tier A nano-impact glove. After his sword broke with this particular glove, Liu Feng dealt the next crushing blow to the mutant zombie with a bone shield. Thanks to the use of a nanoshock glove, Liu Feng destroyed this mutant zombie with a bone shield with the first blow, tearing it into pieces. Captain Chu and his soldiers could not believe what they saw, only understanding that Liu Feng was very strong. Now in the eyes of the military, Liu Feng was no longer a sword master, and he became a demonic fist in the hearts of people. Within half an hour, they arrived at the gates of the northern base. Commander Chu reported his return, saying that thanks to Liu Feng, they had delivered 2 truckloads of supplies and scouted out the situation in Shinanzen. Liu Feng listened to Kelly's advice, who said that he should leave 2 truckloads of food for the military to win their favor, and this way they would make it easier to do business in the future. While driving one of the trucks, Liu Feng looked to the side at the people's entrance and saw his ex there. He couldn't believe his eyes. Therefore, he blamed it on the fact that he was too tired, and he imagined his ex Shen Qian. The next day, together with Dr. Qin, Liu Feng went to the slave market, at which she introduced him to the owner of the largest slave market in the northern base, Boss Zhang Li. He was also happy to see the famous demonic fist, Mr. Liu. He said that he had wanted to meet him for a very long time. Zhang Li asked Liu Feng not to worry, saying that for the sake of Dr. Qin, he would provide him with the best goods, gave him the best beauties of the old world, Su Qiangqian and Hua Mei Mei. Liu Feng couldn't believe his eyes. After all, Xu Qianqian was a movie actress who played the role of Yang Guifei, and Hua Mei Mei is an international star who played the role of Ida Wang in the movie Violence Crisis. Movie star left and right. At this moment, Hua Mei Mei blamed Xu Qianqian for being the reason they got caught, and it was entirely her fault. Liu Feng really wanted his harem, but he also knew that this fat man was seducing him on purpose so that he would not ask for something else. Seeing that Liu Feng was hesitating, the merchant said that this celebrity couple was not cheap, and he added that the head of the gang of light-bringing dragons wanted both of them, but he refused him. But Liu Feng told him that if he thought that he could lead him astray just by showing him a handsome man, then he was very mistaken. The merchant was shocked, because he did not think that there really was a man in this world who could control himself at the sight of such beauties. Unable to bear the stupidity of the seller, Liu Feng shouted to him that he had not come to him to buy beauties from him. The intense pressure even caused his nose to bleed. At that moment, Kelly entered the room, saying that in this era, the last thing we need is beauties, telling Boss Zhang that they only want talented people. Boss Zhang immediately recognized Kelly as the only woman included in the top 10 rich people, according to Forbes magazine. Now it was no surprise to him that with such a beauty, Mr. Liu was not interested in movie stars. The girl also recognized Kelly, thinking that she was a legendary woman who became this young guy's trophy. Kelly told Liu Feng that he was worthy to be the director, but he should invite these stars to his refuge because they are not at all useless. Liu Feng listened to Kelly and approached the girls, inviting them to join his hideout. The girls happily agreed, but Liu Feng said that first he should look at their characteristics thanks to his system. Liu Feng was shocked to see what talents these 2 girls had. He did not understand where some 2 actresses had such rare talents. He even asked the system to check them again, to which the system said that he was a fool, and it was working fine. Without thinking for a long time, he asked the merchant to bring all the people he had so that he could choose them himself. Realizing that this was a big deal, the merchant brought him all the remaining 300 people in just 5 minutes. Half an hour ago, the tired Liu Feng was a little angry because he thought that talents would be everywhere. But in the end, out of 300 people, only a few people had any good skills. He found a security guard, a caretaker, a farmer, a hacker, a turner, a cook, and a gunpowder researcher. He also had 2 more of these beauties, but he needed to increase the population, so he had to choose 100 more people. After 3 hours, only 120 people were selected who were not hostile to Liu Feng and had the appropriate qualifications. After the selection, Liu Feng asked Boss Zhang how much he wanted for all these people. Boss Zhang replied that since they were acquaintances, he would give him a discount, and said that he would charge 200 canned goods or 30 for both of them, his choice. Liu Feng did not bargain and said that Kelly would give him the payment. After acquiring the required number of people, Liu Feng knew that they needed to be taken to the shelter, and then he would be able to unlock the blueprints for the firearms. So he did, loaded all the people into trucks and drove back to his shelter. Having reached the place, he stopped the column and asked all the people to come out and form a line. Everyone was scared, seeing the desert. They thought that they had been brought in to be killed and sold as meat on the black market. Liu Feng noticed that people were nervous, so he climbed higher, took the loudspeaker, said that his name is Liu Feng, he is now their commander, he will take them to the shelter later. He also said that he would guarantee each of them that they would eat their fill and never be slaves again. after which he asked them to line up and go through the transport door so that he could teleport everyone to the shelter. Descending from the podium, Kawasi Swana, the vice president of the Mutant Association, called him over, saying that she needed to give him something. Liu Feng was even slightly frightened because he had not noticed her presence at all before. She told him that she heard about how he broke his sword and decided to give him her family's sword. Shuelai Demon Sword. She handed him the sword, saying that it would be his welcome gift in honor of completing his first task and joining the Mutant Association. Taking the sword out of his ankle, Liu Feng saw that it was very sharp. This weapon was capable of cutting steel. It was level A. After that, she handed him his ID, saying that he should visit the association a little later since the president wanted to see him. He told the vice president that he would definitely go to the association and thanked her for the sword, after which he told everyone to prepare to return to the shelter. Everyone was safe and sound. Everyone managed to be transported back to the shelter. Seeing Liu Feng, Sarah immediately ran to hug him, saying that she missed him very much. Following Liu Feng and his team, all the other 120 people he had acquired at the slave market teleported to the shelter. The population of Shelter L exceeded 100 people. The level increased to the third level of the shelter. The system notified Liu Feng that he could build a firearms production workshop. People were pleasantly surprised to see cool technology in the shelter. They were also informed that the shelter had a 24-hour hot water supply and plenty of beds. As long as everyone works hard, everyone will have good food. The system notified Liu Feng that the weapons production would be completed tomorrow. He dismissed his team, saying that today they can rest and they will deal with the rest tomorrow. At night in his room, Liu Feng lay and thought about how much had happened recently, and he was very glad that they were still able to return to the shelter, because finally he could have a good rest. Since tomorrow he needed to carefully think through his future plans, he immediately went to bed. Suddenly Sarah came into his room and lay in his bed. Liu Feng thought that she was sleepwalking again and decided that she could stay in his bed until dawn. When suddenly she whispered in his ear that she was not sleeping. Sitting up a little, she told him that he had fallen asleep too early. It was then that he realized that this was not sleepwalking. It was all like a movie about a secretary invading the director's office. Beautiful secretary and angry director in the office. Climbing onto her knees, the secretary said that she wanted to report to him. The boss tried to stop her, saying that it was no longer working hours, but she was not interested. She began to tell him that their stock prices had fallen a lot this month, and they needed to think about how to raise their prices. Liu Feng asked why she was doing this, to which Sarah replied that since he saved her, she admired him every day. But she is not like Li Xin and Kelly, because they can go out, and Sarah can only express her love to Liu Feng when he returns home, after which she began to cry. Liu Feng took her hand and said that he was ready to accept her pleasures, but only if she stopped crying. The secretary told her boss that if he didn't do better, the shareholders would replace him. At that moment, he realized that he could lose too. The secretary, straddling him on top, asked him to admit his defeat. A few minutes later, the secretary told the boss that he should quit because he was no longer enough to solve serious problems. The boss got angry, saying that she was underestimating her boss and he would show her what real work was like. Then he took the secretary lightly by the chin and whispered in her ear that she was very brave. Then he loaded her with overtime work and showed her on his desk how to enter the overtime work mode. While watching a stock chart, the secretary reported to her boss that the stock was going up too much and she couldn't contain her admiration for it. Just a few minutes later, the stock price reached its peak, and the secretary realized that it was too early to write off the boss if he was capable of such an explosion on the stock exchange. After all these reports, Sarah finally fell asleep. On the contrary, Liu Feng was charged with energy and even gained strength, all thanks to the increase in the value of the company's shares. Therefore, Liu Feng decided to go to the sauna because nothing is more relaxing than swimming after sports. Before he could dive into the pool and relax, Li Xin appeared behind him with a bucket in his hand. Before she could attack him, he grabbed her and threw her to the ground. Liu Feng asked Li Xin why she decided to sneak up on him and attack him. She got very angry and started beating him with her hands, saying that he was a fool if he still hadn't understood anything. After which she angrily said that she knew that he had started a relationship with another woman behind her back. Liu Feng is doing badly, but he didn't understand who she found out about, Sarah or Kelly, and what should he do next? She also added that he was very disappointing. Liu Feng at that moment understood that Li Xin had now burned him, and what would happen if Kelly and Sarah also found out about each other. He understood that if everyone found out about each other, he would lose everyone and everything would be over, so he urgently needed to come up with something. At this moment, Liu Feng remembered that Li Xin had a fetish for thrills and loved variety, so he asked her if she was angry because he didn't call her. Seeing a humble reaction to his words, he said that it was okay because next time he would definitely invite her to a threesome, so that she doesn't feel shy. Before he had time to clarify the relationship, suddenly his younger sister and Aunt Lee's daughter entered the sauna. Since he didn't want Shin Tong and Lee to know about his relationship with Lee Shin, he pushed her under the water, telling her that she should hide and then quietly leave. But since Lee Shin had a fetish for thrills, she had no intention of going anywhere. It all began to resemble underwater adventures, Mara and Aquaman, Liu Feng. Liu Feng asked her to behave properly since she was in Atlantis, but Mara said that today she would punish the Sea King. Mira used deep-sea magic to hinder the Sea King's movements. It was mean of her to use such magic in the water. Mara was shocked to see that the Sea King could withstand her sea magic. And I realized that it was not in vain that he is the ruler of the seas if he is capable of such a thing. At this moment, Shin Tong and Sister Lee rushed to Liu Feng to help him wash, rubbing his body with brushes and soap. Aquaman couldn't hold back any longer and so made the room, saying that he didn't want to be underestimated. Mara was shocked. The stream was truly strong and she could not resist it. The stream was so strong that even the mug that was standing on Kelly's table fell. Meanwhile, Sister Shin Tong and Sister Lee were doing their best to help Liu Feng wash not only his body, but also his hair. At this moment, Wu Liu Feng felt dizzy and his eyes darkened. He even thought that he had gone to heaven, because he had just done this right in Li Shin. At that moment, when the sisters were washing their brother's head out of the water, Li Shin appeared. Liu Feng was puzzled, because he didn't think that Li Shin could last so little underwater, and it also seemed like she had something in her mouth. Just a moment later, the sisters also noticed that Li Shin had something in her mouth. So Sister Li asked her, did she also help Brother Liu Feng wash? Li Shin knew that she urgently needed to answer something, so she decided to spit out Liu Feng's thing, but she randomly took it and swallowed it. Liu Feng and his sisters were shocked to see this. The next morning, Liu Feng decided to show Dr. Chin the medical section. She couldn't believe that his hideout was so big. Arriving at the medical center, Liu Feng said that it consists of 2 rooms, an outer and an inner one. The outer one is a ward with beds, and the inner one is a laboratory. Both rooms are now completely free. They proceeded to the laboratory. The system said that the equipment was working normally and various studies could be carried out on it. Dr. Price immediately realized that the laboratory had artificial intelligence. After looking at the laboratory, Dr. Chin said that it was even better equipped than the one at the northern base. Although there is not much space, it is quite enough for one person. After that, he told her that she could bring those children of hers directly to the shelter, because here they could study. Since many children came to the shelter this time, he plans to find teachers and open a school. After the chief electrician left them, Dr. Chin gently kissed Liu Feng on the cheek, and in surprise he fell to the ground, and she fell with him. At this point, the chief electrician decided to return because he had forgotten something, and I saw a very interesting picture. Seeing Liu Feng and Dr. Chin kissing behind the curtain, he couldn't believe his eyes. But in reality, they were kissing, and the shadows simply distorted their actions. Liu Feng asked Dr. Chin to sit down on the couch to rest and recover from the fall. The electrician was shocked because he didn't understand how they could do this in daylight, and I decided to watch them a little more. Liu Feng asked Dr. Chin to take her time and move slowly so that she could fully recover. After recovering, Dr. Chin said that since he had a microscope, they could take a closer look at the fusion virus and see how they could help his sister. The head electrician was a lone wolf, so he simply could not accept such a thing. We know, he knew that Liu Feng had Li Shin, and he simply did not dare to do something like that with Dr. Chin. So he decided to break in and prevent the betrayal. But the video is more and more passionate shadows. He just fell to the floor. Dr. Chin said that by using the genome of the fusion virus as a basis and using Liu Feng's equipment, she might be able to create an inhibitory vaccine. Seeing this whole picture, the chief power engineer was horrified because it was disgusting to him, and he promised that as soon as he became the head, he would punish such dogs. After all, traitors are the worst thing in this world. It's like a cancer of society. Cancer! When suddenly, a very beautiful girl with chic curves approached him and asked if he was okay. Seeing her, he was immediately blinded by her beauty. The girl told him that something was broken in their building and asked him to look and fix it. The chief electrician happily agreed and said that, of course, he could help. After which he immediately realized that he had fallen for her tenderness. At this moment, Dr. Chin explained everything about how she could carry out reverse research and help Liu Feng's sister. After which, she offered to conclude an agreement, saying that he will help her pick up the children from the base and take them to the underground city. In return, she will help him create an inhibitory serum. At this moment, Liu Feng's people realized that Dr. Chin Yi did not want to join the shelter. She immediately asked for his forgiveness, saying that she could not join for now, because there isn't one thing she can't leave. Hearing this, he offered her his help. Before they could talk, the system suddenly notified Liu Feng that the construction of the weapons factory had been completed, saying that the shelter could be upgraded to the 3rd level. Hearing this news, he immediately ran to look at the brand new weapons factory. Everyone was amazed by the amazing build quality of this weapons factory. But Li Xin and the sniper already wanted to check the quality of this weapon. A few minutes later, taking a couple of samples of the finished weapon, Li Xin carried out a check. After testing, she said that it was an excellent weapon. Kelly said the plant is currently capable of producing Tier 1 firearms and ammunition, such as AK-47, M1911A1, Browning M37 shotgun, Dragunov sniper rifle, fragmentation grenades, ammunition, and much more. Li Xin told Liu Feng that since they now had such capabilities, it was worth building a shooting range to train the guards. He agreed, saying that he would entrust this matter to her and Longshuan. They will have to choose the future guards, and the head one will be Li Xin. After which he ordered the system to completely upgrade the shelter to the 3rd level, and also begin building a shooting range. The system replied that the shelter would be ready in 2 days. Liu Feng decided to take a walk in the center of his refuge, and met 2 beautiful actresses in a bar, who saw him and invited him to the bar, offering him a drink with them. Seeing the actresses, Liu Feng understood that he had nowhere to hide from them. He also remembered that when he was a teenager, they were his sexual fantasy, and then he only had photographs of them. And now, they were right in front of him, and looking into his eyes, they realized how majestic he still was. But he was so nervous that he couldn't control his facial expression. Suddenly, a moment later, his reputation increased by 1 point. He realized that when the actresses saw him, they were immediately scared, and because of this, his reputation increased by 1 point. Seeing that his reputation was growing, he decided to join the girls and be tougher with them, so he could test whether his reputation really does grow when he is cruel. At that moment, one of the girls told the other that she had heard that stars could survive in this apocalypse only by trading themselves. And she asked her friend if they should make these sacrifices. Xu Tianqian was naturally charming and also had high communication skills. She could definitely figure out Liu Feng's true intentions. The girls asked Liu Feng if he would like to drink something stronger, to which he replied that he would drink milk. The girls were shocked because he didn't fall for their flirting. They were also surprised that he was able to resist them because this was the first time in many years that they had failed to charm someone. They could believe that the leader of the underground city, such a frightening and serious man, drinks milk instead of whiskey. But Sister Li told the story that brother Liu Feng had loved drinking the milk that her mother sent him since childhood. Before she could finish her story, Liu Feng noticed that his reputation had again increased by 233 points, although he did not seem to do anything for it. He decided that he needed to say something to the girls because in the end they could be friends, but instead he coughed 3 times. Hearing that he coughed 3 times, the girls thought that they would have to come to his bedroom at 3 in the morning and realized that they could not avoid this fate. They stood up, turned around and left, saying that they understood everything. At this moment, Liu Feng was very upset because he thought that he had somehow offended the stars. After this incident, Liu Feng decided to go up to the command post. Seeing Liu Feng, Kelly stood up and slammed her heel on the ground, saying that everyone should stand up and greet the director. Liu Feng greeted him and said that there was no need to greet him so formally, but Kelly told him that the director must live up to his status, after which she asked him to take his honorary place as director. The meeting has begun. Sitting in the center of the table, Liu Feng wondered if he needed to pretend to be strict now. Kelly stood up from the table, saying that since everyone was present, they can proceed to their first question, saying that now that the problem with creating weapons has been solved, she proposes to create a security detachment of 30 people. Because recently 2 groups have gathered around the base. The first is the Salvation Army, and the second is the monotheists who pose a direct threat to the shelter. Liu Feng asked Kelly to tell us more about these groups. Kelly said one of the groups, the Church of One God, has recently been active in the south of the city. The rate of spread is very high. Their slogan is that belief in the Day of Judgment will save you from the bonds of worldly vanity. Another group near the shelter is the Salvation Army. This gang was created by thugs. They have already gathered about 200 people. Li Xin laughed, saying that the Salvation Army sounded like a bunch of collective farmers. Longshun asked Liu Feng, didn't they capture the high priest of the monotheists? Liu Feng replied that she was captured and asked his younger sister to bring her. A couple of seconds later, Xin Tong brought in the high priest of the monotheists, dressed in a short prison tunic with a black leather collar around her neck, holding her by the leash. Li Xin immediately asked her to tell her what she knew about the development of the Church of One God and its appearance. The captive told them that the Church of One God was founded before the apocalypse in order to save all living things. Now it consists of tens of thousands of believers. One of the branches must have arisen near the refuge. Liu Feng was shocked when he heard the number of tens of thousands, and he asked which part next to them is small or large. The hostage continued the story, saying that an ordinary sect is ruled by several bishops. 8 of them are the highest-ranking ones. They are named by numbers from 1 to 8. She was the 8th, and the 7th was killed by Liu Feng, she said. Liu Feng realized that all those zombies were created by the founders of their religion. The hostage said that all the eggs of zombie mutants were given to them by the founder. Shin Tong, unable to bear the long story, bent her over and began to whip her on the bottom with a leash so that she would quickly say who their founder was. After which, she immediately said that although she had not seen him in person, it seemed to her that he was probably not human. Li Feng along with Li Xin were very upset by her answer and asked her what about the apostle she was talking about. Would she be able to recognize him? The hostage replied that, of course, he could, and that, most likely, he was already in the city. After which Liu Feng said that next time he would take her with him on a mission. After summing up the meeting, Liu Feng said that at the moment there was no need for them to conflict with these gangs. First, you need to train your security squad and then deal with the gangs. Kelly agreed with him, saying that first they needed to strengthen the strongholds around the shelter, after which he said that lately he had not had enough points and needed to prepare for a foray into the city center. Therefore, you need to complete 4 combat missions. The first at the oil storage facility, the second at the hypermarket, the third at the wastewater treatment plant, and the fourth at the port berth. Liu Feng said that everyone will lead a team. Li Xin was ordered to capture the hypermarket, Longshuan, the purification station, Da Qiang was supposed to capture the pier, and Liu Feng took over the oil storage facilities. After assigning missions, Liu Feng realized that he did not have enough talented people on his team. Kelly said that there is one more unresolved issue, and she said that it was necessary to go to the research institute in the center of the city to find nanotechnology and reveal Zhen Tianqiang, however. In the city center, the number of zombies reaches millions on their own. They will not be able to get there, so you need to take advantage of this opportunity. Li Xin suggested breaking through, to which Kelly replied that not everyone in this office is as crazy as her. Having said that, Director Liu has already thought of a way. Suddenly, Grandpa Kane came out to them via video link and said that while he was waiting for a call from Kelly, he heard that the military wanted to explore the city center. Kelly said that although they do not know the army's goals, they have already begun recruiting mutants and bounty hunters. Therefore, she advised the director to establish relations with the military while they were at the northern base. He saved the life of their commander Chu twice, helped them with their mission, and also gave them a supply of food. The director even exceeded the task and paved the way for the team. So now it will be quite easy to join the military. Liu Feng expected that Kelly understood his plan, which only meant that he was hiding poorly. At this moment, Long Xuan understood why Liu Feng became the leader who personally created the shelter. After all, he always prepares everything and prepares for everything in advance without leaving any traces. Grandpa Kane also understood why Liu Feng liked Miss Kelly. Liu Feng stood up from the table, turned around and said that tomorrow they would clear out the strongholds around the shelter, and the next time they went to the city center, he would contact the military, and declared the meeting over. It was noticeable on his face that he was very scared and excited, because his comrades were very smart, because he didn't even have time to say anything, and the strategy was already ready. 3 hours later, in his room on the big screen, he excitedly watched the 9th and final part of the film, a severe crisis involving one of the actresses he bought. Seeing in front of him canned food, a table with rice, rolls, and all sorts of snacks, he understood that this was not an apocalypse, because he did not have such a luxurious life before the end of the world. When suddenly, the system notified him that Xu Kankan and Hua Meimei were asking permission to enter his room. He thought that they wanted to watch a movie with him and allowed them to enter. 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 little Playboy bunnies appear in Liu Feng's room. Sitting down on the sofa next to Liu Feng, they immediately began to please him, showing that they were ready to do anything for him. Liu Feng was confused because he didn't understand what was happening. Xiao Kankan said that they understood his cough hints and came to him as he asked. Liu Feng immediately realized that they had understood everything wrong, but it was already too late, after which they both looked at him with their charming, sparkling eyes and asked him to become their patron, attacking him from both sides. How suddenly he found himself deep in the forest with a sword in his hand, seeing in front of him 2 evil spirits that were sucking out the souls of people. Without thinking for a long time, he rushed into battle, trying to cut these 2 beautiful but evil spirits with one of his treasure swords. But the spirits only laughed, saying that he couldn't hurt them with a regular attack, because they were spirits and could share the damage. After which they attacked him with powerful combinations. And he realized that his affairs were bad, because at this rate, he could lose. They did not spare him, beating him again and again. He understood that they were very strong, but he still couldn't understand how he could cope with 2 spirits alone. When suddenly he saw the well of rebirth from which these dangerous spirits emerged. The spirits kept telling him that they had no effect on him, but Liu Feng at that moment realized that he did not need to attack the spirits, but stick his sword into their well of revival. Having taken possession of their weakness, he understood that now their lives were like candles in the wind. After all, as soon as he filled the well, the source of their strength would fade away. They asked him to stop and not move, but Liu Feng understood that their weaknesses were now under his control. He felt superior. The evil spirits realized how strong and merciless he could be, and literally within a minute they asked him to stop and not move anymore, because they couldn't stand it anymore. But Liu Feng knew that he could not stop, because if he did, he would lose. Therefore, I decided to use the rotating vortex technique and enter completely into the well. In the end, thanks to his signature move, he was still able to cope with the two spirits, showing them how strong he was. After this incredible and crazy fight with two charming beauties, he felt amazing and wasn't even the least bit tired. And all because he fulfilled his childhood dream. He knew for sure that tomorrow he would be able to move mountains. The next morning, Liu Feng and his team moved to the oil storage facility to clear it of zombies and capture useful resources. For this mission, Kelly wore a chic red shirt with a huge cutout on the chest, a miniskirt, and took a crossbow with her for her safety. She was a very hot thing. Before the sortie, Kelly reported that, according to satellite estimates, there should be several dozen zombies in this plant. After capture, they would receive at least 300 units of the resource. One day ago, in the evening at the shooting range of the underground city, Kelly practiced shooting with firearms without rest. Liu Feng was very curious. Why did she train so much and not even rest? Kelly replied that this world of the apocalypse is too dangerous. Angry people, terrifying zombies, hunger, and mutations. Therefore, simply hiding at the base is not her option. After her words, Liu Feng realized that a strong woman is a strong woman. At any time, she will not humble herself and will never retreat. The next morning, Kelly asked Liu Feng to allow her to join the operation to clear out zombies at the oil depot. Liu Feng agreed, saying that their task was to clear the area of zombies, but to avoid an explosion, they could not use firearms. From satellites, they saw that there weren't that many zombies inside. Also, most likely there are no zombies, mutants among them at all, so this task should be quite easy for them. All they had to do was lure the zombies. Of course, the main power engineer became the bait. He was running away from the zombies, chasing him so quickly that he did not notice the stone under his foot and tripped over it. Having fallen, he turned over on his back and saw that the zombies, from whom he was running away so quickly, were just about ready to attack him and tear him into small pieces. But luckily for him, Liu Feng was nearby and cut the head of the zombie attacking him in half, saying that he did a great job as a bait. Kelly also did not stand aside. Thanks to her crossbow, she pierced the head of several zombies at once. Her shooting lessons were not in vain. Suddenly, she noticed that a zombie was approaching her from behind. She turned around and kicked him with all her might right in the groin, immobilizing him even without arrows. Having seen such a harsh reception, together with the electrician, we felt this pain ourselves. Meanwhile, Kelly finished off the zombie with a precise shot to the head. Meanwhile, Kelly told herself that she had to become strong, because she was not just an ornament. Moreover, before the end of the world, she was able to build a business empire on her own. She was sure that even after the apocalypse, she would also cope and become strong and independent, creating an opposite copy of herself who was not afraid of anything and could easily use any weapon. Looking at Liu Feng and Kelly standing back to back, the electrician thought that they were very suitable for each other, as he believed that they were almost a zombie-slaying couple. Zombies were everywhere. No matter how much they killed them, they kept coming and coming. There was an intense struggle for survival. Standing on the front line, shoulder to shoulder next to Liu Feng, Kelly couldn't understand how this gorgeous and strong man could carry such tension all this time, being on the brink of life and death. Kelly also understood that Liu Feng was a very strong man, so she promised herself that she would not lose either, and decided to use the explosive bolts that Liu Feng had made for her. It would seem that all the zombies had already been destroyed, when suddenly a new mutant zombie appeared on the horizon, which they had never met before. It was a mutated zombie with poisonous glands. Seeing him, Liu Feng immediately made an immediate decision to strike him with a strong blow with his sword, thanks to which he cut his belly, from which acid began to spray. Seeing that he could not destroy the mutant zombie with this, he decided to use a secret technique called the Devilish Desert Sword and strike again at the zombies. Thanks to this fiery technique, he cut the mutant zombie in half, plus burned him. Seeing the power of his sword, Liu Feng immediately realized that it was not for nothing that the sword was a Class A weapon, seeing how Liu Feng calmly dealt with everything. At that moment, Kelly felt that no matter how hard she tried, she still could not keep up with him. 10 minutes later, they were already at the gate, in the oil storage facility, and the electrician was trying to open the security system in order to open the gate and get inside. Literally 5 minutes later, the electrician still managed to open the gate. Seeing this, Liu Feng said that they had cleared the courtyard area, and now all that was left was to clear the building, and the task would be completed, so he would go first. But Kelly did not lag behind him one step. Liu Feng asked her how it felt to kill zombies, to which Kelly replied that it was more difficult than she thought. Well, Kelly asked him not to worry about her, because gradually, but she will become stronger. Hearing this, Liu Feng was once again convinced that she was a very strong woman, the likes of which he had never met before, and he invited her to try together to improve her skills. Before they could enter the building, suddenly over the loudspeaker, a mysterious voice began to ask for help, saying that the three of them should quickly go to the main control room and save him. A mysterious voice repeatedly asked for help, saying there were zombies outside. And he is in the main control room and asked with tears in his eyes to save him, calling Liu Feng's team heroes. Liu Feng asked the system to show him the floor plan of the building. The system showed him a floor plan of the building, telling him that it had only 5 floors and there was a working service elevator on the first floor. But Liu Feng was not going to rush to rescue because there was something wrong with the voice. In addition, there was noise, but no zombies appeared on the floor. Something was definitely not right here. Having examined the premises near the elevator, Liu Feng noticed corpses whose brains had been eaten. It did not look much like ordinary zombies. He understood that it seemed that this was an unprecedented type of zombie, mutants. Suddenly, the system warned Liu Feng and discovered the energy of zombie mutants. Upon learning this, he immediately warned his team to be careful, since there was probably a mutant here. Before they had time to enter the elevator, suddenly a voice was heard from the radio again, saying that they had finally arrived. After which a mysterious voice warned them of danger on the 5th floor, saying that a couple of zombies would be waiting for them there. Then he said that Liu Feng was staring at Kelly's chest. Liu Feng immediately told him to stop lying immediately, but the mysterious voice said that he had definitely seen it, and it didn't seem to him even that Liu Feng was staring at her butt right now. A few minutes later, they arrived on the 5th floor. Liu Feng took out his sword and told his companions to stay behind him. Kelly understood that it would be safe behind his back. She even wanted to hide. Thinking about the battle just now, she realized that she had been training for so long, but as soon as a couple of zombies appeared, she was on the edge. But it was a moment of weakness, because after collecting her thoughts, she said no. She will not give up, because in this world of the apocalypse, only the strong can survive. After which she told Liu Feng that she would not hide behind his back. He was glad to hear this from her, realizing that she was very determined. And despite the danger, she copes with everything. A moment later, the elevator doors opened, revealing a dark and half-empty hall on the 5th floor. You see, something is unclean here. He asked his partners to be very careful. But this only angered the electrician because he was jealous of Liu Feng, saying that he is not like him and he does not have a woman behind him. Suddenly, after this, the electrician began to parody Liu Feng, showing how he looked at Kelly. Suddenly, at that moment, some slobbering tentacle touched him. Thinking that it was Liu Feng, he asked him not to imitate or touch him. Seeing that Liu Feng was standing aside, the electrician realized that something was wrong, after which a second later a huge, slimy tentacle appeared in front of his face, and a huge mutant zombie, which they had never seen before, hung above him. Seeing such a terrible and such a huge mutant zombie in front of him, the electrician simply froze in place with fear. Kelly decided to kill this zombie mutant and fired a crossbow shot at him, asking the electrician to duck down. But, to their mutual disappointment, the skin of this mutant zombie was very hard, and the arrow could not pierce it. Sitting on the metal partition, the terrifying zombie was a mutant zombie, Red Claws. A new type of mutated zombies? Immediately after the shot, a mutant zombie grabbed the electrician with his tentacle, and another mutant zombie grabbed Kelly by the waist with his tentacle. So it's time to choose. Save Kelly first or the electrician? Liu Feng understood that these zombies, like jackals, grabbed 2 people at the same time to force him to choose. But there were more mutant zombies in the zombie room. Feeling a threat from behind, Liu Feng turned around and struck a powerful blow with his sword at the zombie mutant who wanted to attack him too, after which he immediately attacked this zombie mutant with his nano glove to inflict even more damage on him. Seeing that his blade and glove were able to wound the zombie mutant, he realized that not everything was so bad, when suddenly the remaining mutant zombies began to attract Kelly and the electrician. Liu Feng was shocked because he knew that they were both being dragged away at the same time, and he could only choose one to save his life. Save the electrician or save Kelly? While Liu Feng was weighing the pros and cons, Kelly, seeing the picture from the outside, realized that it was so similar to what happened 4 years ago. Years ago, a secretary came into her office with the words that her company's financial resources were limited, and they had already put forward conditions for the acquisition. If you do not accept it, the company will not be able to avoid bankruptcy. After which, literally a couple of minutes later, the owner of the Ninth Heaven Corporation, Director Lo, came into her office, taunting her by saying that she is weak. But Kelly didn't understand why Director Luo came to her. Seeing the lack of understanding in her eyes, he asked her not to be so cold, and said that he had come to show her a way out of her situation. He invited her to become his mistress, and then he would be able to lend her a considerable amount of money. The expression on that pig's face was the same as that of this zombie mutant. They both believed that they were able to get Kelly. Thanks to the fact that Kelly remembered this passage from her life that happened to her 4 years ago, she decided to never give up and shut their dogs' mouths. Meanwhile, the lion did not choose one and decided to save both by throwing his sword at one of the zombie mutants and shooting the other one directly in the tongue with a hand crossbow. She also shot a mutant zombie straight into the mouth from her crossbow, thereby tearing off his tongue. After which she immediately remembered that, just like that time, she immediately kicked him. After winning that trade war, she built her own business empire. Kelly fell, but Liu Feng immediately caught her with his hands and said that he didn't even think that she also had such an explosive side. But before he even had time to think that Kelly was safe, the monster suddenly decided to attack her again by jumping from the ceiling. Liu Feng managed to maintain the idol by using a mantis claw to pierce the head of this mutant zombie and save Kelly, telling her at the end not to be afraid since he was nearby. Having saved Kelly from this mutant zombie, Liu Feng invited her to become his girlfriend, after which he kissed her in French. After the blood rushed back to his brain, Liu Feng realized that not only could he not resist saying this, but he also kissed her. Kelly said that whoever wants to be her boyfriend must be powerful and brave, so he needs to try harder. Before he could hear an answer to his proposal from Kelly, suddenly a giant leader of the Red Claws, an elite zombie, appeared in front of them. Just seconds before this ferocious elite zombie appeared, a mysterious voice over the radio warned them and told them to be careful because the guy who was scratching his door was coming to look for them. After which he said that this herd of zombies has a special characteristic. They are like jackals. The leader of the Red Claws, seeing that his brothers were dead, was very upset and decided to immediately destroy these little people. Liu Feng decided not to wait for weather from the sea and attacked the leader of the Red Claws first. But he dealt a powerful blow to Liu Feng, forcing him to dodge. The blow was very fast. Liu Feng didn't expect this from him. After dodging a quick strike from the mutant zombie, Liu Feng decided that it would be impolite not to respond in kind, so he used the Kung Fu Master's move, Chaos Flower, dealing dozens of blows to zombies in an instant. Seeing that his blows slightly injured the elite mutant zombie, Liu Feng told Kelly and the electrician to look for the main control room. While he deals with this monster, Liu Feng used his nanoglove, delivering a devastating blow to the leader of the Red Claws. Seeing such a powerful blow, Kelly and the electrician were convinced that Liu Feng could cope without them and ran in search of the control room. Just a few minutes later, they found the main control room. The electrician said it would take about 5 minutes to open the gate. The mysterious voice was very happy. He couldn't believe that the door was about to open. Realizing that the electrician couldn't do it in 5 minutes, a mysterious voice told him that he could do it faster, considering that he doesn't have a girlfriend and he's a 30-year-old man, so his hands should be 20% faster than the rest. Suddenly, Kelly turned around and noticed that Liu Feng had been thrown back by the blast wave. At this moment, Kelly was very worried about Liu Feng, so she asked if he was safe, to which he replied that he was fine. Liu Feng also said that something incredible happened, because his striking glove couldn't break the arm of this elite mutant zombie. Seeing the leader's paw, Liu Feng realized that the leader was a special defensive elite zombie. Its skeleton and flesh are closely connected. The muscles form flavoring blows, the exoskeleton, and it cannot be broken in one go. Meanwhile, the electrician needed another 3 minutes to break the door. Liu Feng had just hit the mutant zombie directly in the forehead, but the armor on his skull was incomparably hard. In addition, Liu Feng understood that in close combat, the leader of the Red Claws had a very strong sense of smell, and the skills of a Kung Fu master would not provide a significant advantage. It was moments like this that he realized that he really missed Brother Long Xuan, who could aim at the soft spot under the ribs and destroy this elite mutant zombie with just one shot. The leader of the Red Claws, meanwhile, decided to strike back. Seeing that he could hit Kelly and harm her, Liu Feng pushed her aside and took the full force of this crushing blow onto himself. The blow was indeed very powerful, as Liu Feng broke through the gate to the central room with his body. Liu Feng turned his head to see a robot wearing a construction helmet who thanked him for coming to save him. Seeing the robot in front of him, Liu Feng was shocked, but still asked him what he was. The robot said that he is an oil-drilling artificial intelligence named Xiao Puff. Hearing this, he immediately sent the robot to hell, saying that he was a small toy who deceived them to come here. In response, Xiao Puff said that he is not a small toy, but the most innovative robot, a driller. Meanwhile, the elite mutant zombie decided to attack Liu Feng again. Seeing the attack, the robot warned Liu Feng, thereby saving both himself and him. Liu Feng understood that this zombie leader was not only about strength, but also about maximum armor. Xiao Poof understood that he, like the others, would not survive if they could not break through the armor of this terrible elite zombie mutant. And he came up with the brilliant idea of merging into one with Liu Feng in order to give him strength and add new chips. Xiao Poof decided to switch his mode from a peaceful civilian driller to the final Asian battle weapon D-59, a fighter driller mode. He performed fusions with Liu Feng, giving him an exoskeleton and a modified mechanical arm. Thanks to the auxiliary device that Xiao Poof had made of himself, Liu Feng could now increase his skill power, as well as, thanks to the skeleton's exo, increase his skill damage. Liu Feng immediately decided to use the mechanical nano-arm technique and strike another blow at the leader of the Red Claws. But this time, thanks to Xiao Poof, he increased the damage several times and dealt a crushing blow to the elite-level mutant zombie. Liu Feng had never made such a powerful blow before, and had never seen anyone hit so hard. Liu Feng was glad that he had such powerful equipment, but the robot didn't like being called equipment, and he said that his name was Xiao Poof and asked to be called by his name. Seeing that the leader of the Red Claws was still alive, Xiao Poof decided to finish him off himself. He fired a powerful salvo from the final weapon of the Asian battle, the Nine-Mountain Laser. Thanks to this, he completely destroyed an elite-level mutant zombie. Liu Feng saw that Xiao Poof could not only improve his abilities, but also had an excellent laser gun himself. True, this gun consumed 60% of Xiao Poof's charge, so after the shot he automatically switched off. After killing this elite-level monster, the system notified Liu Feng that the task of clearing the oil storage facility had been completed, and he would receive 2,000 points and 100 reputation points for this. Since this was his first completed task at the beginning of the new week, he received an additional reward in the form of one attempt in lottery. This time the rewards in the lottery were quite good, and the most necessary and good one was a drawing of an energy shield, which was generally an excellent reward. There were rewards such as a Gauss carbine, full body armor, a vaccine against the virus, and a reagent that awakens abilities. Liu Feng pressed start and the wheel began to spin, at which time he prayed that he would get the blueprint for the energy shield. But unfortunately, this time he fell a little short of his intended goal. Liu Feng won the reagent. The system said that it can only be produced at advanced bases, and it can also, with some probability, awaken super abilities in ordinary people. After which the system added that in case of failure, there would be no side effects. Liu Feng immediately realized that this was a very good thing, but decided not to use it on himself, decided to inject it into Kelly, and asked her to give her hand so that he could administer the vaccine to her. Kelly was very careful about different types of vaccines, so she asked Liu Feng if it was safe. To which he replied that it was an injection with a unique drug that awakens unusual abilities without any side effects, and injected her with the drug. He also added that she will be able to get the power she so dreamed of if everything works out and the vaccine works. As soon as Kelly heard that this drug awakens superpowers, she was furious, asking Liu Feng why he didn't use this drug on himself, since there was no point in wasting it on her. Liu Feng answered her that everything was fine because he already had super abilities, and besides, there was a possibility that the drug would not work. It would be pointless to use it on him. Suddenly, Kelly said in a frightened voice that she couldn't move and couldn't feel her arms and legs. Liu Feng was very scared for Kelly because he understood that this was most likely the effect of the drug, and ordered the technician to open the teleport so that they could return to the base as quickly as possible. By the time they returned to base, Kelly was already unconscious. Liu Feng immediately asked where Dr. Chin was now, to which Sarah told him that she was in the laboratory. Finding out where Dr. Chin was, he immediately ran to her, holding Kelly on his shoulders. At that moment, he very clearly felt her scent and the softness of her body, and realized that he could not lose her. He burst into Dr. Chin's laboratory shouting that Kelly had fainted on a mission. His eyes showed fear and worry for her life. The doctor said, "They put Kelly on the couch and asked what really happened." Liu Feng told her how he injected Kelly with a drug that was supposed to awaken her strength, and she suddenly passed out. Dr. Chin examined Kelly, and 10 minutes later said that her condition was relatively stable, and nothing serious is happening to her at the moment. After which, she told Liu Feng that it was the first time she had seen powers awaken in someone, and he himself had already had them, and one could say that he had experience in this. So she advised him to take Kelly to his room so he could keep an eye on her throughout the night. Liu Feng listened to Dr. Chin's recommendation and brought Kelly to his room and laid her on his bed. Liu Feng remembered that Dr. Chin said that he has experience in this matter because he has super abilities. But he knew that he had no experience at all because his system was and is responsible for everything. Looking at Kelly's gorgeous breasts, he realized that she had a gorgeous figure right on top. and her breasts are probably the largest in the entire shelter. He was drooling at the mere thought that he could take advantage of this opportunity and do something with her. When suddenly his system notified him that the object was in the process of mutating, and there was a possibility of failure. He was very scared, so he warned the system that if she appeared so suddenly again, he would die of fear. The system responded that it had a way for Kelly's mutation to be successful. The system told him to massage the acupuncture points on her body to speed up the blood flow and make it easier to accept the mutation. Seeing which points the system offered to massage him, Liu Feng understood that it was too dangerous and did not want to do it. The system warned him that if he didn't start doing massages, Kelly's evolution might end in failure. Liu Feng had no choice but to start massaging those places that the system indicated to him. He massaged her both above and below, trying to do everything so that she could relax and her blood flow would stabilize. At that moment, he remembered how good they felt that night spent under the bell. After he had already massaged her whole body, he decided that he had to save her and began to rub her lotus flower until it shined. Just a few seconds after Liu Feng touched her lotus flower, Kelly woke up and threw him off the bed. Liu Feng could not understand what was happening to her. He was in shock. The system told him that all the blood in Kelly's body had been activated, and now, as soon as she calms down, she will be able to successfully mutate. At that moment, he realized that the system had set him up. But before he could get really angry with the system, he was suddenly overcome by the feeling as if he were in Castlevania. He was a knight of light in silver and gold armor with a purple cloak. She looked more like a she-devil who asked him if he was the brave man who freed her. The knight asked her who she was. With a grin on her lips, she replied that she was the one he released. She is the demoness of the sixth doomsday, the queen of demons, the queen of lust, Kelly. After that, she grabbed Liu Feng, enveloping him with her wings. After she grabbed him, she told him that he should feel her heat and set him on fire. At this moment, Liu Feng understood that a little more and he would lose, after which she said goodbye to him, whispering in his ear that he would die in the flames of her passion, and left. But Liu Feng wasn't so easy to defeat. He told her that she shouldn't even think that she could easily defeat someone who was called a brave man. Kelly couldn't understand why he wasn't hurt by her ardor. Liu Feng told her that if there is faith in the heart, the fire cannot burn. Therefore, faith will become his sacred sword. He made the largest possible lightsaber and told her that she must accept the justice of God's light. And he pointed his lightsaber straight at the devil. She understood that her body would not be able to withstand such a powerful blow and asked not to come near her. But Liu Feng said that his credo is that the brave are not afraid of difficulties. There is nothing complicated about it. After he finished his speech, he thrust the sword of justice directly into her body. The next morning, when Liu Feng woke up, the system reported that the mutation had been successfully completed. Kelly has a new ability. It can be viewed in the character data. Liu Feng even felt better because everything ended well. And when he saw Kelly half naked in his bed, he decided that this was also a very good day. Before he had time to dream, another Kelly suddenly appeared in front of him, who was exactly like the one lying in the bed. Liu Feng immediately realized that he was in a dream, and since he was in a dream, he did not pretend to be a gentleman and immediately attacked the two Kellys. When suddenly another Kelly, the third in a row, entered the room and said that if he had already woken up, he could go to breakfast. While drinking a cup of coffee at breakfast, Kelly thanked Liu Feng for awakening her abilities. That's why I prepared breakfast, especially for him. While eating, Liu Feng understood that she did not remember the intercourse that happened with them last night, so he relaxed. Kelly said that while cooking breakfast, she realized a little about her ability. Liu Feng immediately thought that her ability was doubles, but with just one movement of her hand, Kelly made her doubles disappear. Having said that, this is just one method of using her new ability. Kelly also said that she made these two clones from the metal of his room. After all, her ability is transformation. She went on to say that she could change the shape of almost anything, but metals took on new shapes more easily. Hearing this, Liu Feng immediately thought that she had turned into Magneto, or rather, his female version. Before he could think about it, Kelly said that she had been studying her ability all morning and realized that it most likely did not have the offensive power of a Magneto, at least not until she found it. After which she said that she could transform objects, but could barely move them. But she could use them on her body. Liu Feng suddenly didn't understand how her clones were moving then. She replied that it had to do with the research she had done this morning. Having said that, she can divide her consciousness and control the clones, and also perceive her surroundings through them as through cameras. Of course, the more objects, the more the consciousness needs to be divided, and if this is abused, then she can go crazy. She also said that her current maximum limit is controlling 2 columns in a short period of time. But she understood that after training, she would be able to split into even more bodies without any problems. This simply turned Liu Feng's head, knowing that he now had not 1, but 4 Kellys. After which she said that her mutation was 100% compatible with Liu Feng's mutation. Before they had time to finish the dialogue, the system suddenly notified Liu Feng that the shelter had been upgraded to the 3rd level. Having said that, construction will begin soon. After which, the system notified all residents of the shelter that construction of the 3rd level shelter had begun, and asked everyone to hold tightly to the railings and be careful during the shaking. The upgrade would begin in 5 minutes. The modernization of the shelter was completed successfully, literally in 5 minutes. Everyone noticed how huge the shelter had become, although it didn't appear to have changed one bit. At this very moment, Li Xin and Long Luan returned to the base. They completed their tasks successfully and without losses. They also noticed that the others also did not waste time and improved the shelter again. Then, looking up, she saw Liu Feng and Kelly standing with him. Li Xin couldn't understand why Kelly was standing next to him and nagging her with his gaze. It's as if he specifically wants to provoke her. Li Xin was indignant because she put Liu Feng for one day, and this fox had already managed to fool him. Even the actresses noticed that this base is simply a miracle. They had never seen such an automated place before. They understood that Liu Feng was a very skilled leader. Meanwhile, Liu Feng asked the system to show what changes had come with the 3rd level. The system opened a map of the shelter, showing that the 2nd floor of the underground city had opened. The system also told him that he could now build a Level 1 Science and Technology Institute, a Level 1 sewage circulation system, an entertainment room, and a Level 1 mechanical mining equipment. Realizing that the 1st floor was completely full, Liu Feng decided to build mining equipment on the 2nd floor, spending 600 points on the construction. After Liu Feng resolved all the issues with the base, he decided that tomorrow they would go to the northern camp to contact the military. As early as midnight, Liu Feng was having a wonderful time over a mug of milk with his sisters, declaring this night to be the night of brother and sisters. Elder sister Lu told him that he was so busy every day that he didn't care about his younger sister Shintong at all, having said that he is lucky that she spends time with her, and therefore Shintong is not so lonely. Liu Feng realized that he was indeed to blame, but Shintong now slept 18 hours a day. After all, Dr. Qin said that this method should slow down the mutation. And when Shintong was awake, Liu Feng was busy with his duties. Sister Lu was lying and playing a video game console on the bed. Meanwhile, Liu Feng saw her gorgeous bottom and simply could not take his eyes off her. He realized that she was no longer the little girl she was before. How suddenly, my sister noticed his vulgar look. Realizing that he had been spotted, Liu Feng immediately apologized. But the sister said that he could watch after all. When they were little, they promised that they would become husband and wife as soon as they grew up. Liu Feng was shocked by what he heard and asked his sister to forget it, because these were childish jokes that should not be taken seriously. The sister became furious and began to pound his chest with her fists, saying that he could not now give up the promises that he promised to fulfill as a child. After which she threw him onto the bed and sat on his face as punishment for the fact that he dared to betray the promises he made as a child. She asked him not to move and to tell more using her skillful tongue. Younger sister Shin Tong was drinking milk at that moment and did not understand what was happening. An hour later, Liu Feng was left alone with his younger sister Shin Tong to play the console because the brother and sister's personal time had begun. Liu Feng could not even think that they would all be alive by this day because it was not easy for them. Shin Tong told Liu Feng that when she grows up, she will also marry him. He laughed, saying that he felt better, and she consoled him. He understood that even though Shin Tong had lost her memory, she still remained the same gentle and caring angel. Liu Feng remembered the first time he was 10 years old and brought into the Shin Tong family. They told him not to worry because today this is his home, and they are the parents who adopted him. Mom told Shin Tong not to worry because now she had an older brother, and she asked to greet him. At that moment, his sister's angelic smile conquered him and melted his cold heart. Meanwhile, the two sisters fell asleep sweetly on his lap. Liu Feng promised them that he would protect them to the last drop of his blood at all costs. When suddenly Xiao Poof came up to him and wished him good morning, scaring him. Because the owner was charging the Poof, he offered to give him a massage or make him breakfast. Liu Feng was shocked, not understanding why he became his master. Meanwhile, Xiao Poof noticed that Liu Feng had two charming girls lying on his lap. He immediately thought that his owner was a lolicon, and I decided to activate the host presence program. After activating this program, Xiao Puffy asked Liu Feng if he had any dirty thoughts, but Liu Feng asked Xiao Poofa not to approach him. But Xiao Poof did not listen to him, which is why he caused aggressive behavior from the owner. Liu Feng said that if he doesn't want good, then he will do bad, and he teaches him about it, after which he attacked Xiao Poofa. Because of their fight, the sisters woke up because it was very loud. Rubbing their sleepy eyes, they saw their brother together with the robot in a not entirely normal position. The sisters were immediately outraged, saying that their brother was a pervert. He wanted to explain everything to them, saying that this was not what they thought. But the robot interrupted him and said that he was a brat, because he had just told him something completely different. Liu Feng grabbed his head with his hands, realizing that it was all over. After all, now he definitely won't be able to wash himself away from this. In the evening of the same day, Liu Feng decided to move with his team to the northern base. The next day at the checkpoint of the northern base, a lot of people gathered at the checkpoint, who simply rebelled because they were allowed into the city very slowly. But the military told everyone to line up for inspection, or they would open fire on them. Arriving at the security gate, Liu Feng realized that there seemed to be some kind of conflict ahead, and did not move closer. Suddenly, a man got off the bus and asked his assistant Xiao Jiang to speed up their crossing of the border, because he was feeling very bad and urgently needed to see a doctor. Well, you see that his assistants are not succeeding. He got out of the car and told the military that he knew the mayor of their city, and asked them to let him in quickly. But the military were not going to let him in because they saw that he was most likely bitten by a zombie, so they told him not to move because otherwise they would open fire. Just a couple of minutes later, he turned into a zombie and attacked his subordinate because the power of hunger took possession of him, and his subordinate, in his opinion, was very fragrant and tasty. Seeing this, the military immediately opened fire on him, warning the rest of their comrades about the threat. Seeing people scattering in different directions, Liu Feng realized that it seemed time to intervene. The military tried to stop the zombie by shooting at it with a machine gun, but they were unsuccessful. He always got up and continued walking towards them. Unlike the military, this was a common thing for Liu Feng. After all, with just one swing of his sword, he cut off the head of a zombie from his shoulders. The military were shocked not only because they saw Liu Feng, but also because he threw the head of that same zombie to one of them. After which, one of the military men called Liu Feng a demonic fist. Liu Feng was dumbfounded by this statement because he couldn't understand how everyone knew about this. Liu Feng told the military that he was looking for the commander, Chu Shanhei, and asked them if they knew where he was. One of the soldiers replied that the squad leader, Chu, had been promoted and was now a platoon commander. Then he asked Liu Feng to wait until he informed Commander Chu about his arrival. The second soldier thanked Liu Feng for his help, saying that he was a big star. Then he added that Liu Feng does not yet know that a list of mutant masters has now been compiled for all surviving cities. He also said that there are only 100 people on the list. It was compiled by the military together with the Mutant Association. The rating of participants does not take into account level, but only abilities, and consists of the most powerful mutants in the country. Liu Feng was surprised to hear that he was included in this list, because he had only completed one city exploration task, and that was at level D. To which the soldier replied that those D-level tasks were later converted into S-level tasks. The Institute studied the zombie corpses that the military brought last time, and scientists said that if these zombies were allowed to continue to merge, it would end in disaster. Fortunately, thanks to Liu Feng, this problem was solved. Typically, S-level tasks can only be solved by a team of several S-class mutants. The military man also said that if this had not been Liu Feng's trial mission, then perhaps he would have advanced to the A-class mutant level. Liu Feng was not surprised by this news, because even then he understood that that fused zombie was very strong. Literally, a minute later, Chu Shanhei, the commander of an entire platoon, appeared. He told Liu Feng that he was very happy to meet them. After all, he finally came to see him. They hugged, slapping each other on the shoulders. Commander Chu thanked Liu Feng for rescuing him again on the last mission, as he was promoted thanks to him. Having said that, Liu Feng is his guardian angel. Liu Feng congratulated Captain Chu on his promotion to platoon leader, after which Commander Chu asked Brother Liu why he was looking for him, and he invited him to walk and talk, inviting him to have lunch together later. Liu Feng replied that he really had something to do with him. Lufa reminded him that he had once said that he had a consignment of goods, but he did not want to put them on the market, fearing that it was unsafe, so he wanted to know if he could trade with the military. Captain Chu remembered the batch of canned food, saying that he thought the military would be glad to see it. Commander Chu offered Liu Feng something to eat, after which he will present him to his battalion commander. Go! Meanwhile, in the central region of the northern base, Liu Feng's ex-girlfriend Shun Qing, whose body was taken over by a zombie, was pleasing some moneybag, who wanted to get his pleasure as soon as possible because he spent 2 whole cans of canned food on her, which by post-apocalypse standards was a lot. He thought he would have a wonderful night with the beauty, but was eaten by her. Meanwhile, all the men in the northern base almost fainted at the sight of such beautiful girls who came with Liu Feng. Commander Chu understood that these were Liu Feng's teammates, but knew that they were not as simple as they seemed at first glance. Suddenly, some fat man with a scar on his eye came up to Li Xin, saying that he wanted to have fun with her, offering her 2 cans in one night. Li Xin knocked him over her shoulder, laying him on the ground, after which she put her foot on his face and buried a cannon in his forehead. After which she told him that she was in a disgusting mood today, and if he made noise, they would shoot him. Shaking off the sand, the fat man shouted after her that she would regret what she had done, because the gang of light-bringing dragons would not forgive her for this. But at that time, Li Xin was thinking that she couldn't let that damn Kelly win and take Liu Feng away from her. Suddenly, Liu Feng saw a merchant shouting that he was selling Liu Feng's Demon Fist merch and inviting everyone to pre-order as quickly as possible. All the women in the area immediately ran to the shop, because each of them wanted to buy Liu Feng's stick for just one canned food. Liu Feng was shocked to see that the merchant was selling a dildo with his photos on the handle. Captain Chu calmed him down, saying that he was now a celebrity. There are only a few people in the city on the list, and he is number 97. Liu Feng asked him how many people from the city were on the list. Commander Chu said that the first S-level person among his military, his name is Iron Man, Li Jiangguo. He is ranked 38th on the list. He solved 2 S-level problems and 11 A-level problems, and those who can handle S-level problems alone can basically rank among the top 100 strongest. In total, the list included 7 military personnel, 3 employees of a research institute, the president of the Mutant Association, and 2 vice presidents. He also said that S-level tasks are terrifying missions that can destroy an entire city. Most often, they can only be completed by teams of several S-level mutants. After listening to him, Liu Feng said that he had the feeling that mutants were like some kind of super special forces. Laughing, Commander Chu invited him to drink beer. Liu Feng and Commander Chu sat and drank beer, while exchanging thanks to each other for finally meeting and having a good time. Li Xin, seeing this, said that he thought that they were not talking about anything important. Kelly interrupted her, saying that she did not understand anything, because a lot of important information can only be obtained at the table. This is the etiquette of this country. Li Xin asked her how could she be sure that they would be able to obtain information in this way. In response, Kelly asked her not to underestimate their leader by thinking that he was just having lunch, and she suggested that she just watch Liu Feng to see for herself. Meanwhile, Liu Feng told Brother Chu that if he needed help, he could ask Liu Feng because he would always be able to help in any way he could. Commander Chu remembered that he actually had one matter that he wanted to ask Liu Feng to help with, and he said that soon the military would have a mission to search for objects in the city center. Commander Chu hoped to hire Liu Feng for security. Having said that they could agree on the price, he invited him to agree to this proposal. Li Xin was shocked when she heard this. Meanwhile, Kelly finished her drink and told her that Liu Feng had done everything to get closer to the army from the very beginning. To do this, he invested in a newcomer to the army, that is, Chu Shanhei. And today he finally received a benefit. This is called an investment. Then she called Li Xin an orangutan, saying that in the future she should think at least a little. Liu Feng agreed with Brother Chu's proposal. The commander said that the mission would begin in 3 days, so he could send someone to exchange materials. Liu Feng called Kelly to the table, introducing her to Commander Chu as the person in charge of exchange transactions in his team. In the meantime, realizing that he had 3 days, he decided to study the nanotechnology problem. To complete it, he needed to go to a research institute in the center of the city to find nanonuclear technology. How suddenly, a girl called him. This girl turned out to be one of the 3 beauties whom he saved at night in the forest from a mutant zombie in a parking lot. That's why she invited him to visit her. She decided to offer him a glass of pure water, saying that she didn't have much food in her house. But Liu Feng refused, saying that he didn't need anything. At that moment, he realized that he had done the right thing by sending 4 of his goddesses outside. Otherwise, at the sight of new women, 100% they would have caused a scandal. After which he asked Ying Qian where were the other 2 beauties of her friends whom he had saved. She replied that he saved the 3 of them, and now they are teaching the children of the northern base. Now their life is pretty good, and it's all thanks to the fact that he saved them. Liu Feng asked her how low is their salary if they have almost no food. She replied that all food in the city is now controlled. The situation is very dangerous. Sometimes they have to go out and look for wild edible plants to satisfy their hunger. After hearing this, Liu Feng said that he had a very interesting proposal for them. He told her that he wanted to hire 3 educated girls to teach at his hideout, offering them 3 meals a day, meat and rice every day, and 10 more cans of canned food as salary. Then he added, saying that if they were not satisfied with the salary, then he would definitely make a promotion. With a sparkle in her eyes, she answered for everyone that they agreed, because they had not eaten meat for so long. The last time they ate meat with Liu Feng was at dinner in the forest, after which she immediately attacked Liu Feng, asking how she could repay him for this generous offer. Suddenly, one of her friends returned, and she decided to hide with Liu Feng in the closet, covering his face with her gorgeous breasts. Suddenly, a returning friend walked past the closet and heard some sound there, so she decided to check who was there. Meanwhile, Liu Feng held his breath and only thought that if they were discovered and told about this to Kelly, it would be simply terrible, because he would not be able to explain anything to her. She still changed her mind about opening the closet because she really wanted to eat and wanted to quickly find a grocery basket, after which she saw a grocery basket on the table containing a dildo with Liu Feng's face. She couldn't believe her eyes. When she saw the dildo, she picked it up and said that she didn't think that a person like her friend Ying Qin was capable of buying such a wonderful thing. At that moment, she was glad that there was no one at home, so she took it with both hands to warm it up. After which she began to please herself in all possible ways and positions. This all reminded Liu Feng of the picture of a brave man entering a lair of monsters, and this was only the beginning of the brave man's journey. Before she had time to satisfy herself, a third friend suddenly entered the house. Hearing the creak of the door, the blue-haired girl couldn't think of anything better than to hide in the closet too. Entering it, she found her friend and Liu Feng in it. She was very surprised by this. Their third friend, upon returning home, realized that none of her friends were at home, so she would have to cook dinner herself. But she could not understand why their house smelled strange. At this moment, the brave man realized that he could not resist two hellish devils. It was a huge stress for him. But the girls understood that now was the most suitable situation to attack the brave man. The brave man felt as if two hellish devils had attacked him, and he could not defeat them no matter how much he wanted to. Suddenly, the closet doors could not withstand such tension and swung open, which caused the two girlfriends riding Liu Feng to roll out of the closet. The third girlfriend was shocked to see her friends on Liu Feng, after which she got very angry, saying that she was very upset that they were doing this in secret from her. Liu Feng asked her to wait, because he wanted to explain everything to her, but she did not want to listen to him, saying that he will regret it because he didn't call her. Liu Feng wanted to escape quietly, but the girls surrounded him, saying that they would not allow their savior to leave without thanking him again. Before they had time to pounce on their savior to thank him, they suddenly heard a knock on the door. This was unexpected because it was earlier. When she opened the door, she saw her neighbor, Old Man Li, but in fact it was no longer he because the sixth apostle took possession of it. Suspecting nothing, she turned to her friends and said that it was the old neighbor Li who had come. Suddenly his face split into 4 parts and he wanted to eat her. Liu Feng immediately, without thinking for a long time, used his nanomechanical arm and hit him straight in the face, saying that he had no right to attack his girls. Because of such a powerful blow, the mutant zombie flew several meters away. Liu Feng thought he could fry him with one blow, when suddenly the head was separated from his body, and several more zombies, mutants, entered the room. Seeing this, the girls could not understand where a crowd of zombies had appeared in the city center. Liu Feng ordered them to stay behind him, after which he asked them not to worry either, because he would decide everything himself and save their lives again. They couldn't take their eyes off him, thinking he was very handsome. Although Liu Feng lent Xiao Puff to Kelly and the others, he had no doubt that he could defeat these zombie mutants alone. He couldn't understand whether the zombies had captured the entire central area of the city or whether this was only happening in this micro-district. After 5 seconds of thinking, Liu Feng turned his attention to the fat man he had just hit with his glove, but he stood up as if nothing had happened. It seemed like he had some kind of special mutation. Liu Feng decided that he needed to find out what he was dealing with, and again dealt a crushing blow with his mechanized gauntlet. It would seem that it would be impossible to survive after such a powerful blow, but a centipede with his head at the beginning crawled out of the fat man's body. This creature rushed to attack, but I tried to bite him right on the face. At this moment, he decided to use his favorite sword. Thanks to his sword, he cut this centipede in half, thereby killing it. But it was too early to rejoice, because another mutant zombie was already attacking him from behind. But thanks to his reaction, Liu Feng was able to dodge his attack and counter-kick him on the head, after which he pierced his body right through with his sword, but a centipede also crawled out of his body and jumped towards the girls. Therefore, Liu Feng decided to use a crossbow to deal with this unkillable type of zombie. Realizing that this was an unusual species, Liu Feng decided to immediately use explosive bolts. And he was not at all mistaken, because after the first explosion, the centipede scattered into small pieces. But this was only the second zombie, so Liu Feng realized that he had to use a more powerful and massive technique on them. He decided to use the Dragon Flame Blade technique. The fire that enveloped Liu Feng's sword increases his attack several times and allows him to cut even the strongest metal. He dealt a crushing blow to the zombies, cutting them in half. After he dealt with all the zombies and mutants, he called Captain Chu and said that zombies had appeared in the central region, after which he asked to bring his sister and that high priest to him. Before he had time to finish the conversation, he suddenly saw his ex-girlfriend in the window. Liu Feng immediately realized that this was not his ex-girlfriend, or rather she was, but she was possessed by the sixth apostle. So he jumped out the window with a sword in his hands trying to kill him. Jumping out the window, he landed on a flower bed and did not find any sixth apostle there, but only people scared to death who could not understand why he jumped out the window, and even with a sword. At this moment, Liu Feng realized that the sixth apostle was hiding extremely well. Liu Feng wanted to find him as soon as possible, because he was still in the body of his ex-girlfriend Shen Qian. At the same time, on the other side of the dormitory, Xu Zhong's assistant was telling him that it was here that he last saw three very beautiful teachers. Xu Zhu wanted to catch these three teachers, because thanks to this he could appease his boss and atone for his guilt before the gang of light-bringing dragons. Literally half an hour later, Commander Chu appeared in the central zone with his squad and blocked this territory. Residents asked to be released. They did not understand why they were blocked. Captain Chu replied that an infection had appeared in the area, so everyone would remain in the zone, and no one would leave it. Not even a bird would fly by. Captain Chu thanked Liu Feng, saying that he didn't even know what would have happened if the infection had entered the city. Liu Feng told him that now he needed to find and eliminate the infected, as well as the source of the infection. He also added that as far as he knows, this zombie is the one who followed them into the city, and it is very likely that this is the sixth apostle of the monotheists. He hides his tracks well. Commander Chu was shocked to hear this, because he thought that they had killed him a long time ago, back in the forest. But his disappointment was interrupted by Jilan from the Research Institute, who wanted to report her arrival. Commander Chu decided to introduce Brother Liu, saying that this was a mutant perception expert from a research institute that he had personally invited. Liu Feng greeted her, and she immediately asked him if it was true that he was that demonic fist Liu Feng from the list of 100. Liu Feng replied that it was. But Jilan grinned and said that he was not at all like in the legends, because everyone said that he was huge and strong, like a bull. Seeing the misunderstanding in Liu Feng's eyes, Captain Chu told him that she was not at all like an ordinary scientist. Jilan gaped and said that she wanted to get to work, because she doesn't want to work overtime, because she will still need to sleep. After this, she immediately began searching for zombies using her telekinesis. But after a couple of minutes, she stopped, saying that this was all very strange, because she doesn't sense any zombie presence in the central area. Usually when she uses her telekinesis, she can sense them. Meanwhile, his younger sister Xin Tong came to Liu Feng along with her captive high priest, who immediately said that no one would be able to feel this zombie. After all, the sixth apostle is an elite zombie who specializes in concealment and containment. She also said that he was a monster created by the founder of the monotheist religion, specifically to attack the shelter. A monster that specializes in infecting and taking over shelters from the inside. And she added that countless human cities will disappear under the onslaught of monotheists, because only they will survive in this world of the apocalypse. This is the horror of faith. Noticing that the captive was getting out of control, Shintong immediately ordered her to shut up and get on her knees. The high priest immediately fell to her knees without even realizing how it happened to her. But after she looked at Shintong, she immediately remembered that she was her goddess whom she worshipped and served. She began to call Shintong her goddess and mistress, asking her to punish her slave for disobedience as strongly and often as possible. Liu Feng was shocked seeing all this from the outside just like everyone else. But Jilan noticed that there was still something attractive about this younger sister of Liu Feng. At this moment, Shintong ordered her high priest to start working and find this zombie. The high priest immediately got to work, and in order to find the sixth apostle, she used a technique called the Wrath of the High Priest. Seeing this technique, Jilan immediately realized that her spiritual power was very strange and completely different from hers. Thanks to her power, the high priest scanned everyone in the central region, after which she said that she had found as many as 46 converts. Liu Feng immediately told her to take them to these infected people. Hearing this from Liu Feng, she said that he could not order her and want her to turn in her former partners. At that moment, I remembered that she was their enemy and was in their captivity. Seeing her disobedience, Xin Tong, in an angry voice, ordered her to take them away, otherwise she would be in trouble. Hearing such an order from her goddess, the high priest could not resist and said that with great desire she would take them to all these infected. Liu Feng told Commander Chu that they were ready to go in search of the infected and asked him to take his men with him, because they were going to go to the central region. They gathered a team and moved to the fence of the central area to identify zombie mutants in the crowd of people. At this moment, the zombies realized that they had no choice but to infect all the remaining civilians behind the fence in order to survive. And they started attacking people. But Liu Feng knew his job very well, and at that very second, with his sword, he cut this zombie mutant's head in half, thereby saving this beautiful girl from his bite. People were in panic. They ran away in all directions. One of the people shouted that there were about 30 zombies in the crowd and asked the military to save him and the others. Seeing this madness, the military immediately opened targeted fire on the zombie mutants, trying not to hit the civilian population. After which they ordered living people to lie down on the ground so that they could easily destroy all the mutant zombies without hurting a single person. The sixth apostle saw the high priest and said that she was a traitor to her faith. After all, not only is she serving the wrong god, but she also helped ruin his plan to take over the city. At that moment, Shintong appeared behind the sixth apostle, saying that she had found him in order to kill him. The sixth apostle mocked her, saying that she looked so scary that he wasn't even the least bit scared. Shintong asked him not to be a fool, saying that the stench of his body spread everywhere and stank very strongly. At this moment, the sixth apostle noticed that her body was captured and said that he would then infect her too and released his nasty tentacles towards Shintong. Shintong stood still and didn't move away. Liu Feng heard a very strong explosion on the roof of the building. Shintong grabbed the sixth apostle by his long tentacles and began to drain his life force. The sixth apostle could not understand how this could happen. After all, it was he who attacked, not him. After which, he realized that he was about to be swallowed up. Shintong said that he was a hated bug who appeared next to her brother again and made a huge mistake by doing this. Later, she said that she would kill everyone who wanted to harm her brother and sent deadly fiery impulses towards the sixth apostle. Meanwhile, Liu Feng noticed that there was someone on the roof and asked a couple of soldiers to go with him and check who was up there. Shintong with red demonic eyes went down into the hole that the sixth apostle made to escape from her. Having said that this insect cannot escape from her, the sixth apostle ran away without even turning back, because he understood that he could not defeat this girl. He was very scared because he had never met such power before. There was only a little time left before the exit, but suddenly he got caught on some threads and immediately stopped. Looking at his hand more carefully, he realized that these were not just threads, but it was a web, which, among other things, began to cut his body with every movement he made. Raising his head, the sixth apostle saw Shintong, who kept repeating only one thing. Her brother belongs only to her, and she will not give him to anyone, and will not allow him to be offended. Meanwhile, Sui Zhong could not understand why there were so many zombies outside. His assistants did not understand what to do and began to panic. He immediately ordered them to shut up and not make any noise, because they still had a chance since he had already notified the boss. He was sure that the boss would come to save them as he had grabbed several beauties for him. One of the beauties blamed herself for what was happening, remembering that Liu Feng told her to immediately leave the neighborhood, but she spent time packing her things, and these bandits grabbed her along with her friends. One of the thugs grabbed the blue-haired beauty by the chin, saying that the boss could not come right now, so he would deal with her personally. Before he had time to start doing something with this beauty, Liu Feng suddenly flew into the room from the window and delivered a direct kick to the bandit's head, thereby immobilizing him and protecting the girls. Sui Zhong, seeing that one of his guys was beaten, immediately said that the one who challenged their gang of light-bringing dragons is a non-resident. But as soon as the dust cleared and he saw that it was Liu Feng, he immediately became numb with fear, because he remembered how he had beaten him the last time they met. Unlike Sui Zhu, Liu Feng did not recognize him, but he just took and tied him and all his accomplices. Offended, Sui Zhu tearfully said that his boss would take revenge for this. The girls thanked Liu Feng once again for saving them. He said there was no need to thank him. After all, he saw something on the roof and noticed that they never came out. So he decided that they had some problem along the way. After rescuing his future teachers, Liu Feng took Sui Zhu and his gang to the military, asking to keep an eye on them, and he himself went to the roof. He was in a great hurry, running flight after flight, floor after floor, and after a couple of minutes, he finally reached the last floor and opened the door to enter the floor. Opening the door, he saw his younger sister Shintong standing next to the sixth apostle's body torn in half, holding his essence in her hands. Seeing her beloved brother, Shintong immediately rushed into his arms, saying that she missed him very much. Seeing this, Liu Feng realized that his younger sister had already grown up. Having got out, he immediately asked her not to do that again and not to run away. Suddenly, Jilan approached them. She said she was returning to the research institute, but she promised that they would see each other in 3 days. Liu Feng immediately realized that she was also participating in the mission in the city center. Meanwhile, in the shelter dormitory, the guards were playing cards. One of them reasoned that life in the shelter is so joyful and there is no need to confront zombies every day. Hearing this, one of the jocks said that this hard-won life was worth protecting, because there definitely won't be another one, telling the boys that they shouldn't be so careless because it could lead to problems. Therefore, they can hope that the leader will solve everything. They must take care of the defense of the base themselves, the jock said. Before the jock had time to complete his parting speech, the system suddenly notified all the guards that an unforeseen situation had occurred and ordered everyone to immediately return to their posts. Upon receiving a signal about an unforeseen situation, all personnel had to return to their posts, even if they had a night off or a day off. Guards Da Qiang and Xiaosun ran to the headquarters where all the commanders were already there. Security guard Da Qiang turned to Secretary Sarah and asked what happened, to which she replied that this time Long Xuan was in command, pointing her hand at him. Da Kan approached Commander Long Xuan with the same question. Long Xuan showed him a CCTV camera showing that there was currently a 30-member reconnaissance team near their hideout and approaching their base. Meanwhile, after 3 days, people in their group went to their destination, the city center. Not far from the city center, the military built a frontline base to gather forces. Captain Chu ordered the cars with mutants to stop near the front base without entering it, since they were supposed to settle in their own camp nearby. Steel Fist, a sea-level mutant not included in the list of 100. I didn't understand why these stupid military men asked them to help and then put them in some kind of camp. Of the 6 banthas operating in the city, 4 arrived, and the Mutant Association also sent vice presidents. The man in the Cyclops mask was the vice chairman of the Sacred Fist Gang. His name is Li Hong. This is a serious woman holding a machine gun in her skillful hands, the head of the Rose Gang, Huang Li. And this silver-haired handsome guy is the head of the Gang of the Creation of Death, Zhang Che. Upon meeting, Li Hong immediately suggested that Zhang Che and Huang Li help each other this time and not the other way around. Huang Li heard that the head of the Light-Bringing Dragon Gang would personally take part in this mission. Suddenly, Captain Chu ordered his military to raise the barrier because his motorcade had arrived. The heads of the bandit clans could not understand who was showing off so coolly. After getting out of the car, Liu Feng was surprised by so many people. Then he asked his younger sister Xin Tong to stay in the car with the priest, saying that he would deal with matters and come back. Before Liu Feng had time to get out of the car, a steel fist approached him, and putting his hand on his shoulder, offered to buy his car and, in addition, Liu Feng's girls. Liu Feng immediately asked him who he was. Suddenly, this thug's assistant appeared and said that his master's name is a level C mutant Steel Fist, and he is the head of a gang of hyenas. Hearing that this Steel Fist was level C, Liu Feng decided not to offend him. Well, after Liu Feng heard Iron Fist say dirty words to Kelly about how he wanted her both on weekdays and on weekends, Liu Feng could not restrain himself and said that he would now kick the Iron Fist's ass. In response, the Iron Fist decided to hit the errant youth, but Liu Feng grabbed his fist and stopped the attack. It would seem that a battle could no longer be avoided, but suddenly Huang Li, the head of the Rose Gang, appeared between them and said that they did not need to quarrel because they could both be hers. Seeing her steel fist, they froze in horror along with their henchmen because they knew that in front of them stood the head of the Rose Gang, a level A mutant, Diamond Barbie Huan Li. She, in turn, told the Iron Fist that if he had any problems, he could turn to her. Then, pointing her finger at Liu Feng, she said that he was the same newcomer on the list of masters who had the same level as her. She further asked the Iron Fist if he wanted to get involved with him. Iron Fist was even more shocked after learning that Liu Feng was the same demonic fist from the list of mutant masters. The conflict with the Iron Fist was resolved without a fight. Meanwhile, Captain Chu called Liu Feng for a meeting. Sister Li warned Liu Feng to be careful because the head of the Light-Bringing Dragon Gang would also be at this meeting. Kelly took Liu Feng's arm and led him into the tent, saying that she wanted to see him show everyone his greatness. Immediately behind Liu Feng, the leader of the Light-Bringing Dragon Gang, level A mutant Zhao Feng, entered the tent. He immediately sat down next to Liu Feng, saying that he was glad to meet the same demonic fist that was constantly disturbing his gang. Captain Chu asked Zhao Feng not to provoke Liu Feng. Zhao Feng turned to Liu Feng and said that it was a pity that he would die so young and promising. After that, the green-haired hooded mutant attacked Liu Feng, trying to kill him with his sword. But Liu Feng was not so easy to kill, because he had a very well-developed reaction to threats from outside. Therefore, he not only repelled the blow, but also killed the member of the gang of light-bringing dragons who was attacking him with a retaliatory blow. After that, Li Feng pointed his bloody sword towards Zhao Feng and told him, "One more move, and his entire gang of light-bringing dragons will be destroyed." The situation at the meeting became very tense, and it seemed that the real massacre was about to begin. But fortunately, Captain Chu appeared and calmed everyone down. And after that, he told Liu Feng not to pay attention to Zhao Feng because he's a mercenary of a research institute. After this, Captain Chu returned to the podium. He said that the purpose of the mission was to cover the research institute while searching for a target in the city center. The military will send 2 platoons to provide cover. During the mission, everything is under the control of the Mutant Association. After that, he invited the vice president of the association to the podium. The vice president came to the podium and introduced herself, saying that her name was Kawasi and she would explain the purpose of the mission. She said that the Mutant Association will provide logistical support to the military. After that, they will all go to the city center together with a military convoy. After which she said that she knew that some of those present here were conflicted, and asked them to put aside all their grievances and misunderstandings until the mission was accomplished. Whoever does not heed the request will face the wrath of the Mutant Association. She then announced the start of the mission, saying that everyone should go to the Farega Institute in the center of the city to find nanotechnology. The reward for the find is 8,000 points. Half an hour later, Huang Bing appeared at Liu Feng's car, saying that he was glad to see Liu Feng and would go with him in his car. Liu Feng asked him why he didn't drive the association car. Huang Bing told him that the vice president asked him to come here to be in charge of communication with Liu Feng, since his telekinesis serves as a communication function. Meanwhile, Company Commander Guo arrived at the front base to gather troops and greeted Commander Chu. Gathering all the military, he said that they might be wondering why they were spending so much effort in the north of the city to get to the dangerous city center. Isn't it nice to live peacefully on base? For this reason, he told them that they simply could not retreat. After all, the vocation of soldiers is to defend their homeland and protect the people, so they must take responsibility. You can't sit safe. Clenching his fist, he shouted that they must end the apocalypse. After all, downtown has what they need to put an end to house. Hearing his speech, Liu Feng realized that he was a good commander. Captain Gu, meanwhile, ordered the soldiers to get into their cars and go on a mission. Meanwhile, the commander of the Salvation Army Squad, a sea-level mutant, the fiery man Wang Zhen, laughingly terrorized the civilian population of the city near Liu Feng's hideout. He asked them not to worry, because the purpose of his Salvation Army is to relieve suffering and treat everyone equally well. She invited everyone to return with them, to own them, because there was water and food there. But looking at them with a malicious smile, I thought that it looked like there would certainly be no shortage of food in the near future. At that moment, Wu Man appeared behind him. He greeted her and said that he had not seen her for a long time. Wang Zhen's comrades did not know the girl and had never seen her before. But realizing that she knew the boss well, they greeted her in the same way. After taking a closer look at Wu Man again, one of the bandits recognized her, saying that he had definitely seen her before. Then he took one innocent girl by the chin, saying that she should repay him intimately for taking care of her. Before he could do anything bad to the girl, he lost his head, as Long Xuan announced the start of the operation and allowed the attack to begin. Wang Zhen was at a loss because he didn't understand where the shots were coming from. But a minute later he saw that there was a sniper on the roof and ordered his thugs to return fire. They returned fire, but it was already too late, because Long Xuan's well-aimed shooters literally shot all the bandits in just a few seconds, leaving them no chance to win. Well, of course, they didn't kill those who voluntarily surrendered by raising their hands up and lowering their weapons. Seeing that his gang was destroyed and most of its members were killed, Wang Zhen simply went crazy and was overwhelmed by blind rage. His hands immediately became fiery, after which he immediately began to attack Long Xuan's team with fiery blows from his flaming hands. After which, laughing, he said that it was in vain that they had awakened the beast in him, because now he would send them straight to hell. But Long Xuan was not afraid. He took out his sniper rifle and took good aim. After which he said that times have changed and not everything and everywhere is determined by physical strength, after which he fired a shot. Just a few minutes later, one of his fighters approached Long Xuan and reported that they had completely destroyed the enemy Salvation Army. Suddenly, at that moment, a woman appeared in front of them and said that if they were completely done here, then it was time to return to the base. Seeing this unfamiliar girl, Long Xuan immediately asked Dakan to give him a list of personnel. Looking at it, he realized that there was something strange here because there was one less person on the list than there actually was. She immediately realized that Long Xuan was very vigilant. After all, with her ability, she erased all memories of herself, but he still found inconsistencies. After which, she replied that she set off after they left the base, and she added that she was their friend. But Long Xuan still didn't believe her, realizing that something was wrong here. He ordered Da Qiang to write this down in a report and report it to the base, and then gather everyone at the assembly point. At the same time, on the road in the city center, the military, thanks to tanks and heavy equipment, was clearing a passage to the city center for the Mutant Association. They destroyed zombies in droves, driving right over them with his huge column of military equipment. After waiting a little, seeing that everything was working out, Commander Go ordered his machine gunners to open fire on the zombies so that they could feel the strength and power of modern technology. Everything was too calm and simple. Liu Feng, after analyzing the situation, realized that now mostly ordinary zombies are appearing, neither evolved zombies nor mutant zombies, which posed the greatest threat, and he thought it was very strange. Before he had time to think about it, suddenly a cry from the military was heard over the radio, saying that zombie mutants were moving towards them from the right. The military reported that things were bad, as a large group of zombies appeared on the right flank. They were evolved zombies. Liu Feng asked Huang Bing to drive the car instead of him so that he could get out of it and climb onto the wreck to protect the convoy. Having climbed onto the roof of the car, he saw that the vice president of the Mutant Association had done the same. He thought that they thought alike. She told him that he was on the left and she was on the right. Kawasi Suena simply shocked these mutant zombies with her sword. Suddenly, she heard someone from the front car calling for help and immediately rushed off, cutting all the zombies and mutant zombies into small pieces along the way. Seeing how she fearlessly fights mutant zombies, Liu Feng realized that she is very cool, and apparently this is not the first time she has killed these creatures. Seeing Liu Feng on the roof of the car, the members of the gang of light-bringing dragons immediately reported to their leader that Liu Feng was going to single-handedly stop the crowd of zombies, to which Zhao Feng replied that he was apparently looking for death, since even the leader of the light-bring dragons himself could not dare to face such a large crowd of evolved zombies. After which, Zhao Feng added that Liu Feng would definitely not survive this mission if he believed that he alone could defeat a horde of mutant zombies. But literally a few seconds later, everyone grabbed their hands over their mouths because they could not contain their surprise, seeing that Liu Feng had killed a whole bunch of zombie mutants with just one blow. Zhao Feng saw this and realized that Liu Feng was a very serious opponent, and understood that he should not let him escape alive from this mission. Therefore, he ordered his right hand Zheng Hu to find an opportunity and finish him off. Having said that, he doesn't have to worry about the consequences after all. Liu Feng is from the rear service. Having cut down all the zombie mutants who stood in his way with his sword, he thought that it was too easy. And he was right, because literally 1 minute later, a huge boulder flew into their transport convoy. To their general disappointment, these were new mutated zombies, red bloods with incredible strength. This very strong crowd of evolved zombies overturned the tank and split the column in two. But the worst thing awaited them ahead, because dangers follow each other. Seeing a huge cobblestone above his head, Liu Feng immediately ordered everyone to jump out of the car, and he himself jumped away from the car with all his might. Well, not only the car, but also the fuel barrels that were on it exploded, which is why the roadway was surrounded by flames and separated Liu Feng and Kelly from Xin Tong and Li Xin. Liu Feng asked if everything was okay with them, and if they could get through the fire to him. Li Xin replied that they were fine, but they would not be able to get through this wall of fire, so she suggested that everyone meet in the city center. Liu Feng agreed with her but asked her and her sister to be careful. After that, he turned around and found that he and Kelly were surrounded by mutant zombies. These were mostly mutant zombies with impenetrable bone shields, which were not so easy to cut even with the sharpest sword, let alone destroy them. But Liu Feng was very confident that he would deal with them, so he told Kelly not to worry, because he would deal with them soon. He rushed to the attack and struck the mutant zombie with his sword. Seeing that his sword was broken, he was very upset. Even Xiao Puff was upset, but not because the sword broke, but because he expected an epic battle and in the end, nothing happened. Seeing that Liu Feng was a little upset, Kelly asked him what kind of weapon he wanted. He replied that he would need something like a hammer or an axe that would pierce shields. Suddenly, literally a second later, Kelly made him a weapon. But he was quite surprised by this, because it was not an axe or a young one, but what a club it was. Kelly hastened to please him, saying that her ability can change the shape of objects, but these are only blanks, so he can change them at the very end. At this moment, Liu Feng realized that with Kelly with him, he could have any weapon he wanted, after which he began the integral transformation. Thanks to his integral transformation, he created himself a sea-level mechanical hammer. Thanks to this super powerful hammer, he began to crush zombie mutants left and right, despite even their strong bone shields. In just 10 minutes, he destroyed all the zombie mutants that surrounded them, after which he asked Kelly what they would do next and where would they go. Liu Feng looked around and said, "What if they go through the university? They will come out to the metro tunnel, the city center." He could not even think that he would ever return to University N, which he had once abandoned. At the same time, in the auditorium of the University of N, Jin Yanshu, a stunning beauty, ordered her admirers to find her food. Meanwhile, on the other side, Commander Lung and his squad returned to the shelter. Zara immediately reported to him that she had read his report and replied that there were no problems with the size of the detachment. This mysterious woman was very surprised to find herself in such a hole. She saw a very high-tech shelter. Captain Lung immediately asked his subordinates if there were any problems with the report he sent to headquarters. He was told that everything was in order and the monitor did not detect any extra people. The woman who tricked her way into the shelter decided that as soon as she finished reconnaissance, she would immediately blow up the shelter. Sniper Lun could not understand where there was still no connection because it stubbornly seemed to him that there was one more person, after which he began to think that the sensation that he felt then was perhaps just a hallucination. Had the hallucinations returned again, he thought? Suddenly he remembered that he used to have a habit of writing reports to combat hallucinations, so he asked Da Qian to let him look at the trip report, and again. He picked it up and read that 13 people left and 14 people returned. He couldn't believe his eyes that he wrote this report himself, because he couldn't make such a big mistake and return to base. Unless a mutant with powers sneaked in on them, he could confuse them and the computer. Realizing this, Commander Loon immediately ordered Sarah to raise an alert on the base as there was a problem with the report, and he suspected that a mutant had followed their squad and infiltrated the base. Sarah immediately asked Commander Lung if he was sure of his order because the shelter computer and none of the people noticed any anomalies. Lung replied that due to personal problems, he writes everything down. During the training camp, he clearly recorded 14 people, one more. And this only means that someone has the ability to make the world forget about him. This ability makes everyone feel that everything is logical the moment they see it. While it may pollute computer data, it cannot change reality. Although Long couldn't remember it, the numbers he wrote down on paper are still there. Lung said that now that the impact on him has decreased, the mutant must have moved away from them and entered the base. Therefore, he again ordered Sarah to quickly turn on the alarm, saying that if any problems arise, he will be responsible. After turning on the alarm, the system warned all residents of the shelter that a mutant had entered the shelter. All battle groups should go to the previous designated place. Everyone should follow the message and redeploy. The mysterious woman was very surprised by the alarm. She couldn't believe there was a mutant with heightened perception here, because it was usually simply impossible for a mutant to notice her. Suddenly, Commander Long Xuan came on the loudspeaker and declared martial law in the shelter, ordering all civilians to return to the restrooms and all military personnel to act according to the emergency scenario. He ordered the organization of defense at the entrance to the command post, energy sources, restrooms, rooms, water supplies, and other important objects to be guarded. Then he said that since the enemy has the ability to distort cognitive perception, as soon as any unknown person comes into view, regardless of whether he knows about it or not, shoot to kill. The stranger, having heard Long Xuan's speech, realized that it was he who declassified her, but did not understand how. Then she mentally thanked him for using a method of solving the problem accessible to an ordinary person. After which she used the faceless activation technique. This is the power of facelessness, and it is not so easy to cope with, even for a high-level mutant. After using this technique, the guards immediately forgot who they were and what they were doing, and should be doing. Long Xuan also forgot what he was doing, and what he was doing at the moment. He felt as if his memories had been erased. Meanwhile, in the city of N, University of N, two students were running away from zombies chasing them. Suddenly, a boy named Yu Wen fell to the floor and screamed for his friend Zhang Yu to help. Zhang Yu could not leave Yu Wen to be torn apart by the zombies, so he returned for him, and thanks to his flying technique, was able to escape from the clutches of the zombies. They ran to class 54 where their classmates were waiting for them, and it was safer there than in the corridors of the university. After they simply flew into the classroom, the students bolted the door. Their classmates immediately surrounded them, asking if everything was okay and if they had been accidentally bitten by a zombie. The boys replied that everything was fine, after which a classmate immediately asked Zhang Yu Princess if he was what she liked. Food? He apologized to her, saying that he only took the package and threw one backpack to save Yu Wen. Classmates attacked the guy and said that they brought very little food. Suddenly a very sexy, charming girl in a leopard print blouse stood up for them, saying that no one dares treat the savior so disrespectfully because they risked their lives to get food for everyone. It was Jin Yangshu Black Gold Witch, president of Henyuhan Corporation. One of the guys immediately approached Sister Jin and said that here's the water and food she asked for. She thanked him and said that he not only saved her life, but also brought food. Helping students is brainlessness. There are still people in this world who offend the owner of super abilities, who bring them food. They are definitely looking for death. Jin asked Zhang Yu if he wanted her sister to reward him at night as a sign of gratitude. The most beautiful girl in the university did not like this fox that Zhang Yu saved when he went out in search of food that day, because she charmed all the guys. And now she still wants to take away her last backup, Zhang Yu. She also realized that he was her last backup option, and in fact, in her first year, her backup option was Liu Feng Inga, who was soon taken away by Shen Qian. Zhang Yu drooled looking at Jin Yanshu. He saw in her a gentle, intelligent, kind, understanding woman. For himself, he determined that she was better than the most beautiful girl at the university. Jin Yanshu understood that the girls from the university were no match for her. They were easy to defeat. She even began to miss her old Fox. Suddenly, one of the students shouted that he saw people outside, and they were walking across the campus. Jin Yanshu did not believe the student, because he knew that walking on the street at such a time would be suicide, because the sounds would attract zombies. But there really were people there, and they were surrounded by zombies. Zhang Yu, seeing that the two people were surrounded by a crowd of zombies, climbed onto the window and said that this would not work, because he could not watch good people die in vain. So he decided to use the ability to fly to save them. But seeing how Liu Feng destroyed a whole bunch of zombies with just one blow, Zhang Yu stopped and froze for a minute, realizing that the man below was very cool and strong. Suddenly, some kind of slimy and unusual tongue appeared before Yue Wen's eyes. He raised his head. He saw not the usual two-headed bloody zombie with long tongues. After that, the mutant zombie pierced Yue Wen's head with his tongue. Seeing this, Zhang Yu and the others were simply horrified. After this, the mutant zombie decided to climb into the classroom through the window to eat the rest of the university students. At this moment, Kelly noticed this mutant monster and informed Liu Feng that there were definitely people on the second floor of the university because a very large mutant zombie is trying to climb in through the window. Jin Yangshiu, seeing that the mutant zombie began to kill one student after another, remembered that that damn day of the apocalypse, her corporation and all her wealth turned to ashes, and now she must rely on students to survive. This made her very angry. Realizing that her life was in the balance, she decided that she must tightly grasp this boy with superpowers, because he is her key to survival. But the most beautiful girl at the university had a different plan. She asked Zhang Yu to quickly distract the mutant zombie. Otherwise, they would all die. And he agreed. Jin Yunshu realized that these students were very cruel because they sent the boy to certain death. Zhang Yu came out to meet the zombie mutant and began waving his arms at him to attract the attention of the mutant zombie and take him away from his friends. Suddenly, completely unexpectedly for everyone, Liu Feng appeared out of nowhere and hit the mutant zombie in the head with both legs. Everyone was shocked to see Liu Feng mercilessly fighting this mutant zombie, striking him one blow after another, crushing him with his sledgehammer. In the end, Liu Feng gave him the final blow with his sledgehammer, thereby smashing his head across the floor of the N University foyer. Seeing Liu Feng, all the girls were immediately in love with him because he seemed so strong and sexy to them. And the boys were slightly shocked because he destroyed a huge mutant zombie without anyone's help. How suddenly did Zhang Yu see in Liu Feng the same Liu Feng who had dropped out of their university in his first year? And he started pointing his finger at him, saying that it was 100% him. Zhang Yu told him that he did not expect to see him at the university, since it had already been almost 3 years since he got clean. Liu Feng greeted Zhang Yu, saying that exactly 3 years had indeed passed since then. The most beautiful girl at the university couldn't believe her eyes when she realized that this was her backup, which was stolen in her first year. After Liu Feng dealt with this mutant zombie, Kelly entered the foyer of University N. She was immediately recognized by Jin Yanshu, after which they went to the university canteen to a safer place. Liu Feng said that the world outside had fallen. Each city was fighting separately and could not take care of itself, let alone the others. After which he said that the army had already refused to save survivors in the city center. This time he had the task of accompanying the military, but after a surprise attack on the road, they split up, and he came to the university. The most beautiful girl in the university ran up to Liu Feng and made her beautiful huge eyes at him and asked him if he could take them to the northern base, telling him that he is very cool. Liu Feng told her that he could not do this because he had to go to the city center and could not return. She couldn't believe what she heard, because just recently he had been with her dog, and now this nasty loser dared to neglect her and refused her request. Jin Yanshu thought for a while and said that on the 3rd, 7th, and 11th days, after the start of the apocalypse, the sounds of shelling were heard in the area, but the military did not enter the campus. Did they really fail to retake the city? And also the explosion this morning. It was the military, she asked Kelly and Liu Feng, after which she came up and told Kelly, calling her by name, that she was right. Kelly told her that she didn't think that the black gold witch Jin Yangshu was still alive. At this moment, all the students realized that she was the president of the Henyuan Corporation, and that earlier it was said that her corporation was comparable to the Lishan Corporation that Kelly owned, and they were competing with each other. They are both outstanding women, but they don't get along with each other. Zhang Yu remembered that they were out of food again, so he asked Liu Feng to go with him to look for food for everyone else. This way everyone can survive and won't starve. Liu Feng was surprised to hear about searching for food and asked him if he was searching for food for everyone by sacrificing himself. Zhang Yu replied that he finds most of it on his own, but sometimes he goes on searches with his friend Yu-1, who was killed by a mutant zombie. Because of the lack of food, everyone hasn't eaten enough for several days, he said after finishing his story. After listening to Zhang Yu's heartbreaking story about how he sacrifices himself to find food for everyone, Liu Feng said that he refuses his offer. Hearing Liu Feng's answer, everyone couldn't believe that a great and strong guy like him would refuse to help. They began to reproach him, saying that they were still former classmates and that he had no conscience at all. But Liu Feng said that he was still not interested in this because he did not want to be Mother Teresa, because there were so many of them, and if they wanted to eat, they had to look for food themselves. They started saying that there were a lot of zombies outside and they didn't know how to get out. They also said that he was insensitive, and in general, it seemed, was no longer human. Liu Feng became very angry, so he took his hammer and slammed it on the floor in front of him. After which he said that he was saying for the last time that he refused to help in finding food. He said that if they wanted food, they could try to convince him by force. If not, then you should organize yourself to kill zombies and get food yourself because there is a supermarket nearby. After which he sent them all to hell, saying that they have so many men, but they are all counting on one mutant, Zhang Yu. Seeing that Liu Feng was about to explode, Kelly decided to cool his ardor and prevent trouble from happening. She said that the point is not that they are stingy. Now zombies are roaming all over the world, and there are those who cannot find food, and there are those who eat easily, she said. Kelly said that today they are relaxing here at the University of N, and tomorrow they will go to the supermarket for food. And she invited the students to go with them to kill zombies, thanks to which they will get to the supermarket. Seeing Kelly and Liu Feng standing next to each other, Jin Yanshu immediately realized that they were very close and decided to use a trick. A couple of hours later, there is a break room in the next classroom. Liu Feng asked Kelly if Jin Yanshu was her close friend. Kelly said that she couldn't be called a close friend. Kelly told him that their families were old friends. She had known her since childhood, because she had always competed with Kelly in everything. Moreover, she loves to use various tricks to achieve her goals. She has an overly gloomy personality, which is why she is called the Black Gold Witch. Kelly warned Liu Feng to be careful with her because she liked to take away Kelly's toys since childhood. Liu Feng reassured her by saying that with such a bad character, all the toys would go away from Jin Yanshu. Kelly was happy to hear such words from Liu Feng and thanked him for it. Liu Feng told her to go to bed earlier while he kept watch outside. He also said that their bag of supplies was lost, so they would need to find food tomorrow. Sitting outside, on the corridor, near the barrel of fire, Liu Feng thought that he did not expect to meet the object of his hidden love, and Zhang Yu here. What a coincidence, he thought. When he suddenly heard someone approach him. That someone was Jin Yanshu. Approaching Liu Feng, she invited him to chat to pass the night. She thanked him for saving his life and said that it was already midnight and he was still on guard. It must be hard to be Kelly's defender because she doesn't have a simple character. At that moment, I thought that, using a couple of tricks, I could take this toy from Kelly. She almost choked when she heard Liu Feng say that Kelly had a wonderful personality and he was glad that he had met her. She understood that Kelly liked such losers, and it became obvious to her that she just needed to use bait and put in more effort. Using all her charm and sexuality, she leaned over Liu Feng and asked him to help her find food tomorrow. But her trick did not work, and Liu Feng firmly refused her. She attacked him again, saying that she did not believe that Kelly herself would go looking for food with him, calling him a hypocrite. Liu Feng asked her to shut her mouth and not dare to defame Kelly. After all, Kelly can find food by relying on her abilities. She couldn't believe that the Kelly she knew had suddenly become so brave. Jin Yangshu realized at that moment that she needed to try very hard to take away this toy. Therefore, she decided to take Liu Feng with heavy artillery and opened her blouse in front of him, showing that she was ready to give herself to him. But at that moment, Liu Feng was not looking at her, but at the zombie who was coming around the corner. Liu Feng immediately threw her to the floor and ordered her to close her mouth because he saw someone coming around the corner. It was definitely not a person. But she did not listen to him and began to shout that he was an impudent and disruptive boy who had no right to even touch her. At this moment, the mutant zombie was already reaching out to her. Liu Feng had no choice anymore, so he used his mechanical arm and dealt a crushing blow to the zombie mutant who wanted to attack Jin Yanshu, after which Liu Feng asked her to behave more carefully in the future and obey him if he ever asks her for anything again. This man has repeatedly exceeded expectations. It was obvious that this loser she wanted to subdue suddenly subdued her. After all, this feeling of security in his arms. She realized that this man should be hers, no matter what. At that moment, the most beautiful girl, a student from the University of N, was watching them from around the corner. She was biting her nails, realizing that someone had gotten ahead of her again. Jin Yangshu said goodbye to Liu Feng and said that she would go to her children, because she had had enough adventures for today. Just a couple of minutes later, Kelly came out of the room and asked Liu Feng why it was so noisy. He replied that President Jin came to talk, and as a result, a zombie appeared. Kelly couldn't understand why Jin Yunshu came, but she didn't ask Liu Feng about this and told him to go rest, because tomorrow she still had to find food. Suddenly, Sarah contacted Liu Feng and said that there was an incident at the base. She said that someone had infiltrated the base, and now the whole team was trying to find her. Long Xuan reported that based on military records, he believed that she was capable of polluting memory and cognitive abilities, causing people to forget her. Liu Feng heard this and immediately realized that this was the ability of a mutant because even a computer could be infected, and he immediately decided to return to base. Lun Sun asked him not to rush because he had come up with one way to find her, but Liu Feng had already headed to the base. As a friend, Kelly stopped him, telling him not to rush and listen to Long Xuan, because he himself appointed him commander, after which she told him that he didn't want to become the second Zhang Yu. At this moment, Liu Feng realized that the shelter could not rely only on him, otherwise he would be the same as Zhang Yu, and everything would depend only on him. He contacted Long Xuan again and asked the commander to tell him about his plan. Commander Long Xuan said that his plan is that Liu Feng and Kelly should not return. After all, this rubbish can pollute the data about its description. Therefore, he described it, so its capabilities should not be huge and would not be able to affect reality. Long Xuan said that Liu Feng has top access to the base. Therefore, he asked Liu Feng to turn on the radio broadcast every 5 minutes. The content of the broadcast should not concern this rubbish. We need to get people to remember their goals and objectives every 5 minutes. This way they can set traps. The hunt plan begins. But that's not all it takes for Kelly to activate Emergency Backup Plan F. Long Xuan said that he had a way to remember this mutant. First, you need to determine where he is, and then combine with Plan F to finish him off. Wu Man again heard the alert, which said that all military personnel should immediately open fire when a stranger appeared in sight. A curfew has been declared for all civilians. She realized that the broadcast was repeated every 5 seconds. Its contents did not concern Wu Man. It could not affect their minds. It seems they have found a way to counter her power. But this did not stop her, because she understood that she was already close to the command post. But suddenly, someone threw a smoke bomb in her direction. It was Long Xuan. Using the factor of surprise, he attacked her, but Wu Man was able to repel his attack. She used her Moonut powers on him again. Then she said that it was reckless to come to her like that. She said that while he sees her, his memory of her is erased every 2 seconds. This is facelessness. Then she attacked him with a knife, but Long Xuan was able to repel her attack. Wu Man was shocked to see that he was not affected by her ability. Long Xuan told her that he had written the words on his hand, and now every time he raised his hand, he could see them. After which he said that he wrote down a reminder to himself that the mutant entered the base not only on his right, but also on his left hand. Wu Man appreciated his cunning technique, recognizing him as the purple hawk of one of the best snipers in the army. Meanwhile, Liu Feng gathered all the students and told them that if they wanted to eat, they should go to the supermarket with him. And if they encounter zombies, then they themselves must kill them. The students panicked, saying that this was terrible, because they would be killed, since there were a lot of zombies on the street. In one of them, Liu Feng recognized a member of the Physical Education Committee and told him that he had a strong body, arms, legs, and head in place. Nothing was stopping him from killing any zombie in order to find food and survive. After which he said that if they do not save themselves, then he does not care about their lives. Opening the door, Liu Feng said that if they want to eat, they should go with him and kill zombies together in order to find food. At this moment, Jin Yunshu realized that the students were truly scum and very unreliable. Having gathered all the daredevils and those who simply wanted to squeeze out Liu Feng, he set out to hunt for food. Jin Yunshu couldn't believe her eyes that she was following Liu Feng of her own free will. Apparently, it didn't look like her at all. Her legs and body were trembling, but she took step after step forward behind him. She asked Liu Feng if he had any plan or something. Liu Feng told her not to worry and just follow him. At that moment, she felt completely safe and calm again. Walking outside from University N, Liu Feng immediately asked Kelly to make a crossbow for him to transform. Kelly created a crossbow from a metal pillar, and Liu Feng transformed it. He made this crossbow for Kelly so that she could use it to protect herself. Seeing that Kelly also had strength, Jin Yunshu realized that the two of them were very strong. Only Miss Jin and Zhang Yu went hunting with them, which means the rest don't want to live, thought Liu Feng, and decided to knock on the trash can with his sledgehammer to attract the attention of the zombies. Hearing the loud ringing sound, the zombies immediately attacked Liu Feng, and he began to destroy them by swinging his sledgehammer left and right. He took down zombies in droves, swinging his sledgehammer and using his hand crossbow to boot. Kelly also did not stand aside. Thanks to the crossbow that Liu Feng made for her, she shot all the zombies approaching her. Jin Yanshu had never used any kind of weapon, so she stuck the club into the zombie's mouth, thinking that he would die from it, and with a trembling voice called Zhang Yu for help, who immediately split the head of the zombie that was attacking Miss Jin with one blow. But to his great disappointment, his club got stuck in the head of that same zombie, when suddenly at that moment another zombie attacked him from the other side. Seeing this, Liu Feng threw his hammer directly at the head of the zombie who was attacking Zhang Yu. Kelly shot her arrow at the head of the zombie who wanted to eat Jin Yanshu, thereby saving her life. Jin Yanshu sat on her knees and, looking at her bloody hands, realized that the apocalypse is when you can die at any moment. Seeing her helplessness and fear in her eyes, Kelly brought her her handkerchief and told her that she could use it to wipe away the blood from the zombies on her body. Jin Yanshu took the handkerchief with the understanding that even Kelly is no longer that rich FIFA who was afraid to get her blouse dirty. She has changed and has become much braver and stronger. Entering the supermarket, they saw many shelves with a wide variety of food. Zhang Yu immediately began to fill his briefcase with a variety of food, saying that now everyone will have food and everyone will survive. Liu Feng looked at him and realized that he really was Mother Teresa. Jin Yangshu decided to talk to Kelly, telling her that she had changed a lot. Kelly replied that times had changed, and she just found someone she could rely on, that's all. Miss Jin was shocked to hear this from the cold, arrogant bitch that Kelly used to be. Kelly asked Jin if she had fun playing with the kids. Jin replied that she didn't have time to swear, and she needed to talk to Kelly about something. Half an hour later, they returned back to the university, and already in the dining room, raising his briefcase above his head, Zhang Yu proudly said that they had found food, and now everyone would be full. Zhang Yu got the most beautiful cookie girl that she wanted. Seeing this, Jin Yanshu understood us. What idiots they are. Are they asking for specific products at such a time? Because if there is food, it's already good. She remembered what Kelly told her at the store. After they returned to school and rested, she and Liu Feng would leave the school and go to the city center. So considering that they already knew each other, she could join their team. Therefore, she invited her to think and make a decision before they left. Jin Yanshu knew that living with these students would be very difficult for her, but she couldn't figure out whether she could trust Kelly. Suddenly, Liu Feng said that he would soon leave the university, after which he said that given that they were his classmates, if someone wants to leave the university, they can go with him, but he will not accept slackers. Meanwhile, in the shelter, Wuman, having learned that her opponent, the Purple Hawk, said that she would not give in to him. Then she threw her knife in his direction. Long Zhuan responded in kind, and a life-and-death battle ensued between them. The entrance included all the techniques of kung fu, as well as mastery of sharp objects. She attacked him without sparing her strength, using a wide variety of tactics and techniques of both close and ranged combat. But Long Zhuan was also an excellent fighter, so he not only repelled her attacks but also attacked back. She cut his hands, which had inscriptions on them. At this moment, Long Zhuan realized that her technique was very familiar to him, and Wu Man said that he guessed correctly because she is the 5th soldier queen of Lan Ying, after which she ordered to call her mistress because this is the only way he can save his life. At this moment, Long Zhuan's mind became clouded again. Taking advantage of his weakness, she struck him again with her knife. Due to clouding of his mind, he did not expect the attack, and all he could do was put a block of his hands in front of him, thereby exposing them to the knives. He understood that he could not cope with her, so he decided to hide behind the wall of the passage. Uman didn't bother to catch up with him, knowing that he had already fallen into her trap. Standing behind the wall, Long Zhuan looked at his bloody hands and did not understand what was happening here and who was chasing him. Uman was very cunning, and each of her blows was designed to touch the inscriptions on his hands, so that the blood would smear them. Approaching him from behind, she stuck her knife into his shoulder, saying that he could not cope with the memory pollution, which would erase his memory every 2 seconds without a reminder. Long Zhuan started to run away, because he didn't know what to do. While running away, Long Zhuan became more and more entangled in her web of lies. Uman was very pleased to watch the king of soldiers go to hell step by step. 5 minutes later, Long Zhuan, who was bleeding, realized that he could not escape anywhere, and could not hide from her. Uman gloated, saying that he had driven himself into a dead end. Then she said that he would be the 4th king of soldiers whom she would kill. She also said that kings were easier to kill than ordinary soldiers, and that the 2nd soldier king also died by her hand. After which she moved her sharp knife to the side in order to make a precise blow to the heart and kill Long Zhuan. At the same time at the university, Liu Feng said that they were leaving because they had finished repairing everything, and if anyone wanted to go with him, then now is the time to decide. The students all broke the chain, saying that he has no sense of responsibility. It is he who is running away and not them. The most beautiful girl told him if he leaves and does not protect her, then he should leave her food. But Liu Feng told her that he would not leave anything. Hearing this, she became furious and said that he was insolent and no one wanted a loser. She said that her family is very rich, and a loser like him is definitely not suitable for her. Moreover, in her first year, she chose him as a backup option, only out of pity. Laughing in Liu Feng's eyes, she said that even his ex-girlfriend Shen Qing was not treated like a dog, after which she said that he would remain lonely all his life and not needed by anyone because no one needs such a loser. The students supported her, saying that Liu Feng was just a stupid loser and threatened him to stay away from the most beautiful girl in the university. Suddenly, Kelly stood up for Liu Feng and slapped the most beautiful girl in the university. The girl was shocked. What kind of students were they who defended her with their cries? Because no one had ever dared to raise a hand against her in her life. I hugged Kelly's hand and told this impudent girl to shut her mouth, because she has no idea how beautiful, strong, gentle, and charming this man is. After which she said that because of one call from her, he came a long way and saved her, and still protects her from all sorts of troubles and bad weather. He endowed her with a position and supernatural abilities. He is strong, skillful, persistent, and the best that a woman can have. Kelly uttered quite a few compliments towards Liu Feng, and in the end said that men are not born like this. They become like this, and she is glad that Liu Feng became like this next to her. But the students didn't care, and decided to take the food from Liu Feng by force. One of the students walked around him from behind and wanted to steal food from his briefcase. But Liu Feng saw this and crushed his head with his sledgehammer, after which he said that if anyone dares to attack him, he will die immediately. Before they had time to start a fight, zombie mutants began to climb out of the windows again. They immediately ate the student girl who was standing by the window. The students began to run away in panic, at this moment forgetting not only about food, but also about your comrades. The system warned Liu Feng that a new task had appeared. To save students at University N, the reward for saving 100 points. Liu Feng understood that the task was not an easy one, because there were 3 zombie mutants and 1 elite zombie mutant. Meanwhile, Kelly asked Jin Yangshu to finally make her choice because they were about to leave. Jin Yangshu understood that if she decided to leave, it would mean giving up a comfortable life where someone was looking for food for her. Seeing how doubtful she was, Kelly remembered her former self. Zhang Yu, along with the most beautiful girl in the university named Shui Wei, were surrounded by mutant zombies. At that moment, he told her that they should join Liu Feng. But Shui Wei didn't want to leave, so she couldn't make the right decision. Zhang Yu yelled at her, saying that there was no more time for hesitation and that she could no longer stay at the university. The mutant zombies were getting closer and closer to them, seeing that there was little chance of survival. Shui Wei pushed Zhang Yu in the back to meet the monsters in order to buy time for herself and escape, because she did not want to die. The girl he loved and constantly protected treated him in such a treacherous manner. He could not understand what kind of world this was, in which there was no love, no melancholy, no pity, and getting angry, he created a strong air current that enveloped his hands and body. Thanks to him, he chopped into pieces all the zombies that attacked him. Seeing this power and strength, Liu Feng realized that his abilities were airbending and flight. After Zhang Yu dealt with the zombie crowd, he immediately said that he wanted to leave with Liu Feng. He wants to become as strong as him. Jin Yangshu, seeing this betrayal, realized that if she stayed with these students, then one day they could betray her too. So, raising a baseball bat above her head, she said that she was going with them, and no difficulties could defeat them. Having gathered everyone under their wing, Liu Feng and Kelly decided to leave the university. Meanwhile, in the shelter, Wuman still failed to kill Lun Xuan because his mutation awakened at that moment. She understood that the mutation had awakened at the most inopportune moment, because she had just a little bit left to kill him. But most importantly, she could not understand whether he saw her or not. Seeing Lun Xuan hit his head in multiples, she realized that her ability was working, and it seemed like he had just accidentally grabbed her blade. Before she had time to think about all this, Lun Xuan launched a blade in her direction, which almost hit her in the head. She was at a loss, because she didn't understand whether he still remembered her or didn't remember her, and what ability had awakened in him. Lun Xuan saw Uman but could not understand who she was, and also did not understand why the person standing next to her was pointing at her. He couldn't understand why this little girl looked very strange, why she was still pointing at the woman, and what was wrong with this woman. Uman took out a gun, saying that she did not want to use a weapon, but her patience had run out. Pointing the weapon at Lun Xuan, she said that although she did not know what mutation he had, she would shoot him right now for the sake of the task. Lun Xuan at that moment raised his head and said that although he did not know who she was, his plan was a success. Seeing the words on his palms, she realized that he was clenching his fist and the blood could not smear the words. Meanwhile, someone appeared behind her and grabbed her hands. It was Kelly who said that the only way to catch someone like her, who couldn't be remembered, was to set a trap. Woo-man realized that another person with immunity to her ability had appeared in this shelter, and it was very bad. But she thought they were too careless. Thanks to her military skills, she was able to point her gun at Kelly's head and shoot. Then she said that she didn't know why Kelly was immune to the memory loss ability, but she dared to get close to the Queen of Soldiers, and this was pure suicide. But this Kelly didn't care about bullets, and these things couldn't kill her, because she was just a metal clone of the real Kelly. And Plan F was to awaken the metal clone of Kelly, who remained at the base. Uman was shocked and didn't understand why her abilities didn't work on Kelly's clone. After all, she didn't know that a clone was an inanimate object. Clone Kelly told Commander Long that after she sealed Wu Man, the clone's body would dissolve. After which she began to envelop Wu Man's metal with her cells, making her a mummy in a metal wrapper. This was a frightening super ability, even for the Moon Commander. At that moment, he thought that the girl he saw was not a hallucination, but some kind of super ability. Although he understood that the early ones said that superpowers could only awaken in those with black blood. Meanwhile, Liu Feng and his team were at the entrance to the subway station that led to the city center. Thanks to the system, Liu Feng was able to find out that Jin Yanshu is a weaker and evil version of Kelly. But just for someone like her, there are dark matters in the underground city that she can deal with a bang, he thought. After studying Zhang Yu's data, Liu Feng realized that he didn't just have the power to fly, but he had turned zombies into powder with gravity. This is a future warrior. Liu Feng was happy because he had won the jackpot since Zhang Yu had the strongest ability he had ever met besides Liu Feng's aunt, who manipulated blood. Liu Feng could not get enough of it, realizing that Zhang Yu was not so simple. He realized that he had obtained a treasure. Liu Feng called Zhang Yu to his place and invited him to use his abilities to open the doors to the subway. Approaching the doors, Zhang Yu grabbed the lock with his hands and said that he did not understand how he could open it with his flight. But Liu Feng told him that he was underestimating himself and decided to teach him one trick. Jin Yangshu asked Kelly what are the boys doing, and Liu Feng at that moment asked Jia Yu to imagine that this castle is the most hated person. What are you sorry? Kelly asked her, and she told her not to think that Liu Feng is a simple backup option because he always acts for sure, and his techniques are furious. Kelly also told her not to doubt what he was doing and just watch because he was a man who could do miracles. Jia Yu concentrated on the castle but nothing worked. Liu Feng said that he should focus his thoughts even more on only the most hated person. As soon as Jia Yu turned off all his thoughts and focused only on the memories of himself, a person who for him was the most beautiful girl at the university because of whom he almost died. The doors made of metal rods simply began to spin and break, dissolving in his air power, after which rage overwhelmed him and he simply tore open all the gates. Liu Feng was happy about this because he realized that he was not mistaken about him. And Jia Yu couldn't believe what he did. Kelly told Jin Yanshu to look at them because Liu Feng had just performed another miracle by discovering Jia Yu's abilities. Jin Yanshu was shocked because she and the students had been with this guy for so long and didn't notice anything. But Liu Feng just took a look and immediately noticed his real abilities. Zhang Yu thanked Liu Feng for helping him unlock his inner strength, to which Liu Feng replied that this is the apocalypse, and if he has the power, then he no longer needs to look back at anyone, because the past is already in the past. After which he said that, on the contrary, now that he had lost that one and only love, he would meet someone much better, just as Liu Feng himself did. After all, a talented person will always prove himself. They shook hands, and Zhang Yu said that he would make Liu Feng his idol and find a curvy woman for his wife. At that moment, after all the words spoken by Liu Feng, Zhang Yu realized that Brother Liu was right, because if a person died, it is just one tree, but there is also a whole forest. It was at this moment that his role model became Liu Feng, who was able to get a very chic woman. Having rested a little more, they nevertheless decided to go down to the metro and go to their goal, the city center. Xiao Poof said on the way that he hates the dark because it's like going down a mine. Following on their heels was Shadow, Wang Ping's B-level mutant from the light-bringing dragon gang. After getting on the subway, Liu Feng asked Kelly which subway line they should take to get to the city center. Kelly opened the map and looking at it said that they should take the blue line of the metro and they would go straight to the place they needed. They went down onto the tracks into the subway tunnel and turned on their flashlights and walked straight through it. After walking a few meters through the tunnel, Liu Feng said that something was wrong here, because after they came down here from the surface, they still had not seen a single zombie along the way. Meanwhile, on the other side of the metro, the combat squad of the Azure Bay Metro Station clan did not want to go on patrol, thinking that it was a waste. One of the deputy commanders remembered that some soldier had his eye on their boss, but was refused, and is now obstructing them. Before he could finish his story, he received a blow to the head from the foot. It was the commander of the Azure Bay Metro Station clan's fighting force, Bing Du, nicknamed Virus. She told her subordinates that they should focus on the mission. Then she asked what the situation was in this metro area and why her squad was sent to patrol this territory. One of her deputies said that, according to rumors, people from the clan in this place often disappear, but no zombies were found. The clan sent the 12th squad on reconnaissance, and in the end, the entire squad disappeared. Virus liked the story of her deputy, and she became interested because it seemed like something was hiding here. At that moment, one of her deputies attacked her leg, saying that he would not want her to let into the gang that pig who said that he loved her. And he said that, in extreme cases, the guy with the horse's head was not bad. He was just like her, and very strong, in every way better than that pig. She hit him, telling him to shut up, because she was not at all interested in Liu Feng. Before she had time to say this, blood suddenly poured from her nose from severe overexcitement. She grabbed her assistant by the hair and ordered him to close his mouth and go on patrol with her. Then she said that the next time she sees the guy with the horse's head, she will kill him without hesitation. A minute later, she saw Liu Feng running towards her, shouting that she needed to run away. At this time, inside the research base, Chuang Tzu said, once he saw himself in a dream as a butterfly, a happy butterfly that fluttered among the flowers for its pleasure, and did not at all know that it was him. Suddenly he woke up and saw that he was Zhuang Zhou, who dreamed that he was a butterfly that dreamed that she was Zhuang Zhou. But there is undoubtedly a difference between Zhuang Zhou and a butterfly. This is what the transformation of things is. The robot standing next to Director Zheng asked him what dreams are. He replied that dreams are a place where everyone can do whatever they want. Director Zheng asked the robot named Zero if he really wants to become a human. Zero replied that he didn't want it, he was just curious what it was. Director Zheng asked his adjutant, AI Zero, what does he think about the fact that the faceless one has stopped communicating? Zero replied that little is not visible and said that thanks to her last report, they found out who their enemy is. This is a certain hideout of L. Zero also said that according to this information, it was they who stole their operation, which the director entrusted to the Metro clan to return Kelly, as well as the operation to find the Scarlet Empress, a patient with a black blood disease. And when they entered the base, they cut off the hands of the director of their institute, Juan, entered into a large food deal with the military, and bought a group of slaves. In addition, their leader also took Kelly with him on a trip to the city center. According to intelligence, their leader Liu Feng is looking for the same thing as Director Zheng. Director Zheng said that Zero had incredibly clearly analyzed all the causes and effects based on the report. Sacrificing faceless information for such information is not such a big loss. After which he asked Zero what he proposed to do. Zero decided to notify the Metro Clan and the Salvation Army that they should unite to capture L's hideout. Next, he contacted the Lightbringer gang and the deputy commander of the Metro Clan, and after completing the matter with the monotheists, ordered them to unite to destroy the leader Liu Feng. He also submitted a request for cooperation with 4 of the 5 combat units. The probability of completing the mission increased to 92%. Director Zheng told Zero that there is a saying that even a lion rushing at a hare must make every effort. Therefore, he told him to engage the internal security of the research institute. He also allowed him to send a Valkyrie to find and kill Liu Feng. Zero warned Director Zheng that the success rate would be 100%, but Valkyrie is a prototype and cannot be used recklessly. But Director Zheng didn't care, because for him, the main thing was the result, and not the consequences. Moreover, he thought that in this way, he would return his fiancée Kelly, because he believed that she had already played enough and it was time for her to return home. Meanwhile, not far from the Azure Bay Metro Station, a squad of ghostly sharks called for a motorcade. The special forces called for reinforcements, saying that they were being pursued by a monster that was not afraid of either bullets or grenades. It would seem that that's all. The soldier's life is numbered because in his face and body there is a huge mechanical paw resembling a claw. Suddenly, this killing machine, whose goal was to destroy the Special Forces squad, had an updated target. The new goal was to kill Liu Feng, the leader of Shelter L, and Valkyrie accepted the task. Walking through the tunnel for more than an hour, Liu Feng and his team could not understand anything because they had walked quite a bit but had not encountered a single threat in the form of zombies, let alone people. Jin Yanshu grabbed Liu Feng's arm under the pretext that she was very scared because she was afraid of the dark. Using these little tricks, she decided that she could get this wonderful man and win him away from Kelly, when suddenly the tongue of a zombie mutant appeared from above and licked her cheek. But she thought that Liu Feng did it, and said that he was very brave since Kelly was still around and watching over them. but Liu Feng said that it was definitely not him. Hearing that it was not Liu Feng, Jin Yangshu raised her head up and saw a huge mutant zombie above her who wanted to eat her. Liu Feng realized that she couldn't protect herself, and so that she wouldn't be eaten, he grabbed her by the shoulder and pulled her aside, thereby saving her from the zombie attack. These were pseudo-elite zombies, mutants, water zombies, worms, a very dangerous and complex type of zombie mutation. The system notified Liu Feng that no matter whether he fought them or ran away, he would receive a reward of 3,000 points. Liu Feng and Kelly decided to try to fight them first using all their weapons and abilities. But literally after a couple of blows, he realized that the tunnel was too dark and nothing could be seen. He decided that first he needed to lure these zombie mutants into the light and then destroy them, after which they immediately began to run, and after 500 meters they began to see light at the end of the tunnel. They believed that this was the entrance to the next station. Suddenly, unexpectedly for himself, Liu Feng saw Lady Virus along with her gang of thugs. Without thinking for a long time so as not to embarrass herself in front of her fighters, she immediately decided to attack Liu Feng using her whip. But Liu Feng could not stop to deal with her, so he dodged her lash and taking her in his arms began to run further, but with her in his arms. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Kelly and her friend and the Lady Virus's henchmen opened their mouths. But Liu Feng tripped over a stone and fell, successfully dodging the mutant zombie's tongue. They fell to the floor, or Liu Feng immediately grabbed the Lady Virus by the neck and began to squeeze her. She couldn't breathe, but she liked the feeling. She asked him to squeeze harder because it was amazing. Hearing this, Liu Feng immediately let her go and apologized. Seeing that the zombie mutants were getting closer, the Lady Virus ordered her fighters not to touch Liu Feng and his team, but to open fire on the zombies. A squad of Lady Virus people was riddled with zombie mutants, but they still did not die and continued to move forward. Suddenly, one of the Lady Virus people was pierced from the back with her sword by a mercenary of the light-bringing dragons, who was sent to kill Liu Feng. Seeing this treacherous attack from behind, Liu Feng immediately rushed into battle with this bastard. Meanwhile, mutant zombies killed 2 more people from the Lady Virus team. The masked man holding a sword in his hands said that this place will be the grave for Liu Feng. Liu Feng remembered that his opponent's nickname was Shadow, and he was from the light-bringing dragon gang. It seemed that his ability was quite complex. He could penetrate the shadows. He really could blend in with the darkness 100%. Liu Feng's team wanted to help him, but he told them to go and help fight the zombies because he was joined by a Lady Virus who wanted revenge for the murder of her man. A bandit from the light-bringing dragon band warned them to be careful of their shadows. Before he could say this, a Valkyrie suddenly appeared out of nowhere and grabbed his head with her claw. Valkyrie scanned everyone who was in the room, and finding Liu Feng confirmed his destruction. As soon as she discovered Liu Feng, she immediately crushed the head of the mercenary, nicknamed Shadow, with her claw. After which, she immediately began the task of destroying Liu Feng. Valkyrie launched a lightning strike with her fist at Liu Feng, throwing him into the wall of the subway tunnel. Liu Feng was shocked because even his Kung Fu master system could not respond to the threat. I immediately realized that something was wrong here, because something influenced the Kung Fu master's prediction. This has never happened before. Valkyrie struck again, and the Kung Fu master did not react at all. After all, it was again a very fast and powerful blow. The virus lady standing behind grabbed the Valkyrie's hand with a whip and told Liu Feng to pay attention to his back tentacles, because they were not ordinary at all. She said that they can accelerate by reaction, so he must be careful, because the Valkyrie can suddenly accelerate, which is why the Kung Fu master Liu Feng could not catch his blows. Sensing a threat from the lady, the Valkyrie virus also began to attack her with its rear tentacles. Seeing that they couldn't cope, Kelly decided to help by shooting 4 arrows from a crossbow at the Valkyrie. Then she asked Zhang Yuya to use her power to immobilize the Valkyrie's tentacles. Zhang Yu, without thinking for a long time, took the bat with nails from Jin Yanshu and using his strength, pulled them out of the bat and threw them at the Valkyrie. But he didn't just throw nails at the Valkyrie. Thanks to them, he was able to immobilize her tentacles, which were on her back. Seeing that the Valkyrie's claws were no longer functioning, Liu Feng immediately called Xiao Puff to him and ordered him to reunite with him, entering extermination mode. Connecting with Xiao Puff, Liu Feng used the nanoshock gauntlet and dealt a crushing blow to the Valkyrie. The Valkyrie's armor began to creak and it would seem was about to burst at the seams, but this did not happen. Seeing this, Liu Feng was shocked because it was with the same blow that he blew up the elite zombies and only managed to break the Valkyrie's arm. What level is this monster? After which he asked to cover him and changed tactics. Zhang Yu asked Liu Feng to hurry up, because he could barely restrain these tentacles and understood that in just a few seconds they would be able to overcome his gravity. Liu Feng attacked the Valkyrie from behind in order to try to disconnect his tentacles, but suddenly the system said that it had discovered a nanotechnological weapon and invited Liu Feng to adopt the technology. Liu Feng, without thinking for a long time, agreed to the system and decided to adopt the new nanotechnology from the Valkyrie. New nanotechnologies were Nana, mechanical tentacles, octopus, who mastered all martial arts while being at the level of strength. Due to the intense tension, Jai Yu's nose began to bleed and he let go of the tentacles because zombies were approaching him from behind and he simply needed to attack them in order to survive. Turning to Liu Feng, Zhang Yu said that they could not hold out any longer and asked him to hurry up. Realizing that he did not have time to think about his actions, Liu Feng immediately attacked the Valkyrie and grabbed his head with his tentacles, trying to tear it off. While Liu Feng was trying to deal with the Valkyrie, everyone else was unsuccessfully trying to destroy the zombie mutants, who still could not die. Jin Yangshu was again on the verge of life and death, so she decided to ask Kelly what it was like to be with a man, because she was still a virgin. Kelly replied that it was very nice. Jin said that if she had known that this would happen, she would have found at least some man. For example, Liu Feng would have been quite suitable for her. Before she had time to say this, suddenly the Valkyrie, due to the fact that the hairdryer blocked her view from her elbow, hit the head of the same zombie mutant who wanted to eat Jin Yanshu. But Jin Yanshu did not see the Valkyrie. She saw Liu Feng, who again saved her from a deadly zombie attack. Because Liu Feng blocked the Valkyrie's view, he was able to enrage him and slam his head into the wall, causing the Valkyrie's head to get stuck in the wall. Realizing that this was possible, the first and last chance to defeat the Valkyries, Liu Feng immediately asked Kelly to build a spear for him. After Kelly built a metal spear from the rails, Zhang Yu, using his powers of air control, sent the spear directly into Liu Feng's hand. Liu Feng, with all her strength, thrust this spear of the Valkyrie straight into the back, where the claw control unit was located. Valkyrie could not be killed so easily, and she was still moving her arms, which was very bad because she could grab Liu Feng and throw him off herself. But Lady Virus came to Liu Fio's aid and stuck her dagger into the Valkyrie's palm, thereby chaining his hand to the wall. Liu Feng struck the Valkyrie with his spear from behind again, after which the system notified him that for the first time he defeated a robot Valkyrie developed specially by a research institute and received 10,000 points as a reward for this. Everyone was shocked to realize that they were still able to kill such a strong enemy in the form of a Valkyrie robot. Everyone was worried about Liu Feng and asked if everything was fine with him. He was fine, and only Lady Virus, looking at him, realized that he was showing off again. Suddenly, one of her subordinates reported to her that he had received a notification from headquarters. The deputy commander was here. The deputy commander of the Metro clan named Hua Bin came to them. He first looked at Lady Virus with a suspicious look, after which he said in a loving voice that he had come to save her. But Bingdu, aka Lady Virus, sent him to hell. Pointing her hand at Liu Feng, she said that this wonderful man had already saved her. Hua Bin frowned and asked her who this guy was. She leaned Liu Feng against her chest and said that this was her boyfriend. Bingdu transferred Liu Feng and his entire team to the Subway Clan branch. It was in this place that her squad was stationed. She also asked Liu Feng and his team to be careful, as that deputy would obstruct them. Hua Bin could not believe the words of the Lady Virus and again asked who Liu Feng was to her, to which she again confidently said that he was her boyfriend. At this moment, it was clear from Kelly that she was not very happy with this moment. Hua Bin, angry at what he heard, gritted his teeth and asked her again what she said. When suddenly, Lady Virus gave him an incredibly powerful slap in the face and ordered him to shut up. Hua Bin, holding his cheek with his hand, told her that she should not even lay a finger on him unless she wanted to start a fight between the factions. The situation became tense, but Lady Virus said that she hit him because he thinks that since he is the commander's younger brother, he can harass her. Bastard. Realizing that things were bad, the deputy commander turned around and left, saying that soon she would kneel before him and beg him to spare her. After a tour of the Azure Bay combat team's deployment, Lady Virus sat on her red throne and asked Liu Feng and his team what they needed and why they came to the subway. Liu Feng, without thinking for a long time, answered that he and his team urgently needed to get to the city center. Lady Virus said that she had nothing to do with this and asked why she should help him. Liu Feng told her that if she helped him get to the city center, he would help her finish off that deputy commander. Hearing this, she became very angry, telling him that he did not even know how many people this deputy commander had under his command. Liu Feng replied that it doesn't matter how many people he has there. He asked her to say whether she would cooperate with him here and now, and he asked the deputy commander to leave it to him, saying that after he defeated him, she would be able to accept and reorganize his troops, thereby strengthening her influence. When the girls heard this proposal, they realized that Liu Feng had come up with a very insidious plan. This would destroy the enemy from the inside. Two birds with one stone, mutually beneficial plans. Liu Feng was simply a genius. Lady Virus, after thinking for less than 1 minute, said that she was very interested in this, after which she ordered her warriors to take Liu Feng and his team to rest and prepare for tomorrow's march to the city center. One of the fighters took them to the recreation area, saying that they could stay here for now, one room for each person, so that they can have a good rest, because tomorrow they will go with the boss to the city center. Liu Feng walked into his room and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was glad that it was finally over. But suddenly Jin Yanshu knocked on his door, saying that she wanted to talk to him. She jumped on Liu Feng, pinning him to the wall, and said that she wanted to thank him for his care and warmth. She asked him to be gentle with her, saying that he would be her first. Suddenly they heard a knock on the door. It was Kelly. Entering Liu Feng's room, Kelly said that she would like to discuss his relationship with Bingdu. But she didn't find Liu Feng in the room. Having walked around the whole room and not finding him, Kelly thought that he had simply gone out to wash himself and decided to wait for him, sitting on the bed. At this moment, Liu Feng and Jin Yanshu were under this very bed. Liu Feng understood that if Kelly noticed him, she would definitely finish him off. Under no circumstances should he move or speak so that she could not notice him. President Jin understood that if she did not take advantage of the situation now, then another opportunity might not arise. Liu Feng asked her to stop, but she didn't care anymore. At that moment, he was a little cockerel who was trying to run away from the eagle, but tripped over a stone and fell to the ground. Seeing her victim in a helpless state, the eagle's sister said that the cockerel could not escape because she would eat him. Finding a good chance, she decided to attack the cockerel and kill him. She grabbed the cockerel with her strong claws and began to squeeze it very tightly, not letting go. The cockerel understood that things were bad. Liu Feng understood that in such a cramped space, everything was going according to her plan. He understood that if he even moved, he would attract Kelly's attention, which was not at all good for him. And at the same time, he felt like prey in the hands of a hunter. The cockerel could not believe that he lost to an eagle so inexperienced in this matter. He covered her mouth with his hand and told her that she should not underestimate the one born in purgatory, a descendant of the Genghis Khan family. He began to pummel the eagle, striking her with direct blows, after which he made duplicate blows. In the end, he used the eagle beating technique, thanks to which he beat the eagle to death. After Liu Feng defeated the eagle, Jin Yanshu fell fast asleep on his shoulder. Liu Feng decided to go out on reconnaissance and see what was going on with Kelly. Seeing that she had fallen asleep, he realized that then it was not surprising that she did not hear him with the eagle under the bed. He immediately decided that he needed to find something to get Jin Yanshu out of the room. But at that moment, Kelly woke up. Kelly took his hand and told him that he should explain how well he knows Bindu, and are they lovers? Liu Feng said that he was ready to explain everything right now, to which Kelly said that she wanted him to explain it to her in bed all night. Jin Yanshu, who was under the bed with tears in her eyes, understood that she was only the first that night, but not the main one and not the last. 4 hours later, at the Metro Clan morgue, a pathologist decided to examine the Valkyrie's corpse. They detached its high-tech tentacles and went to prepare to dissect the Valkyrie. Suddenly, completely unexpectedly for the doctors, the Valkyrie came to life and pierced one through, and pierced the head of the second with his clawed hand. Valkyrie is an elite-level enemy. His talent is immortality, because he has a super ability to recover. Each time after death, it develops and becomes stronger. A peerless hunter who did not forget that his mission was to kill Liu Feng. The next morning, Lady Virus came to the Metro Clan's Gene headquarters, along with Liu Feng and his team. Arriving at the general headquarters, she asked Hua Dabian why he called her, because her patrol task was perfectly completed. Having collected his thoughts a little, he replied that this time he called her because the order of appointment had arrived. A reward for the capture. Pointing his finger at Liu Feng and his team, he said that there was a reward of 3 tons of food and 100 weapons and ammunition for their capture. He then invited Bindu to join forces and grab them together, after which she would fall into his arms and he would share the reward equally with her. But Lady Virus didn't like his plan because he wanted to hurt his man. So she grabbed him with her whip and threw him to the floor. After that, she put her heel on his face and asked if he still wanted to grab her boyfriend, or had the desire already disappeared? The mercenaries could not tolerate such treatment of the deputy commander, so they took out their guns and pointed them at Lady Virus along with Liu Feng's team, saying that they would not allow her to start a riot. Meanwhile, Jin Yanshu, standing behind Liu Feng, told him in his ear that his girlfriend was a real tigress. After which she asked him how he dared to ring the bell yesterday, with Kelly until dawn, and she had to spend the whole night under the bed. She also asked him how can she now be called a black gold witch if she doesn't teach him a lesson. At that moment, the son was not in the mood for jokes, and he said that if she continued to irritate him, he would hit her with a stick. Hearing that he would hit her, flashbacks came back to her from last night, how he harshly hit her with his stick. At this moment, Liu Feng and the team were already surrounded on all sides by Deputy Commander Hua's men. Realizing that the matter was rubbish, Liu Feng ordered, together with Zhang Yu, to create a bulletproof shield. Zhang Yu threw back his cloak, and on his body there were metal ingots, thanks to which Kelly could create anything. The mercenaries immediately opened fire on them with all the guns they had. As soon as the smoke cleared, the mercenaries saw that all their shots were in vain, because Kelly had created a metal shield. After they repelled the mercenaries' volley of fire, Zhang Yu, using his power of air control, destroyed the metal shield and destroyed the standing bandits with fragments. The mercenaries did not expect such a turn of events and began to shoot at Liu Feng and his team, but it was already too late. Because thanks to his nanotech tentacles, Liu Feng jumped out of the encirclement and began to destroy the mercenaries with his new weapon. Liu Feng swung his tentacles and destroyed the mercenaries one by one, sparing not a single one of them. After which he grabbed Deputy Commander Hua with his tentacle and invited him to surrender, saying that he had lost all his subordinates and was left alone. But Hua Ban did not want to give up and said that the soldier prefers death to humiliation. Gritting his teeth, he said that their Metro clan also has ideals and strength. So Liu Feng wants him to give up. No matter what he does, he won't succeed. Suddenly, the lady virus appeared, and with all her might, she hit Hua Ban in the face with her whip. Seeing this again, Liu Feng asked Bin Du not to do this again, since in any case Hua was a man and it was low to treat him like that. 3 hours later in the subway tunnel, Liu Feng and Bin Du rushed towards the city center. Liu Feng could not even imagine that they had a working train, and after that he said that he was not surprised that they were called the Metro Clan. Bin Du told him that they occupied the center of the metro when the disaster struck and used it to spread their influence to all parts of the city. And owning a train is a symbol of the leader of the subway clan branch. Now, this train will take them to the city center. Liu Feng understood why the deputy commander of the Hua Ban clan handed over the key to the train of their branch clan, the Azure Bay Metro, to Bin Du. Overall, Liu Feng didn't care where the train came from or whose it was, as long as it took them to the city center. His main concern was whether the Metro clan would persecute them in the future for what they had done. Lady Virus told Liu Feng that the strongest in the Metro clan is in charge. As long as they have a lot of weapons and a lot of people, they can have their own clan. And as long as you recognize the power of the Metro clan, then the headquarters will not care what you did. Liu Feng understands that for the sake of his goals, she took risks, so he told her not to worry, because he would double the promised reward. But Lady Virus replied that she didn't need his stinking handouts. At this moment, Li Xin requested communication with Liu Feng. He stepped onto the subway car and opened a communication with Li Xin, asking how her situation was. Li Xin reported the situation to him, saying that they were blocked by a wave of zombies 3 kilometers from the center. The zombie adheres to order. It seems to her that someone is controlling them. Something is wrong here. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion. It was very unexpected, and Li Xin realized that something bad had happened. And she was right, because this huge explosion was caused by a Lord-level zombie, the Lord of Mutant Zombies. Seeing him, Li Xin immediately realized that this was the huge zombie that the zombie commanded during the attack on the convoy. She had a very frightening sense of danger. The commander-in-chief of the military immediately radioed that this was one of the 5 Lord-level zombies in the city of N, the Lord of the Mutant Zombies, after which he ordered to concentrate all the fire on him and stop him. Liu Feng still didn't understand what was happening there, and Li Xin only managed to tell him that she would meet them at the next metro station, and their connection was interrupted. As a friend, Liu Feng heard some strange grinding sound on the ceiling of the subway car. He immediately realized that these were definitely not people, so he ordered his team to the head of the train and wait for him there. Bidu immediately came to his aid. She couldn't leave him and her brand new train in trouble, which she had just recently successfully acquired. Not even 1 minute had passed when something opened the roof of the subway car with its sharp clawed paw, like a tin can, injuring the lady with the virus. After which, a Valkyrie appeared in the subway car. She possessed immortality and super recovery abilities. This time she was stronger, because she had upgraded herself after the last fight with Liu Feng. Seeing that Bin Du was injured, Liu Feng understood that he had to give her a vaccine against the virus as quickly as possible to save her life. But unfortunately, he had a more serious problem in the form of a Valkyrie who wanted to destroy him, so that this killing machine would not become it. The Valkyrie attacked Liu Feng very quickly and strongly. Not that he could not react, he simply did not notice from which side the blow was coming. Valkyrie cut the subway car, creating a passage in it, and grabbed Liu Feng by the body with her huge tentacles in order to pull him out of the subway car. At that moment, Kelly came out of the head of the train. Seeing that Liu Feng was not coping, she decided to help him. But Liu Feng ordered her not to approach, because the Valkyrie had become even stronger. He said that she should get to the city center and team up with Li Xin. Then he ordered Xiao Puff to separate the carriages. Kelly was very worried about him, but he told her that as soon as he dealt with the Valkyrie, he would definitely find them. At that very moment, he realized that the Valkyrie's goal was to kill him. Valkyrie was holding Liu Feng by the neck on the edge of the subway car. Suddenly, Liu Feng realized that his hands were free and he could fight back. Using his nanoshock gauntlet, Liu Feng decided to attack the Valkyrie with all the strength he had. This time he didn't hit the hand, but hit him straight at the head. Realizing that thanks to this blow, he was able to deprive the previous Valkyrie of one arm, and if he hit the head, he could demolish it with just one blow. But that was not the case. Valkyrie was able to block Liu Feng's blow. He immediately realized that it was the Valkyrie who had already fought with him. He realized that if he didn't stop the Valkyrie here and now, Kelly and the others could be in very serious danger. So using his mechanical claws, he threw the Valkyrie out of the train along with him. Liu Feng made self-sacrifice in order to save the people dear to him. But Lady Virus came to his aid and thanks to her whip, was able to catch him and prevent him from falling along with the Valkyrie. With all the strength she had, she yanked her whip and snatched Liu Feng from the Valkyrie's hands, as she could not let him die because he had hurt her feelings. And she succeeded. She dragged Liu Feng back into the subway car, and the Valkyrie flew into the subway shaft and he was no longer able to reach them. The system notified that Liu Feng was able to repel the first attack of the Valkyrie, and for this he received 4,000 points as a reward. After the rescue, Liu Feng immediately attacked Bundu with questions about her well-being. Realizing that her business was not very good, he realized that he would apparently have to spend points on buying a vaccine. When suddenly I saw some kind of handbag that fell from that Valkyrie. Having opened the purse, he found inside it a revolutionary vaccine, which was developed by a research institute and gave the possibility of obtaining abilities, namely immunity to viruses. Liu Feng realized that he was lucky with Nakodka, and immediately ordered the system to spend points on restoring the vaccine. Suddenly their subway car went off the rails. The subway car flew straight into the wall of the subway tunnel at high speed, thereby ramming it. After the dust cleared, Liu Feng, holding the Lady Virus in his hands, saw a gate in the rift on which was written "Welcome to the Frere Institute." Liu Feng was shocked because it was pure luck, since the original task was to get to the Frere Institute and then find nanotechnology in it. Seeing the staff restroom on the way, he immediately took the virus lady there and laid her on the bed, because he understood that her condition was not the best right now. Bindu knew that she had been bitten, and she did not want to be left with regrets for never thanking Liu Feng. He tried to explain to her that he had a vaccine, but she did not want to listen to anything and shut his mouth with her kiss. She was the queen of the dead who recognized Liu Feng as a monk from Longhushan who had come to subjugate her. The monk replied that she would soon surrender to him without any fight. She asked the monk why he was going to fight her. Otherwise, she will attack first and defeat him. The monk understood that he could not lose to her, so he used the special skill of dying deceased amulets to attack her and the mutant zombies she controlled. But she laughed at the monk, saying that his little light could not kill her. The monk attacked her with his sword from the cross, but he was too weak for her. She said that it was impossible to subdue a dead woman like her, after which she dealt a crushing blow to the monk. The monk fell and immediately remembered that he still had a red rope in his arsenal. He threw his red evil hunter rope over her. But she smiled, saying that this rope would not be able to kill her. At most, it would be able to hold her back, and even then not for long. Suddenly, the monk said that he already knew her weak point, and it was her neck. The deceased was very excited because she didn't think that the monk would be able to find her weak point so quickly. The monk, using his red thread against the demons, wrapped it around her neck and began to tighten the thread. After which he told her that she should remember why she lost to him. After the monk immobilized her, he used his magical abilities to create an updated sword from gold coins. He thrust his sword into her, saying that the true power of the monk Longhushan is the injection of enchantments and the eradication of the corpse core. Seeing that Bindu had retreated to the Morpheus realm, Liu Feng knew that she was very assertive, but fortunately he was very good. Although he had already injected her with the vaccine, he also decided to inject her, just in case. In addition, there is a possibility of awakening the ability. After he injected the vaccine, he sat down on the floor next to her bed and was happy that it was finally all over, and now he could get some rest. But before going to bed, he asked the system to show him his interface to see what he could improve and acquire new things. He understood that the enemies were becoming stronger. What the situation here was also not clear to him, and the techniques of the Kung Fu master were no longer enough. He needed to craft several types of weapons and master his armor. He understood that the power of a hand crossbow was low and only ordinary zombies could be destroyed. The glove has a cooldown time and cannot be used as a permanent weapon. Xiao Puff's laser is another disposable weapon, and the nano tentacles he received are fused with Xiao Puff. Suddenly, turning around on the table, he saw police batons. After taking them and playing with them a little, he realized that they were of poor quality and decided to take them for himself and later upgrade them. Next, he asked the system to open the interface of his talents. Firstly, he decided to increase his strength and intelligence to develop the talent of a scientist. He needed intelligence. He realized that his strength, endurance, and perception could be enhanced through a kung fu master and transformation. Therefore, he decided to increase the talent of a scientist to the 8th level and the talent of a Superman to the 4th level, thereby increasing his strength. The system increased all of his characteristics that he chose and said that he now has deeper knowledge of artificial intelligence, and he also has new level gloves. Kung Fu Qigong gloves. Liu Feng, realizing that his right hand was free, although he did not know what a Qigong glove was, but Kung Fu could not let him down, so he asked the system to convert a Kung Fu Qigong glove to his second free hand. Valkyrie suffered greatly but still survived and did not forget that she needed to kill Liu Feng no matter what, because this is her #1 task. Meanwhile, Lady Virus had a terrible dream in which Liu Feng came to her and said that for her and her protection, he had become infected with the zombie virus, and asked her, when he becomes a zombie, to use this knife to cut off his head. She screamed in fright and opened her eyes and saw Xiao Puff in front of her, who wished her good morning. Frightened, she asked who he was, to which Xiao Puff replied that last night he was charging, but he heard everything perfectly. He repeated to her what she had told Liu Feng yesterday, asking him to squeeze her neck harder and even harder. She immediately told Xiao Puff to shut up. At this moment, Liu Feng walked into the room. He said that he was glad to see her awake and that he had prepared a gift for her. But Lady Virus immediately asked him to answer her question about why she didn't become a zombie, because she had never seen an infected person not turn into a zombie. Liu Feng replied that it was because he injected her with the vaccine. She was shocked to learn this because he gave her the vaccine completely free of charge. After which he took out the very gift that he had told her about before. These were her old twin swords, which he had transformed for her, making them stronger. After giving her the twin swords, he said that he could give her much more, so he invited her to join his hideout. Bindu replied that since he had helped her so much, she saw no reason not to join his hideout. But she demanded that they infiltrate the Metro clan, so they could act simultaneously from the outside and inside, thanks to which they could capture the Metro clan, and she would become queen there. Liu Feng expected this from her, so he agreed to her conditions. After Bindu joined Liu Feng's hideout, he immediately looked at her profile and realized that she was a very good soldier and a great addition to his team. At this moment, the system notified Liu Feng that the construction of the second floor in the base had been successfully completed and offered to spend 2,000 points to build a research institute, a recreation room, a sewer system, and a drilling machine. Liu Feng agreed with the system and ordered her to build everything. After that, Liu Feng approached Bindu and told her that this vaccine could awaken new abilities in her, and advised her to try them quickly. After some time, they set off again, and we discovered an underground elevator and decided to go down in it. Coming out of the elevator, Xiao Puff said with confidence that they had come to the right place and that what they were looking for was here. Now that all of Liu Feng's equipment had been updated, he really wanted to try it out and kill some zombie mutant. But they didn't even have time to walk 10 meters when suddenly the alarm and siren went off. Protocol 321 was automatically activated, which meant that an intruder had been detected in the room. There were also machine guns coming out of the ceiling and walls. And over the loudspeaker, they addressed Liu Feng and his team, saying that they were asking them to leave the university immediately because it was private property and territory. Liu Feng immediately asked his team not to move and wait because he had figured out how to do without a fight and subjugate the system. He used his transformation skill, thanks to which he was able to subjugate the system. After a while, the university's artificial intelligence announced that the identity had been confirmed and welcomed Master Yin home, asking if he wants a bath or food or him. After that, the artificial intelligence opened the door to another room for them. Liu Feng was very glad that he had such an ability because AI is a direct threat that is very difficult to deal with. Entering the door, they found themselves in the hall of the Freyer Institute. Having seen very powerful and technologically unusual computers, Liu Feng realized that this is where nanocore technology was being created. Since he didn't know what it was, he decided to ask his system, asked it what a nanocore was. The system answered him that nanonuclear technology is a high-tech nanorobot that can be used in military engineering, production of materials, and buildings. Items created using nanotechnology will be much more powerful. Suddenly, the Freyer University system warned Liu Feng that a nanovirus had currently been leaked, and the nanonucleus sample storage room was locked, warning that the Freyer Institute will self-destruct in 2 hours. Lady Virus very excitedly called Liu Feng because she saw that nanovirus zombies were coming to meet them. Liu Feng wanted to fight them, but the Lady Virus said that she would deal with them herself because she now has a super ability. She transformed her ordinary whip into a weapon that could wound the enemy's psyche. This is a psychological whip, a whip that digs into the enemy's neck. A very sharp weapon. Although it was apparently a completely ordinary whip, it could easily decapitate an enemy. Lady Virus skillfully used her whip, so she easily cut zombie monsters into small pieces. Seeing how she mercilessly dealt with these nano-zombies, Liu Feng knew that it was not worth provoking her in the future, considering that her ability was flogging. It would seem that the nano-zombies were defeated, when suddenly a few minutes later they rose again, connecting their severed limbs and body parts. The system immediately reported to Liu Feng that these mutant zombies had a piece of nanotechnology that allowed them to regenerate without limit. Once destroyed, you can use the transformation skill to absorb this technology. After listening to the system, Liu Feng decided to use his new mechanical arm, Kung Fu Qigong. After selecting this mechanical arm, the system asked Liu Feng what command he wanted to execute, to which he replied that he wanted to use the 18 Dragon Palms. 18 Dragon Palms is one of the most outstanding martial arts in Jin Yong's martial arts novel, Kung Fu Qigong Canon. Every time you start it, you need to shout the name of the technique. Different names have different effects. For example, a dragon flying in the sky, long-range, large-caliber weapons. Liu Feng realized that the damage of this cannon was quite powerful, but shouting the name every time seemed a little scary to him. After he destroyed all these mutant zombies with just one blow, he decided to take advantage of the moment and absorb all the nanoparticles contained in their bodies. Having absorbed the nanoparticles, the system said that Liu Feng had absorbed only 1% of the total mass. Liu Feng asked the system where everything else was, to which it replied that it was in another room and opened the door for them. Entering the next room, Liu Feng saw a huge nanoparticle reactor with many zombies roaming around. Liu Feng saw this place and immediately realized that this was the place to store nanonuclear technology. Then he turned around and saw a bunch of zombie mutants in white coats and realized that this is where the virus leak occurred, because all these zombies are scientists. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the head of the light-bringing dragons appeared holding Huang Bing and the Iron Lady hostage. He told Liu Feng that he was also looking for nanonuclear technology. Liu Feng immediately took out his hammer from behind his back. But the leader of the light-bringing dragons asked him not to move, because he had put bomb collars on his captives, and if Liu Feng dared to move, he would blow up their heads. The leader of the light-bringing dragons said that in order to deal with Liu Feng, he invited assistance. Then he asked them to come out so that he could introduce them, because they were the Crimson Demon and the long-haired boss. These were famous authorities from the Metro clan. Many had heard that they were working under the leadership of a powerful woman, the captain. They are among the top 5 strongest in the wasteland. The leader of the Lightbring Dragons told Liu Feng that it so happened that the people from the Metro clan were just nearby, and he spent a lot of resources to call them to help him. Bandits from the Metro clan are very dangerous. They came out to meet Liu Feng and Bin Du in order to evaluate their opponents. At this moment, Liu Feng calmly pointed his finger at Bin Du. Seeing the virus in the face of their leader, Lady Bin Du, the bandits from the Metro clan were very scared and opened their mouths so wide that they almost broke the floor with their jaws. Lady Virus asked her subordinates if they really wanted to die so badly, to which they did not answer that she misunderstood them, because they did not know that they were catching them. After which, using secret movements, she asked them to help her take away the hostages in return for the favor. She was ready to forgive them for their misdeed. They of course agreed to her proposal. And the leader of the Lightbring Dragons, Zhao Feng, who was standing aside, thought that he had already scared Liu Feng and his partner by bringing the subway gang thugs with him. And I thought that a little more, and they would surrender without a fight. Huang Li decided to warn Liu Feng, telling him to be careful because they had come to capture him and Kelly on the orders of the Research Institute. Zhao Feng immediately hit her naked in the face and said that if he only pressed that red button, the bombs on their necks would explode. Liu Feng understood that things were bad because Huang Bing and Huang Li were in the hands of Zhao Feng. He quickly turned to Bin Du and asked her if those 2 thugs from her clan obeyed her, to which she replied that she had already agreed on everything with them. Suddenly, the leader of the light-bringing dragons, Zhao Feng, ordered his thugs to open fire on Liu Feng and the Lady Virus in order to destroy them. Liu Feng immediately teamed up with Xiao Puff and used an octopus catapult to jump onto their floor and prevent the lady from being bombarded by the virus. He used his tentacles to deflect shots towards him and the Lady Virus. Zhao Feng raised the control panel of our hostage collars and said that there is for Liu Feng. He is no longer interested in saving the lives of the hostages, then he will blow them up. Suddenly, those subway gangsters he hired to kill Liu Feng betrayed him by stabbing him in the back with a bat. Thanks to a well-developed plan, they were easily able to take away from him the remote control for activating the explosive collars on the hostages' necks. At that moment, while one of the robbers was taking the remote control from him, the second one stole his hostages and ran away with them. Zhao Feng became very angry with them and ordered his soldiers to kill them. But no matter what, Liu Feng covered their retreat with his tentacles, fending off enemy bullets. Zhao Feng and all his mercenaries were shocked to see that the lion had deflected all their bullets. Liu Feng at that moment was glad that he had such tentacles. Lady Virus's minions delivered her hostages and the remote control. Liu Feng turned to the head of the light-bringing dragons, Zhao Feng, saying that now he would not be able to blow them up. But Zhao Feng laughed back at him, saying that even without pressing the button, the bombs on their necks would explode automatically in 2 minutes. Zhao Feng enjoyed the moment, because he thought that first they would regret underestimating him, and then they would all explode together. Liu Feng, without thinking for a long time, used his ability to transform things and broke the explosion program. Canceling it, he opened the collars and freed his friends. Zhao Feng was shocked when he saw this. While Liu Feng and his team were having fun, realizing that they had defeated a gang of light-bringing dragons, Zhao Feng's subordinate told him that they were surrounded by mutant zombies. But Zhao Feng was not at all afraid because he had the most powerful level a gusty wind sword. With just one swing of this sword, he was able to destroy the crowd of mutant zombies that surrounded him. After the head of the Lightbringer gang dealt with the zombies and mutants that surrounded him, he told Liu Feng that he had made him very angry, and now he would personally deal with him. He rushed at Liu Feng, but he immediately repelled his attack with a hard blow to the chest with his nanomechanical arm. Zhao Feng's henchmen were horrified to see that their leader was driven like a nail into the wall with just one blow. But Zhao Feng could not be defeated so easily. He crawled out of the wall and said that he had underestimated Liu Feng. After which he decided to use his signature move, saying that if he uses it, he considers Liu Feng a worthy opponent. Mercenaries from the Lightbring Dragon clan knew this technique because their leader used it to defeat an S-level mutant. Zhao Feng rushed at Liu Feng using the Emperor's assault technique. He believed that even God would die from his blow. Liu Feng calmly asked Xiao Puff to strengthen the glove, after which, with ease, without even really straining, he was able to parry Zhao Feng's most powerful blow, throwing him back into the wall. This time everyone was shocked, because no one thought that Liu Feng would be able to reflect such a strong and dangerous move with such ease, as if he was beaten by a child with a stick and not by one of the martial artists who killed S-level monsters alone. Zhao Feng was very upset and even more angry, so he shouted at Liu Feng that he couldn't just get away with this. Suddenly, the wall next to him collapsed. This wall was destroyed by the immortal Valkyrie, who again came to take Liu Feng's life, because she strictly followed the orders loaded into her. Seeing Liu Feng, she fixed her goal. Liu Feng, seeing the Valkyrie, asked only one question: when will this Valkyrie die? After which the Valkyrie immediately took the leader of the gang of light-bringing dragons, Zhao Wen, by the head and flattened it. Everyone was shocked to see the Valkyrie. Seeing how she easily crushed Zhao Feng's head with just one hand, it immediately became clear to everyone that the Valkyrie with such overwhelming power was at the S level, or at the Lord level. This time, Liu Feng did not wait for the Valkyrie to attack him, and decided to attack her first by using the Tianshan 6 types of Yan Atomic Palm. This time, he did not hit the Valkyrie's hand, but directly to the Valkyrie's head in order to destroy her with one blow, using the most powerful strike of the Tianshan 6 types of Yang Atomic Palm, a powerful long-range attack. Liu Feng froze in shock, watching as the smoke cleared and the face of the Valkyrie began to be visible from behind its tubers. Liu Feng could not destroy her with one blow, but only removed her helmet and immediately missed a retaliatory blow from her. Everyone was shocked, because after the Valkyrie's helmet fell off, they saw that the Valkyrie was a giant girl, and despite her saving power, she was very attractive. Her eyes glowed with bright red fire, and blood oozed from her head. It was clear that she was slightly injured. This cybernetic giant looked very menacing with her more than 2 meters tall. Suddenly she grabbed her head with her hands and saw that her program began to fail. Liu Feng realized that she was in great pain. It seemed to him that the helmet he had hammered away from her was controlling her. Looking at her, he realized that she had something in her body that controlled her. Liu Feng decided to get closer to her while she was distracted in order to try to relieve her of this pain and remove the device that was controlling her. But, to his disappointment, the program still took over, and the Valkyrie immediately attacked Liu Feng. Jumping away, he saw her mutated hand. Liu Feng realized that there was no time left to wait. He rushed towards her in order to try to free her from the device that controlled her. Climbing on top of her from behind, he saw what was on her neck and realized that he was the one controlling her, so he decided to transform him in order to eliminate his control over her mind. He began to succeed. Her eyes returned to normal. He understood that soon she would no longer have to obey the orders of the Institute, and she would soon be able to decide for herself whether she needed to kill Liu Feng or not. Suddenly, the wall behind Liu Feng exploded. He definitely didn't expect this. At this moment, Li Xin was fighting with the crazy owl. Their fight was life and death. He tried to kill her because he believed that she was a traitor. Li Xin flew out of the wall and into Liu Feng's arms, and was very surprised to see Liu Feng. He was also surprised to see her and asked what she was doing here. The worst thing about this whole situation was that Liu Feng never finished transforming the chip on the Valkyrie's neck. It was interrupted halfway. Following Li Xin, the commander of the 4th Squad, the Mad Owl, a mutant of level S, appeared. Seeing that Liu Feng was trying to remake Mr. Gen's little animal, Owl said that he had come just in time because in one fell swoop, he could destroy the traitor Li Xin and this worthless boy. Liu Feng immediately asked Li Xin where the others were and what was going on here. Li Xin said that the army was blocked by a monster on the road. After they separated from the army and rescued Kelly, they were ambushed at the entrance to the Institute. She was forced to come here to distract the captain of the 4th Squad, the Mad Owl. And she asked Liu Feng to be careful, because he is Zheng Tianxiang's henchman. She also said that, according to rumors, he became famous for single-handedly killing dozens of mutants, tearing them into small pieces. Suddenly, the Valkyrie had a new attack again, and she grabbed her head. At that moment, Lady Virus realized that she finally had a chance to use her new ability and help the Valkyrie remember who she really is. The moment the opponent's neck is tightened, the opponent enters a state of emotional condemnation. Valkyrie immediately remembered who she was as a child, what she did as an adult, and what she dreamed about. Lady Virus realized that she had managed to free the Valkyrie from the influence of the Institute. Seeing this, the owl became furious, saying that they had no right to touch the property of the Research Institute. He said that for this, he would finish them all off, sparing no one. Suddenly, something very huge appeared behind him. This huge monster was a Lord-level zombie lord. He immediately pierced Owl's chest with his sharp claws. A danger warning from a system that had not appeared for a long time appeared again, but this time it recommended that Liu Feng run away without looking back. Just a month after the apocalypse, zombies quickly occupied the city and pushed government troops to the northern suburbs. The city was divided into 5 parts. The central part was occupied by a mutant disaster level, the Bloody Empress. In the western part, there is an unnamed forest. In the south, there are the forces of the monotheists, and in the north, there is a ruler in the east. It is not known exactly. They are the top predators of the city. They compete with each other in hunting people, and any human forces have become second class, fighting for survival. Lord Overlord level city boss. He was merciless and killed everyone who crossed his path. Seeing him, Li Xin immediately said that he was the one who ordered the zombies to chase them, but she couldn't understand how he could catch up with her here. Hanging on the claws of this monster, the Mad Owl understood that his days were numbered, but he did not want to leave. He was so sad. So he told the Lord not to dare to underestimate him, after which he collected all the energy of his suit into a fist and released it directly at the Lord. But this did not cause any damage to the ruler. He simply took and ate the crazy owl. Liu Feng was a little scared because this was his first time encountering a Lord-level zombie. He took out plasma electric batons from behind his back and asked Li Xin to cover him while he dealt with this zombie lord. Liu Feng decided that he would use the weapon he had specially made to keep the zombies at bay. Then he jumped up thanks to the tentacle catapult technique to reach this giant zombie lord. Liu Feng attacked the zombie lord with his clubs, putting all his power and strength into his blow, but the zombie lord was easily able to parry his blow. But Liu Feng was not at a loss and immediately decided to use another technique called a double strike of plasma electric batons. And this time, I hit the bullseye. The zombie lord responded with a lightning strike with his needle-sharp spike on his hand. A little more and Liu Feng would have been cut in half. He realized that he could not cope one-on-one with the zombie lord, so he called Li Xin for help. Li Xin, hearing that Liu Feng needed help, immediately picked up a Kalashnikov assault rifle from the ground, which had been dropped by one of the mercenaries of the light-bringing dragon clan. She immediately began shooting at the zombie lord in order to give Liu Feng at least one more chance to deal a crushing blow. At that moment, he realized that, most likely, this was his only and last chance to deal a crushing blow to the zombie lord, so he decided to use the plasma reload technique. He made 4 of his 2 plasma batons, doubling his strength, and crossed his arms as he jumped at the zombie lord. Liu Feng delivered a powerful electric shock to the zombie lord, thereby frying him. A very powerful steam was coming from the zombie lord. Liu Feng thought that he was able to kill him because he looked like a boiled crayfish. But that was not the case, and literally a couple of seconds later, the zombie lord decided to strike back at Liu Feng. Quite unexpectedly for everyone, the Valkyrie stood up for Liu Feng, telling the zombie lord that he had no right to kill Liu Feng since he was her prey. But the zombie lord didn't care who to kill, because he wanted to kill them all, so he immediately attacked the Valkyrie, to which she reacted with a sharp blow to his head. Watching this picture from the side, Liu Feng was horrified, because he felt that two giants were fighting each other only so that later one of them could kill him. Liu Feng understood only one thing. If it was still possible to somehow come to an agreement with the Valkyrie, then this would definitely not work with the zombie lord. So he asked Bindong what she did with the Valkyrie, to which she replied that it seemed like she used her whip to restore the Valkyrie's spirit. Although the Valkyrie was a brave and skillful fighter, she was still a zombie. The lord surpassed her in height and strength, so quite unexpectedly for everyone, he grabbed her head with his huge hand. After which, with all the strength he had, he hit her on the ground. Valkyrie could not do anything about it, because she found herself in his merciless trap, and the zombie lord began to strike countless blows, each time trampling her more and more into the ground. Seeing this, she understood that with his skills he could not cope with him, because the zombie lord is too terrifying a devil. He realized that he needed to save the Valkyrie, or he and his team would definitely come to an end. Therefore, he told Xiao Puff to transform a reinforced nanoglove for him and rush to the zombie lord in order to strike him and divert attention from the Valkyrie. But the zombie lord saw the threat from Liu Feng and grabbed his nanoglove with his huge hand, thereby incapacitating it. Then he wrapped his tongue around Liu Feng's neck and pulled him into the mouth that was in the middle of his body. Seeing that Liu Feng was about to have a zombie congress, Lord Valkyrie immediately rushed to his aid, tearing off the tongue that was trying to pull Liu Feng into the mouth and covering Liu Feng with her body. Bindo also tried to help, but the zombie lord threw her back with one blow of his hand. After which, the Valkyrie hugged the zombie lord and began to squeeze him with all her might, trying to crush him, preventing him from moving and attacking Liu Feng and his team. The zombie lord, realizing that he was immobilized, decided to split the Valkyrie's head with his huge clawed hand. Seeing that the Valkyrie was in mortal danger, Xiao Puff used his most powerful technique called cutting laser in order to save her. Thanks to his technique, he was able not only to save the Valkyrie, but also to prevent the zombie lord from cutting his huge clawed hand, causing him the first real damage. After using the laser, the poof had no charge left and could no longer help. The zombie lord, in response to the damage caused to him, hit Liu Feng and the Valkyrie with all his might, throwing them back. Flying to the side, Liu Feng accidentally touched the nano-nuclear technology storage device with his hand. The system immediately began absorbing nano-nuclear technology. Liu Feng could not remove his hand before the absorption ended. At this moment, the zombie lord was already rushing towards Lucian in order to finish him off once and for all. Lishan and Bindu tried to stop him, shouting to Liu Feng to quickly run away, but their attempts were unsuccessful. It would seem that Liu Feng should have died now, but the Valkyrie covered him with her body and took the fatal blow of the zombie lord upon herself. Bleeding, she whispered that Liu Feng was only hers and she would protect her goal at the cost of even her own life, which is exactly what she did. Seeing this, Liu Feng quickly wanted to tear off his hand to save the Valkyrie, but by this time the system had absorbed nanotechnology by only 52% out of 100. At this moment, the zombie-level lord wanted to bite off the Valkyrie's head to end her life once and for all. How suddenly she appeared in a crack in the wall. Even the zombie-level lord froze when he saw her. It was the Scarlet Empress. She looked at everything that was happening from above with the gaze of a killer. Liu Feng didn't understand why Aunt Li came here. At this point, the system had completed 100% absorption of nanotechnology, saying that Liu Feng received 10,000 points for this. Looking into the eyes of his aunt Liu Feng, he realized that something was wrong with her because they seemed to be filled with anger and hatred. Going down the steps, just a sea of blood flowed out of her. With fear in his eyes, Liu Feng realized that she had completely lost her self-awareness. Going downstairs, she passed by the zombie lord without even looking at him. The zombie lord was very angry about this, and he decided to strike from behind with his huge hand with mega-sharp spikes at the end. Seeing this, Liu Feng warned his Aunt Li about the attack. But the Scarlet Queen, without even turning around, was able to cut open the chest of the zombie lord with just one movement of her hand, after which she created a scythe from the blood and pierced it through the head of the zombie lord, thereby destroying him. The team was shocked along with Liu Feng because they fought the zombie lord for a very long time and persistently trying to defeat him, and the Scarlet Queen destroyed him with just one blow. The base's artificial intelligence warned everyone that the scientific laboratory would explode in 10 minutes. The Scarlet Queen walked up to Liu Feng, put her hand on his shoulder, and stopped. The system immediately warned him that a zombie encounter at the level of a natural disaster would be fatal. 0 success in survival. Therefore, she suggested that Liu Feng run away from there as quickly as possible. Li Xin and Bindu, seeing that Liu Feng was in danger, decided to help him and pointed their machine guns at the Scarlet Witch. But Liu Feng asked them not to shoot, because he knew that if they opened fire, his aunt would kill them. He told them that Aunt Lee is not in the same state now, but she still recognizes him. Therefore, he asked the girls to go to the north of the city because this base would soon explode. He said that as soon as he was free, he would use the teleport and join them. Suddenly, the Scarlet Empress wrapped Liu Feng and herself in her own blood, thanks to which she created a bloody teleport, and they disappeared. Liu Feng found himself in some kind of bloody tent and could not understand where he was. Suddenly, after a moment, it dawned on him that he was in the lair of the Scarlet Empress, which was located on the tallest building in the center of the city. But before he had time to think about all this, his aunt suddenly pounced on him and straddled him on top. He was shocked and asked the system to explain what was happening to his aunt. The system replied that when the Empress was in heat, she took the marked one into the lair in an unconscious state, telling Liu Feng that it looks like she marked him last time for today's situation. After that, the system told him something. He had a new task of calming the Empress's mind. No matter how disgusted he may be, he must cope with her with a bang. Otherwise, he will lose the title of a real man for 5 seconds. Liu Feng immediately turned into a gurney that loved to be ridden. The beautiful Aunt Li appeared in front of him. She was in a very bad mood, but when she saw Liu Feng's gurney, she really blossomed. She asked him to get ready because she likes to ride hard and for a long time. After that, she threw 1 Bitcoin into the coin acceptor and saddled this horse. She had a lot of fun, and it was very hard for him. Aunt Li had a lot of fun riding that horse. Holding him by the hair, she rode him like it was the last time. Meanwhile, the scientific base exploded and everyone retreated to the northern camp. Liu Feng was already exhausted, but Aunt Li was insatiable and said that he should try a cross choke, after which she grabbed his neck and began to ride even more. Suddenly, the time for which she paid with 1 Bitcoin ended, and Liu Feng exhaled, knowing that he could not stand this anymore. But Aunt Li had a whole handful of these coins, and she extended her pleasure for another minute, saying that in general she could ride him all day long. The next morning, the Scarlet Empress lay next to Liu Feng and could not stop admiring him, because this time he could not win this unequal battle. After which the Scarlet Empress decided to admire the city center she had captured, when suddenly at that moment someone appeared in the window near Liu Feng's bed. Waking up literally 5 minutes later, Liu Feng was very scared, because he was hanging on the highest floor in the city, feet down, and below him, there was nothing but city buildings. He was truly very scared, not only because he was at a very high altitude, but also because he was kidnapped from the clutches of the Scarlet Witch by a Valkyrie. Without thinking for a long time, grabbing Liu Feng by the scruff of the neck, the Valkyrie decided to run away with him, jumping from building to building. After some time, the Valkyrie reached her temporary shelter and, entering it, threw Liu Feng against the wall. He did not want to tolerate such ignorance towards himself, but after he saw that the Valkyrie was bleeding from her chest, he realized that she was seriously injured, but despite this, she still saved him and calmed down. After that, he decided to look around and saw that there were about 60 sets of TH1-type power armor in the room. Seeing this wonderful armor, he immediately realized that he could equip all the troops of his refuge with this armor. This type of armor could withstand attacks from conventional small-caliber weapons, but could not withstand damage from heavy weapons such as snipers and plasma rifles. Liu Feng hit the jackpot because he knew that after the armor was analyzed by the underground city, it could be upgraded to produce this type of armor. Taking a look at the Valkyrie, her serious injuries and the holes in her armor, Liu Feng realized that he might be able to help her, and immediately began to transform the armor for the Valkyrie. Valkyrie, being in a semi-dead state, remembered that once before all this she and her brother were separated by the military, after which they handed it over to Dr. Jen for testing. But her mutation had stopped and she seemed to have a reaction defect. Then Dr. Jen decided to use her brother as a catalyst. To do this, they brought her brother's head in a glass jar and told her to look at it. Speaking of which, her brother's body was turned into serum and injected into her body. From that moment on, the Valkyrie, who was then called Su Wen, became such a cruel killing machine. When Su Wen woke up, she was shocked because she remembered everything that the professor had not done, and also on what kind of protective suit Liu Feng made for her. He said he helped her get rid of the suit that was restraining her. Thanks to this, she is now free. Hearing this, Su Wen even shed a tear. Su Wen immediately decided to get out of bed. Seeing this, Liu Feng excitedly asked her not to move, because the chip in her body had not yet been completely transformed, and the transformation process was only 50% completed. He said that he could only temporarily suppress Zheng Tianxiang's orders, but she didn't listen to him. Liu Feng, trying to stop her from getting up, accidentally grabbed her chest. Seeing this, he immediately apologized, saying that she was too tall and he had not taken this into account. But Su Wen didn't even pay attention to this. She got up and walked away as if she didn't notice him. Liu Feng couldn't let her go so easily, so he asked her to wait, She turned around, hugged him, buried his head in her huge breasts, and thanked him for saving him. After that, she put him aside and said that she had no reason to leave. She needed revenge, because she remembered who caused her a lot of pain and took her brother away from her. She also said that the chip would help her get into a research institute. Therefore, she does not want Liu Feng to completely neutralize it. Su Wen said that when everything was over, she would return and thank Liu Feng. Then she turned around and left. Liu Feng knew that he couldn't stop her, so he accepted the fact that she just left like that. Then he asked the system to connect him to the database. Sarah got in touch and was very happy to see Liu Feng. He said that he had figured everything out and was ready to return to the shelter. Sarah told him that the others had already returned to the northern base, and now that he was safe, she could breathe easy. Liu Feng was glad that everything was fine and said that he also had success here, because he had acquired a lot of new type of scolding. Having crossed the armor to the shelter, Liu Feng and his team returned back. Before they had time to leave the teleport, Sarah and Commander Lun were already waiting for them in the shelter. Sarah immediately asked how their mission went, to which Liu Feng replied that this time everything was done perfectly. Lun immediately asked for forgiveness for his lack of prudence because the enemy had penetrated them and the shelter was in danger. But Liu Feng did not scold him, saying that everything was fine because this mutant's ability could not be resisted, and besides, the shelter was still fine. After which he said that he did not come empty-handed. This time he brought 60 sets of power armor to replace the old one. Dr. Chin at that moment in the hospital was treating soldiers injured at the hands of that faceless woman who was sent to their base by the damned Zheng Tianxiong. Suddenly they heard over the loudspeaker that Liu Feng and his team had arrived, and they immediately rushed to meet him. Meanwhile, Liu Feng was already walking around the base with Lun and the military dressed in new modern armor. This legendary new type of armor was incredibly durable and also very beautiful. Qin, seeing Liu Feng and the soldiers wearing new armor, realized that he had become even much stronger. She never ceased to admire him, considering him an amazing person. The actresses, seeing the director and the new equipment, immediately realized that the loot this time was quite large. Noticing the actresses, Liu Feng decided to greet them. After all, he was their idol. So he turned and winked at them with one eye, raising his hand and showing them 2 fingers. Seeing his hand gesture and 2 fingers, they thought it meant 2 people in suits. For the sake of survival, they were prepared for anything. Fortunately, Liu Feng was quite handsome. Walking through the shelter, Liu Feng thought that this trip was very fruitful. He upgraded his skills, got tentacles, got 2 promising people, Zhang Yu and Jin Yanshu, acquired nanotechnology, defeated Zhen Tianxiong's conspiracy, and freed the Valkyrie. Upon reaching his office, Liu Feng told everyone to rest first, because tomorrow they would have a meeting, and today he still needed to resolve some matters. Kelly supported his proposal, saying that she would need to discuss something with him later. Entering his office, he immediately put Xiao Puff on charge and asked the system how he could increase the level of nanotechnology he had already absorbed. The system replied that this requires only 10,000 points. Liu Feng agreed. The system said the promotion would end tomorrow morning. Deprived was happy because finally he was home. But before he had time to relax, the system suddenly reported that 2 stars were asking to meet with him. Of course, he couldn't refuse them and told the system to let them in. The doors opened, and 2 charming girls in chic latex suits appeared in the aisle. It was a cosplay of the most beloved idols Liu Feng, Xiangxiang, and Bobo. Seeing that Liu Feng was in a little shock, the girls said that he himself showed them 2 fingers as a sign that they would come together. He also told them to put on suits. But Liu Feng knew that Kelly was coming soon, and they couldn't be allowed to be here at this moment, so he decided that he needed to send them out. Liu Feng said that they misunderstood him and that Kelly was coming soon. Before he had time to finish speaking, the girls at first became slightly despondent, realizing that they would be not 3, but 4. But literally after a few seconds, they cast aside all doubts and despondencies and said that they were even ready for a quartet. They didn't wait for Kelly and immediately attacked Liu Feng, saying that she would be able to join them anyway. This time it was like an action movie in which Xu Chengqian and Hua Meimei were scouts who infiltrated a secret territory. Liu Feng was the head of Feng's Black Tiger Company, into whose territory these 2 intelligence officers infiltrated to collect evidence against him, but luckily he caught them. The scouts realized that they had nowhere to run, so they decided to rush into battle using a double attack. At this moment, the head of the company realized that he would not be able to withstand their joint attacks for long, because they were very powerful. After the double attack, they used a 2-star attack, causing even more damage to the director. After which, they used the technique of capturing 2 stars in order to neutralize him and lay him face down on the floor, not giving the slightest chance of victory. The director understood that he was losing and that their joint technique was very strong. but he could not allow himself to be defeated, so he used the Raven flight technique to free himself from their double grip. As soon as the director was free, he immediately took two swords out of his pocket, because he was a master of two swords. Seeing two swords, the spies realized that danger was approaching them and decided to escape. But it was too late, because the director did not want to let them go anywhere. Having caught up with the spies, the director immediately spurred them with stun guns, passing a small charge of electricity through their bodies. In the finale, the scouts still failed to infiltrate and were captured. Liu Feng decided that he had to urgently escort the film actresses out of his room because Kelly was supposed to come to him. Before he had time to think about it, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. He was terrified because he knew that if Kelly noticed him with other women, he would be finished, so he decided to hide them as soon as possible by covering them with a sheet. Liu Feng opened the door with his eyes closed and said, "Hello, Kelly." But when he opened his eyes, he was very surprised to see Li Xin in front of him. Hearing this, she immediately said that she was surprised that he still couldn't forget about Kelly. Li Xin pushed Liu Feng out of the door, entered the room, and said that she had a matter with him and would like to discuss it in the room. After seeing Li Xin sit down on his bed, he froze in horror. She asked him to sit next to him because she had a very serious conversation with him. Li Xin insisted that he sit down next to her and did not understand why he was actually shy. And Liu Feng at that moment did not understand how he could sit down next to her when behind Li Xin there were two naked women lying under a blanket. Meanwhile, at the northern base, the artificial intelligence reported to the director that the mission to destroy Liu Feng was a complete failure. Director Zhang at this very time was testing a new serum to combat the black blood disease, thanks to which people turned into zombie mutants. But just like before, the serum once again didn't work. Seeing that the serum did not work and the man still turned into an ugly monster, Director Zhang ordered to kill him. Suddenly, the leader of the third detachment came into his laboratory and said that artificial intelligence was rubbish, and it would be better if they were given the mission to destroy Liu Feng. At the same moment in Liu Feng's room, Li Xin lay down on the bed with her head thrown over the top models. Seeing this, Liu Feng was completely horrified. He understood that if he was caught with the models and then Kelly suddenly came, he would be completely finished, and he would no longer be able to get out of it. Li Xin, saying that she was tired, leaned back completely. Seeing this, Liu Feng knew that things were bad. He immediately hugged her waist, saying that she was very beautiful today. He understood that he needed to stop her. Otherwise, he's screwed. Li Xin suspected something was wrong with this and turned back and noticed that the sheet was moving a little as if there was someone underneath it. That is? Liu Feng immediately grabbed her cheeks and turned her to face him. He understood that first he had to divert her attention from what she saw, and said that he had a surprise for her. Li Xin replied that she was looking forward to his surprise, but this time she came to him because she needed to ask him something. She first asked Liu Feng about her relationship with Kelly, but afterward, she said that it was a joke, and in fact, she really values the relationship between her and Liu Feng. Liu Feng simply froze in place, not knowing what he heard meant, a declaration of love or just Li Xin's fetish that pushed her to say such a thing. Seeing that Liu Feng was in a numb state, Li Xin grabbed his hand and French kissed him, proving that her words were very truthful and real. After that, Li Xin immediately waved her finger at Liu Feng, showing him that she wanted to make passionate love with him right here and now. Liu Feng didn't even have time to think about this intercourse when suddenly there was a knock on the door, and Liu Feng immediately realized that it was probably Kelly. Liu Feng put Li Xin under the same sheet as the movie actresses and asked her to sit quietly, and then went to open Kelly's door. Having seen this picture, the film actresses immediately said that he is a brute if he allows himself to treat girls like that. Li Xin was shocked, because when she turned around, she saw that under the sheet it was not only her, but two other film actress girls. Seeing Li Xin, the actresses immediately realized that this was the third one that the director had once talked about. Li Xin, in turn, thought that this was really the surprise that Liu Feng had told her about. In order not to lose face in front of Kelly, Liu Feng invited her to talk in the living room, saying that his bedroom was very dirty. Kelly agreed to talk in the living room. One of the actresses found out that this red-haired beauty was Miss Li Xin. The actresses couldn't even think that she also had a relationship with the director, after which they suggested that she do pleasant things, since the three of her found herself in such a situation. While in the living room, Liu Feng heard the very unusual voices of the girls he left there coming from the bedroom. Kelly heard them too, and asked him what those sounds were. Liu Feng immediately took the joystick from the console and invited Kelly to play, saying that he could not hear any sounds. Kelly took out the disc and said that she wanted to play a game called Lesbian Pilots. The pilot called Mayday, saying that enemy planes had grabbed hold of her and they were pursuing her. She was not only pursued by two enemy planes, but also periodically opened fire on her, thereby preventing her from making any maneuver. The pilots of those pursuing two aircraft were undoubtedly professional aviators who did not want to let go of the pursuing aircraft even for a second. At the moment of the game, Kelly said that she had some advice for Liu Feng. After all, the base invasion crisis had served as a wake-up call that Zheng Tianxiang would not spare them. Meanwhile, the brave red-haired aircraft commander once again failed to dodge an enemy attack, and his wing was knocked out. Kelly suggested that there should always be at least one officer and one mutant of the officers on the base. There are Li Xin and Long Xuan, and of the mutants, Shi, Zhang Yu, and his sister. You can divide everyone into 3 teams. One team will remain at the base and the other will go in search of materials. The main team will be led by Liu Feng. Its task will be to complete the main tasks. After that, Kelly asked Liu Feng what he thought about all this. But at that moment, Liu Feng was wondering what kind of tights Kelly was sitting in front of him in, silky ones or perfectly round and smooth ones. At that moment, the enemy pilots attacked the redhead with a double launch of missiles, after which she realized that the plane was definitely crashing. Kelly heard some strange screams coming from the bedroom. She immediately asked Len again if there was something in his bedroom. He answered in a trembling voice that there was no one there. Kelly understood that he was hiding something, so she decided to verify his truthfulness herself and went to the bedroom. Opening the door, she said that whoever was in the bedroom should come out. At that moment, pork chop curry was being served in the refuge's dining room. Zhang Yu, seeing this, thought that he had gone to heaven because he had not eaten hot food for a month. He immediately began to run away with this delicious dish with tears in his eyes, even despite the beauty who had prepared this masterpiece. Sister Lee asked Jin Yanshu how the situation outside is still as bad, or maybe it's already okay to go for walks. Jin Yanshu responded by saying that there are zombies running around everywhere now, and they have evolved to the point where they can dodge bullets and people lack food and clothing. If Zhang Yu had not gone out to get food for them on campus, they would have starved to death long ago. Sister Lee was horrified to learn that it was still so terrible and very dangerous outside. Suddenly she heard the teachers whom Liu Feng had brought with him talking among themselves. They admired the technology as well as the cleanliness and order of this shelter, saying that it was much better than the slums of the northern base, and they could not even suspect that the owner of this shelter was Liu Feng. Suddenly, the system notified all residents of the shelter that the base would be significantly upgraded in 12 hours. And she said that at this time, everyone should be calm and stay in their rooms, without leaving them until the modernization is completed. Jin Yanxiu, having seen the 3 teachers of her competitors, still understood that if anyone found out about her connection with Liu Feng, their relationship would be revealed, and it would be like gunpowder being set on fire. At that moment, while in Liu Feng's room, Kelly discovered a rumpled bed with some strange liquid on it. Touching the sheet, Kelly immediately realized that someone had definitely slept on it, since it was very warm, but there was no one in the room. Only a warm sheet and something on it, so Kelly thought. At that moment, those under the bed and Li Xin, along with the film actresses, understood that although she and the girls were very excited, if the fox saw her in this state, she would definitely be embarrassed. Realizing that Kelly is not stupid and is about to figure out everything, Li Feng said that before she came, he was resting in bed. At that moment, or turned to him, showing some liquid on her fingers, and asked what she was doing in his bed. He immediately realized that this liquid belonged to his gorgeous girlfriend, Li Xin. At that moment, she understood that things were bad and could end very unpleasantly. Liu Feng realized where he might find himself and decided to quietly leave the room, but Kelly stopped him and asked if it was fluid from the body. He thought he was done for, when suddenly Kelly asked him if he was polishing his rod here. Hearing this, Liu Feng exhaled and said that yes, that's exactly what he did. He suddenly felt better when he realized that this time he was again able to get away from Kelly and not get burned in front of her. Kelly told him that she was the administrator of the base, and the desire of the director was also her responsibility. So the next time he decided to polish his staff, the first thing he should do was invite her and suggest that she carry out this mission instead of doing it alone. After which Kelly fell on the bed and began to call Liu Feng to her with just one finger, saying that she still needed to report something to him. Night of Divine Light. Kelly came to punish the Goblin King, saying that he could not escape her sword. The Goblin King mocked her and said that not only did she not retreat, but she had also come into his clutches. At the same time, near Elle's shelter at the automobile plant, Xiaolang's sister couldn't keep up with her brother who was running ahead and holding her hand. A sniper sat on the roof of the building and targeted her brother, after which he shot him directly in the kneecap. Seeing that his brother had been shot in the leg, his sister immediately hurried to him, asking if he was okay and could walk. The brother told her that everything was fine with him and ordered her to run as quickly as possible and not look back. But it was already too late because those who shot at her brother had already arrived. But suddenly, To everyone's surprise, out of nowhere, Liu Feng's younger sister Xin Tong appeared next to them. Meanwhile, Long Zhuan and his team patrolled the area around Shelter L and realized that everything around was calm and safe. He was still tormented by the thought that he had really disgraced himself the last time. He couldn't understand who this girl in yellow was, a hallucination, or his ability that he was simply afraid, or was afraid to use. Long Zhuan knew that they couldn't make the same mistake this time, so he ordered everyone to look out for each other. Before he had time to think about all this, he was suddenly informed that Xin Tong had disappeared. He enragedly ordered everyone to look for her and as soon as possible. Seeing Xin Tong Po, the bandits almost got scared and decided to grab her too, saying that they would feed her to the full, because they had a lot of food, and called her to their shelter. But Xiaolong's brother, whom they shot, begged her not to believe them and to run away along with his sister, because these people who shot him were members of the Cannibal Salvation Army who eat people. One of these cannibals grabbed Xin Tong by the shoulder and asked if she knew a place called L's hideout. But she, without telling him anything, simply took it, and with one movement of her hand cut off his arm at the elbow. The situation became tense, and a group of cannibals pointed their guns at Xin Tong. Without waiting for the moment when Xin Tong broke their arms, they decided to kill her and opened fire on her with all guns. They didn't know that she couldn't be killed so easily by shooting at her from ordinary machine guns, even large caliber ones. She easily, thanks to her mutation, was able to dodge all the bullets and quickly rush towards these mercenaries. Thanks to her ability to control the bloody threads, she immediately blew off the heads of 2 mercenaries. After that, she took the main mercenary by the neck, cut off his hand, and raised him above the ground in order to strangle him. Before she had time to finish him off, 3 more cannibals suddenly appeared from behind, pointed guns at her, and ordered her to stop killing their people. But Xin Tong could no longer be stopped, and she easily dealt with these 3 Hannibals. Xiaolong and her brother were simply horrified to see what such a small and cute girl was capable of. A few seconds later, Commander Longsun appeared with help, and seeing that Xin Tong wanted to kill the last enemy, he asked him to leave him untouched, because he still needed to interrogate him. At this time, in Liu Feng's fantasy, he, the Goblin King, was saddled by the Knight of Heavenly Light Kelly. They say that he has never lost before, but today he is very weak. Hearing such belittling remarks directed at him, the Goblin King's eyes lit up, and with just one wave of his hands he threw Kelly Knight back, after which he took out the Goblin King's club, the most powerful and largest weapon in the kingdom. Knight Kelly, seeing such a powerful club, was immediately frightened, but did not even think about surrendering to the Goblin King, so she created a divine shield to resist him. The Goblin King, using his mega-huge club, began to hit this divine shield with an infinite number of blows in order to break it and subdue the Kelly Knight. Despite the fact that the shield was badly damaged by the huge, strong Goblin Club, Kelly still did not give up or break. She used holy healing to continue the battle. As a result, the 3 of them spent the whole night under the bed, listening to these 2 play their very unusual games. Just games, nothing like that! Meanwhile, at the northern base in the office of the Research Institute, they noticed that the Salvation Army signal had disappeared. 2 kilometers from the place where the faceless signal disappeared, this meant that now the boundaries of the local base were determined to within a centimeter. The professor was happy about this because now they could easily calculate and track the location of the enemy, the location of Director Liu Feng. The professor entrusted this time the mission to destroy Liu Feng to his grandson, telling him that if he does not complete this task, then there is no way back for him. He ordered Zheng Xiaofeng to destroy L's hideout, finish off Liu Feng, recover the nanotechnology, and bring back Kelly. Hearing about Kelly, the grandson said that he would make Liu Feng regret that he was born in this world. No one dares even look at grandfather's woman, let alone touch him. But the professor said it was nothing. Zhang Xiaofeng heard this and said that his grandfather is very partial to women, and this is in his spirit. After which he ordered his partners to move forward to destroy Shelter L. In fact, the professor was very concerned that Kelly was not with him at the moment, because he always wanted her to belong only to him. Meanwhile, in the middle of the day, Liu Feng had just woken up after a wild night with Kelly. Opening his eyes, he immediately saw Kelly, who had woken up before him and was already preparing breakfast. Just a couple of seconds later, he remembered that under his bed, there could still be Li Xin and 2 film actresses. He immediately decided to look under the bed, but finding no one there, Liu Feng calmed down and exhaled. At that moment, Kelly brought him breakfast and said that first he needed to eat and only then do any business. Then Liu Feng understood the meaning of the girl. Liu Feng ate it on both cheeks, saying that it was very tasty, and telling Kelly that she was a very skillful girl. Kelly wished him bon appetit and reminded him that they would have a meeting a little later today. 15 minutes later, the system announced that the shelter had successfully completed the upgrade of nanonuclear technology. The entire dungeon has been modernized. Having heard this information, everyone hurried to quickly see what the shelter had become. The modernization of nanonuclear technology has been completed. The system also reported that nanonuclear technology had already appeared in the main hall, and new drawings had appeared that Liu Feng could look at on his computer. Everyone admired the renovated shelter and said that this was Liu Feng's strength. The security room at the main gate has also been updated. The system reported that this modernization could lead to a general scientific and technological advancement in the underground city, strengthening the overall defense, and at the same time, energy consumption would also increase. The power plants will also be modernized, but for this, the system asked Liu Feng to find as many energy cores as possible. Kelly was once again pleasantly surprised, because such a huge underground city was updated overnight. All the residents were very glad that they joined the Beak and began to live in his shelter. After all, the efficiency of the updated underground city increased by 20%, and energy consumption by only 10%. Many people did not know how Liu Feng achieved such magical upgrades, but in their eyes it looked just like a city of miracles. At this moment, everyone was looking at this wizard. After all, he was the creator of this miracle. The system notified that Dr. Zheng Tianxiong was monitoring him. Due to the nanotechnology in his hands, he prepared several more plans to counter Liu Feng. The system proposed to finish off Dr. Zheng Tianxiong from the research institute before he increased his strength and came to the hideout for Liu Feng. Liu Feng remembered that Zheng Tianxiong wanted to capture Kelly. Because of him, Aunt Li mutated. The terrible experiments he conducted on the human body led to the creation of the Valkyrie. What's even worse is that he wants to catch Liu Feng's little sister, so he's just a monster that needs to be killed. Without thinking for long, Liu Feng raised his right hand up and shouted that humanity would win and they would all survive. To his surprise, all the residents of the shelter fiercely supported Liu Feng's words. They also raised their hands in the air. After boosting morale in the shelter, Liu Feng ordered Kelly to call a management meeting. Kelly said that she would carry out his instructions and also added that he already looked like a great leader. After some time at the command post, Liu Feng said that he had gathered them all to discuss the impending danger. Having said that, the shelter is being closely monitored by Zheng Tianxiong. But before discussing this topic, he suggested holding a free report on the current situation in all departments. Liu Feng said that after upgrading, in addition to improving production efficiency, by improving artificial intelligence to a basic level, the shelter can also produce new unmanned defensive weapons. This weapon can automatically recognize enemies and open fire on them from both sides, which significantly increases the defense capability of the base. Also, the shelter can now accommodate about 1,000 people, and the production can arm and equip 100 soldiers. Their armor can withstand fire from most light weapons. In addition, nanotechnology has brought new technologies. It can absorb a lot of energy from the sea, but now this technology cannot be unlocked due to the fact that the base is far from the sea. So we need to improve the generator for a better and smoother operation of the system. No wonder Liu Feng insisted on searching for this technology, Li Xin thought. As soon as Liu Feng stopped, Kelly immediately stood up and said that it was now her turn to voice her report. She said the current number of people has a huge impact on development, shelter. Now that there is enough food supply, it's time to expand. For this reason, Kelly said she is nominating the talented candidate to their command staff. This candidate turned out to be the Black Gold Witch, Jin Yanshu, who is very good at manipulating people. Everyone was very surprised. Kelly continued by saying that Jin Yanshu used to be very interested in human resources management, so Kelly discussed it with director Liu Feng, who approved her appointment as the person in charge of recruiting. Jin Yanshu was very happy because she had taken the first step. She was very interested to see if she could gradually capture Liu Feng. It was interesting that all the people in this dungeon seemed united, but everyone had their own narrow circle. Liu Feng unites everyone by relying on his abilities. Li Xin and Sarah were the first to enter the underground city. The first narrow circle consists of them. Then there is the military control group. Da Qiang was originally Kelly's man, but he may have come under Longshuan's command after being discovered. Jin Yangshu, knowing Kelly, understood that she didn't just want to drag her into this game. Looking at Liu Feng, she understood that he was not so simple if he could subjugate such talents. Then the chief electrician and shelter engineer began his report. He said that the efficiency of the updated underground city has increased by 20%, energy consumption by 10%. That is, now the power source will only last for 6 months. To extend the service, it is necessary to find a new energy core. He also said that a third floor was built, on which a research institute, a recreation room, and a sewage circulation system were located. A circulating sewer system will help improve the sewerage and water storage system. He also reported that at present there is no scientific team in the laboratory. It is necessary to recruit employees as soon as possible. Next, Longzhuan gave his report. During a patrol, they saved 2 children. According to them, the Salvation Army, on orders from a scientific research institute, is seeking shelter. They captured a nearby military base and captured large numbers of survivors as war food. Hearing that they eat people, Da Qiang immediately flew into a rage, hitting the table with his fist. He said that they were monsters and he would kill them. Liu Feng understood that in such situations one should not let anger control one's mind, so he ordered Da Qian to immediately calm down and cool down. Kelly immediately said that Liu Feng was right. It was a trap, and asked no one to get emotional. She said that Zheng Tianxiong apparently sent them to scout. They can determine the approximate location based on their squad's vanishing radius, after which Kelly asked Liu Feng to confirm her words. At this moment, Liu Feng didn't understand how the others could even think of such a thing. Literally a second later he replied, "Yes, that's right." The only thing that bothered him was that he had to pretend to be someone else, because he did not understand what to do if he was asked what to do next. Before he had time to think about it, Sarah suddenly gets up from her seat and asks Liu Feng what not to do next. Liu Feng, without thinking for a long time, decided to change the arrows and asked Long Xuan what he thought about this. At this moment, Long Xuan realized that Liu Feng still could not forgive him for the past and decided that he needed to show his abilities and strength. Long Xuan said that they cannot wait. They need to attack first, remove them from this position and destroy them. He said that in the near future, it is necessary to recruit a significant number of soldiers, at least about 60 people. And when the time comes, Long Xuan will personally lead the team, plus 1 mutant, and they can easily defeat them, Long Xuan said after finishing his report. Liu Feng immediately stood up from the table and said that Commander Long Xuan said it well. Liu Feng said that he will divide the troops into 3 groups. One will guard the house, one will go to clear out the guards, and another will carry out tasks with him. Let the other departments carry out their own tasks. Liu Feng also said that there is no need to wait for the recruitment of 60 people, because after he and the team return from reconnaissance of news in the north of the city, he will personally lead the group together with Long Xuan to destroy the Salvation Army. After the meeting ended, Liu Feng hurried to his own laboratory to rearrange some things. After refitting, he received the latest armor and 4 tentacles. At the same time, the business teacher, the children who were saved from the bloodthirsty eaters of human flesh, go to the doctor for examination in the laboratory. Going down to the laboratory, they saw Liu Feng, who had 4 tentacles on his back that protected him from attacks from all sides in 24/7 mode. Turning around and seeing the children, Liu Feng immediately told Dr. Qin that these were the children he was talking about, and asked her to check on them to see if there were any problems so that they could go to school. Looking at the boy, he said that he was going to build a school in the underground city. In addition, this time when he returned from the northern base, he would take the children with him. Dr. Qin was very glad that Liu Feng had not forgotten about the children she forgave him to take from the northern camp. She also said that she heard that the shelter needed scientists, and she just knew one who needed to be found. Before Qin had time to tell her comrades about her scientist, the teacher suddenly interrupted her, saying that the children needed a full examination and asked when Dr. Qin would have time for this. Suddenly after this, the boy fell to his knees and with tears in his eyes began to ask Liu Feng to help him avenge his parents. He said that in order to protect him and his sister, his parents surrendered to these monsters. Liu Feng wiped the boy's tears and asked him to be patient for a couple of days, saying that he would personally send all these creatures to hell. Meanwhile, Long Xuan was not far away with the faceless woman and ordered her to look at these children and finally see what the lackeys of the research institute she was protecting did. He asked her if her military pride really meant this kind of vandal behavior of people. He understood that imprisonment would affect the faceless one, and that she would soon move to their camp, so he invited her to serve as a refuge and wash away this shame. Dr. Qin and the teacher took the children for examination, and at that moment someone called Liu Feng. These people were Li Xin and Kelly. They came to Liu Feng because he had been looking for both of them before. Liu Feng said that he was glad that they finally came to him, because he wanted to reward the 2 of them for their achievements, so he has something interesting for them. After that, he opened the first drawer and reached for a gift for Li Xin. He pulled out a RT-100 kinetic rifle from a drawer, which had powerful single shots thanks to kinetic technology. Liu Feng immediately began to improve the energy to increase the force of the shot in the rifle, and also gave her an RX-60 revolver, an extremely powerful 6-round revolver, which could use explosive hollow-point bullets with increased power. Li Xin was in 7th heaven, but Liu Feng again reached into the box for another gift for her. He gave her a rocket backpack, saying that it was only possible to build it thanks to Kelly's help. You can fly with it for a short time. Li Xin was very happy and attacked Liu Feng, squeezing him and saying that she was very grateful to him for all these gifts, to which he replied that she definitely deserved it. Then, waving his hand to Kelly, he said that now it was her turn to receive gifts. Liu Feng began to tell Kelly that he spent 10,000 points on this gift. Suddenly, Sarah reported via video link that the Chushan commander from the northern base wanted to talk to him. Liu Feng asked Sarah to connect him. Commander Chu said that he had not seen Liu Feng for a long time, but he had not changed a bit. He thanked him for his help with the last task. Liu Feng apologized to Commander Chu, saying that he was sorry that he could not help the military find the necessary things. But Commander Chu said that there was nothing wrong with that, because he helped them reduce losses. That's already good. After which he said that their commander Guo wanted to meet with Liu Feng to talk about Zheng Tianxiang. Sometime later, Northern Base, place of deployment of Regiment Commander Guo. Liu Feng, along with Li Xin and Kelly, arrived to meet with Commander Guo. Captain Chu met them at the entrance. Seeing them off, he said that although the last mission was not successful, thanks to their help, many soldiers were saved, and once again thanked Liu Feng and his team from the bottom of his heart. Having walked a little deeper into the northern base, they came to the entrance to the barracks. Upon entering, he immediately introduced Liu Feng and his team to the regiment commander. A couple of minutes later, the very menacing and gloomy commander of the 2nd Regiment of the northern base, Guo Wei, was already standing in front of Liu Feng. They shook hands, after which Commander Guo Wei asked Liu Feng if he was the demonic fist. Liu Feng responded by nodding his head. Guo Wei said that he heard about how Liu Feng put in a lot of effort during the operation in the city center, and even saved Xiao Chu several times. Patting Liu Feng on the shoulder, Guo Wei said with a smile on his face that he really liked Liu Feng. Seeing this, the soldiers were shocked because they had already forgotten those times when their commander smiled. Commander Guo Wei looked at his subordinates with a threatening look. They immediately apologized and left, after which he invited Liu Feng to go inside. Liu Feng agreed, but before that he said that platoon leader Chu told him that Guo Fei had something to do with him. Guo Wei said that there was nothing like that there, so he invited him to go to the meeting room and talk about everything there. They did not have time to reach the meeting room when suddenly, on the way, Liu Feng was attacked from around the corner, hitting him from the foot to the head. But Liu Feng was able to deflect the blow by placing his right hand, thereby blocking it. The attacker turned out to be the daughter of Guo's regiment commander, Guo Yicheng. She said that Liu Feng's technique is not bad. Her father would be furious and immediately order her to stop. But Guo Yicheng said that she only wanted to see if this director Liu was as good as they said he was, and to have a training battle with him. Liu Feng agreed without hesitation. Liu Feng said that since Miss Guo wants to see his skill, he doesn't mind pleasing her. And he asked her to teach him everything he didn't know how to do. Guo Yicheng decided to deliver one of her strongest kicks to Liu Feng, but by that time, Liu Feng had already managed to not only dodge her kick, but also grab her hands, thereby immobilizing him. Liu Feng said that her attack had too many weak points, which is why she lost. Guo Yicheng did not like to lose, so she said that she had not lost yet and pushed Liu Feng with all her strength, which is why they fell, and Liu Feng touched her chest with his hand, which was the size of a watermelon. They even thought for a second that a spark ran between them. But literally a second later, Guo Yicheng screamed at Liu Feng to get his vile little hands off her, calling him a slut. Hearing this, Commander Go told his daughter that if she did anything similar again, he would send her to the guardhouse, after which he asked Liu Feng for forgiveness, saying that it was all his fault because he spoils his daughter too much, she is so capricious. And he suggested continuing their conversation in the meeting room. Entering the meeting room, Commander Guo decided to introduce his assistants. Having said that his daughter is also a staff officer, after which he introduced two more. The first to sit at the table was Xiao Li, the commander of the infantry, and the second, Xiao Chen, the commander of the tank battalion, after which Commander Guo turned to Liu Feng, saying that this time he wants to ask him for help. Liu Feng said that he first wanted to find out what was going on and only then answer whether he was ready to help them or not. Before speaking, Commander Guo decided to show Liu Feng their strength at the northern base and turned on the TV. Everyone was shocked, especially Commander-in-Chief Guo himself, who turned on the TV material of an inappropriate type of copulation between men and women. Without thinking for a long time, the Commander-in-Chief pushed everything onto Xiao Li, saying that he and only he was responsible for the information. Liu Feng at this moment thought that cooperation with Commander Guo would be very dangerous and unreliable if he was not even able to prepare a presentation. But his daughter Guo Yicheng stood up for the old man, saying that she had a report ready and would now tell everything. Coming out to the TV, she said that there were 5 main forces at the northern base. The Provisional Government and Research Institute are in the center, the Mutant Association is in the east, in the north they are, in the west there are city gangs, they are in a long-term confrontation with the Mutant Association. In the south, there are 6 large neutral gangs. They are monitoring all areas of the northern base. Guo Yicheng added that they suspected that Zheng Tianxiong from the Research Institute was carrying out conspiratorial activities, and they want to instruct Liu Feng to investigate Director Zheng Tianshun. Meanwhile, at the hideout, No Face has officially surrendered and joined L City. After listening to Commander Guo's daughter, Liu Feng asked them if he understood correctly that the military needed help to investigate the Research Institute. Commander Guo told him that he understood everything correctly. After all, they discovered that during the last mission, the Research Institute had problems, and they were doing something behind the back of the military. To understand their goals, a few days ago the military captured their employee after interrogating him. They found out that Zheng Tianxiong was looking for some kind of institute. It seems that he needs to get something from there. Liu Feng gladly agreed to take on this task because this time his main goal is to investigate the affairs of Zheng Tianxiong, which is very convenient because he will be able to provide a service to the military. Commander Guo was happy to hear Liu Feng agree and said that the vice president of the Mutant Association had information about Zheng Tianxiong. Perhaps it would be useful to Liu Feng, so his daughter would take them to the association. Their path passed through the poorest regional northern base. In these areas, things were so sad that parents were starving to death because they gave all the food they had to their children. Brothers and husbands provided food for their sisters and wives by sacrificing themselves. Beautiful girls traded their bodies in exchange for food. Liu Feng, seeing this, asked Guo Yingcheng why their troops could not do anything to change the situation. She replied that they tried, but their supplies are limited. It won't be possible to take care of everyone. All because of Zheng Tianshun and the officials with whom he entered into a conspiracy and took most of the supplies. In addition, the slums are divided by some gangsters, so this is the situation. Before she could finish speaking, their car was blown up. Despite her driving skills, she still failed to control the controls, and the car flipped over, somersaulting several times, landing directly on the roof. Guo Yingcheng was able to get out of the car. She couldn't understand who dared to attack the military's car. Suddenly, armed men appeared in front of the car, said that they were demonic snake organizations, and were ordered to deal with Guo Yingcheng. There were 2 mutants in this gang. One of them was a level B demolition worker, a Quan. The second level B spellcaster is a Fen. When Guo Yingcheng saw them, she immediately realized that they were organizations of demonic snakes that had escaped from a military prison. Realizing that there was a mutant among them, she immediately rushed to the attack in order to destroy him first. But to her disappointment, she was unable to withstand the mutant's attack, and she was thrown back by a telepathic wave. Meanwhile, as she lay unconscious, the mercenaries discussed that they had heard that Regimental Commander Guo's daughter was very beautiful, and they had long wanted to try her. And Fen decided not to waste time. Especially since he liked daring women, he began to reach out to Guo Yingcheng. But to his disappointment, he did not even have time to touch her with one finger when he suddenly lost his arm up to the elbow. He was in a lot of pain, but he didn't see who it was. After a couple of seconds, the smoke cleared, and Li Xin and Kelly appeared from behind it. Li Xin was glad to meet the bandits because she really wanted to test the new weapon on them, telling Kelly not to interfere because she herself is able to deal with these bandits. And Fen was furious that he had lost his right arm and immediately ordered those girls to be killed. But Li Xin and Kelly were very experienced fighters, so they were not intimidated by the number of opponents or their strength. Seeing that his subordinates were unable to cope, Ah Feng rushed into battle with one hand at Li Xin, delivering a very powerful blow. But he missed because Li Xin skillfully dodged him thanks to her flying machine. Meanwhile, Ah Quan grabbed Kelly by sneaking up behind her and pointed his gun at her. But just a few seconds later, he was brutally killed, because he attacked not the real Kelly, but her clone created by her ability. Seeing this, Liu Feng knew that Kelly had a very powerful ability. He remembered how she easily made tentacles out of nanometal. Then she said that these are just basic uses of abilities, and she can do everything that is within the limits of her knowledge, so lately she has been frantically studying everything. At that moment, he thanked her for the tentacles, and said that in the future, by combining his transformation ability with her creation ability, they could even make an Iron Man suit. One of the mercenaries realized that he was the only one left, and he immediately decided to run away, because if he didn't run away, he would also die, like the others, so he went on the run. But Liu Feng couldn't let him escape, so he shouted at him to stop and keep his plasma beam ready. But the mercenary was already unlucky, because he was left without a head and an arm, all thanks to the vice president, who appeared just in time. Kawase Suena, the current head of the Japanese Kawase family, the leader of an organization known for secret assassinations, a rebellious blade, was famous before the apocalypse. She once single-handedly killed 124 members of the Shimaji family of her arch-enemy, her family. When her enemies were pursuing her, she was saved by the president of the association and joined it. After the end of the world, she accidentally acquired a mutant ability, a misty shadow, which made her the queen of the night. Kawase Suena told Liu Feng that the situation was urgent. She received information that mercenaries were heading towards his base. Liu Feng couldn't believe his ears. Liu Feng asked her if this was true, to which she replied that she suggested going to the Mutant Association and talking in a calmer and safer environment. Arriving at the mutant headquarters and going up to the meeting room, Kawase Suena said that she had internal connections at the research institute. According to information sent by a source, Third Squad, Zheng Xiaofeng led his squad to the Salvation Army base. Liu Feng understood that this was exactly the base that Longshuan had told him about. The leader of the 3rd Detachment of the Research Institute was Zheng Xiaofeng, who took 51st place among mutants in the country, a bloody executioner. His entire squad, including himself, are a mystery, and his abilities are unknown. Seeing his photo, Li Xin said that she knew this psycho and was surprised that he also became a mutant. She said she had worked with his team on previous missions. He is a madman who does not disdain anything. Previously, in order to vent his anger, he carried out massacres, sparing neither children nor women. Liu Feng could not understand whether this was a coincidence or a setup, because he had just arrived and immediately received such a message. After thinking for another minute, he asked the vice president if there was any news about the children from the vicinity of the clinic, because he was ready to take them to his shelter. She immediately contacted her person. Her man said that the children had recently been taken away by a man from a research institute. Liu Feng was furious because he couldn't believe it. Liu Feng understood that if the children went to college, it would be certain death for them, and he had to save them no matter what. Kawase Suena asked him not to worry, because Dr. Chin's clinic was also under their protection, and they were also responsible for it. She said that she would use the internal communications tonight to save the children, and then they would go there together. After some time, the Northern Research Institute. Uncle Fu tried to escape from the Research Institute with the children. Much to his disappointment, the main gate of the research base was closed, and there was no way for them to escape through it. He remembered that the vice president had told him to wait on the 3rd-floor balcony. The children did not understand where Uncle Fu was leading and kept asking him about it. He answered them, "One more turn, and they will be there." And at that moment, he himself could not believe that he had revealed himself, justifying it by the fact that he had no other choice. Suddenly, their old friend named Xiaoming came out to meet the children. Uncle Fu asked them how they knew each other, to which the girl replied that it was suddenly from the street, who disappeared some time ago. They did not expect to see him in this building. The boy rushed to his friend Xiaoming to invite him to run away with them. But their friend was no longer the same boy they all knew. As soon as the boy approached him, his friend immediately turned into a terrible mutant zombie. The mutant zombie wanted to attack the boy, but Uncle Fu decided to save him and covered him with his body. Suddenly, an explosion occurred and destroyed the wall of the Research Institute. It was Liu Feng who, with his appearance and thanks to his tentacles, saved Uncle Fu and the boy from certain death. Uncle Fu was very surprised to see Liu Feng. The vice president followed him into the rift along with Kelly and Li Xin. The vice president said that they found the children so they should leave immediately. Uncle Fu decided to warn Liu Feng and asked him to be careful, because the zombie he was fighting was the last living experiment. He was different from the zombies outside, because he was injected with the newest D10 solid virus. But while Uncle Fu was talking about the mutant zombie, Liu Feng used a nano-impact glove and smeared this zombie against the wall. Just as they were about to leave, suddenly the commander of the 5th Squad, Level S, Divine Light, and her deputy Level S mutant, a giant rock, appeared in front of the exit. They were the positive and negative commanders of the 5th Detachment, one of the most merciless killers. Uncle Fu immediately told Liu Feng that things were bad, and it was better to run away as quickly as possible. After all, he knew that they were both S-level commanders of Zheng Tianxiong, because he personally served this deputy commander and knows that one move from him and everyone in this room will be dead. And he's never seen the captain at all, so he's afraid that she's even scarier. The deputy commander of the 5th Detachment told Grandpa Fu that he was too valuable an asset to the Research Institute, so they definitely wouldn't let him go anywhere. Meanwhile, the Institute's security had already come running and, surrounding everyone, pointed their weapons at them. Suddenly, a member of the 5th Division, a Level A sealer, Wang Lei, emerged from the crowd of military personnel, saying that this was his first meeting with Vice President Kawase, after which he asked her if she liked his gift. Uncle Fu was shocked to see him because Wang Lei was supposed to be on a mission. It was then that he realized that this information had been deliberately leaked to him. Liu Feng immediately realized that this was a trap that was targeting Kawase. They hid it because they underestimated the enemy. Kawase also realized that she was the target, and decided to cover everyone so that they could evacuate and only then engage them in battle. Meanwhile, Steele sharply said that the Research Institute knows how strong she is, which is why he sent her in order to confront her. Kawase asked everyone to retreat, saying that he could not delay them for long. The Divine Light ordered his subordinates to take Kawase alive and simply finish off the rest of the scum. Wang Lei, touching the wall, separated Liu Feng's team from him and Kawase, leaving them alone. Liu Feng asked Li Shin and Kelly not to worry because he would think of something and free them. The girls understood that they were simply sealed away. Before Liu Feng had time to think about how he could save the girls, a steel wall suddenly ran towards him, and taking him by the scruff of the neck, rammed him third. Concrete walls. Divine Light told Kawase that they had been instructed that she was too intimidatingly strong, so they should leave her alone with them so that she would not even be able to escape. Steel wall told Liu Feng that the captain would quickly deal with the rest of the scum and then join him so that they could kill him for a long and painful time. He also let it slip that Zhang Xiaofeng should start capturing Liu Feng's hideout any minute. Meanwhile, not far from the Salvation Army camp, there was a whole group led by Commander Long Zhuan. They had been watching the camp for a very long time, and the commander asked his soldiers to cheer up because he knew that if the Salvation Army really knew the location of their base, they would definitely make a move. A minute later, the Sentinel reported to Commander Lun that some movement had begun at the base. Sniper rifle scope, Commander. Lun noticed that they had a lot of equipment and ammunition. Long immediately ordered Da Qiang to follow the plan and told him to stay here in charge while he went west to ambush them there. Da Qiang waited until the car convoy was close enough, and then ordered all his soldiers to open full fire on the convoy. Since they did not find an ambush on the right, asking for fire support, they began to move west, and an ambush awaited them in the west, because by that time Captain Lun was already there and was mercilessly shooting down these mercenaries. Suddenly he felt some kind of danger behind him. He managed to react in time and turned around, placing his sniper rifle in front of him, thereby repelling the attack and preventing himself from being pierced with a sword. The assassins skillfully jumped away from him and fired several of his shuriken at him, but they were never able to injure Long Xuan because Zhang Yu came to his aid, who, thanks to his ability, was able to stop the shurikens and break them into small pieces. Long asked him why he was here, to which he replied that Da Qiang was worried that he was here alone, so he sent Zhang Yu to help him. Jia Yu stopped and broke all these shurikens in half and sent them back towards the assassin. Suddenly, the captain of the third squad, S-level mutant Zhang Xiaofeng, appeared in front of the assassin and, thanks to his shield, repelled Jia Yu's attack. Meanwhile, at the front, a full-scale military operation was underway from Da Qiang. The mercenaries could not understand why they still could not kill a single enemy, although they had already fired several clips at them. They could not understand what kind of armor these people were wearing that could not be penetrated by any bullets. Suddenly, unexpectedly, Da Qiang, due to an explosion that came from nowhere, loses his first fighter in super armor. And all because of this huge guy named Giant Gun Level A Mutant. He came to the aid of the thugs because he saw that this bunch of thugs were just useless people. He himself will have to do everything for them. Xiaofeng, repelling the attacks, said that their plan was a success, because the Research Institute was holding back the main forces, and he, along with his squad, destroys L's shelter at this time. With a smile on his face, he said that after today, the underground city of L will no longer exist. At the same time, the Steel Rock told Liu Feng the same thing that Liu Feng does not know. But this is a two-pronged plan according to which Liu Feng and his team must die in the Research Institute. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaofeng is now breaking into L's hideout, after which he will kill all people and seize nanotechnology. Also said that it was all Liu Feng's fault as he had insulted their great director Zhang, and pointing his hand at the specimens of mutants, he said that he would soon become the same ordinary ugly specimen as these children. He also said that he and his team exchanged all these experimental children for bread in the slums. The Rock also remembered that Liu Feng's younger sister had also participated in a similar injection experiment. Then he asked if she was still alive. Hearing about his sister, Liu Feng immediately became furious and said that he would destroy them at all costs. The Rock grabbed him by the head and slammed him hard onto the floor several times, after which he used his most signature move, called the armor-piercing killing kick, and stomped Liu Feng right into the wall. Because of this, Liu Feng became even more furious. The dragon went into rebellion, an outburst of anger. Seeing Liu Feng's gaze, the Rock clenched his fists and decided to attack him again, but this time more seriously, telling him that since he had withstood one of his most powerful blows, he was not such a bad opponent. After that, the Rock immediately rushed to beat him with his huge fists, each time driving him harder and further into the floor. He used a technique called Fist Blast, which allowed him to hit Liu Feng with over 100 blows in just 1 minute. Liu Feng was tired of enduring this bullying and grabbed the Rock by the fist, after which he took out the Nano Shock Gauntlet. Using it as intended, he delivered a stunningly powerful blow to the Rock. It was a powerful blow. Liu Feng himself did not expect that he would be able to respond to the Rock so strongly and seriously. Having recovered a little from the state of shock after Liu Feng's blow, the Rock said that he was very glad that the kid had proven himself, because now he could start the battle for real. At this moment, behind the wall, Wang Lei was very proud that his obsidian wall was extremely strong. Could they only die locked in his cage? Wang Lei said that if they did not surrender in 5 seconds, he would start shooting and began counting down. Kelly said that if the obsidian he made is really as powerful as he said, then she has a plan to save herself and Li Xin. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, the leader of the third gang invited Longshuan and Zhang Yu to surrender to the research institute, and then they would have a chance to survive. Longshuan asked Zhang Yu to cover him so that he could increase the distance, and he told him to be careful. The type of enemy's abilities were unknown. Zhang Yu began to use his abilities to cover Longshuan's retreat, giving him a chance to increase the distance. The commander of the third detachment ordered the assassin, nicknamed the Night Shadow, to detain Zhang Yu. Suddenly, he noticed how the mountain began to split under his feet, and he immediately realized that Zhang Yu didn't just have telekinesis, he had S-level potential abilities. He understood that he needed to be destroyed before he had time to develop. But he was calm because he knew that the ability of the Night Shadow could hold him back. It seemed to Zhang Yu that he had everything under control, and everything was going quite well, when suddenly a Night Shadow appeared behind him, with a sword in his hands. Zhang Yu turned around and saw that she was already striking him with her sharp sword, trying to kill him. But Zhang Yu was lucky, because thanks to the fact that he covered Longshuan's retreat, he was able to retreat to a suitable distance and cover Zhang Yu at the right moment, breaking the Night Shadow sword in half with just one shot from his sniper rifle. Longshuan assessed the opponents and realized that the killer did not look for the more dangerous one, but went to Zhang Yu, which proved that her teleportation radius was limited. And this red-haired boy is using a melee weapon. Zhang Yu's gravity is holding him back. After this, Longshuan realized that he only needed to fire one shot. Before Longshuan could take aim, he saw a projectile flying towards him, which was fired by Zhang Xiaofan, who, smiling, said that he was sorry for misleading everyone that his weapons were knives. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Rock was telling Liu Feng that his armor was already charged to 130%. The Rock possessed the armor of a God Slayer, which became stronger after each blow thrown by the Rock. The Rock said that Liu Feng was good and deserved to be attacked with all his might. After which he warned him to be careful, because even his commander ran away from the next blow. Liu Feng answered him that if so, then he would also be serious and used a special skill, a master of kung fu, nanoswords, taking a sharp sword in each tentacle. The Rock used the biomechanical flying machine to gain maximum speed and deliver the final blow to Liu Feng with all his strength. Liu Feng, not afraid, used a stream of 4 swords, a steel dragon strike, simply cutting the Rock into small pieces. At this time, behind the wall, Wang Lei counted to 5 and ordered the soldiers to open fire on Kelly, Li Xin, and the children with Grandfather Fu. As soon as the soldiers opened fire, Kelly immediately ordered everyone to duck down and hide behind the obsidian shield she had made. Wang Lei, seeing her shield, laughed and said that this is not a bad ability, but it is only a support ability, and they have a 2-pronged plan, and they captured them here. And Zhang Xiaofeng is now destroying L's shelter. Hearing this, Kelly immediately decided that somehow she should tell Liu Feng this information. She didn't know how to save the children and Grandpa Fu. Closing her eyes, she began to say in her head that she needed Liu Feng and asked him to come to the rescue. At this moment, Wang Lei laughed and said that no matter what gods she prayed to, they would all die here anyway. Suddenly, completely unexpectedly for Wang Lei, the wall collapsed behind him. Liu Feng came out of the rift, holding Rock by the head, looking very bad. Seeing Wang Lei, Liu Feng said that if this is their whole plan, then it is very weak. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Zhang Xiaofeng said that after being hit by his energy cannon, Longshuan simply had no chance of survival. He also said that his ability is that he can freely use any type of weapon. The Research Institute created a multifunctional shooting and cannon device for him. It can transform into different types of weapons. Combined with its ability, enemies simply have no chance of success. After he finished boasting, he immediately attacked Zhang Yu with his super-functional cannon. In just one go, he fired more than 10 rounds at Zhang Yu, but thanks to his strength, Zhang Yu was able to deflect this blow. Before he had time to repel Zhang Xiaofeng's attack, suddenly a night shadow tried to attack him from behind and strike him, but Zhang Yu was able to repel its attack too. Zhang Xiaofeng told Zhao Yu that he admits that he is very talented, and his ability is very cool, and he is very sorry that he will have to kill Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu was at the limit of his capabilities as it seemed to him at that moment. But after just a few seconds, he made a decision for himself that he would not give up in this life and in any other. He will go to the end. Zhang Yu remembered that he was invisible at the university, and no one paid any attention to him. Outside of university, everyone was in a relationship. But the girls didn't like him, and they all wiped their feet on him and threw his love letters right in his face in front of everyone. After the end of the world, he awakened his abilities with great difficulty. I think that spring has finally come, but he remained a backup option who was even almost fed to mutant zombies. Remembering his whole life, and how long everyone mocked him and kept away from him, Zhang Yu realized that his whole life was one big failure. Meanwhile, Faceless 100% decided to join the shelter and even tried on the uniform. At this moment, Jia Yu was still holding back the attack of the Night Shadow, and Zhang Xiaofeng realizing that his desire to become popular and recognizable was the right path. After all, Liu Feng told him that he should not be afraid and develop his talent. Zhang Yu got angry and threw away the Night Shadow, after which he remembered that thanks to his strength, he was still able to hold the bullets that were fired at him by Zhang Xiaofeng. Turning around with all the strength he had, he threw about 20 rounds of ammunition into the Night Shadow. The Night Shadow was in shock because she thought that the boy was driven into a corner and he would definitely not be capable of such a thing. But Zhang Yu could no longer be stopped because his rage knew no bounds, and naturally he gained a second wind seeing that he was succeeding. Because of such an unexpected attack, the Night Shadow received a lot of injuries and was unable to dodge a single bullet that Zhang Yu fired at it. Zhang Yu understood that he needed to finish her off in order to eliminate her once and for all, and be left alone with Zhang Xiaofeng. Therefore, using his ability to control air and gravity, Zhang Yu, with just one glance at the Night Shadow, broke her arm in several places at once so that she could not do anything and harm him in any way. Zhang Xiaofeng, seeing that the Night Shadow could not cope with the boy, decided to help her with a shot from his super dangerous and cool gun. But before he could aim at the boy and shoot, a bullet flew into his cannon and damaged its trigger mechanism. He was shocked because he understood that this shot was made by Long Xuan, whom he considered dead, because he thought that with 100% probability, he killed him. Long Xuan was indeed almost killed, but thanks to that girl, he was able to avoid the blow in time. And now this girl was pointing her hand at Zhang Xiaofeng. Long Xuan didn't understand if this meant he had to shoot him. Meanwhile, at the research base, Divine Light told Kawasa that she was resisting in vain, explaining this by saying that she will not be able to kill the Divine Light, and her team will soon deal with the garbage, and they will all destroy Kawasi together. She also said that at the same time, Commander Zhang Xiaofeng, taking advantage of the absence of the main forces, will attack L's refuge. This is a 100% plan to destroy L's refuge forces. And all because this win-win tactic was drawn up by their commander, Zero. Kawasi knew she had to figure out how to save everyone, so she decided to attack the obsidian with her super powerful sword. Divine Light said that all her attempts were useless, because her partner's ability to create hard obsidian, a level of hardness that even she herself could not penetrate. Kawasi still didn't want to give up, when suddenly they saw some kind of powerful laser that cut into black obsidian like butter, after which Liu Feng came out to meet them, who not only cut obsidian with his powerful laser, which no one could penetrate before, but also held two partners of Divine Light in his hands. Liu Feng told her that their plan was as fragile as obsidian. He said that he still had time to finish off the Divine Light and return to the base in time. At this moment, he thought that he was very lucky to have Xiao Puffa's laser. Divine Light understood that attacking Kawasi and Liu Feng was a mistake. She didn't expect that this Liu Feng would be so strong that he could hit two vice captains. But since she had nowhere to run, she mockingly said that no one had forced her to go to the second level for a long time and use the Eye of Death technique. Seeing this, Kawasi immediately rushed to attack. But Divine Light was 100% confident in herself. That's why she said that if they didn't give up, they would die right here. As soon as Divine Light used the Eye of Death technique, Kawasi and Liu Feng felt as if their bodies had stopped happening. They couldn't move. Her needle-sharp hair was already approaching Kawasi. Divine Light was pleased with herself, saying that once the second stage was launched, it could not be reversed. After which she said that they can be proud that they will die from this very technique. Before she had time to finish speaking, Valkyrie suddenly appeared through the wall. She grabbed the Divine Light by the face so that she could not use her Eye of Death technique, and laying her on the ground, she began mercilessly delivering blow after blow right to the head. Valkyrie was merciless and no matter what, tried to break the head of the divine light so that she would turn off and would not be able to use the Eye of Death. Liu Feng understood that they must destroy the divine light at all costs and decided to help the Valkyrie. But before Liu Feng could approach her, divine light suddenly cast her gaze on him, thereby casting a powerful illusion on him. Suddenly he was transported to the university auditorium where Kawase and Valkyrie stood next to his desk. They pulled his ear like a puppy, saying how dare he fall asleep when the high school girls were giving him a special consultation. Liu Feng didn't understand anything at first, because he had just been on the battlefield, and now he was in the classroom. After a couple of minutes, he still realized that this was an illusion created by divine light. But as soon as the high school girls started squeezing his head between their breasts, he immediately thought that this illusion was very realistic. He was very glad that he had such smart high school girls, because thanks to them he would pass the exam with 100 points. In fact, Liu Feng fell into the dream world that the divine light made for him. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaofeng fired his cannon at Long Xuan, who, running away and dodging his bullets, could not believe that that shot could not destroy his weapon. Long Xuan understood that he needed to find an opportunity to destroy Zhao Xiaofeng as quickly as possible. Zhao Xiaofeng decided to add a little more fun to his hunting game and threw a smoke bomb at Long Xuan. The sniper realized that his enemy wanted the smoke to make it difficult for him to see. But the pony also understood that this was a hindrance for Zhao Xiaofeng. Having emerged from the cloud of smoke, Long Xuan saw that fire had been opened on him from an ion cannon. This was dangerous because the shells from this gun could easily pierce a small piece of rocky stone, or completely pierce concrete walls, not to mention the human body. Dodging bullets, Long Sun understood that the current situation was as unfavorable as possible for him. Suddenly he again saw the girl, who was pointing in the direction of the fog. Without thinking for a long time, Long Xuan decided to look where she was pointing. He looked into the scope, but didn't see anything there because of the heavy smoke. So he decided that the place the girl was pointing at could be Zhang Xiaofeng's location, and casting aside all his doubts, he decided to shoot and take a chance. Long Xuan took a successful risk because thanks to this shot, he was able to shoot off Zhang Xiaofeng's left palm. Zhang Xiaofeng, having lost his arm, could not understand how a sniper could get into him through such thick smoke. And Long Xuan at that moment decided to fire a couple more shots just in case. Just a little more, and the next shot would have hit Zhang Xiaofeng right in the head, but he dodged in time. Zhang Xiaofeng hid behind a huge stone. I understand that even if it is not a coincidence and he has identified its location, he will definitely not be able to break through a stone that thick. The girl whom Long Xuan was guided by changed her testimony and Long, without thinking for a long time, took good aim and fired a shot in a new direction. He smashed through a huge rock and wounded Zhang Xiaofeng in the shoulder. Zhang Xiaofeng realized at this moment that this was definitely not a coincidence, and the sniper could determine his location. Zhang Xiaofeng understood that he was lucky because if the sniper hit him in the head, he would no longer be a tenant. Meanwhile, Luna's eye began to bleed. Zhang Yu, seeing that something was wrong with Long Xuan, immediately ran to his aid. He took him by the arm and lifted him from his knee, asking if he could still continue the battle, to which Lun replied that he was completely fine. At that moment, Zhao Xiaofeng came out from behind the stone and said that he considered them more gifted than he had previously thought. He also flattered them by saying that they forced him to take on his second form, but if this is all they are capable of, then inevitable death awaits them. Zhao Xiaofeng raised his finger to the sky and said that if they really thought that they had defeated him, if they had destroyed his weapons, then they really do not understand what a weapons ambassador means. At that moment, he contacted the military satellite and activated its laser system, directing the full power of this military satellite towards Long Xuan and Zhao Yu. Zhang Xiaofeng said that the ability of an ambassador, a weapon, is the ability to control all weapons. Meanwhile, at the research institute, Liu Feng and Valkyrie were captured by divine light, which brought upon them powerful illusions. Kawase, seeing how the divine light took control of Liu Feng and Valkyrie, immediately realized that after you look into her eye, you lose control over your body. Kawase understood that she had to remember her location and quickly destroy her without looking into her eye. Divine Light did not expect Valkyrie to betray them, and then she decided that she would deal with both of them, thereby destroying both Valkyrie and Liu Feng with one blow. Divine Light rushed towards Liu Feng and Valkyrie to kill them, when suddenly Kawase appeared behind her and took her head off her shoulders with her sword, using a secret technique, a killer light arc. After that, Liu Feng and the Valkyrie immediately woke up. The severed head fell straight into the Valkyrie's hands. Valkyrie immediately took out delicious mutant brains from her skull, filled with a virus that makes them stronger, and ate it with pleasure. Seeing this abomination, Kawase remembered the Valkyrie and immediately took out her sword. Without hesitation, Kawasi struck with her sword for a long time and said that she is that monster of the research institute. She is dangerous. Moving away from the illusion, Liu Feng saw in front of him Kawasi, who was trying to kill Valkyrie, and not those cute high school girls who were trying to help him prepare for the exam. Before Liu Feng had time to come to his senses and understand that it was an illusion after all, Kelly suddenly came out of the rift and said that Lesson had already taken the children out, and they should also hurry to evacuate. Liu Feng was again overcome by an illusion in which he already saw three beautiful girls who thanked him for everything he did for them, and he said that they did a great job because they are all his favorite assistants. This time, his next beautiful illusion was destroyed. Secretary Sarah called him via video link. She said that they had received a distress signal from Commander Long Xuan. He said that their squad was attacked near the Salvation Army base. Hearing this, Liu Feng asked Saru to tell Long Xuan that he would soon come to his aid, so he should hold out a little longer. Seeing this powerful blue ray, Long Xuan understood that they could not dodge it and could not hide anywhere. After the dust settled, it was clear that Commander Long and Zhao Yu were simply buried underground. But they were not as weak as it seemed at first glance to Zhang Xiaofeng, and were able to withstand this attack from the satellite. Having got out of the earthen coffin into which they were driven by a laser beam from a military satellite, Long Xuan immediately thanked Zhang Yu for saving them. Turning to Long Xuan, Zhang Yu asked to forgive him, because he had already reached the limit, and then everything depended only on Long Xuan. Having said this, he fell to the ground in an unconscious state. Zhang Xiaofeng was glad that they survived, but immediately said that it would be very difficult for them further, because the second form is the result of research conducted by a research institute. He also said that his team's success with biological armor maximizes their agility and combat strength. After his story and boasting, Zhang Xiaofeng decided to show in reality what he was capable of and began shooting at Long Xuan with his shoulder guns. Long Xuan knew that he needed to take Zhang Xiaofeng to another place as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he acted here, he might injure Zhang Yu. Dodging his shoulder machine guns and seeing how much armor he had, Long Xuan realized that his opponent's power had increased dramatically, but that was just the beginning. Zhao Xiaofeng decided to show what he was still capable of and used a shoulder-mounted howitzer of mass destruction. Meanwhile, Da Qiang was trying to withstand the attacks of the man who had bazooka arms. Da Qiang did not understand why Zhang Yu had not yet come to their aid, because he had sent him a distress signal. Suddenly, Liu Feng called him via video link and asked him to open his portal to him, so that Liu Feng, along with the others, could come to his aid. Da Qiang ordered one of his fighters to open a portal for Director Feng, while Da Qiang distracted all the enemy's fire potential. Da Qiang hid behind a stone in order to figure out the right time to attack the man with a gun in place of his hand. Having waited for the right moment, Da Qiang attacked the man with a cannon instead of an arm, but he expected that he would be attacked because of some kind of stone and was able to parry Da Qiang's blow. After that, he put his cannon to Da Qiang's head and said that he expected that he would be attacked precisely because of the ambush, so he was prepared for this. But before he could fire a shot at Da Qiang's head, he suddenly received a sudden blow from a tentacle, causing him to fly several meters back. It was Liu Feng, who teleported along with his entire team and on top of everything, took Valkyrie with him. Liu Feng immediately asked Da Kan where Long Xuan and Zhang Yu were. Da Qiang told him that they went to the east, but now he cannot contact them. Hearing this, Liu Feng was furious and immediately said, Li Xin and Kelly stay here to help Da Qiang resist the Salvation Army, and he himself will go to rescue Long Xuan and Zhang Yu. Liu Feng thought for a second how he could quickly get to Long Xuan, when suddenly Valkyrie hugged him from behind. Thanks to her incredible strength, Valkyrie pushed off the ground and made an incredibly powerful jump. Liu Feng held onto her with both hands in horror. This time, Long Xuan was unable to dodge the blast wave created by the weapon on Zhang Xiaofeng's shoulders. At that moment, he received good news that Liu Feng and his team had come to their aid. Zhang Xiaofeng heard this and realized that it seemed that the fifth squad could not hold the hairdryer. But he was not upset, realizing that it was too late, because they were very far from here, and there was a heavy cannon there to stop them. He told Long Xuan not to even rely on the help of his friends because by the time they come to save him, he will have time to kill him 10 times for sure. Before he could finish speaking, Liu Feng and Valkyrie suddenly landed behind him. Seeing Liu Feng, Zhang Xiaofeng said that if he had appeared a couple of minutes later, Long Xuan would already be dead. But even the fact that he appeared will not change the fact that Zhang Xiaofeng will kill him. But Liu Feng was not interested in listening to him. He ran through it to Long Xuan and asked him how he was feeling. Long Xuan asked Liu Feng for forgiveness, saying that they were unable to hold their ground. Then he asked if the children they were supposed to save together with the Mutant Association were okay. Liu Feng told him not to worry, because they did everything possible. Liu Feng told him not to worry about the children, because they had already been rescued, and the vice president of the Mutant Association was working on their return. He ordered Longshuan to rest, because now he will deal with this arms baron himself. Zhang Xiaofeng told Liu Feng that just because he was lucky enough to defeat the 5th squad, that didn't mean they could defeat the 3rd squad. Even though the Valkyrie had joined them, in Zhang Xiaofeng's opinion, they were weak opponents. Valkyrie decided not to listen to all this useless talk and immediately rushed to attack the Night Shadow. She used the move, Sky Tyrant Flaming Strike, but the Night Shadow was able to block this blow, albeit with difficulty. Having repelled the blow, the Night Shadow said that the Valkyrie's strength is quite good, but the only pity is that it is useless against her. Liu Feng and Valkyrie saw that the Night Shadow didn't even have a small scratch, and they were shocked because they definitely didn't expect this. Zhang Xiaofeng continued his story by saying that although the 2nd generation of combat armor of the Scientific Research Institute is still at the test stage, but compared with the 1st generation, this technology, after using which at the 2nd level, it is no longer possible to turn back into a person. The much more mature defense power is not comparable to the power of the 1st generation. At this moment, Night Shadow decided to strike back and rushed to attack Valkyrie. She used the sword dance technique to inflict as many cuts on the Valkyrie as possible. She cut the Valkyries from all sides. Valkyrie at that moment understood that she did not need to fight back, but only needed to grab the Night Shadow, and that would be the end of it. Zhang Xiaofeng drew Liu Feng's attention to the fact that even the Valkyrie could not cope with the Night Shadow and invited him to help her. But Liu Feng replied that this was not necessary. Nightshade was very angry with Valkyrie because she betrayed them and decided to deliver the final blow, to end it once and for all. But it was precisely this moment that the Valkyrie was waiting for. She grabbed the Night Shadow and began to press it very tightly to herself. The Night Shadow understood that she was trapped. She felt very bad. She knew that if she didn't get out soon, she would run out of oxygen due to the Valkyrie squeezing her lungs. Seeing that his partner was losing and was about to die, Zhang Xiaofeng decided to attack Liu Feng to even the score. He used shoulder-mounted machine guns to riddle Liu Feng. But he is not so simple, and thanks to his tentacle he was able to dodge this attack by jumping up. After which, in order to repel all the shots, Liu Feng used the Kung Fu Master's technique of a stream of 4 nanoswords. And now Liu Feng was already close to striking Zhang Xiaofeng, when suddenly he opened his chest and took out 2 kinetic chest cannons from it. Facing mortal danger, Liu Feng understood that he had no way back, and he needed to break this kinetic chest cannon by any means. Zhang Xiaofeng couldn't even imagine that the kid could actually fight so well. He clearly underestimated Liu Feng. At the critical moment, Liu Feng was able to smash his kinetic chest cannon with his gauntlet to avoid the fatal blow. But because of this, he broke his glove and Zhang Xiaofeng knew about it. At this moment, Liu Feng understood that he needed to make the right choice. Either take all his people and escape to the base in order to heal his wounds and respond with renewed vigor, or destroy Zhang Xiaofeng without a glove at all costs. Zhang Xiaofeng said that he couldn't help but notice that he was starting to fear their potential, after all. First Longshuan, then Zhang Yu. The first has a deadly eye, the second has gravity control. Over time they could reach SS level. Hearing this, Liu Feng knew that he needed to use a new technique and only had one chance, so he decided to get closer to Zhang Xiaofeng. Seeing Liu Feng approaching, Zhang Xiaofeng said that he was waiting for the moment when he would come closer to him. He immediately began changing the shape of his armored body. He converted his old mechanical armor into a secret suit codenamed the High Precision Cannon. Liu Feng summoned Xiao Puff and ordered him to enter the supersynthesis of nanoparticles with him. Through fusion with Xiao Puff, Liu Feng created a nanoplasma iron fist, after which Liu Feng used all his knowledge in the art of Kung Fu in order to deliver the most accurate and powerful blow. Thanks to his Kung Fu skill and thunderous deadly fist, Liu Feng delivered an accurate and powerful blow to the enemy, thereby destroying his armor. After this, the system reported to Liu Feng that he managed to repel the enemy's attack and received 10,000 points for this. But the system also detected the nanocore that Liu Feng tore out of Zhang Xiaofeng's chest, and she offered to integrate it. Lufa realized that this was the secret technology of the Research Institute, when suddenly someone appeared behind him. It was Zhang Xiaofeng. He grabbed Liu Feng's hands and pointed it at himself and his space cannon. Then he said that Liu Feng should die with him. Meanwhile, on another hill, Kelly and Li Xin were fighting the bazooka arm man. His cannon was very strong and accurate. Li Xin could not get too close to him to attack him. She always had to retreat. Li Xin understood that she definitely couldn't handle them alone, so she turned to Kelly asking for help. Kelly said the only way to finish him off was with a little trickery. Li Xin asked Kelly what it meant to resort to deception. Kelly replied that this meant hiding your true intentions, going behind your back, using obvious tricks to confuse your opponent, so that he gets lost in illusions and does not pay attention to his true intentions, after which he can be taken by surprise and defeated. Kelly then pressed the emergency button on Li Xin's flying backpack, sending her back to the battlefield. Seeing such an act on the part of Kelly, the bazooka hand said that he did not expect that on the verge of death, she would betray her comrade. After which, he attacked Li Xin again with his huge cannon, having said that they should not quarrel because in the end, both will end up in his collection. After the smoke cleared from his shot, Kelly came out and tried to grab him, but the bazooka's hands noticed her and said that their attempt to pull off a deception was a complete failure. Transforming his bazooka arm into a mining drill arm, he pierced Kelly's chest, killing her. Da Qiang, along with his soldiers and Li Xin, were simply shocked to see that he had killed Kelly. But suddenly the same Kelly he killed began to crawl all over him, enveloping him in a metal web, not allowing him to even lift a toe. Kelly appeared behind him and thanked everyone for their attention. He couldn't understand how it happened, because he killed her. She responded to him by saying that he simply did not attack her body, and now it was all over for him. Pointing her revolver at him, Kelly shot him, and with a precise shot to the head, she knocked out his brains in order to be sure that he would no longer pose any threat to them. The laser blast from the satellite was so strong that it tore Zhang Xiaofeng into 4 pieces. Liu Feng was lucky, because Valkyrie blocked him with her back from the blow, which is why she received a huge burn on her back. By saving him and exposing herself to the blow, she caused herself incredibly severe pain and a deep wound. Taking Liu Feng in her arms, she decided to run away and hide somewhere away from the battlefield in order to restore herself and her strength. The next day, in some residential building, Liu Feng woke up in the arms of the beautiful Valkyrie. Seeing the Valkyrie, Liu Feng was scared, but after realizing that she was sleeping, he calmed down and asked the system to help him check her physical condition. The system scanned Valkyrie and responded that due to the last interruption, the transformation progress was now 56%, and it also detected a control command to kill them all. Liu Feng thought that Zheng would most likely use this command to control Valkyrie. Liu Feng was glad that he discovered this command in time, otherwise it might lead to his death and the death of his friends in the future. He ordered the system to change the command inside Valkyrie's body to a new command: take care of yourself. Xiao Puff told Liu Feng that Li Xin wanted to contact him. Liu Feng happily accepted the signal and asked if she and Kelly were okay. Li Xin replied that they were fine and asked where he was now. Liu Feng replied that the Valkyrie saved him, but it is possible that he is far away from them now. Therefore, he ordered them to return to the base on their own. Li Xin accepted the order, saying that they would go to the base and he should be more careful. Liu Feng asked her not to worry, because he could take care of himself. At that moment, the sleeping Valkyrie heard the code word and immediately woke up. Liu Feng laughed at that moment, saying that without Li Xin and Kelly, there was absolutely no one to take care of him. He didn't look like a leader at all, because he had to do everything himself. Valkyrie took Liu Feng by the shoulder and dragged him to bed. Seeing the danger from Valkyrie, Li Xin was very worried after the sudden disconnection of communication. Liu Feng couldn't understand what was happening. It looked like he had activated the command mode when he said, took care of himself over the phone, but he felt like he was in the storyline of the game Prison War X. The bee turned to the flower and said that the sun is so good today, she really wants to collect honey from this flower. She said that if the flower was smart, she would take it affectionately. But the flower didn't want to, neither kindly nor harshly, because he knew where this would all lead. But the bee didn't care and began to empty his pollen. This time, Liu Feng knew that he had definitely lost. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to turn off the video call, and Li Xin heard some kind of popping sound, so she asked if he was okay and what was going on there. Liu Feng hurriedly told her that he was drinking milk. Li Xin asked him why he was drinking milk and breathing so hard. Liu Feng replied that he had just been running, so he was very tired and that's why he was breathing so hard. At this moment, Kelly approached Li Xin and said that she had recently found this flask and thought that she might like it, so she grabbed it. Li Xin was delighted and forgot about Liu Feng. Meanwhile, inside the Northern Research Institute, Zero reported to the professor that the 3rd and 5th squad were defeated. They were unable to destroy L's shelter. In addition, the military and the Mutant Association also took part. Hearing that the military wanted to confront him, the professor immediately ordered Zero to bring the 4th squad to him in order to teach them all a lesson. Zero asked the professor if he was sure that he wanted to call the crazy 4th squad. The next day, Liu Feng returned safely to L's hideout. Everyone was happy about Liu Feng's return, but they asked where Valkyrie had gone and why didn't she return with him. Liu Feng understood that the hidden team inside Valkyrie was very powerful and did not know whether he would be able to control it in the future. But he was sorry that she left in the end, because he hopes that the next time they meet will be completely different. He thought this to himself and told the others that it seemed she had her own business. So she left first, after which he suggested that everyone go to the hall first. Walking up to the 2nd floor of the shelter hall, Liu Feng raised his hand clenched into a fist and said that regarding the battle with the Research Institute, they defeated the Research Institute and successfully prevented their attack on the shelter. Everyone clapped and admired him, realizing that he was truly amazing, because even the research institute that dominated the northern base had been defeated. Liu Feng also said that Long Xuan's squad made a big contribution this time. The enemy outnumbered them, but they withstood and held back his onslaught. In addition, Long Xuan also awakened his abilities. Zhang Yu's abilities were also further developed. The strength of our shelter was greatly increased thanks to them. Zhang Yu stood with tears in his eyes, because he understood that finally someone admitted that he could become stronger. Seeing Liu Feng speak in public, Kelly realized that his leadership skills were becoming more and more intimidating as he easily began to provoke people's emotions. A few hours later, Liu Feng, being in his room, decided to upgrade himself and asked the system to open his interface. The system displayed his characteristics and said that someone was knocking on the door and asking to meet with him. He went to the door and asked who was there. From behind the door, he heard that it was Dr. Qin Mu. She asked if she could go into his room, and would she bother him? Liu Feng said that of course she would not bother him and invited her to go to his room and sit on the chair. Qin Mu thanked Liu Feng, saying that this time she was really very grateful to him because he not only saved those children, but also brought them to the shelter. She really was very grateful to him. Therefore, I decided to officially join his shelter. Liu Feng was glad to hear this, but in response he asked Dr. Qin for forgiveness for coming too late and not being able to save one child. Dr. Qin walked up to Liu Feng and put her finger on his mouth, saying that he should not blame himself for anything, because he had already done too much for her, so she wanted to show him something. Liu Feng felt a familiar feeling, and his mind was transported to the Golden Mountain Temple, where he was a Buddhist monk and recited prayers. He recalled that once he had to fight with a treacherous snake, and he almost lost, but, fortunately, the skills of this monk were beyond praise. Suddenly, the white snake Xiaobai appeared in front of him, and said that last time her little sister should have taken care of him, but since she failed in her task, this time she will practice kung fu with him and punish him. She immediately used the penetrating water technique. In response, the monk ordered all his assistants to begin expelling the evil spirits. In order to protect himself from the attack of a white snake, the monk used a secret technique called bronze statues, creating what he thought was an impenetrable protective dome. The white snake was pleasantly surprised that the monk was not as simple as it seemed at first glance, and was even capable of using the motionless golden statue technique. But she was also not easy, and decided to show him a new technique called ice and fire. Seeing this technique, the monk realized that the little white snake dared to take on too much and decided to answer her harshly. He called upon the fire dragon Amitabha to his protection in order to put an end to the naughty white snake once and for all. Having woken up, Liu Feng realized that he had won, and the skills of a kung fu master were really cool, because they could be used even in such an area. At the same time, in the Salvation Army camp, Long Xuan and his team were freeing prisoners. As they passed by the captured people, they noticed how empty their eyes were, because people could not understand whether it was the cannibals who came again, or whether it was new troops who occupied this place and came to free them. Seeing all these people, Long Xuan realized that these mercenaries were guarding the people so that the cannibals could eat them in the future. Suddenly, one of the fighters said that they had caught the commander of the leader of this outpost. Seeing Long Xuan, the leader of the outpost immediately threw himself into his lap and began to ask for forgiveness because he was wrong and would not repeat this mistake again, because he did not know why they were guarding these people and asked not to kill him. The same bald guy whom Long Xuan had recently saved from cannibals, seeing this outpost leader, immediately began shouting that it was he who killed his parents. He picked up a huge stone from the ground and, shouting that he would finish him off, rushed to the leader of the outpost. But thanks to Long Xuan, who grabbed him by the scruff of the neck, he was not able to make an irreparable mistake and kill the man. The boy turned around with tears in his eyes and asked why they stopped him and prevented him from committing an act of revenge. Da Qiang answered him that in the shelter children do not get their hands dirty with blood, after which Da Qiang raised his hand and told all the people that they had come from the shelter to save them. He further greeted everyone and said that they were glad to take them into their refuge. To do this, they only need to work hard, and they guarantee them food. He also promised that the leader of the cannibals would be tried. Da Qiang also said that he did not want them to become victims of cannibals again, and inexorably wait for their turn to be eaten. Hearing these words, people rejoiced, and everyone as one wanted to join the shelter because they did not want to be eaten. Long Xuan grabbed the boy's head and said that they couldn't kill the outpost leader now, but after they receive information from him, they will not necessarily kill him, after which he said that the boy should not get his hands dirty on this animal. He urged the boy not to dirty his hands unnecessarily, as he once did, because if his hands are stained with innocent blood, they cannot be washed for the rest of his life. After this, Long Xuan contacted Liu Feng and reported to him that they had freed a total of about 400 hostages. Long Xuan also said that in addition, they captured a large amount of food, an oil tanker, and 5 undamaged vehicles. They have also succeeded in capturing the leader of the Salvation Army and are ready to bring him to the shelter for interrogation. Liu Feng wished them a speedy return and a safe journey. Suddenly, Dr. Qin just burst into his office shouting that everything was bad. Liu Feng asked her what happened. She, barely breathing, told him that something bad had happened to his little sister. Liu Feng was shocked. They immediately ran to the hospital wing. Liu Feng, seeing his sister Xin Tong and the state she was in, realized that things were really bad. Dr. Qin immediately asked to hold her so that she could give her an injection. But Qin did not have time to fill the syringe when suddenly Xin Tong decided to get up. Seeing this, Liu Feng immediately hugged her. He immediately said that he couldn't see her and asked her not to be afraid because he was nearby. Feeling her brother, Xin Tong immediately calmed down and fell asleep. After placing his sister back on the hospital bed, Liu Feng immediately called Sister Qinmu to give her an injection. Qinmu told him that his sister had an attack of black blood disease. This type of medicine, developed in the early days of the research institute, has a strong transformation ability, but it is very unstable. She said that now her drug would no longer be able to suppress the growth of Xin Tong's strength, and if this continued, she would slowly lose her mind. Liu Feng did not want to lose his sister, so he immediately asked Uncle Fu where else he could find the serum, to which he replied that the early serum of this type was no longer produced. After thinking for a while, Uncle Fu remembered that this serum can only be found in laboratory number 4 inside the research institute, but it is carefully guarded, and getting into this laboratory is very difficult. Liu Feng became very angry when he heard this. Arriving back at his office, he immediately asked the system to show his characteristics, because he wanted to modernize them. He understood that this time, the enemy had taught him a lesson. There are never enough guns. His mom, the plasma fist, was very strong, but he couldn't use it for too long. When colliding with the enemy, all vulnerable spots opened up. Therefore, first of all, he decided to increase his strength by 4 points and his intelligence. Having encountered the special mutants created by Zheng Tianxiong and continuing to strengthen the scientist's talent, he wanted to try one of his own new ideas in order to increase combat effectiveness and be ready for new battles next time. Liu Feng did not have time to finish all his improvements, when suddenly his younger sister Xin Tong came to his room saying that she had prepared dinner for him, fried meat with pepper. Xin Tong said that she knew that her brother loved pepper very much, so she put a lot of pepper. It must be very hot. Liu Feng thanked his sister for her efforts and suggested they eat together. Xin Tong said that she wanted to take care of her brother, so she took her chopsticks and decided to feed him. Having sat down completely, Liu Feng thanked his sister, saying that it was very tasty for him, and he was glad that she was able to prepare such a delicious meal for him. After some time, his beloved younger sister fell asleep and talked only about one thing. She needed to wash the dishes. Liu Feng collected the dirty dishes and decided to wash them himself. While washing the dishes, Liu Feng realized that when he ate, he did not feel a bit of heat. He thought that either it was the bell pepper or he had stopped feeling the pain. Liu Feng was very angry because he understood that Zheng Tianxiong had brought his family to such a helpless state, so he also wants to kill them all. He became very angry and promised himself that he would destroy Zheng Tianxiong at any cost, even at the cost of his life. Meanwhile, his spy came to Salvation Army boss Mike Johnson and reported that the brothers they sent to the outpost were completely destroyed. Mike Johnson was furious because he knew that the outpost was completely destroyed by the people from Vault L. At that moment, one of the monotheists came to bow to him and said that it seemed that L's refuge was becoming stronger and stronger. Therefore, he decided to propose cooperation between the monotheists and the Salvation Army. Indeed, thanks to this, before the power of Shelter L is fully developed, they, together with, can destroy them in the bud. At this time, at Shelter L, Liu Feng held a meeting and asked Long Xuan to report on the situation of the Salvation Army camp. Long Xuan reported that during this raid on the National Salvation Army camp, they managed to rescue more than 400 hostages, collected a large amount of resources, hundreds of different firearms, and captured the leader of the Salvation Army camp. Moreover, they engaged in a shootout with the Research Institute and successfully killed many of their elite. Liu Feng was glad that they had successfully broken Zheng Tianxiong's spirit this time. He also understood that in order to avoid another surprise attack, he needed to upgrade the underground city to the next level. He said he wanted to expand the dungeons by 4 floors. Among the hostages rescued this time, there are many children, so he wants to open a school to give them the opportunity to study and gain knowledge. He also decided to modernize the weapons production system to further enhance the shelter's combat capabilities. Now their weapons were enough to arm 200 more people. At the end, Liu Feng said that, in addition to all this, he plans to lead a detachment to raid the 4th laboratory of the Research Institute. Long Xuan immediately objected to him, saying that their strength was still being restored, and after the last failure, Zheng Tianxiang would definitely be on guard. Liu Feng replied that he knew this, but Xin Tong's disease was getting out of control. The drugs were no longer working, and only the fourth research laboratory had remnants of the serum inhibitor. He not only wanted to take possession of the serum inhibitor, well, these were the Avengers of the Research Institute and Zheng Tianxiang himself. Seeing that Liu Feng was very determined, Kelly said that in this case they should discuss a plan of action. But suddenly the alarm in the shelter went off. Not understanding what was happening and why the alarm went off, Liu Feng immediately ordered Sarah to quickly find out what happened. Open the computer and, logging into the video surveillance system, Sarah was horrified and said that everything was very, very bad. She said that a very large wave of zombies was approaching the shelter from the north side. Meanwhile, inside the fourth laboratory of the Research Institute, Zero told the children that at birth, every person is kind. By nature, people are close to each other. The children asked him what does it mean at birth that every person is kind? To something, he answered them that this means that initially every person is born good and acquires anger over time. Suddenly, Director Zheng Tianshun appeared on the lawn. Seeing him, the children immediately ran to hug him. They asked him when their illness would go away, because they so wanted to go out and play. He asked them not to worry because thanks to him, their illness would pass very soon. And he asked them all to go to the medical office and wait for him while he talked to Xiao Li on the lawn. He took the boy in his arms and brought him to Zero, put him on the ground. He took him by the head and said that he wanted Zero to understand that in fact, that anger, as well as the goodness of birth itself, is present in people. After which he looked into the boy's eyes and said that in fact, in classical literature and not always, only the truth, and with one wave of his hand, he cut off the boy's head. Zero was shocked, because he certainly did not expect such a display of cruelty on the part of the professor. But the professor, without any feeling of pity, ordered Zero to send these children to laboratory number 3 for experiments because there is no need to store consumables, having said that people are inherently evil, after which the professor said that because Zero's plan failed, the death of these children is his punishment. Will he destroy Zero himself next time? Immediately. Turning around, the professor said that he must leave in order to find shelter nearby, and soon assigns Zero to protect the research institute. He also said that he had found a worthy opponent in the person of the monotheists, who, if they were lucky, would destroy L's shelter. In the mountains, not far from L's shelter, the monotheist directed zombie mutants towards L's shelter and rejoiced at this beautiful picture. He was very happy about what was happening, because he had never done such a grandiose performance that was about to begin in his life. Meanwhile, inside the shelter, the alarm was already playing in full force, and warned that a wave of zombies was coming to the shelter from the north, and they would soon arrive, so they asked everyone to prepare for the defense of the shelter. Liu Feng announced that the refuge was now under military control and ordered every unit to go to the battlefield for defense. He ordered all civilians to remain calm and go to the restrooms. The military will set up defenses at each entrance, and as soon as the zombies enter the affected area, destroy everyone. There's a road to heaven, but no one goes there. There are no doors to hell, but everyone is trying to break in. Gritting his teeth, Liu Feng said that he would show them the full power of Shelter L. Meanwhile, monotheism has already realized that L's hideout is located under the hospital and is very well hidden. The leader of the Salvation Army, Mike, turned to the Son of God and said that a frontal attack was behind him, and he and his people will prepare the environment. Using his extrasensory abilities and monotheism, he sent this army of zombie monsters straight to L's shelter, and the meat grinder began. The defenders of the shelter, led by Da Qiang without sparing ammunition, destroyed one zombie after another. Da Qiang not only shot, but also used grenades for mass murder. The monotheist saw that Shelter L had a very huge combat power because his zombies simply lay down in packs and did not even have time to get close to the shelter. Realizing this, he decided to scan the shelters and find at least some flaw in it in order to direct his mutant zombies along the easiest and most vulnerable path. But before he could even begin to scan the shelter, Long Zhuan suddenly shot off his hand with an accurate and powerful shot from a sniper rifle. The monotheist immediately hid behind a huge rocky stone. He did not expect such an accurate and powerful shot from a sniper. He survived, thinking it was all thanks to the prayer he recited to this day that he was able to dodge that fatal shot. He regretted that he did not have a priestess with him, because she could control zombies and mutants so that they would attack fortified places. But fortunately, he still had the support of the leader of the National Salvation Army. At this time, Liu Feng asked the priestess of the monotheists about this apostle who sent a crowd of zombies to their hideout. The priestess said that this is the apostle of the monotheists number 5, nicknamed the Son of God. His ability is zombie control. He can control a large number of ordinary zombies. She also said that he complemented her ability, and they often work together. Hearing this, Liu Feng didn't understand why he now decided to attack their hideout alone. Suddenly, Liu Feng and his team heard that an explosion had occurred in the shelter. Da Qiang immediately contacted them and said that their affairs were bad because someone had blown up the wall in the restroom. Liu Feng was shocked by what he heard. Da Qiang repeated to him, saying that there was a large hole in the wall several people wide. Several more explosions occurred, and strangers broke into the shelter and began killing civilians. The Army of Freedom, breaking into L's shelter, destroyed everyone in its path, sparing no one. Salvation Army leader Mike Johnson was glad that the map the Subway clan gave him was indeed good, after which he ordered his guys to grab valuables, food, and women, killing all the men along the way. Seeing the stars of the world, which were the girls before the end of the world, trembling on the floor, the head of the Salvation Army stretched his dirty paws towards them, saying that the two of them were real beauties, and he would take them with him. The chief electrician, who was nearby at that moment, could not believe that he was afraid and was just watching as his comrades were grabbed and the women were taken away. He stood up from his knees and began to laugh loudly, attracting attention. Seeing him, the Salvation Army boss ordered his minions to finish off this worm. At that moment, the electrician was holding something similar to a grenade in his hand and loudly said that his mission was completed. Long live the shelter. He turned around and threw something similar to a grenade at the enemies. Seeing a flying object very reminiscent of a grenade, the leader of the Salvation Army, along with his bandits, immediately jumped away in different directions. Literally a minute later, turning back, they realized that it was a sausage, but the electrician, along with world movie stars, had already successfully escaped from them. Mike Johnson, realizing that he had been deceived, immediately ordered his soldiers to kill them and open fire to kill. The electrician, hearing the fiery haul, told the girls that they should urgently hide around the corner, because the bullets wouldn't reach them there. After all, bullets couldn't turn corners. While running away, the electrician thought that it would be better if he waited until the doctor came and saved him. At least his life would be in danger. He couldn't understand why he used to watch his friends die and couldn't do anything about it. After which he realized that there was a killer there who would find and kill them in any case, so it was useless to hide, because he was just an ordinary person, and he decided to go out and die. He came out from around the corner, closed his eyes, but literally a second later he realized that not a single bullet had touched him. Opening his eyes and turning around, he saw that Liu Feng had appeared, who, thanks to his tentacle, was able to repel all the attacks. Liu Feng repelled all the attacks of the mercenaries, after which he told the electrician that he was great, because he was not afraid and saved not only his life, but also the lives of the girls. Seeing Liu Feng, the electrician immediately threw himself at his feet and with tears in his eyes said that he was very glad to see him because he thought that he would die and no one would save him. He turned to the leader of the Salvation Army and asked him who they were and why they had invaded L's hideout. Mike Johnson responded by saying that it didn't matter who they were because they would take all the beauties from his hideout to become their playthings. And his minions said that when the boss gets tired, he will give these girls to them, especially the one in red, because she was in the top 10 richest directors of Forbes Kelly. Their leader agreed and said that to avoid this, Liu Feng should kneel down and beg for his life. Hearing this, Liu Feng asked him to repeat what he said, because he did not understand where this crazy lout had such courage to not only attack his hideout, but also threaten him and his women. Mike Johnson told Liu Feng that his main problem was what he was standing in front of him, after which he immediately rushed at Liu Feng. He swung his huge axe in order to remove the head from his shoulders with just one blow and take over his refuge. Liu Feng, seeing this thug, did not panic at all, but used his skillful technique of a kung fu master and with all his strength, hit the thug directly in the stomach with his nanomechanical glove. Mike Johnson's henchmen were horrified to see their boss taken down with just one blow, but Mike Johnson was not as easy to kill as it seemed at first glance. He quickly recovered from the blow he received and immediately launched a powerful counterattack. Mike Johnson told Liu Feng that he was strong and that if he didn't have this armor, who would have punched him with one punch? After which he said that Liu Feng's main forces are on the front line and he broke through into the shelter and therefore Liu Feng, but he can only wait for death. Smiling, Liu Feng said that he had already prepared for a long time, just waiting for someone to unexpectedly attack him, after which he ordered the system to automatically launch defensive cannons. Mike Johnson was simply shocked when he saw the automatic defensive guns. Meanwhile, Liu Feng ordered the destruction of all intruders who were inside his hideout. Mike Johnson saw his soldiers being torn to pieces and realized that this was a very high-level shelter if it had such deadly defensive guns of huge caliber. Video of how his subordinates were dying, he understood that this would not work, and he needed to take the bull by the horns. He used his special technique called maximum overload of nuclear armor, after which he immediately rushed to Liu Feng because he understood that in order to capture the shelter, He just needed to kill the boy. His armor was specifically designed for use underground before the end of the world. Designed specifically to successfully dig tunnels, it could withstand extreme loads for short periods of time. Mike Johnson was already too close. Liu Feng knew that he would not be able to deflect the deadly blow, so he asked Kelly to make a shield for him. Kelly made a shield for Liu Feng, and he immediately transformed it, allowing him to fend off a deadly attack from Mike Johnson's huge axe. Mike Johnson was shocked to see the item, that Liu Feng was able to repel his attack with ease. Liu Feng created not just a shield, but a shield. 3,000 explosions, the front side of which has explosive properties. If you hit it hard, a powerful explosion will occur. When Mike Johnson hit him with his huge axe shield, he immediately activated his super ability and sent a powerful blast wave at him, which enveloped him in fire. He realized that this armor did not have a cooling system, and he began to burn. Michael Johnson's armor could not withstand such extreme loads, and when heated, an explosion occurred, thereby destroying him. Liu Feng was pleased thanks to his ingenuity and ability to quickly respond to a variety of dangers. He destroyed the enemies and secured the shelter. At that moment, the actresses saw how strong Liu Feng was and realized that their choice was the right one. Kelly realized that Liu Feng had become even stronger than before. Meanwhile, the fifth apostle saw how his army of zombies was simply mercilessly destroyed. He understood that they could not break through, but he did not understand what Mike was doing and why he could not help him. Da Qiang ordered all his fighters to make every effort to destroy all the zombies, because no one should break into their shelters. The monotheist understood that he could not get through. The sight of the power of this shelter turned out to be very great, and he also understood that Mike, this scum, broke off contact with him as soon as he entered the shelter. Suddenly, a servant of this monotheist appeared and said that he had brought what he was asked for, and asked if it was necessary to release it now, to which the monotheist replied that they should wait a little because they now do not have high priests to hold this thing, since it is disposable nuclear a bomb for them. Hearing the shooting, he turned around and saw an approaching convoy of the Salvation Army, but it did not help break into the shelter, but on the contrary, killed zombies standing in the way. He was shocked to see that it was not his comrades, but Liu Feng in the Salvation Army car, who shouted to him for that son of God of the monotheist to come out and accept his death. The monotheist understood that Mike the Trash had lost his battle, but he was glad to see that the convoy dared to drive into the crowd of zombies. The monotheist immediately recalled all his zombies from the shelter and ordered an attack on the column. Da Qiang, seeing that the column was surrounded, decided that he and the soldiers should cover their passage, but Long Xuan told him to wait and see what would happen next. Li Xin immediately flew into the sky with her atomic jet and began attacking the zombies from the air. Zhang Yu, thanks to his power to control air masses, attacked the zombies, throwing them away from the convoy. Liu Feng asked Kelly to make him something hard and metal to protect the car. Kelly immediately began creating weapons, and Liu Feng began transforming and improving them, in order to equip the car with protective properties and more. They reinforced their car in a circle with sharp metal spikes, and in the middle there was a real killer drill that pierced everything in its path. Liu Feng and his team simply scattered zombies left and right and moved forward. Seeing this, the monotheist had no choice but to order his comrade in arms to open the cage and release what he brought. Having opened the cage, they released a giant two-headed dog, a zombie who was ordered by the monotheist to kill them all. It was a huge two-headed ferocious zombie, a mutant, a dog who had no equal before. He ate everything in his path. Liu Feng saw this zombie, a mutant, a dog, and was in shock because he understood that this would be a mortal battle. But suddenly a priest appeared next to him and said that she would deal with this dog. She was ashamed of herself, the hood, and began to use her telepathic powers in order to take control of this mutant zombie. The monotheist, seeing the high priest on Liu Feng's side, became petrified from not understanding what was happening. The dog, a mutant zombie, sensing the power of the high priestess, immediately stopped and turned to the monotheist, after which he attacked the high priest, tore him into two parts, and ate him. Liu Feng froze in horror at what he saw. Liu Feng was very scared, because this huge two-headed dog, after eating the monotheist, immediately ran towards Liu Feng. But everything worked out, because it turned out that he simply ran to his queen, who stroked him and thanked him for his help. Liu Feng calmed down and realized that now that everything was settled here, they should take advantage of the victory and finish off the rest. Moreover, Zheng Tianxiang definitely did not expect them to win until they began to react. Liu Feng decided to attack Laboratory Number 4. After some time, in a certain alley to the north of the base, Liu Feng found everything strange because Commander Guo said that he would send people to meet them at the gate, but there was no one here. Suddenly, he was attacked from behind. Liu Feng sensed the sudden attack and used a strong tentacle grip. Then I saw that the attacker was a staff officer, the daughter of Commander Guo. While still in limbo, she said that Liu Feng had become even stronger. At least he was strong enough to break into the fourth laboratory. She also said that Zheng Tianxiong had recently had a big row with the military, so the fourth squad had already returned to the base for defense. But fortunately, Jensen was away on business, and it is best to attack while he is gone, since then, only the fourth squad will have to be defeated. Liu Feng asked her what this fourth squad was and why she was so afraid to talk about it. She responded by saying that they are the most uncontrollable squad. They are also Zheng Tianxiong's deadliest squad. But no one knows what exactly they are capable of. Everyone who saw them is long dead. But Liu Feng wasn't scared at all, because no matter how strong they were, he had to break through. His sister's illness couldn't wait. After which he immediately decided to introduce him to his sister, saying that this was his sister, and pointed to her. But a second later he saw that she was not there. He was very frightened when he realized that his sister had disappeared again without a trace and began screaming throughout the entire area, calling for Xin Tong. Meanwhile, in laboratory number 4, a girl and a boy were trembling near the wall, afraid of some guy outside. This guy was outside tearing out tumors from people who were in laboratory number 4 and putting them all in one pile. The girl and the boy realized that they were all sick with black blood. Just food. The girl wanted to say something, but the young man immediately covered her mouth with his palm, saying that she should not say anything, because if this fourth detachment heard, they would kill them, because they are damn monsters. But it was already too late, because someone finally heard them and pierced the young man with his sharp hand. The girl, seeing the young man being dragged somewhere by a monster, fell to his knees and with tears in his eyes asked the Lord to help him because he did not want to die. A few minutes later, when she opened her eyes, she saw Liu Feng's younger sister, Xin Tong, sitting in front of him with her hands folded on her lap. She said that Xin Tong smelled just like them, that she was a patient with black blood disease, but she couldn't understand why she hadn't seen her before in laboratory number 4. Hearing a suspicious sound, the girl took Xin Tong by the hand and ran, saying that the demons from the fourth squad had noticed them. Having run a little further along the corridor, they noticed a ventilation shaft in the wall and decided to quickly climb into it. Climbing into the ventilation shaft, the girl told Xin that they found this shaft while searching for food. It also passes through several objects in laboratory number 4. The corpse processing plant is just a small building, next to which there are various rooms, a research laboratory, a room for storing samples, and so on. After which the girl said that some survivors were hiding in the same room, and she and Xin Tong should go there too. But as soon as she opened the door to that room, a crowd of those same, but no longer surviving zombies poured out of it. Seeing this crowd of zombies, the frightened face of her companion, Xin Tong, immediately rushed to the attack to protect her friend. Realizing that there were a lot of zombies, Xin Tong decided to use her mutant abilities to kill as many zombies as possible at once. Seeing this, the girl immediately realized that Xin Tong was just as much a mutant as the fourth squad. Having destroyed all the zombies, Xin Tong looked at the girl with a demonic gaze, after which she calmed down and put her hands on her stomach, which was gurgling very loudly, and made it clear that she was hungry. The girl immediately realized that Xin Tong was hungry and gave her moldy bread, saying that she should eat it quickly because it had been obtained with great difficulty. Looking at this bread that Brother Zhen bought at the cost of his life, she realized that maybe she would be next. Taking the moldy bread from the girl, Xin Tong immediately remembered the words of her brother, who said that one should not accept other people's things lightly. If these things were nevertheless accepted, then one must express gratitude. Xin Tun immediately opened her backpack and took out 2 bottles of milk, sprats, and not moldy bread, saying that her brother told her that she needed to thank good people and handed the food to the girl. The girl was shocked because she had not seen such a quantity of food, and fresh food, for a long time. The girl thanked Xin Tong for this food and said that from now on they will be friends because no one has ever saved her, much less given her so much food. On the other side of the corridor, the monster, smelling food, realized that he was on their trail. Moving further along the air wire, they reached another gathering place located in laboratory number 4, where survivors were gathering. The girl said that she found another survivor named Xin Tong, who gave her food that would last them all for several days. When they saw the food, the guys were shocked, because for several months they had only eaten garbage. The guys were enjoying the fresh food, when suddenly the wall crumbled into small fragments, and a member of the fourth squad of the glutton came out of it, who, looking at Xin Tong, said that he was very glad that he had found her. Meanwhile, at the Academy of Sciences, not far from laboratory number 4, 2 soldiers were walking, saying that given the high status of their research institute, no one would dare to attack them at all. And besides, the legendary 4th detachment personally guards laboratory number 4. Suddenly, the wall of the university collapses, and Liu Feng rushes into the building riding a 2-headed mutant dog, saying that those who stand in his way will be dead. The S-level mutant, a glutton, was glad that he had found these kids, after which he said, looking at Xin Tong, that it was her sweet smell that led him straight to them. Having said that it would definitely taste good, the glutton immediately rushed to catch it in order to eat it. Seeing the mutant from the fourth squad, the girl again grabbed Shintong's hand and said that they urgently needed to run away if they wanted to stay alive. But the glutton did not catch up with them, saying that they could run because he already remembered their smell. He also said that the entire laboratory number 4 is hunting ground for squad number 4. Meanwhile, the dispatcher reported to the captain of the 4th squad of level S, nicknamed Lust, that Mr. Glutton had discovered a group of surviving experimental subjects near the corpse processing plant. Right now, at this moment, he is chasing them. Literally a second later, the dispatcher reported to Mrs. Lust that, according to the detector, the front door had been broken into. This was done by the leader of Shelter L, Liu Feng. Lust laughed, saying that it seemed that there were problems in Leader Zheng's plan, the monotheists. That bunch of madmen could not stand it. Seeing Liu Feng, Lust decided that he was a very handsome man, so she ordered her military to send reinforcements there to capture everyone. Moving along the corridor of laboratory number 4, Liu Feng saw only corpses everywhere and realized that this was just hell on earth. After which he suggested that the priests split up in order to quickly find Shintong, because he was afraid that she was in danger. They separated, and in the next corridor, an entire army of military men led by a cyber colonel came out to meet Liu Feng. Also, Miss Lust came to him via video link, saying that she didn't think that the man who dealt with the head of the Salvation Army and the leader of the monotheists was so nice. I dared to break in alone. Liu Feng asked her in a malicious voice to give up his sister, otherwise he would kill everyone here. But Miss Lust was not afraid of him, saying that now the glutton was chasing his dear little sister. And she invited him to go with her subordinates, who would take him to Sister Shintong. Then she said that if he did not give up, then all she could do was be cruel and destroy him and his sister. Realizing that Liu Feng was not going to give up under any circumstances, the military immediately opened fire on him with all guns, but Liu Feng was not taken aback, and thanks to his tentacle, began to repel and stop all the bullets. After which, thanks to his tentacle and nano dagger, he cut almost all the soldiers in half. Their leader was simply shocked to see this. The colonel realized that this guy was too dangerous, and decided that he was obliged to deal with him himself and rushed to the attack. But that was not the case. Liu Feng, grabbing his fist, transformed his armor and deprived the colonel of control over his own armor and metal fists. After that, he used a double strike from his nano glove and punched the colonel through, thereby finishing him off in just a couple of hits. After which he looked at the CCTV camera and told the lady Lust to wait for him, because he would definitely find her and kill her. Meanwhile, in the corridor of laboratory number 4, Shintong and her new friend were running away from the glutton. The girl said that they should go to the testing area, because even these monsters will not be able to enter this place. This is the only way they can get rid of the glutton. She knew there were ventilations there, and they would be able to get through it. After which the girl asked if she had any relatives, and in what part of the laboratories were they located. Shintong replied that she had a brother. The girl immediately said that they were very familiar with the laboratories, and after they got rid of this monster, she would definitely take her to her brother. The girl said that the teacher saved her, fed and watered her, and took care of her as if he were his own daughter. He said that she was very similar to his daughter. It was he who showed her the ventilation shafts in which they survived. He also said that his daughter was eaten by his mutated wife. She didn't have time to finish her story about how they ran away together and then had fun when suddenly the silhouette of her Uncle Lee appeared. Seeing Uncle Lee, the girl immediately stopped and decided to come closer to him, thinking that he had survived and had not become a zombie. But this time, she made a very big mistake when she approached him, because her uncle turned into a terrible zombie, a mutant who immediately grabbed her hand. This time the symptom could not save the girl and simply stood on the sidelines in shock, watching what happened. The zombie is a mutant, grabbing the girl's hand with his sharp teeth, biting her hand like a razor. The glutton, who saw what was happening, said that he liked nothing more than to watch this kind of human farce. One second it's still a loved one, and the next it's a zombie charging at one of its own. The father rushes at his son and the brother at his sister. The brother unwraps his sister's skull. What an ironic scene. Fratricide in the flesh. Having recovered from the shock of what was happening, Shintong immediately rushed at the mutant zombie and took off his head with just one blow. After that, he immediately mutated and said that no one has the right to offend her friends and relatives, and anyone who offends them will be killed. Meanwhile, Liu Feng burst into the hall where Miss Lust was and brought her dead thug to her. But she wasn't scared at all, but on the contrary, she was very glad that this handsome guy had finally come to her. She said that she was waiting for him so much that at some point she already thought that he would not come to her. Suddenly, Liu Feng sensed danger approaching from below. Realizing that Lufa had seen her giant zombie vulva, Miss Lust said that it seemed like she wasn't serious enough when she said she would kill him. Seeing this zombie vulva, Liu Feng said that he realized that she was a trap. Realizing that Ob Feng knew who she was, she immediately tore her clothes and turned into an incredibly powerful mutant zombie. She said that since he was so bold, she couldn't help but eat him right away. Realizing that the latter was a very difficult zombie mutant, Liu Feng decided to play a little cat and mouse with him and began to run away. Seeing a red cloak behind the column, the same as Liu Feng's, Miss Lust decided that she had found it, and with just one blow of her mighty hand, she smashed this column into pieces, saying that she could already imagine how to eat it. But it turned out to be the corpse of her soldier, who also had a red cloak. Liu Feng was very intelligent and used the soldier as a distraction. Liu Feng understands that there may not be another chance. He immediately rushed at her and began to cut her up, inflicting dozens of cuts with his nano swords that he had on his tentacles. Miss Lust didn't even try to stop him, saying that everything he was doing was useless, because she would still be resurrected. Taking advantage of his chance, Liu Feng jumped back and saw that all the cuts he had inflicted on her had literally healed in a matter of seconds. Miss Lust told him that her ability was to heal wounds quickly. No matter how many times Liu Feng cut her, he would not be able to injure her. Liu Feng was in danger because he did not understand how he could cope with such superpower. Meanwhile, the glutton approached Xintong and sniffed her, and said that she had such a fragrant smell that reminded him of himself, and concluded that they were very similar to her. Hand on heart, he said that they were sick with black blood, and until the end of the world they were defenseless. But now they are the real chosen ones, and the apocalypse is their stage. Glutton said that laboratory number 4 is all patients with black blood disease, but most of them are losers, worthy only of being their food. He told Xintong that, moreover, considering her scent, her characteristics, they should be even higher than his. The glutton said that she should definitely join their squad, because she would no longer have to suppress her nature, and she would be able to eat as much as she wanted, just like they do. Hearing this, Xintong only became angrier, and immediately began to attack the glutton. He put up a block and started laughing, saying that he really hoped that she would refuse. He was happy because thanks to Xintong's refusal, he could happily eat her. After which he immediately rushed to attack, trying to strike her with a powerful blow with his fist. He threw blow after blow, trying to hit Xintong and then eat her, saying that once he did this, he would be able to surpass the captain's lust power. But it was not so easy, because Xintong was very dexterous and agile. No matter how much the glutton tried to hit it, he couldn't. The glutton said that after he eats Xintong, he will eat her brother and eat her sister so that they can be reunited in his stomach. Xintong got tired of running from the glutton and twisted him with her powerful zombie veins and began to suck his blood. The glutton immediately felt how he began to lose his strength. The glutton could not believe his eyes. He did not understand what this feeling of oppression was that enveloped his mind. Seeing this bloody cocoon, the girl could not believe her eyes that it was the real Xintong. She froze in horror. Filled with the power of the glutton, Xintong emerged from the cocoon in a completely new form, and then she said that anyone who dared to say anything bad about her brother and her friends would die. Meanwhile, Liu Feng tried his best to avoid falling into the clutches of Miss Lust, who wanted to eat him. Miss Lust knew that she could not catch up with Liu Feng, so she began to destroy everything in her path, and thanks to the collapse of the beam, she was able to stop it. At this moment, Liu Feng realized that he needed to attack again, because if he did not, she would grab him, and he again took out his nano daggers and began to cut through Miss Lust's flesh. Liu Feng was shocked because Miss Lust had endless regeneration. He again decided to run away from her and came up with a risky option that could work, but this time he couldn't tear himself away from her and she grabbed him. Miss Lust was very happy that she finally caught him. Squeezing it tighter, she said that it would become a part of her, and decided to put it in her mouth. Liu Feng didn't want to be eaten, so he grabbed her teeth with his hands, preventing her from pushing him deeper into her mouth. Miss Lust laughed, saying that his hands were busy and her hands could tear him apart at any moment. Liu Feng hurried to upset her by saying that he had more than 2 hands and pushed his tentacles into her face, and also grabbed her hands with his tentacles. He used a whirlwind slicing technique, which cut her arms and mutilated her face. Miss Lust couldn't withstand this attack and threw Liu Feng against the wall with all her strength. Miss Lust was able to recover and was not critically injured, because she managed to put up her one hand and cover her face and 2 other tentacles from this powerful cutting blow. Liu Feng hit his head very hard against the wall and realized at that moment that the only way to fight such a regenerating monster was to cut it into pieces. He understood that it would take several more good cuts to Miss Lust in order to achieve at least some result. After which his gaze fell on the new technology that he could absorb. It was a level A nanotech mask that, once absorbed, would allow one to add 2 tentacles and also be able to breathe underwater for a period of time. Seeing that Liu Feng had noticed the green flasks, Miss Lust began to regret that he had come here, because this storage facility contained the results of Leader Zheng's research, and it would not be very good if they were destroyed. At this moment, Liu Feng was already running towards Miss Lust in order to attack her, thanking her again for throwing him into that room, because now he has become stronger, and instead of 4 tentacles, he now has 6. Thanks to 2 more tentacles, Liu Feng still managed to cut Miss Lust into several pieces. But she was still alive, and said that he was rejoicing early, because a member of her team, under the name Glutton, would finish them all off because he was so strong that he could crush Liu Feng's tentacles with just one finger, and then himself. Meanwhile, the glutton whom Miss Lust praised so much was beaten mercilessly, showing that he was not so strong after all. After which his body was broken through the wall into the room where Liu Feng was. He was so mercilessly beaten by Liu Feng's sister Xin Tong, who appeared before Liu Feng in a new one. Liu Feng was shocked to see his sister like this. Seeing Xin Tong, Miss Lust didn't understand how she could maintain such a form, because this appearance was like a descending god, and she could only watch her like an ant. Liu Xin Tong is the queen of the hell spiders, abyss-level mutant. The forces are unknown. Seeing Miss Lust, Xin Tong immediately stuck her sharp spider legs into her head and began to suck the life force out of her. Miss Lust begged her to let her go and not kill her, saying that Director Zheng had long dreamed of exploring Xin Tong. Seeing this with his own eyes, Liu Feng could not believe that his sister suddenly became so strong, and when did she even manage to do all this? The system told him that Glutton and Lust had been killed, for which he received 10,000 points. And she said that he had a new task, to save or kill his mutated sister. The system said that he would receive 5,000 points for saving his mutated sister, whose level of danger in the future is unknown, or 40,000 points for destroying a mutated sister. Liu Feng told the system that he would never kill his beloved little sister Xin Tong. When suddenly, completely unexpectedly for him, his little sister took him and wrapped him in her veins. He was shocked, because he had just seen how, thanks to her abilities, she killed the one that he could not, even the backpack during a long fight. He became truly scared. She walked up to Liu Feng and, taking his chin, said that she was very hungry. Liu Feng begged her to wake up, repeating her name over and over again, Xin Tong. She reached out to bite Liu Feng, but suddenly remembered him and began to try to block her powers and instincts. Concentrating as hard as she could, she overexerted her brain activity to pass out. Immediately afterwards, she returned to her previous normal state. Liu Feng realized that his sister suppressed it of her own free will, and he urgently needed to find a serum for her, because next time she might not be able to cope on her own. Xin Tong's new girlfriend, seeing her in Liu Feng's arms, asked him who he was. He replied that he was her brother. After which the girl introduced herself, saying that her name is Ah Ling and she is Xin Tong's friend from laboratory number 4. She is also an experimental patient with black blood, and Xin Tong saved her life. Liu Feng immediately asked her if she knew where the black blood suppression serum was kept in laboratory number 4. The disease is progressing. The serum is needed urgently, he said. Ah Lin. She replied that Director Zheng took them there when they were taken for experiments. Serum is a sample repository in the east. Ah Ling decided to take Liu Feng and Xin Tong to this vault. Arriving at the sample storage, A Ling said that Director Zheng usually gave them medicine here, but she didn't know how to make the medicine. Liu Feng thanked her for bringing them to the storage room and said that he would do the rest. Seeing the computer, Liu Feng thought that it must contain information about the serum and decided to search. But for this, he needed to know the password, which he asked to hack his system. The system cracked the password in a matter of minutes, after which it said that the serum formula was found on the computer of laboratory number 4, as well as some interesting data. Liu Feng immediately ordered her to start producing the serum and copy all the existing data on this computer. The serum was made in just a couple of minutes and was successfully administered to Sister Xin Tong. Liu Feng was happy because he knew that it looked like he would be able to save his sister. After that, turning to Ah Ling, saying that if they are truly friends with Xin Tong, then she can go with them to the shelter. But suddenly the system warned Liu Feng, saying that Zheng Tianxiong had learned that the laboratory had been attacked and was returning. His convoy had already arrived at the laboratory territory, and in about 5 minutes he would arrive at the entrance. Literally a minute later, the system said that if they left the main entrance, they would definitely run into Zheng Tianxiong. Things were getting worse by the second, as the director was already near the entrance and was scanning his fingerprints in order to open the door. Upon entering the laboratory, Zheng noticed that the laboratory was destroyed, patients had escaped, and data had been stolen. The only thing he didn't understand was how Liu Feng managed to do this. Coming out of the portal, Liu Feng told all the survivors that if they ran forward, they would be able to reach the northern base, and they would be safe there. Liu Feng at that moment was glad that he had time and protected himself in time by using the portal. In the future, through the portal in the basement of the laboratory, it will be possible to enter there again. While Zheng was shocked by what was happening, Zero rummaged through the system of laboratory number 4 and found something that could interest Zheng, and it was the mutated Shin Tong. Seeing her, Zheng immediately realized that she was the second perfect mutant besides the Bloody Empress, but she was still a child, and not so strong. Zheng understood that if he could not capture the Bloody Empress, then he must definitely take possession of Shin Tong. Zero asked Zheng if the second group of Pride and Anger, or maybe the other 3 commanders of the 7 deadly sins who went on reconnaissance, should be recalled. Zheng answered in the negative, because the second group is looking for nanotechnology, the other 3 are looking for the one who eats people in the forest. At the moment, the technology train is much more important. Suddenly, a Valkyrie appeared in laboratory number 4, running towards Zheng, shouting that she would kill him. Running towards Zheng, the Valkyrie killed everyone in her path who tried to prevent her from reaching him. The soldiers guarding Zheng immediately opened fire on the Valkyrie, but literally after a couple of seconds, they realized that her bullets were not taking her at all. The bullets didn't stop her because she was so angry, and her goal was to kill Zheng, so she even used her mutated right hand to finish off these soldiers once and for all. Zheng, seeing the Valkyrie, immediately ordered Zero to tell the leader of the monotheists to help them catch Shin Tong. Zero told him that because of the failure of the previous operation, the monotheists have claims against them. But Zheng didn't care about this, because he said that he would accept their past conditions. Zheng was 100% sure that they would agree to work under the old agreements. Zheng, with just one glance, was able to make a huge explosion in the laboratory, trying to destroy the Valkyrie, but after the smoke cleared, he discovered that she still managed to escape. Zero said, "Sir, what gave them?" Therefore, he suggested sending someone to return it or destroy it. But Zheng said that it was just a failed experiment, and asked Zero to just catch Shin Tong. After all, when they catch her, Zheng will be able to create the perfect monster that he has dreamed of since the end of the world. Valkyrie ran away from Zheng, and after running a few blocks, she stopped. Her body was trembling, and all she could think was that he was too scary. Meanwhile, at Brigade Commander Guo's camp at the northern base. Personally, Commander Guo himself thanked Liu Feng for his heroism, saying that he did a very good job and was the first person to penetrate the number 4 laboratory and survive. He told Liu Feng that the military had previously investigated the disappearances of a large number of people in laboratory number 4, but neither the spies nor the military mutants were able to break through the internal security. The very next day, their corpses were hung on the city wall. Commander Guo's daughter told Liu Feng that he had brought the sum to laboratory number 4 and Zheng would not accept it. Therefore, she asked Liu Feng to be careful, especially with their captains of the 7 deadly sins. She also revealed that the captains of the 7 deadly sins are the strongest mutants in the city. She fought one of them and was defeated with just one blow. Liu Feng also told Commander Guo that there were children behind him who were survivors of Laboratory 4's experiments, because he and his sister fought with gluttony and lust and defeated them. Commander Guo and his daughter were shocked, because they understood that it was necessary to have enormous strength in order to kill glutton and lust. Commander Guo patted Liu Feng on the shoulder and said that he did well, after which the commander said that with these survivors as witnesses, the report to the general would definitely make Zheng Tianshun suffer heavy losses. Commander Guo said that he was damn tired of seeing them experiment on people. If it weren't for their sickness, the northern base would not tolerate them. After which he once again thanked Liu Feng for the assistance provided. Liu Feng at that moment realized that Commander Guo was a fair person and could be trusted. After that, without thinking for a long time, Liu Feng invited Commander Guo to enter into an official alliance with L's shelter, saying that they would fight Zheng Tianshun's institute together. Commander Guo said that he was worried that because of the alliance with the military, Zheng would send the rest of the 7 deadly sins to destroy L's shelter. To which Liu Feng replied that if he dared to attack the shelter, they would not come back alive. Commander Guo's daughter saw Liu Feng's strength and masculinity after hearing what he said. Liu Feng, sensing her, immediately turned around, but she turned away, making it clear that this was not enough. After which she said that he should not rejoice ahead of time, because sooner or later she would overtake him in strength. Commander Guo proudly said that this was his daughter. She was very purposeful, and invited Liu Feng to have a glass of beer. The next day in L's shelter, Liu Feng woke up to see his sister sleeping next to him. Seeing that she woke up, he immediately stood up and asked her if her body was okay, because he had just recently injected her with the serum. Suddenly, his sister suddenly attacked him, but literally a second later, she again suppressed her mutant desires to eat him. Liu Feng was shocked because he understood that the serum he injected her probably did not work. Hugging his sister, Liu Feng told her that if she couldn't restrain herself, she might bite him, because he was vaccinated, and he would be fine. Then he said that even if they lose everything, they will still have each other. He asked his sister to remember that when, after the death of her parents, People offended her and collectors came to the door. They were still able to survive it all together. Shin Tong, remembering these moments from their life, immediately woke up and with tears in her eyes asked Liu Feng for forgiveness. But after suppressing her mutant abilities, Shin Tong immediately fell asleep. Liu Feng realized that she seemed to be feeling better and needed to quickly go to Qin Mu to understand what was happening. Liu Feng brought his sister to Dr. Qin Mu and asked her why Shin Tong still wanted to bite people, because he injected her with this serum that was supposed to help her. Qin said that was true, but his sister had already evolved to a higher level. Moreover, his sister's evolution level is not just a mutant, she is a perfect mutant that Zheng Tianxiang has been chasing for so long for research.